5-2 with Game 3 coming up in the Mile High City in front of our own version of a whiteout on Friday night.
These are the moments that you love. There's no guarantee anything continues. There's no guarantee of squat, but I don't think there's anything better than player criticized, throws it back in your face. And we are all happy as hell to eat crow last night with the game that Georgiev had. 2 goals given up. Neither of them, I mean, one of them, the poke check, impossible. And the other shot, incredibly tough. But
the problem was they were just early, which is like, oh, God, here we go.
Well, that was
here
the
we
issue.
go, here we go.
It's like it was just over 3 minutes in. Winnipeg scores first. And it was a pretty insane shot. Tough to stop. But you felt as if it was just going to be one of those nights again. And to his credit, again, guys, this is, to me, the coolest thing that happens in sports is athlete gets to have the last laugh in front of others. I loved that game from Georgiev last night. Loved it. Now, I think the team worked really hard in front of him, too. Like, we've talked about this before. This all goes hand in hand with one another, doesn't it? You can have a good night as a goalie and defense not good enough in front of you, and you get 5 or 6 put on you. The opposite can happen. You can actually play pretty well in front of him. The goaltender has an off night. All of that can come together. But here's what we know about Georgiev. He is fully capable of playing that way consistently. It just hasn't happened lately. But God, was it a good reminder. And I don't know what the situation is with Onunen. I don't know what's going on there. But the most preferential thing that you could have is Georgiev steps up and plays well. And you don't need to make a goalie switch. And you have a true number one and all of that. That's the hope. And so I loved last night. And this is what's great. After all of this, it was hard. It was hard not to feel at least a little bit doom and gloomy after just one game, just because it felt so much like that was just going to continue night in, night out. Bottom line is this. You just got to split on the road at Winnipeg. You're back in the driver's seat of this series right now. And let's say that game just gave Georgie a boost of confidence, and now he's going to look somewhat like that night in, night out here for the rest of this series. You really think the Avs can't come out and win in like 6? They'd be totally capable. Like, you guys want to hear something crazy? Through 2 games of this series, Marty, do you know which goalie has given up more goals? Hellebuck. He's given up 10. Georgie's given up 9. Like, neither of those are anything to brag about. But just for context here, Hellebuck's given up more goals through 2 games than Georgie has. And so this is what we were talking about when it's just, you don't need Georgie to be amazing. He doesn't need to be the ideal version in Jets fans' minds of what Hellebuck is. You don't need him to be Shesterkin. You don't need him to be Vasilevsky. You don't need him to be one of these superstars. He's just got to be okay. And okay is good enough for this team to go a long way because offensively, they're capable of putting 10 on the Vezina Trophy winner through 2 games of a series on the road. So I loved almost everything about last night, even when it felt like the Jets get some momentum. They're starting to really cycle in their own zone. They aren't giving you very easy looks on the opposite side. The beginning of that game starts, Marty, and the Avs had 2 shots on goal in like the first 13 or 14 minutes.
Dude, look at your goal scorers, too. They're like third-line guys. They're not your top dogs either.
Yeah, what? You're surprised that Josh Manson on a breakaway
Yeah.
is basically the one that sealed the game
If
up?
you get him in open space, look out.
But they're deep. They're deep offensively. And when they work in the defensive zone and they're, more importantly, they're disciplined, I think you can find nights like this consistently throughout the postseason. And if you do that, then all those stars can align for some pretty special things to happen. But God, were they working in the defensive zone, Marty? Guys laying out to stop pucks, taking slap shots off the ankles. Like, it's just something that felt missing, or at least one aspect of it that felt missing over the past 9-10 games. And then Georgiev made multiple saves where you go, wow, great save, which those have been hard to come by.
I think his best one, some puck leaked out to, was it Ehlers? And it was just a
Yes.
wide open like slapper. And it was like,
Yep.
usually when you need to make a save, he hasn't. And he made a big one there.
No, that was the save that he made that you're like, all right. Not only dialed in tonight, I hope this is going to lead to him being dialed in. Period. Doesn't mean, again, have to be perfect. Does not mean that, all right, he's found it. It's fixed. You know, who knows? You got game 3 at Ball Arena on Friday. Maybe he does the same thing. Maybe he goes back to having a disappointing performance. You aren't sure right now, but God, did that game do a hell of a lot for me. Because with Georgiev, it was, here's where I want to be fair. And I think on this show, we've done a decent job about this. The argument has never been that Georgie sucks. The argument has been that he's had a rough stretch that is leading to a lack of confidence. And if you could just bottle up some sort of confidence booster and inject it into his arm somewhere, I would have no problem going out and giving my full-fledged confidence in Georgiev. But this is all about work. I saw the Avs finishing checks last night. Like any opportunity they had to hit somebody, they did it, especially late in the game. Because how did you feel up 2 in the third period, Marty? We kind of talked about it. Like, before the game, Vic asked the question, he goes, if the Avs are up 1, how do you feel? We're like, not great. Up 2, how do you feel? Not super confident. Up 3, that was kind of my mark of like, okay,
Yeah.
3, I think you're good.
When they were up 2, I felt better than I thought I was going to feel if they were up 2.
Exactly how I felt.
Yeah.
That's exactly how I felt. Like, they were up 4-2, and I go, I'm actually surprised that I wasn't totally confident, but I was surprised at how confident I was. But it's because early in the game, you saw him make some saves.
And that goal was a bit of a backbreaker. There's like 10 seconds left in the second.
Oh, I think it was like, 6.
And you got a breakaway like that.
So-
That was kind of a momentum killer.
Manson just hops out of the box because he got into a little bit of a face mushing contest. I forget who it was who was also in the box with him. But they go from 4-on-4, and then with just 10 seconds left, that ends. And McKinnon, because he's incredibly smart and the best player in the world who should be the Hart Trophy winner, goes, oh, all I got to do is put this on the tape, and he's going to have a pretty clean look. And never in my life would I have said, Josh Manson on the breakaway. Never would have seen it. But it was just like perfect timing. He gets the ball out, he gets the puck out to him, and Manson finishes. Which, again, when he finished, I was like, that's a pretty nice finish.
Josh Manson against the Vezina winner. Who you got?
Edge Vezina.
Yeah.
Edge Vezina. But, God, is that a game that you needed? Badly.
I thought when they got the double minor, they had the 4-minute penalty. They didn't score, and then the Jets scored 8 seconds after they killed that penalty. Man, that was a backbreaker, I thought.
Well, and exactly. I had this actually written down, Marty. So double minor for the high stick on Kale. Kale does a great job of bleeding.
Wonderful job.
But in 4 minutes, the Avs got 2 shots. And right afterwards, the Jets go down. That one-handed tip from Scheifele. And I wrote down, nothing Georgie could have done. This is the swing of the game. Because it felt that way. You had a prime opportunity for 4 straight minutes to make at least 1 goal happen, if not 2. You came away with almost no even real chances. And then the Jets immediately turned that into a goal for them. And you're like, great. Do the Avs panic? Is there a little bit of that in their system? And the answer was no. Now, on top of that, let me give you something else that happened shortly after that second Jets goal. There was chaos in front. Hellebuck was out of his crease, scrambling back. I think it was Parisi was the one that had a wide open look at the net.
Yeah.
And there was just 15 sticks in front of him, and he just couldn't find a way to put it in. The other way, Winnipeg gets it. And do you remember this? So they have a 1-goal lead right now. They fire a shot that rings off the post that I thought could have been the sealer. But lucky enough, hits post. Then Lucky gets the deflection off McCarr's shot. And then Parisi does score the go-ahead goal. And then Manson on the breakaway. And after that, it was just hang on for dear life, please. And by the way, the last goal that was scored by Val I know it's an empty net, but his 360 pirouette backhand blind flip from a weird angle was really cool. Because it feels like the Avs have had trouble just finding the empty net.
Was it Trennan that tried banking
The
it
bank
off?
shot?
That was so close.
I don't know how that didn't go in. If you're hitting a bank shot and pull, it's like, oh, that's corner pocket. Bam. And it just sort of tucked off to the right.
And it was so slow. Everybody could just be like, oh.
Yeah. So here's the deal. We'll talk to Jared Bednar today. He will continue to join us. He's joining us throughout the postseason?
Correct.
Okay. So he'll continue to join us throughout the postseason. He'll be on at 8 o'clock this morning. And, we'll ask the question straight up. Did you feel like if Juice was healthy, you'd make a goalie switch? And I think that answer is going to be no, even if the answer maybe was yes in his head. I don't think he's going to say this out loud. But this is where everybody who, including people on this station, said you can't play Georgiev again. He's done. He's over. He can't do it. He knows the team better than we do. And what I loved last night, Georgie was interviewed on the ice, and you heard, 3 or 4 guys walking by him saying something to the effect of, "We got you, Georgie, way to go," something like that. And that was my main concern, is just had the team lost faith in him? Because that was the question. Are they having defensive breakdowns because they're trying to do too much and they're almost panicked to let up a shot, and then you start to play too tight? Was that an effect? So we'll talk to the head coach at 8 o'clock this morning. Brady Quinn is going to join us at 7:30. Get a little preview of the draft, his thoughts on some of the quarterbacks there, all of that. So 303-504-0925. We are broadcasting from the Backus and Shanker Studios, serious lawyers for the seriously injured. So a lot to get to today. 303-504-0925. I got a pretty incredible Jokic stat that I want to bring you guys. And also, just a basic question here. So fill up the text line. Did last night change your perspective on confidence levels in Georgie? Or is it going to take more than that? I want to talk about that next.
Yeah, I thought second and because those details mostly for us after game one having success on the offensive side were defensive details, right? And I didn't love them in the first. I mean, you saw some of the chances. Like we got beat to the net in the D zone a couple times. We got beat to the net like off the rush a couple times, and that's how they created their scoring chances. And it's really that simple. Like when you tighten the gap on a guy, you got to beat him back to the net. Yeah.
Jared Bednar on his goalie after the game. Couple of texters coming in. Ask the question, what did last night do for you confidence-wise for Georgiev? Texter says, definitely boosted my confidence. He's still fighting the puck a bit. Yes. Another one coming in. I feel like last night was a proof of concept for Georgie. Somewhere in the depths of my brain, I knew he could play well, but seeing it again was a great reminder. Like, oh yeah, he was pretty good last year in the playoffs and can be that again. Still need more proof, but it was a good reminder last night. I think that's perfect. I love a good proof of concept line, by the way. But think about this. Last year, Marty, Avalanche bounced after a single round against the Seattle Kraken. Was any of our takeaways after that series got done that Georgie wasn't good enough? I don't remember saying that once. You weren't losing games last year 7-6. Like, he is totally capable. And when he says, somewhere in the recesses of my brain, I knew he could play well, exactly how I felt. Georgie had long stretches of play where he was playing maybe not elite level, but very good level of goaltending. It's just you needed a couple of right things to happen. And again, let's think about where you're at now. After game 2, you head back to Ball Arena where you were the best home team in the NHL with a 1-1 series tie. Mission accomplished as far as I'm concerned on the road. Now take care of business at home. And again, I don't want to sit here and say that I thought Georgiev was amazing last night, but he's exactly what he was needed to be, which is good. He was good.
You play like that, the series is 2-0.
By the way, I couldn't help but think about on the Parisi goal. What's his name again? The Jets play-by-play guy that we talked to, Paul Edmonds.
Paul Edmonds.
Do you remember what he said about Hellebuck? And
he cannot handle the puck.
If you were going to beat Hellebuck somehow, how would you do it? And he goes, the one thing that he still kind of struggles with is he doesn't handle the puck very well. And it's the first thing I thought about on that Parisi goal. Me too. Because that looked ugly.
He had a couple of those.
Yeah.
The Parisi's first chance where he was in the corner and the net was on. Hellebuck was on the other side of the ice. I don't know what was going on, but he is not great with the puck.
Well, he almost got beat. You remember early in that game, the Avs were shorthanded. And do you remember when I think it was Trennan gets the puck and fires it across the crease? And Hellebuck was just lazily taking his time. He was nowhere near the front of the net. And by the way, Val was in the middle, but he wasn't charging because he didn't think he was going to have a chance. But that would have been like you could have kissed the puck into the net without anybody touching you. But it's so bizarre. I think the way that texture, though, the way he put it is perfect. You know he's capable of this. You know he's capable of doing it consistently. It's just, it was at the worst time in the schedule he had this rut that he was playing in, and you had no time to waste. And I wonder if Juice was able to go, would he go? But now, don't have to worry about it. Georgie's starting game 3, no matter what happens.
And that leash extends just a little bit.
Just a little.
Just a little bit.
Not a ton, but just a little. Texture says the Parisi edition was so underrated. He's a stud. Glad he's on our side finally. I totally agree. And he just feels like an Avalanche, doesn't he? Just a guy who works hard, grinds things out, got skill, but totally and wholly capable of going out and playing a perfect, gritty brand of hockey. So, 303-504-0925, Shunt Mazda text line. I've seen this multiple times, and so I'm just going to say that this is true, okay? Because I haven't seen this, Marty, from like Woj, but it's a Nuggets fan, but I've seen this from a couple different Nuggets fans. So Nikola Jokic fan club is what this is from. Since acquiring Aaron Gordon in March of 2021, the Nuggets have never lost a regulation game against a Western Conference opponent at home in which the starting five starts and finishes the game. They're 38-0. So I know there's a whole bunch of details there. So it's
say it again.
Since acquiring Aaron Gordon, Western Conference opponents never lost a regulation game in which the starting five starts and finishes. So no injuries in the middle, no injuries going in. They are, according to this, 38-0 in that stretch. I'm trying to think about it. And I go, I think that's true. They've lost games, but at home they're very solid against the Western Conference. And a couple of games that they've lost at home this year, Marty, it was especially since the All-Star break, it was an overtime loss to Phoenix, right? So, I mean, whatever.
They lost to Houston at home.
Was somebody out in that game?
Our starters were Gordon, Porter, Jokic, Murray, KCP.
Did they finish the game? Did they all play regular minutes?
Gordon had 22 minutes. That's pretty light. So maybe he didn't finish.
Maybe he didn't finish the game. I don't know. Bottom line is this, though, Marty. It's what we said all along, and it's why I was just unconcerned with the Lakers. The best starting five in the NBA for 2 consecutive years has been the Denver Nuggets. And honestly, Marty, I don't think it's close. Like, people talk about the bench and not having Bruce Brown anymore, and does that hurt? Yeah, that hurts. But seriously, you look at roster construction, there's a whole bunch of different ways you can do it. You know, I'm watching Phoenix last night. And Phoenix has some incredibly talented players, don't they? Kevin Durant, Devin Booker, Bradley Beal. But here's the problem with that group. They don't have defined roles because their roles are kind of similar to one another. Devin Booker at his apex is a guy who handles the ball all the time and chucks up a lot of shots. But that's also Kevin Durant. And that's also Bradley Beal. Not one of those guys is looking to dish. They're looking to score. And I think it's really hard to put that all together. You know, when you think about some of those teams that were championship level that had sustained success, like Golden State is, and Marty, you've heard me make this comparison multiple times. I do think that the Nuggets are kind of on the same story arc as Golden State from 8 years ago. Struggled initially with a good group and a very, very odd and unique player that nobody's really seen before. Their version was Steph Curry. Yours is Nikola Jokic. But what was the rest of the team? They were constructed perfectly. They had one guy who didn't need to touch the basketball but could still score 30. That's Klay Thompson. They had one guy who didn't care about points at all and was just about punching people in the face and playing good defense. Like, if that's your trio to start with, you fill in the role players afterwards. And what are the Nuggets? Like, the superstar best player in the world who does everything and is going to finish as an all-timer. The second player who is a star, could argue, I think, superstar, especially in the postseason, who can get you a bucket when he needs to, but also doesn't need to handle the basketball, can play sort of an off-guard role. You got Aaron Gordon, who is basically your Draymond Green fill-in. I'll get some easy buckets around the rim, and I'm going to play amazing defense and hustle. But then you fill that out now with Michael Porter Jr., who is a sharpshooter and clutch in the most clutchest of moments. And then your fifth is KCP, who all he does is play amazing defense on 1 through 4 and knocks down open threes. Like, the team is constructed perfectly. You look at Phoenix, their names. But the style just doesn't work. If I told you between a trio of players, Marty, Durant, Beal, Booker, they would finish that playoff game with 52 points combined, the first thought you'd have is, how? They're all really good.
They should be taking 90% of your shots.
See, and this is where I give Tim Conley full credit. I still think the Twin Towers thing is really weird and wonky, and remains to be seen if that's truly going to work. But bottom line is, they have some of those aspects of what the Nuggets have now. A superstar in Anthony Edwards, a couple of really good role guys. You know, I would say a second star player in Cat. Really good. They have a defensive stopper and rim protector in Rudy Gobert. They have Mike Conley, the savvy veteran guy. And they have Jaden McDaniels, who's sort of another version of a KCP, right? Can knock down shots if he needs to, plays great defense, all of that. The team aspect, though, is so underrated. That's why the Nuggets, that's why they're in this position. It's why they could be on the precipice of some sort of dynasty.
Then why do NBA teams try to get 2 to 3 superstars like this? Any team James Harden goes to, the Nets tried it, the Sixers tried it. Like, why do teams do this? Just for star power? Like, because it looks cool?
Star power is part of it. If you want to know what I believe the main reason to be, this is why count your lucky stars here in Denver, everybody. What do you got to do when you get a superstar? You basically have to hand the keys of the franchise over to them, don't you? And what do they want to do? They want to play with their friends, who are really good basketball players. But they want to play with their friends. What does Jokic want to do? Just win. Go to work and win. Jokic is not going to sit here and be like, if you don't get me Kevin Durant, I'm leaving. Never happens. You know who is kind of doing that, by the way? Who did kind of do that? Giannis, of all people, who we thought was affable and won a championship. And Giannis went out and said, it was like, remember, over the course of this summer, it was before Lillard came over, obviously. But he's like, yeah, I want to play my whole career in Milwaukee, but if, I want to win. Like, he was doing that whole thing. Jokic would never do that, ever. And so it's less about building the proper structure of a basketball team and more about acquiescing to your superstar because you're scared to death that guy's just going to pull the trigger and leave one offseason. Look at the body language of LeBron James through 2 games of this series and tell me he's staying as a Laker next year. Like, I can't see it. Especially if they lose, let's say they lose, not even a sweep, Marty. They lose in 5 games to the Nuggets. That thing's going to get blown up over there. LeBron has a player option. You think he's going to sign up again to be a play-in team?
Where in the world would he go?
Wherever he wants. Here's the thing about him, though, Marty. He might turn 40 years old next year, but he's averaging 27 points still, efficiently. I truly believe if you're part of the Lakers organization and you've seen the games that you've gotten out of AD and LeBron in these first two, you're sitting there like, then we lose all the time to this team. Let me give you something real quick. Between their two stars, okay? Anthony Davis, LeBron James. LeBron through 2 games, 27 points, 7 boards, 10 assists is what he's averaging on 54% from the field and 55% from 3. Anthony Davis has 32, 13, and 4 on 62% from the field. They're 0-2. Like, I don't think there's any other scenario that they can look at that and be like, yeah, I think we're good. No, you're not, actually. And Jokic, who I don't know if you watch some of the, Marty, I go on YouTube to try and catch up with my Nick Wrights of the world just to see what they say after games like that. Now, Nick Wright didn't say this, but I heard Cowherd say it. I heard Skip Bayless say it. I heard all these guys. You know what they said? Oh, Jokic was kind of absent early in the game. And I go, he had a double-double in the first quarter. And I get that Jokic can make it feel that way sometimes. Like, Marty, how many times have we said, I didn't think Jokic was great, and then he's got like 32, 14, and 8? Jokic was 27, 20, and 10 on 9 of 16 from the field. I didn't do much in the first half, other than have a double-double to start the game, in the first, 9 minutes. But no, you're right. Slow start from the man, yeah. Now, Murray, absolutely. We all acknowledge that. Murray hit, 2 shots heading into the fourth? And then went nuclear.
And took a ton. He was like 3 of 14 at one point.
Right. But this is what I'm saying, as far as impactful numbers, I think that you feel what the Nuggets do more than any other team. Marty, you felt Murray in the fourth quarter. You just felt like, oh, God, this guy is not going to miss, is he?
I can feel it down in my plums.
So just for reference, by the way, in that Game 2 Lakers game, if your name wasn't Michael Porter Jr. or Nikola Jokic, do you know what you shot from 3?
Oh, wasn't it 0? 0 of...
0 for 20.
Yeah.
Everybody outside of Porter and Jokic went 0 for 20 from 3, and you still win. You can't think of a better recipe for a Lakers win, and they couldn't get it. So 303-504-0925. Shop Mazda text line. A lot to get to this morning. Stick around. I just saw up here, Marty, that a team from your stupid old hometown, Ryan Poles, is like, we aren't saying we're drafting Caleb Williams. Just, what are we doing here? Why does the first pick in the draft always do this? It's like, we all know who you're taking. In fact, can somebody help me? When's the last time that we've been day before the draft, an entire offseason, where we truly didn't know who the number one pick was going to be? When's the last time that happened? Like, give me the Rolodex of the last number one overall draft picks, please, Marty.
So going back to 2021, it was Trevor Lawrence. We knew that one.
Yep.
2022 was Trayvon Walker. Did we know that?
No. We knew that almost immediately before the draft, and the only reason I knew it was Trayvon was, if you looked at sports books, Trayvon Walker was like plus 110 to be the number one overall pick, and then 5 hours before the draft, it was like minus 8,000.
But we didn't know that months in advance. We had no idea.
That's actually, you know what? I totally forgot. Trayvon Walker. Yes, that was a surprise because it was between him and Hutchinson.
Aiden Hutchinson, yeah. And then next year, Bryce Young, CJ Stroud.
Bryce Young was pretty set in stone.
Yeah.
What about before that?
Before that was Joe Burrow, easy.
Yes.
Kyler Murray,
Yes.
easy. Baker Mayfield, that was...
The only thing with Kyler Murray was, were they going to get rid of Josh Rosen or not? And
Yeah.
then it became very clear that they were going to. So Murray was, what was before him?
2018 was Baker Mayfield. That was the Mayfield, Darnold, Josh Allen draft.
Mayfield was, well, maybe you're right.
I think that emerged like a week before. It was like, we're taking him. It's like, oh, okay, it's over then. But
Yeah.
we didn't know the day the NFL season ended.
Yeah, I think you're right. Go back to to 2010. Oh, did it stop there? Sorry.
No, I'm not looking it up the right way. Hang on. We got Sam Bradford, 2010.
Yeah, he was one.
2011 or 2009?
I was just saying go in reverse order from there, but whatever. Just give me a few more.
2011 is Cam Newton.
That was obvious.
2012, Andrew Luck, then RG3.
Obvious.
Eric Fisher, 24. Oh, this 2013 draft sucked. 2 offensive linemen.
So it was Fisher and who?
Jockle?
Oh, Luke Jokel, yeah.
Jokel, yeah.
Yeah, Fisher, maybe that wasn't totally no.
And then 2014, Jadeveon Clowney.
Yeah. Jadeveon Clowney was the number one pick for like 2 years, remember? And they're like, oh, does he sit out his final year of college so he doesn't get hurt?
Mm-hmm.
That's
Because he
how
made
obvious
one
that
tackle,
was.
yeah. And then Jameis Winston.
Which, yeah, that one was pretty obvious too. Like, there's only, I guess, a couple. So it was Trayvon Walker and Baker Mayfield a little bit, and maybe Eric Fisher, like that one. But we know, and I don't know why the Bears feel like they got to play this game. You traded Justin Fields. That's already done. Like, that happened. If they still had Justin Fields on the roster, maybe I'd buy what they're saying. But Marty, they tipped their hand.
They don't have who's their quarterback? Tyson Badgett, that guy that was
Bagent.
He was playing against Colorado School of Mines last year,
Yes.
2 years ago.
And then welcome to the league, buddy. Go out there and throw some picks for us. No, that's obvious. So we have, before we get to tomorrow, and we'll do the Broncos' actual mock draft selection. Who do we have today that's right before them? Because wasn't it the Vikings, but there was a trade, right?
But they traded back the Cardinals, who could be on the move as well.
Oh, because Marty doesn't have anything for
You
Arizona.
pick one. Who's the Cardinals super fan or someone from Arizona?
Arizona. Think. I would make Arizona's pick. I would make it J.J. Watt and just have you scream steroid. And not saying he took steroids, but he's a huge man. Like a steroid-voiced man, maybe.
What I tried doing was Tuco Salamanca because, Arizona, New Mexico, there wasn't much there.
What?
He has a lot of
tight?
Yeah, that's it. What am I going to just respond to that?
Who are you drafting? Heisenberg? Yeah, I don't think you can
Look
use
at
it.
that.
Look at that. So, by the way, in our mock drafts, guys, this isn't an actual prediction from us or Marty. It's just whatever he feels like he can make work.
It's a mock of a draft.
If Marty had his choice, he would just do Jimmy from the South Bronx every pick and have the Jets and Giants just keep trading up.
That's mock.
Exactly. Who would be in Arizona? Jake Plummer's from Arizona? but you like Jake, so you don't want to do an impression of Jake. Because all of these make these people look stupid. All right, so we'll have to wait and see. We'll do that around 9 o'clock this morning. Again, hell of a game for the Avs last night as they get one they sorely needed and hopefully a boost of some confidence. You head back to home where you were elite at home all year. Best home team in the NHL. And now you have a 1-1 series tie. Couldn't ask for anything more. Again,
Talk about that Miles Wood goal. Nobody knew what was going on for that one.
including Moj.
Yeah.
Because I don't know if you guys saw it. So he tweeted out last night that steel beam. And who the hell designs
Seriously.
an arena like this? I felt bad for Moj because, Marty, I say this, and I do not do this as some sort of suck-up move because I work with Mosier or, I'm biased. That I can't help because I love the guy. But I genuinely think Mosier is one of my favorite play-by-play broadcasters in all of sports. I love the energy that he brings. He sounds like he's just a fan on the couch that's as excited as you are. And he is. It's because he is. But when Miles Wood scores a goal, and it's huge, and it took, Marty, like 3 seconds for him to say score, I'm like, what? I was actually scared. I was like, did Moshe have a heart attack? Like, why is he not making the call? But it's because there's a giant beam that is literally outside of his viewing area that blocks the net from him. And everything happened so fast that he didn't see it. And I'm just like, why do people play in arenas like this? Why does this happen? I still got upset, Marty. There was I think it was at Wrigley. I got these seats to a Cubs game years ago. I was in Chicago for a work thing. And we're like, let's go to the Cubs game. So we go there and we just buy a ticket from like the ticket taker. We didn't do it online. We just went up and got a ticket. You know where my seat was? Directly behind a pole on the third base side. And I'm like, why does this seat exist? Like, do you need the money from this one seat, or can you just eliminate this one and have the seats around them?
Well, why do you think it was available day of the game?
Well, exactly. So what did I do? I just got up and moved and sat in other people's seats and hoped they didn't come. That's what I did.
At least Wrigley was built in 1914. This Winnipeg Jets was built in 2004. What's going on here?
Figure it out. Like, I heard Moj talk about it. He's like, this wasn't built for a hockey team. I was like, so what was it built for then? Because what else does Winnipeg have?
It says right here, nothing.
But seriously, what would you build an arena like that for if it wasn't for a professional sports franchise? I mean, I know you want like concert venues and stuff like that, but
I'm sure there's like minor league teams up there. It's probably built for a minor league hockey team, and they're like, "Oh, wow, we got a hockey team, NHL team back." They only held 10,000 to begin with, and they just built up.
So a texture says that arena was solely built for junior hockey. The Manitoba Moose use it. Well, you're in the big leagues now, boys. Get the beams out of the way so people can call a game. I missed out on one of my favorite things, which was a big goal scored in Mosher freakout mode, and I didn't get to hear it on one of the goals.
Score.
Exactly. Because, look, everybody was confused, though. Nobody's expecting, I don't even know how it happened that fast. Still, I watched the replay, and it's like, off the draw, and then the puck is behind Hellebuck, and there's just people raising their arms. So weird. But thank God. I mean, yeah, stay on your toes, head on a swivel. Big win for the Avs, though. We'll break that down with Moj coming up here in a few minutes. Got Jared Bednar at 8 o'clock this morning. Brady Quinn will be here at 7:30 to give us one little last look at the draft. Also, we'll talk to Legwell tomorrow, right? Day of the draft. The man
draft.
with the top 100, which you haven't it got released Saturday morning. If you haven't checked it out yet, I would. I literally use that thing as my Bible. Look at where your team drafts, and then look at his top 100, and you'll know exactly if they got the right value or not, because he's very good at that. You can watch the show live on Twitch, twitch.tv, search Altitude SR in the search bar, the Altitude TV simulcast, and that is the Safeway Twitch feed. A lot to get to today, man. We get a day off. No playoff games tonight before they kick back up. Starting Thursday, Nuggets, Lakers, Game 3. But what a win from the Avs. Tie this series up 1-1, take it back to Ball Arena. We'll break it down next.
Given off from McKinnon. 10 seconds to go. Sends it ahead. Here's Manson on a breakaway. He shoots and scores! Josh Manson! The defenseman played hide and seek. He was sprung by McKinnon, and the Avs have a 4-2 lead with 6.9 seconds to go in period 2.
I love the fan base, media members, people get really down on player X. Player X throws a game right in all of said people's faces. Georgiev, great last night. Defense in front of him, great last night. And this is kind of what we were talking about, wasn't it, Moj? The idea that as bad as maybe you felt and as unconfident as you felt after game one, the Avs could easily grab game two, take a 1-1 series tie back to Ball Arena where they're the best home team in the NHL and start to take control again. But God, was it good just to see one of those games where Georgie made some big saves in some key moments and was able to kind of springboard a little bit more of an exhale from Avs fans.
I completely agree, Kaner. And again, people will say, well, it's a one-off or, can he do it again? Well, I think he can. We talked about this in very simple terms yesterday. He's got the ability. He's going to throw up a great game sometime soon. When's it going to be? Well, it was last night, right? And all the pressure that he faced, all the angst and the anger and the social media badgering that he has received, maybe doubt from the teammates in front of him, maybe doubting himself. I have no idea. I'm not in his head, but he overcame all of that and played a great game yesterday. Now, I'd like to think that that's going to continue into Friday night. I don't see any reason why it wouldn't continue into Friday night. I think that's just a huge confidence builder, but you knew it was there someplace. And like I said, just go win a hockey game.
Yeah.
You guys have all won combined thousands and thousands of hockey games. Just go win a damn hockey game. And that's exactly what they did. Georgie played well. The guys in front of him played much better. Yeah, you got timely goal scoring again. And through 2 games, you've put 10 goals on the upcoming Vezina winner. It's got to make you feel good, Vittorio, coming on home. If the Avs, see, and here's the situation. With the way it was going for Georgie and for the Avs in front of him, if they had won game 1 but lost game 2 coming back home, okay, we'll see what happens here. But because they lost game 1 but won game 2 and put it together, now they're shifting home. I think that's an extra dose of momentum for 19,000 crazies at Ball Arena. I think it's going to be really, really positive for this team on Friday night and beyond.
Well, since Brett refused to accept responsibility to start the show, I'll go ahead and do that as the man of the operation here. We were dead wrong yesterday. And Mosier, you were right. And for us to question Jared Bednar's judgment on who is better for his team in net is another indication we don't know the team like he does. We will never know the team like the coaches do. Coaches do not want to lose. Coaches want to win. And coaches will do whatever it takes to win. So he believed Georgie had another shot in him, and he did. I believe Georgie was shot. So did you, Brett.
Oh,
we both did.
Look, I'm not trying to skirt away from any sort of opinion that I had beforehand. Yes, of course.
We were wrong. That's the lead story today. Wrong. We were dead wrong. He was right. Moj, you had every reason yesterday when I said you cannot go back to Georgie. Hell, put Gary, the inflatable friend, back in there. I used those words.
You did.
Bednar not only went back to Georgie. Georgie gave up a goal in the first period, and you're like, oh, geez, this is going to be ugly.
Yeah.
And the fact that he did that, it almost allowed him to breathe, to exhale. It almost allowed him to say, okay, tough part's behind me. Let's go.
Could I say the fortunate part just real quick, Moj, for him? Yeah. Let's say that Bednar wanted to make a switch. He couldn't. Juice is still out, and they just Prosvetov is still. He's not in Winnipeg right now. He's not there.
Prosvetov could have.
Prosvetov is here.
Oh, I thought I read yesterday that he was. Oh, did he get sent back immediately with the Eagles because they had some game or something like that? I thought he got sent back.
Well, he was I don't know. He was in the building last night. He was the backup goalie. I saw him after the game.
But I mean,
if they wanted to make a switch, they could have. They opted not to. They believed that Georgie could find it. He did. He found it. You know what? Can he find it again? That remains to be seen. Can he find it again after that? That remains to be seen. They will have options now if Eustace is no longer sick. The point is, we have to understand that coaches, they know the situation better than anybody. You could disagree with a coach. We often disagree with coaches. In fact, Coach is going to join us at 8 a.m. I plan on telling him the same thing. I said, I don't know where you found reason to believe in that goalie again, and how you found reason.
Vic,
and I'd love to get insight on that.
In your defense and in other people's defense, there might have been some of this going on from Coach Bednar. You cross the fingers a little bit. But again, he's a professional goalie, and he's a good professional goalie. And I don't care what you saw during the course of the regular season, any given game, he led the league in wins. Okay, he led the league in minutes. He led the league, unfortunately, in quality chances against, which means he was left out to dry a little bit. So he has the game in him. You knew he's not going to sit there and throw up sevens for 160 games in a row. Well, I mean, it's good that it was last night, though. Listen, the intestinal fortitude to overcome that. Vic, you talk about the goal, the first goal that he gave up, that goalmouth scramble. You're not even 4 minutes into the dang game. And Gustafsson, of all the people in the world, he puts it home. But Georgie got knocked down in his crease, and he's trying to scramble back, and there was blown coverage, right? Gustafsson came cruising in. Smart play by him. And then the Scheifele goal. Mark Scheifele is a world-class player. I'm going to say it. He's being checked by Jack Johnson. He's a right-handed shot, and his stick's in his left hand, and he turns the blade over back, the wrong way, and he deflects it up top under the crossbar. And you're like, man, I could give them that shot in practice 100 times, and he'd probably miss 99.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Or maybe one would go in. That one happened to go in. But the intestinal fortitude, boys, to lock it down from that point on, and he only got stronger and better, and the guys in front of him only got stronger and better. Man, that was not only a good rebound game for Georgiev, but a good rebound game for everybody in front, a confidence builder. You got the Mo heading home, and this is you're in good shape. You're in good shape. Of all the shapes you could be in after that first game, you're in a very good shape right now.
Now, I want to chase accountability this morning. Brett, I want you to say it, because I did. I was dead wrong.
I said that already. I said I was wrong. Now, I'll also say this.
No. Time out. No.
The way you just
Here's
said
your
it
problem,
in passing,
Brad. You're just like an ex-wife. Oh yeah, but sure I was wrong. Yeah,
no, Brett,
of course I'm sorry.
With the same,
you got to say it
conviction.
conviction.
With the same vigor and energy you used yesterday. That's what I'm doing.
Well,
I was dead wrong.
Hey, guess what?
You say it with conviction.
Hey, guess what? Vic was a little bit more vociferous in his criticisms and takes about
you
Georgie.
want to put it on me? I'll take
it. No.
Like I said, I got the shoulders, baby. I got them.
Here's
you
what
want
I'm
to run
telling you.
from this? I'll run. Go ahead, run.
Here's what
I'm
telling
going to tell you right now. This is what we're paid to do, offer opinion. And if you're not afraid to put yourself out there, that's fine. The coach will join us at 8, and he'll know exactly what we said. Trust me. Here's my retort, though. Somebody on the text line already said, guys, it was never a goalie problem. That was 3144. With all due respect, what the hell are you looking at?
Yeah, it was.
Of course it was a goalie problem.
It doesn't mean it's the only problem.
In front of him?
Yeah.
Did the team play poorly in front of him? Yes. But do not tell me it wasn't a goalie problem. The goalie was better last night. So was the team in front of him. Both things happened. But please don't insult us by saying it wasn't a goalie problem. Of course it was.
Here's the thing about Georgie, though, and this is what I think is really interesting, Moj. And I did mention this yesterday. I said, these are the exact words. No one is saying Georgie is trash. He's not a bad goalie. But he was suffering a confidence issue that was very clear and obvious, okay? Because go back to last year. What happened last year in the postseason for the Avs? They got bounced in the first round, right? Mm-hmm. Was any of the narrative Georgie wasn't good enough then? No, he was fine.
No.
He was fine last postseason.
Yeah.
Like, we all knew he was capable of this, right? But all of this mounting evidence, especially in Moj, this happened at the worst time, right? If he had this stretch in January, who cares? Like, figure it out, get ready for the postseason. It just came at the time where it's like, okay, well, you had a couple of big games late in the season against teams that you needed to beat in Dallas and Winnipeg, and they were disasters. And the first game was a disaster.
Yeah,
and so
you
it's
got
like,
torched.
how are you supposed to feel about that? So
No,
I give all
completely.
the credit. No, I give all the credit in the world to Georgie because I don't know if me as a human being, after having some of those issues, could come back and have a game like that because he made some massive saves.
That's why he's a pro goalie, man, and that's why he. It's hard to be in the National Hockey League as a number one. Heck, it's hard to be in period. I mean, there are guys who are as talented or maybe even more talented, but sometimes it's between the ears as much as it is between the pipes, and to suck it up. I thought, you know what I was most impressed with him last night? Man, I thought he battled hard.
Yeah.
I thought he kept battling hard. In fact, he battled even harder. It's almost like he got to the point where his back was so up against the wall, he's like, I'm just going to come out hooking. Whatever comes my way, I'm coming out hooking, man. Let's go. And the whole bar clears out because ain't nobody won any piece of that. That's what it kind of felt like he was doing. And he was composed. He was great. He was tracking the puck, but he made some dynamic saves, some active saves. He needs a pretty active goalie. I mean, you look at Hellebuck. He's not nearly as active as Georgiev is, and not nearly as demonstrative in his crease. And man, I could tell early on, Riker and I looked at each other, even after he gave it the first one, we're like, he's on tonight. He's okay.
Yeah.
He's okay.
Two things I love about sports, Moj. I love how narratives change on the fly. The narrative after game one is, Georgie's done. They got to make a change. The narrative flips now to, my God, Hellebuck. What do you do with him? What do you do with the best goalie in the game after he's getting tattooed after two of them? And then the narrative of this. This is why I love sports the most. This is my favorite thing. This is why when I was a little boy and I got introduced to sports, team sports especially, not individual sports as much as team sports. I think every kid should play a team sport. With all due apologies to tennis players, golfers, bowlers, I think you should play team sports because only team sports can teach this. Only team sports. I think the redemption story, when you have a teammate that's struggling and they find redemption, and the rest of that person's teammates pick him or her up after that game, you could see the glow in the players and the coach and how proud they were of Georgie and how proud he was of himself. And albeit it could be a one-off, I don't care if it's just a one-off. That story is my favorite part of sports.
Hey, Brett. Connor did the same thing that I did on the Miles Wood goal. It's right off the face-off, and typically in that end of the ice, I've got to scoot over my booth, and basically I got to lean on Riker to be able and look down like this to be able to see that end of the ice. Okay, I got to look down to my right and kind of crouch down a little bit because that building was retrofit for the National Hockey League. It was built for the Manitoba Moose, an AHL team. It was not built for the NHL. So they had to expand it, make it bigger, put in new booths and all that sort of thing. So now you've got to go up into the catwalks and all that. You've got to that's what you've got to do to make it NHL quote NHL ready. So I'm getting my card ready. The producer Lee will go, card 6. Sit on card 6. Because when we have a stoppage and play, I'm going to read card 6. So I'm getting that ready. The puck drops. I see it go to Miles Wood, and I go like this. I see him, and I look over like this. He scored like right off the draw. But my point is not me going, oh my God, right off the draw. What if Georgiev had let in that goal?
Exactly.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
You're right. All hell would break loose.
Hellebuck's 5-hole on the face-off was
wide open. He was wide open.
Eisenhower Tunnel. You know what I mean?
Yes,
and I think everybody knows exactly.
He said, "Come and get it."
Okay, but
it was not just him, but the defenseman or whoever was in front of him at the time.
Nobody was ready for that, and Miles Wood took advantage of it, and that was a great play, heads-up play by him. It came right to him. In fact, Colton didn't even win the draw. The Jets player won the draw, but it went right to Miles Wood, and it wasn't even like a bomb. He just he didn't muffin it, but it was sort of an off-speed pitch.
Yeah,
through the Eisenhower Tunnel.
It's great to see Miles Wood get rewarded because remember how long during the course of the regular season that dude couldn't buy a goal? Couldn't buy one. Could not buy anything.
He had like one in 26.
Yeah.
But this is why you trade for a Miles Wood, though, right, and put him as part of your roster. You're anticipating that you know what his motor is like, and boy, when the postseason rolls around, what do you need? Trennan forechecking on Hellebuck, who decided to go take a walkabout. Trennan forechecks him. Trennan got on him so quickly he made Hellebuck misplay that puck. Results in the Parisi goal.
Hey,
This is why you
Paul
go.
Edmond said something about how can you exploit Hellebuck. Remember what he told us? Make him play the puck. He makes mistakes when he plays the puck. And now I know he got surprised by Trennan coming down like a missile, but still.
Yeah, but these guys, this is why they're brought in. You see their specific roles and what they do well, and the conduciveness to postseason hockey. Now, look, we're only tied at one game apiece, but dang, it felt
big
good
tie.
to not. It's a big 1-1 going home. I mean, it really is. Could you conceive if Georgie plays that way, the Avs in front of 19,000 crazies in their own building? Getting a couple of games on the home ice. Can you conceive of that?
Yeah.
So,
the seed of doubt is still there, Moshe. The seed of doubt.
Of course,
Can he
but
do it again?
Let's get the positive vibes flowing, though, Vic. I'm a universe thread kind of guy. Let's get those.
Yeah.
Hey,
Well,
stop with
I'm
them.
not
Hey, stop. As Oddball would say in Kelly's Heroes, stop with them negative waves, man.
See, this is where you and I disagree on sports. I'm not a witch. You're not a wizard. There's nothing we could do or say that will change the play of a player. The players have to do it, and then we react to players. So when you get into this whole positive vibe business, I don't buy it, never have, never will. I tell you what I see. And what I see is a guy that came back and had a great redemptive story. Can he do it again? Can he do it again? I hope he can. I'm happy for him. I love what happened last night. Can he do it again?
8 o'clock this morning, Jared Bednar will join the show. I want to come back with some more Avs here. We got Brady Quinn also at 7:30. Give us a little preview of the draft, round 1 tomorrow. Get to all that next. That's the lucky sound of Tulatero, and lottery jackpots are just a few taps away when you have the Tulatero app. Get on-the-go access to official state lottery tickets and massive jackpots. It's an alternative way to participate in your favorite draws anytime you want, anywhere in Colorado. Forget those convenience store trips. Just go to your phone, download the Tulatero app, and use the code MAGIC to snag your free lottery ticket in the Powerballs tonight. An estimated $130 million jackpot is on the line. The lottery app, Tulatero, Tulotero. See if luck is on your side today with that free lottery ticket with the code MAGIC. Good luck. All right, Brady Quinn's going to join us shortly. We'll have Jared Bednar on the show at 8 o'clock this morning. But sticking with the Avs here, it is weird
I'll
to
be,
think...
I'll be bugging out here right when Brady starts. We're going to the airport. We got to clear customs. Just heads up, we're going in waves. I'm part of the first wave.
Neat.
Okay. All right. Well, Moj, let's get your last thoughts on this then, because I do think this is really interesting. Through 2 games in this series, and the conversation, at least around this town, has been, why can't Georgiev play better, blah, blah, blah. Through 2 games. Hellebuck has given up 10 goals. Georgie has given up 9. Isn't that weird? Because it doesn't really feel that way. But
if you take just a bird's eye view, Vic, I mean, which position would you rather be in? The number 1 goalie in the world who's given up 2, or excuse me, the number 1 goalie in the world who's given up 10, I should say, and it can't seem to find its game, and the Avs repeat, like I told you guys yesterday, or where the Avs are coming home with the momentum and your goalie has found his game. Like I told you guys yesterday, man, I think it's easier for the Avs to fix what ailed them in game number 1 than it is for the Jets to fix what ailed them. Yeah. The Avs inflicted their will on them 2 games in a row. 2 games in a row, the Avs have played Avalanche hockey up front anyway and inflicted their will in the offensive zone, and I don't think the Jets have an answer for it. Does that make sense to you guys?
Totally.
At least they don't right now. Now, they may find an answer. I mean, Rick Bowness is going to go to the grindstone today. There's no doubt they're coming to Denver today, too. They're going to put their nose to the grindstone. But, I mean, you can see what I see, right? You guys can see it.
Yeah.
Well, that's why even watching in defeat game 1, the Avs looked like the better team. They looked like the better team. The Winnipeg problems are different problems. The Avs, they were specialized problems. Like, we know what the issue is. They fixed it. For 1 game at least. They fixed the issue. For Winnipeg, I don't know what you fix. Like, if I'm a mechanic, where do I start with Winnipeg? Is it just Hellebuck? I have no idea. What do you fix there? They're getting beaten to pucks. They're not as fast. Everything about them, they can't keep up with the Avs right now. They can't.
How about this? Just to back you up, Vic, it feels like the Avalanche problems were disciplinary. Like they were staying disciplined in your defensive zone. Don't get lost. Don't lose your man. Hey, goalie, make a save. Like that kind of stuff. The Jets' problems in this series feel like talent issues. They don't have Nathan McKinnon. They don't have that guy. They don't have Cale Makar. They're good, but they don't have that level of talent. So if the Avs are playing their A game, it feels like the Jets are just going to be scrambling the entire time just to stay in it.
Listen, the Jets are still a fine hockey club because they're deep, they're well coached. They have a structure, though. I mean, every team has a structure, and every team has a system, and all this kind of thing. But I feel like when they get knocked out of their structure, that's when they're going to be in trouble. And they were fortunate to survive the Avs knocking them out of their structure in game number 1 because they scored 7 on our guy. They weren't fortunate last night. The Avs took it to them. You know, once the Avs got their footing there, and we're talking about a 2-2 game, Lehkonen again, a beautiful redirect. The pressure from Trenton on Hellebuck and the Parisi goal, you know, all this kind of thing. It just it should make you feel good. And then the heads-up play, Manson's coming out of the box.
Oh yeah,
and Velarde's coming out of the box, but the Jets completely forgot about him. And McKinnon digs it out of at the half boards, or he got it from whoever he got it from at the half boards, skates a little bit, and he threads a perfect needle on time to Manson for a breakaway. I mean, come on, man. That's high-end stuff, bro. Even Val's empty netter was freaking great with 2 guys on him and a backhand from no angle. Awesome stuff.
By the way, watching Josh Manson on a breakaway
look like a forward.
Moj, that happens. We just
Nathan McManson.
What? Oh yeah,
I said Nathan McManson. I mean, he looked great.
Dude, the hands.
That's like Haley's Comet. Manson's all alone by himself in front of a goaltender. That never happens. And then the finish, though. Like, what a finish.
What a finish, duty. I mean, he got Hellebuck to bite to his left, and then he came back and slid it inside the post. It was a great, dudes. It was a great goal, dudes. It was a great goal. I don't even know what else to say because they both came out of the box at the same time. They're both matching minors. They both came off at the same time. Velarde, of course, is here, but the puck's coming towards Manson's side. And as I said on the call, he played hide and seek. He just sort of jumped out, and the Jets didn't see him. Pew, off to the races. So good.
You said yesterday, by the way, Vic, you said, if the Avs are up 1 goal, how do you feel? Not confident. 2 goals, not confident. 3 goals, maybe. Well, I was surprised, actually, when the Avs went up 4-2 at the end of the second. I was more confident than I thought I would be in that moment.
Well, because you had 2 periods that you watched under your belt.
Yeah.
You're exactly right. And you saw what he could do after 2 periods. The opportunity for that game to slip away was after 1-0. And then you thought to yourself, oh, God, here we go. And I thought his most impressive goaltending came in the first period. Because I thought the one period where Winnipeg played up to standard and played as well as the Avs did was that first period. Do you agree with me, Moj? In fact, they outplayed him early in that first. And the fact that he only gave up a goal and it was only 1-0 is a credit to Georgie and the Avs, to be honest with you.
Yeah, the Jets.
It could have gotten
the Jets were throwing their haymakers in that first period. A complete flip to the script from game number 1. Avs withstood. They come away with the win. Hi to Brady Quinn. I'm heading to the airport here in Winnipeg. I'll see you when I get home, boys.
Okay, bye, Moshe. Let's head out to the Ramos Law hotline. Car accident, you need Ramos Law, medical doctor and attorney, ramoslaw.com. Brady Quinn joins the program. First of all, Brady, we'll break down the draft in a second, and thank you for joining us as always. So I saw this morning that Reggie Bush has been awarded his Heisman back. And I know you were a finalist that year. Did you and Vince Young and Matt Leinart just kind of share it before you have to give it back now? Like, do you have to give it back to him personally?
No, there was no sharing of it whatsoever. I believe that year it was just vacated, like many of the wins that they had after all of that were taken away too. So it's interesting. I mean, Reggie Bush in my lifetime was the best or greatest college football player that I'd ever played against and to this day have seen. I don't know that there was another player as electric. I don't know that there's another player who every time he got the ball, he kind of took your breath away. I remember when we were getting ready to play them in 2005, and he was in my recruiting class. So, like, my initial introduction to Reggie Bush was I called out there. Supposedly it was between us and Southern Cal. Obviously, Southern Cal, back before there was NIL, had a better NIL deal for him. But, I saw him at this U.S. Army All-American game, and we were on the East team. He was in the West team. And we beat the life out of him, like 50-3. So I really wasn't sure what to think. And, I was more, focused on playing as a true freshman and kind of getting everything all situated in South Bend. But before that 2005 USC game, the whole Bush push game, we actually sat down as an offense and watched the entire USC-Arizona State game because Charlie Weiss, our coach, wanted us to see how special not only, Reggie was, but their entire offense. Obviously, right. Matt Leinart at quarterback and all the players they had. And I remember watching it thinking, like, I've never really taken the time to sit down and watch an entire game of what that looks like. And I was like, it gave me chills because I was like, wow, this is a big-time challenge. Because you're not just playing USC's defense, which had star-studded defensive fronts and players and guys who were drafted in the first round left and right. You're playing their offense, too. You had to play both. And you had to be able to play a style of game that allowed you to have a chance to win when you didn't have that sort of talent on your side. And we came as close as pretty much anyone outside of Texas did that year. But that moment, I'll never forget sitting in the team room, watching him versus Arizona State, and every time he touched the ball, kind of taking your breath away.
You're so right about that. There are players from every generation, Brady, that when you watch them play, you're like, how do you deal with that? How do you stop that? For my generation, it was Rocket Ismail. I thought Rocket Ismail was the greatest college football player I'd ever seen. Every time you put the ball in his hands, he had a threat to score, a chance to score, played multiple positions. Reggie Bush was that player. Reggie Bush, I saw it with my own eyes like you did. But as long as we're on the topic of college football, I do have to ask you this. A lot of good is happening. That's one example of good. But this portal and the amount of people leaving schools and joining other schools, I'm going to tell you right now, college football is my second favorite sport. I hate it. I can't follow it. I don't know what's going on. I'm not a fan, and I'm not sure I will be a fan until the season starts. This is pathetic to me.
I can't disagree with your frustration with where college football is at. And really, college football tends to be the spark plug, however you want to describe it, that really runs college athletics, college sports. I mean, the realignments of conferences and teams within these conferences and how it's changed the landscape of college athletics has been led by football because it's America. We love football. The problem in saying all of that is college football has, unfortunately, with the transfer portal windows, has segued into almost being similar to college basketball, where, I remember when I was growing up, when guys had to stay in, they were either coming out of high school, which very few had the ability to do so. They stayed in for 3 years. Or maybe it was, 2 at some point. But it was just very rare you saw guys leave early.
Right.
And so you knew who these guys were. Like when you watched Grant Hill for Duke, you watched him, grow up through those years, the great Kentucky teams, and, anyone who you're going to point to. I kind of sit back and go, that's kind of what college football has done in a way, where in today's game in men's college basketball, you don't really know half the team because they're all new. They're the freshmen. They're guys who transfer. They're from other places. You have no idea.
And you don't know where they play, Brady. You don't know where they play. If you gave me the name of a college athlete that you could always identify a school, a team. Now, if you name an athlete, you have to think about it. Where do they play?
And that's the hard part is when you're a student athlete, prospective student athlete, and you're coming out of high school, you're creating your own brand, because that's what NIL is all about, and that's what everyone's pitching at every school is, how can you build your own personal brand, right? All these social media platforms and channels and stuff. And literally what you're doing is you're co-branding your brand with that school. But to your point is you're not doing any of that when you keep bouncing around and trying to take these money grabs from school to school to school. And so the easiest fix to me that would help solve a lot of this is the college football calendar, and it's the 2 windows for the transfer portal. Change it to the spring. The window's open right now. Leave 1 window for college football student athletes to be able to make a decision of if they're going in the portal or not. And I feel like this time of year is the most appropriate for a number of reasons. For starters, it gives you a chance to go through the spring, and you've got an idea heading into the upcoming season whether or not you're going to be a guy who's going to be on this roster as a starter, have playing time, contribute, whatever it is. And if not, you still have the opportunity to go in the portal. You can go enroll in the summertime for classes, start working out, start practicing, get ready for training camp, have the opportunity to win a job somewhere else then. And the issue with putting it where we've got it now in December when it draws into January is not only do you have an early signing period where now you've got more and more of the best freshmen who may be contributing coming in at that point in time, coaches are trying to navigate a season schedule, a now expanded playoff on top of that, as well as an early signing period, and now on top of that, what is essentially free agency.
Yep.
So if you get rid of that window, it allows schools to then focus on the early signing period for the high school student athletes, that portion of it. They can focus on the game, which really should matter most. And then come springtime, we can talk about free agency. Very similar to what we do as far as free agency, the draft with the NFL. Yeah. I have no idea why the powers that be don't look at the NFL model and go, well, we're not the NFL, but we're basically sprinting towards that. We need to have 1 window for free agency, and that would be it.
Brady, I do want to hit you with a couple of quick ones. We got about 3 or 4 minutes here about the NFL draft. If I ask you right now, over under 3.5 quarterbacks being drafted in the first 8 picks?
I would say over. I think McCarthy will end up being the fourth taken, and I think that'll happen somewhere in that top 8.
Do you think that the Broncos, by acquiring Zach Wilson, have changed any plans about maybe taking a quarterback in the first round?
Not at all. The question becomes, can they move up, and what can they give up to move up? Or do they let someone fall to them, or do they potentially overdraft a guy? Not saying that Bo Nix would be overdrafted, but he's one of those names. Michael Penix is another name. Depending on where those guys fall and go, do you stay put and take them? Do they trade up to take one of those guys, or do you feel like maybe you could still get them in a subsequent round? Maybe not. Maybe they view Spencer Rattler being more even with some of these guys who kind of got lost in the fray.
Can you see a world where Zach Wilson is the starting quarterback of the Denver Broncos next season?
I can. I think he improved a lot last year, but because they didn't get the wins to go along with it, it was hard to tell, and he already kind of, I think, hurt himself with the first couple of years, how he handled things. But I think he matured a ton. I think he improved a lot as a quarterback, just general quarterback play. And I think Sean Payton can work wonders with him. So I'm still optimistic on what he can be. I think this is a good situation for him personally to continue to develop and see what he's capable of. But he's got to continually, keep growing and progressing, because there's still those moments where, and then there's that first impression that he left in New York that's going to hang with him everywhere. Like, I kind of battled that through Cleveland, where once there's a first impression of whatever the people think you are or say you are, it's really hard to overcome that.
You talk about maturing. It's funny to me because the first overall pick is going to be Caleb Williams, and he caught a lot of flack, especially around the combine, for the way that he handled himself. Not doing tests, not doing medical evaluations, all of that stuff. Are you bothered at all with this supposed attitude problem or mentality problem with Caleb Williams, or you think he's okay?
No, I don't view it as that. I view it as him just basically saying, like, why do I have to do a bunch of medical tests and give other teams any sort of information on me unless it's absolutely necessary? And, there's only, if I go number one, there's only one team that really ultimately needs it, because only one team's going to select him. That team's probably going to be the Chicago Bears. So I got to be honest, when he decided to not do as much, I kind of thought to myself, dang, I didn't even know you could do that. Because everyone kind of goes there and just, they assume that this is what you have to do. Well, he kind of flipped the script saying, like, well, if you guys want to do a medical test on me and so forth, then do it when you bring me out for a visit. Why would I want to have to do it here at the combine for a bunch of teams that are like, hey, he's got a bad shoulder, make sure we maybe, take some shots at that when we get a chance to. And this is still football. I know we like to believe we wrap everyone up in bubble tape or bubble wrap, but the truth of the matter is teams still try to test out when guys have different issues or, injuries that are from the past.
Are you ever going to come out to Denver to watch your brother-in-law play playoff hockey? What are you doing?
I know. I would love to. We're trying to work on a bunch of that right now. With 4 kids, that becomes a bit difficult. It's obviously a journey. It's not like a vacation or a trip. It's like, I know we're not on the Oregon Trail, so we're not like in a horse and buggy in a wagon, and like we lose people along the way. But it still is a lot if we're flying United to have to fly that airline out to Denver and back and expect to all make it back in one piece. I'm just saying.
Has anybody ever had dysentery on Southwest?
Yes, I have.
Here's the thing about Southwest. I have the biggest issue with their boarding process, okay? It is a cattle call.
It is.
Literally. Like, wow,
I love it.
Over here, everyone on
I enjoy
and they just kind of shove you onto the plane, and they're like, get in a seat. They throw snacks and peanuts at you. We don't need this anymore. Like I used to deal with that because the flights were so cheap. Back when they had locked in their future gas prices, they used to have the cheapest tickets. So I'm like, you know what? I'm going to put up with this. Nowadays, I'm tired of it. All right, I don't want to be treated like cattle to be shoved on this tube that's flying 30,000 feet through the air in an uncomfortable seat that's not even in a clean airplane, and then have to listen to these flight attendants tell awful jokes throughout the course of the flight.
That's the part that drives me nuts, Brady. It's like, I'm not here for comedy hour, dude. Shut it down. Shut it down.
Yeah, the last thing I want is the person who might be helping to save lives at some point telling jokes. That's not what I care about. Like, I want you standing there looking like you're very spry, and you have. If anything breaks out, you can defend this plane. You can help someone out, do CPR, something. I want you to look like that, not like someone who's like going to be up the next stand-up comedy at the what's down at the Tech Center? Is it the Comedy Club? What's the
Comedy Works.
Yeah,
the Comedy Works. Like I don't want. I wouldn't want you to land and be like, "Hey, come see my show in 3 hours at Comedy Works."
I actually love the idea of them actually literally throwing peanuts at you, like unpackaged individual peanuts, just right when you get on the plane.
Last time, we literally take up an entire row across the plane with our family now because we've gotten that. Yeah. We've been blessed enough to get that big, but I'm always inundated with one or two kids. And the last time, I swear to you, like these peanuts are just hints. This little snack mix they've got is just hitting me in the chest. I'm like, I didn't even want this. Like, I don't want my kids eating this. I don't want this. Like, can you at least ask next time before you pelt me in the face with this?
Brett, but Brady, I want to say, your family of 4, the kids, probably a tired man's worst nightmare. There's nothing worse than being tired on a plane and you get the loud family sitting next to you. And I'm sure you're embarrassed. You're trying to quiet them down and you can't.
I've got to say this about my kids and obviously my wife. She's the MVP. Like, they are all like trained, and we make sure to let them know after every flight the ranking order. We're like, you were 1, you were 2, you were 3, you stunk, you were 4. Every single
Here's some
flight,
peanuts.
we let them know. Yeah, no, not even peanuts. We're like, there's no reward. It's only punishment. So we take something away from them at this point. So you won't have this on the trip back if you're bad on the way there.
Brady, you're the best, homie. Thanks for the time, buddy.
Yeah, go Avs, guys.
All right,
Take
Brady
care.
Quinn on
That's
the
so
Ramos
good.
Law Hotline. It's
He's
perfect.
so right, though.
Yeah.
You're just laying there, and all of a sudden, just bags of peanuts hit your chest.
I didn't say anything. How do you know I want this? All right, got to take a break. Back into this. So all in all, the Denver postseason has featured 3 wins out of 4 games, and I will accept that. I will take it. Avs head back to Ball Arena Friday, Game 3 with a 1-1 series tie. We'll talk to Jared Bednar in 10 minutes about that, about Georgiev's performance, and what the expectations are moving forward.
Brett, and I know we just touched on it with Brady Quinn, who was tremendous as always, but yesterday news comes down that another player leaving CU via the transfer.
Dylan Edwards.
Dylan Edwards, a big name freshman who was signed last year and 5-star and all this business. And I get it because they're having guys come in to replace the position, and I'm not worried about bodies there. But the thing that I'm worried about with college football, I can't follow along, Brett.
Yeah.
I don't know who plays for whom anymore. I don't know. Like, if you're a CU fan right now, unless you're in this business and you're really following, roster movement and you're in that craft, how in God's name do you know who plays for your team?
I have no idea. It's impossible. Like
it is college football for me, and I hope I'm not speaking with too much hyperbole here. It's ruined college football in the time being. Now, it will fix itself. It will. It will tune itself up. It will. But right now, I have no idea who plays for what team, and it's all stupid.
I was blown away at this, Vic. It was, I spent most of my life in Nebraska. I spent most of my radio career up until here in Nebraska. And you follow everything that happens with that one team that's there. And Vic, it was a year and a half later. Football's on. I'm looking at that Nebraska team, and I'm like, I don't know who the hell these people are. It's been a little over a year, and I know nobody on this roster. It's crazy.
Brad, I watched a little bit of the blue and gold, the Irish spring football game. No clue who the hell plays for that team.
Yeah.
No clue.
By the time you get to know the players, the season's done. And then it's like, well, a brand new bunch is coming in. Yeah.
And then everybody's leaving. And then everybody's coming. And then they're just shifting across. I'm not blaming the players. Don't get me wrong. This is not an indictment on them. They're doing what most players would do. If my son were in that position, I'd probably advise him to do the same damn thing. Go to your best opportunity. So it's not on the players. It's the fact that we are now drinking through a fire hose. We went from nothing, a little trickle. We were in the desert looking for a drink, please. And now they just turned on the freaking fire hydrants. I can't follow the sport, and it's ruining the sport. And I'm mad because I love that sport so much. I know you do too.
Yeah,
we are two big college football hounds. It's stupid.
Like, I think about the situation in Texas right now. So Texas, at their quarterback position, has Quinn Ewers, who is seen as a probably a first-round pick, what he declares for the draft pick, and they have Arch Manning. And Quinn Ewers just had a good year last year.
Yeah.
And he might, have to transfer because they're going to play Arch. And if they don't play Arch Manning, maybe he's going to transfer. And it's just a mess.
Hey, let me ask you. The CU basketball team went to the NCAA tournament. Do you have any idea who's playing for CU basketball next year?
No. None. How could you?
I mean, you have to do investigative work to figure that out. You do. Unless you're like a real big-time CU honk.
Yeah.
It's stupid. It's stupid. I don't have a solution. I feel stupid for not having a solution. I don't have one. But you cannot tell me, football fans, basketball fans, college fans, you cannot tell me this has not impacted the way you follow the sports. It has for me.
Mm-hmm. No, it totally has. And just to reiterate something that you said, because I totally agree. Vic, if I was an athlete in college athletics right now, and I wasn't going to play, I'm transferring. I'm finding an opportunity to play somewhere. Hopefully, snag some NIL money somewhere. Of course,
right?
Of course.
You're doing what's best for you. Hey, isn't the CU spring game this weekend?
I think it is. Yeah.
Okay. So last year it was sold out. I went to the game last year. It was sold out. I don't think they're selling out this year. I checked, they sold.
I thought they did.
Somebody help me out. Last I checked, I thought they sold like 19,000. I don't know why. I don't know what the hype is. It's gone. It's gone.
It's going to be close, maybe. But remember, they're having a Lil Wayne concert the day of. Like, I think it's probably going to sell out for people who just want to see a concert also while they're there.
Okay.
Um,
By the way, that's a smart move by
Yeah.
Dion. You may not like some of his tactics, but he's turned the spring weekend into an event, which is wise on his part. That's very wise. But I'm talking about the game itself.
Sure.
I don't know who plays for your team outside of Shador, Travis Hunter, Shiloh, and a couple dudes they just added.
mhm.
I don't know who plays for you.
Yep. And it does make it tough, man. This is like watching a TV show and you have new actors in the same roles every year. And you're like, but what if you really liked, like Marty, you and me have talked about, or Vic, you watched the show. Remember how good True Detective season 1 was?
Yeah.
And then nothing's been the same?
No, they switched it out and it just wasn't the same.
And I know that's the point of the show, but still, it's like you had something great, and you're like, all right, I can follow along with this. I love the story. I love the guys who are acting in it. And then it's something brand new, and you're like, I don't like this anymore. It's not the same.
You know, for old guys like me, it's like watching Three's Company, and they kept messing with the cast of Three's Company. When they replaced Suzanne Summers, it wasn't the same. Or watching MASH. When they replaced B.J. Honeycutt, it wasn't the same.
Mm-hmm.
You can't replace people we rely on. Look at Marty looking at me like he has no idea what I'm referring to.
Well, when Honeycutt left, I mean, it wasn't right. It just wasn't the same.
All right, let's get to a break now so we leave plenty of time for Jared Bednar, head coach of the Avs, coming off a big win yesterday. Series tie 1-1, heading back to Ball Arena on Friday. The head coach joins us next. All right, let's head out to the Ramos Law Hotline and talk with the head coach of the Avalanche, Jared Bednar. And, Coach, first of all, congratulations on the win, but inquiring minds want to know. Mosier had to leave the show because he said he was in the first wave of the travel group. Are you in the elite wave of the travel group? Is that what it is?
Yeah, he has to go early. We don't leave for another half hour or so. It has to do with Canadian customs. You gotta go through the terminal and clear customs and all that. And sometimes there can be a line, so we try not to put too many people over there at the exact same time. So he has to go early and keep our seats warm.
Yeah, just say he's not elite. That's all it is.
Get the scrubs out of the way first. That's how you handle it.
Coach, let's just start off with the topic of the last couple of days, which was confidence in Georgiev. And for him to come back and have a game like that in Game 2, tie this thing up 1-1 heading back home. Did you guys know that Georgie had this in him, or was there any doubt whatsoever? Or how did you feel heading into Game 2 with him?
Well, I think there's always doubt in like going into a game, and I think it's okay to have a little bit of doubt, even like in teammates and yourself. Like you have to go out and prove that you're capable of beating the Jets, and that goes for Georgie, other players, our whole team. Like it's not up to the Winnipeg Jets to adjust to us until we can prove that we can beat him, right? But there's no question we always knew that he had it in him. Like we've seen him do it. I mean, he led the league in wins, right? So as critical as everyone is about Georgie recently, and some of it is warranted, it's still at the end of the day, he led the league in wins, and he's been winning for us all year long and playing, solid games for us all year long. So, I'm just really proud of him that he was able to go and put out that type of performance under that type of pressure, under that type of criticism. I think it takes a tremendous amount of mental toughness and resilience to be able to focus back in on what you need to do in your process and then play a rock-solid game like that and get us a huge playoff win on the road. Because, like, in the first period, we gave up some huge chances that we didn't like, and he gets scored on early, and he just stuck to what he needed to do and was really focused and committed to playing his game. And our team responded in front of him and noticed that and played a really good hockey game in the final 40 minutes.
Let me ask you a question, Coach, and I feel stupid asking it because a coach has conviction and a coach believes in his players and a coach does what's right for the team. But when you hear all the negativity and all the noise, social media, the mighty talk radio format, when people are so against a certain decision, and many of us we were like, how do you put that guy back in there? How do you just say, screw all that, I'm going to go with this move, and I know what's right with my team? How do you put all that aside?
Well, it's just the knowledge that we gather around the room, in our locker room, with the other coaches. And it's like this like that made all the time. It's not unique to us. It's not, obviously this is a huge one, right? Like when you're not winning, you're going to take the criticism, and your starting goaltender as the last line of defense is going to take the criticism, right? And again, like I said, it's not all unwarranted. I get what, like I've been frustrated sometimes with Georgie's play, but like we know that he has the ability to win us hockey games. That's the thing, right? And he, when you talk to him and, there's frustration in his game is, and I understand it, but, that's why, like, being able to work through that and see that performance, I think this could be huge for him. Like, because the focus on his process yesterday was incredible, or for the 2 days going into this game. He knew it was a huge win, and he played lights out, So, being able to sort of draw back on the last couple of days here moving forward, I think could really help him. And our team dug in and played really well defensively in front of him. And, that's really exactly what it's going to require in order to keep winning hockey games in the playoffs. And now we've done it once, and we've got to do it 15 more times, or I don't know, 3 more times here just to get out of this series. And then, we reset and go again.
All right, last question on goalies for me, I promise. So the follow-up would be then, is it Georgie's job? If Juice is healthy, is he in the equation? Or is this, hey, man, he's found it, we're sticking with him?
Yeah, I mean, you'll have to watch on Friday and find out.
I love that answer. I
That's
love
all
it.
I can give you.
I love it.
It's playoff time now, Vic. It's playoff time. No preferential treatment.
Okay, can I ask you it a different way? Tell me your deepest, darkest secret, Coach. Head coach of the Avs, Jared Bednar, with us. So, Coach, one other thing, let's go the opposite side here. There's a guy who's probably going to win the Vezina that you're facing right now, and you've got 10 goals on him in 2 games. What's been successful? What's been working for you?
Well, I'll put it simply. That's as highly competitive as I've seen our forward group as a whole, maybe the entire year of the last couple of games. Game 1, our forwards were so competitive and fighting to the net and committed to what we feel like we need to do in order to beat the Jets. And it wasn't, 3 guys or 4 guys or even 11 guys. It was all 12 forwards, just highly competitive in what they do on the offensive side of things, and we got rewarded. And the challenge is now you come back in game 2 and you lost. You got to bring it even more. As well as we played in certain areas of our game in game 1, we still didn't win. So you got to push even harder and try to be better. But they were competitive around the net, getting to the net, physical. Forecheck was rolling in both games. It was impactful, and we got to continue to do that. Can we sustain our game and get to that game and sustain it longer, harder, and smarter than the Jets? That's going to be the question we have to prove to one another in our locker room, and that's what's been successful. I mean, you watch those guys play, watch Wood, Colton, and Kivy Ranta play the last couple of games, and see how competitive they are and how hard they're fighting to the net for rebounds, screens, tips, like the Parise goal last night. It's relentless work in order to try and have success.
Yeah, it was so cool to see Miles Wood rewarded last night. He was so close during the course of the regular season. But I want to talk about that 4th goal, because that was a thing of beauty. That was artistic. For the tic-tac-toe approach, Josh Manson to break loose like that. Can you go, just how does a goal like that develop from your eyes?
So I missed the start of it. I haven't seen it on replay yet.
No way. You had the same view that Mosier did on most goals with the beams out there. Yeah. So yeah. I saw Lecky dig it out of the corner.
Right, and I think he got it to Mac, who threw it up there. That down that side, when everyone stands up and looks on the bench, or their players do, it originated in the bench side corner, and it's hard to see. We have the glass partition in the way, all their coaches and everything. So, and the next thing I see Nance and someone on the bench was like, hit him. He came out of the mud, and all of a sudden the puck arrived. And I want to say it was Lucky dug it out, and Mac. It's just awareness, intelligence, hockey IQ. He throws it out and hits him right on the tape. And here's the thing, that's a pretty good goalie, and that's an elite move to make the stutter step and fake it and then go 5-hole. Huge goal. And I was really happy for Manson. You get the first game, Mance played so hard. He was impactful on the offensive side of things, and he made a couple mistakes on the defensive side of the game, right? And they led to goals against. And to see him and Georgie on the podium last night, and just listen to him talk and how they approached the game, that they wanted to be better, and they were focused in on what they needed to do, and were tuning out all the noise. For those guys to be up on the podium after the game last night, after helping us, making the biggest impacts to help us win, I just thought was outstanding, and they deserve it. And like I said, we got to go try and repeat it again.
Well, and that's what I love from last night, Coach, is that, the playoffs start and you're like, all right, I want my superstars to play well. But the goals you get last night are from Josh Manson, it's from Zach Parisi, it's from Lehkonen. Val had the empty netter, he had Miles Wood tack one on. It's like you said, the holistic approach from the forward group and a whole bunch of different guys. Getting some of that supplementary scoring from some of the other dudes helps so much, especially against a guy like Hellebuck.
Oh, you gotta have it. You have to have it because you start on the road and they put their 5 best defenders on the ice against McKinnon, Ratton, all night long, and that's their. In reality, when you're playing against Mac, Nico, and Kale and all those guys. They're just trying to keep the puck out of their net. They're going to do everything they can to keep the puck out of their net. They don't have to try and go score. They're just like, we need to tie that matchup 0-0, and then that gives us our best chance of success. Like teams will approach it that way, and so that's what they do. So even if you're a scorer and you're an elite player in the world, when someone's just focused on just not letting you score and they're just going to stay between you and the net all the time, they're not trying to score, they don't need to try and score, then you're probably going to be successful at that job. You're still the stars in the other team are still going to get their handful of chances. They're going to have the puck a little bit, but if you just keep working in between them and the net, and you've got a really good goalie, it's going to be difficult to score. So that's part of their plan, I would guess, and so then the scoring has to come from somebody else, and the team stepped up over 2 games and done a nice job of that.
Coach, how would you compare the Winnipeg crowd and just the arena experience to what you're going to have Friday night in your own place?
Well, we're going to find out. I would say the Winnipeg crowd, I remember, it's hard to go back a year and just be or 2 years and be what was our crowd like? It's always been fantastic, the support that we've gotten around Ball Arena, the excitement from the city, how they've embraced our team, how they've recognized the work that's gone into putting up a 50-win season again, and the excitement for the playoffs. They've been it's hard to even put it into words how good our crowd is. That crowd in Winnipeg, though, last night and the night before, it's electric. It's one of the best that we've gone to on the road. There's no question. So it's going to be fun to come home and see our fans try and top that, because it was they have the white out on the fans before even they got the street party. It's I think Canada right now is really excited because it's been 30 years since the Stanley Cup's come to Canada. They have all their teams in it, and they're all really good teams with a chance. And, some of the fan bases are buzzing, and not just because it's their team, but because there's so many Canadian teams, and they want to get the Stanley Cup back to Canada. And, so we're going to do our best to make sure they can't do that, and our fans are going to be a huge part of it.
I think I know the answer on this, Coach, but when you get back in front of those fans on Friday, could you see Sammy G or no?
We could. Yeah, we could. We don't know yet, but he's improving, and obviously having the extra day in there could really help too.
Hey, last one for me. When you double shift McKinnon, you do that based on instinct, or does he give you the nod? Let's go. I'm ready. I'm good. How do you approach that?
You got a little bit of both. Yeah, a little bit of both. When our team has a couple good shifts, or a shift that's say it's in the second period by our bench, and that line that's on, I'd say McKinnon's not coming up next, but we've got a line that's buzzing in there and kind of wearing down their team, and it's a long change. And Nate recognizes it. I recognize it. We're just sitting there watching. We're like, this is a good shift. They've had him in there for 30, 40 seconds, and they're buzzing. That's just cue the opportunity to cancel the next line I had coming, and then jump Nate's line back out and see if we can get a tired group. And that's what I mean. The team all four lines build your goals, right? Like you got to build a goal sometimes. It's not just one play. Yeah, we scored, great. It's you got to build it. You got to wear somebody down. You got to get them on a long change. You got to, sustain some ozone time with hard work. And then all of a sudden, if you can get Nate flying out there against their third or fourth line and a tired group, and you jump them out there, they're elite at managing the puck and trying to create those scoring chances out of those situations. And so they get a lot of success that comes from the setup line in front of him sometimes, and so he'll tap me. We just watch all. There's a handful of different things that we're looking for to try to get him out there to double shift him.
And then finally, Coach, if Eustace still isn't healthy by the time that Friday rolls around, is Prosvetov will he stay the backup until he is back healthy? No question. He's the most experienced other guy besides Noonan, and he's played for us. He's been around. He's done a nice job with the Eagles, winning them hockey games, getting them home ice in the playoffs, which are starting this week. So if Eustace can't go, it will definitely be Prosvetov. Gotcha.
Well, congratulations, my man. Some tense moments there. These are not easy decisions to make amid a playoff run, but you stuck with your guy. You took 1 out of 2, and that's what you wanted. And now you're back home. So can't wait to see you guys on home ice Friday night.
Yeah, thanks, Vic. Appreciate it. Thank you, guys. We'll talk to you later.
All right, Jared Bednar, head coach of the Avs, who joins us every Wednesday at 8 o'clock, and will continue throughout the course of the postseason. All conversations with the coach brought to you by Premier Members Credit Union. Better banking starts with Premier Members Credit Union. Stop by your nearest branch or visit becomepremier.com to learn more about the artisans of banking. And Quantum Fiber, your world unleashed. Learn more at quantumfiber.com.
So do you think he's playing coy with what decision he has in place goalie-wise? When I asked him about, all right, will Juice be healthy, first of all, and what does that do? Does that give you an option to go back to him, and he wouldn't unveil his decision? I think part of that is simply, listen, it is the playoffs.
It's playing a
Why
game.
would we give our opponent any information here?
Now, here's what's funny, Vic. If you asked the exact same question and Georgie gave up 6 last night, I probably would think differently about that answer. But because he played well, I think he's just playing coy. You know what I'm saying? Like, I think this is just a game. After game 2, Vic, wouldn't you be shocked if Friday rolled around and Juice was healthy and then he gets the start? Because I would be. I'd be shocked.
Yeah. And I'm glad, again, coaches have to be steadfast, and they have to be emotionless. And they have to be that emotionless rudder that's in the sea with waves crashing everywhere. Those of us who are emotional, I'm raising my hand, we looked at the situation and said, oh! He looked at it and said, no, calm down. Calm the hell down. We're going to stick with him. And he was right. He was right. Now, it doesn't mean it's fixed. It means he was right. And it means he knows best. He knows his players better than the rest of us do.
He's right in this sense, Vic. You got exactly what you wanted out of 2 games in Winnipeg. You got a split. That's what you wanted, right? Like, of course, in a dream world, you take both of them on the road. But ideally, what every team hopes for when a playoff series starts, you go on the road, you take 1 of 2, come back home, put yourself in the driver's seat. And that's what they've done so far. Now, on that subject, though, Vic, I wonder if Juice is available if anything's handled differently. I truly, I guess we'll never know, and maybe he would have done this regardless of that. But it did make the decision a lot easier because you didn't really have a backup option. Like, you call up Prosvetov, and then he just throw him in game 2. That's about as tough of a situation as just going back to Georgie, right?
Yeah.
So all of that kind of goes into it. But, yeah, he gets to be right this morning.
Well, he mentioned the scene in Winnipeg, and it is crazy. They get into it. And it's a smaller arena. It's not as big as Ball Arena. But when Mosier tweeted out that photo of him from the press box.
Ridiculous.
He's got a huge beam in front. Do you know how sick I would be trying to call a game from that high? By the way, because you're looking straight down on the ice practically. I'm afraid of heights. I don't know how he did it. I don't know how they sit up there and call a game.
if I go 300 level up Ball Arena, and I remember one of the first games I ever watched when I moved here. It was ironically, Vic, the last Philly game in which Embiid played here. So you remember that big comeback? The Nuggets were down huge in the second half, like 20-some points. They come back. Jokic hits the game winner. I was like 2 rows beneath the very top of the 300 level. And I remember I went down to go get a drink or something like that. And I was walking down the stairs horrified. Like, if I trip, I'm just going to tumble over the bars and I'm going to die. Like, I'm just going to fall.
This is different. Those seats are fine. I'm talking about some of these arenas. I think San Jose's built the same way, where the press box, the radio booth, it is literally, if you go over the railing, you die.
Yes. It's like watching from a blimp is what it would feel like. 303-504-0925. So, a lot to get to. Vic, I don't know if you can confirm this or not, but I saw, if this is true, one of the most mind-blowing stats regarding the Nuggets that bodes well for another potential championship run that we'll get to next. All right, just had a conversation with the head coach of the Avalanche, Jared Bednar. If you missed that, it'll be on the podcast shortly. But said a couple of different things about just working hard. And let me tell you something, Vic. It was noticeable last night. Like the amount that they were finishing checks, that they were diving in front of loose pucks, that guys, there's bodies on the floor to try and block a pass. Like there was so much of that last night. And I think that's the effort that you needed in front of Georgie just to give him a little boost too.
You know, it's funny. Every time you say that, and I mentioned that a lot, just the want to and the hustle in a hockey game can carry so much weight. And every time you say it that way, some hockey elitists might say, well, you don't know what you're talking about. There's more to it. There's strategy. Yeah, of course there's strategy. Of course there is. But at the end of the day, I don't think there's a sport out there. And maybe I'm simplifying this. Help me out. I don't think there's a sport out there right now that is impacted more by just pure hustle, grit, and determination than the sport of hockey. Especially come playoff time.
Yeah, I think so.
Would you agree with me on that?
Yes. Because it can affect every single second.
Everything. If you, like in basketball, if you just go mad, crazy hustle, at the end of the day, there's nothing you can do to out-hustle Nikola Jokic. He will inevitably get you.
Now, there are moments like Aaron Gordon's offensive rebound that he kicked out to MPJ for the three. That's 100%. A hustle play that had a huge 100%. Impact, but it's not like there's moments where that stuff matters. Hockey is like every second that you're out there for 60 minutes. If you do that, it impacts all the time, constantly. So I'm with you on that. And I thought they did an amazing job yesterday just doing that, where it just looked like everybody was going full bore, pedal to the metal, whatever I got to do.
It didn't start that way, and that's why it was so impressive to see Georgie withstand. Even after he gave up that early goal, it's 1-0 after one. You almost had the feeling, God, as hard as Winnipeg came out, the fact that it's only 1-0 is a good thing.
Well, they went out. They only had like 2 shots 13 minutes into the first period. Now, part of that, didn't they take 2 penalties early in that first? And so they couldn't get in a rhythm?
Yeah, they just couldn't get out of their own end.
Yeah.
Couldn't get out of their own end. And then once the game flipped and they found some breathing room, it changed entirely.
So a couple of things here that I wanted to point out from the Nuggets. And Vic, this isn't from, look, I'm not disparaging this Twitter user, but this isn't from like Woj. So I'm just going to trust that this is true. I've seen this in multiple places, and maybe you've heard something like this. Correct me if this is wrong. So this from Nikola Jokic Fan Club on Twitter, but I've seen this from multiple places. Since acquiring Aaron Gordon in March of 2021, the Nuggets have never lost a regulation game against a Western Conference opponent at home in which the starting 5 starts and finishes a game. They are 38-0.
I've heard this stat before, and I think it's wrong because they lost a game earlier this season to Houston or OKC in which the starters started. Now, I don't know if
Marty looked it up.
Finished.
Marty looked it up.
Okay.
It was the Houston game
where
all 5 did start, but Aaron Gordon only played 22 minutes. And so I don't know if he left that game early or
now
what.
We're going into the weeds.
Exactly.
Right? We're going into the weeds here.
But I only bring that up to say this because I watched Phoenix last night. And there is a massive difference between the way Phoenix and the Nuggets play basketball, which is this. Mm-hmm. The Nuggets are such, especially that starting 5. You want to talk about perfect construction of a basketball team. I really don't think it gets better than this. Because when I watched Phoenix last night, what I saw was 3 incredibly talented, amazing players who do the exact same thing. Every one of them. They have to handle the basketball. They have to huck up a lot of shots. And last night, those 3 combined for 52 points in a loss. Again.
Well, it's so funny you say that. I look at the Nuggets and I see compatibility. I see a team, a starting 5 that's malleable. They can change to the conditions, to the climate. If it's cold, they'll wear their jackets. If it's hot, they'll go into their Speedos. It's just they have the ability to adapt to any game. Don't look at me like that, Marty. I know you didn't like the analogy.
There's different options. You don't have to do that.
I know you didn't like the analogy one bit, but the malleability of the Denver Nuggets, especially come playoff team, Phoenix Suns cannot handle Minnesota's size. It's obvious.
Yeah.
They're like overwhelmed by it. They can't handle the size. They're getting beaten up down low. See, the Nuggets can play that game. They can also play the other game. They can play the shoot outside game. Phoenix cannot. Phoenix can play one game. So I'm a bit stunned that Phoenix is getting manhandled.
Yeah.
I really thought
Like,
Phoenix
it's
would win
not
that
close.
series.
It's
No,
not
they're
close.
getting manhandled.
And Vic, this is where look at these are days of admissions of wrong. I was wrong about Georgiev starting game 2. I was also wrong, or at least
You could tell you've never been to confession.
I'm not Catholic.
I know, but I that's what I'm saying. It's easy for a guy like me to say I'm wrong. Somebody on the internet said, on Twitter yesterday said, "Oh, you got to say you're wrong." It's easy for me to say I'm wrong.
Hold on
I
a
have
second.
No problem.
I say I'm wrong all the time. I'm wrong about a million different things, and I was also wrong about this. So let me finish with my wrongness, okay? I don't know if it's
wrong.
I don't know if it's wrong or just very, very late to the party. It's one of the two, but I'll say wrong.
I'll send you off with 4 Hail Marys. Let's go.
Because you feared Minnesota since like the first week of the season, and I just didn't. They're pretty scary, and it's this like it just opened my eyes. These first 2 games of this Phoenix series, Minnesota has a little bit of what the Nuggets have, which is a team that's constructed properly, and I guess that's the Tim Conley factor, where he just now I still have questions about the 2 7-footers and how that really meshes and melds together. But you start with Anthony Edwards, and then you see guys like Jaden McDaniels is a baller, man. He is that. He's almost like a better version of KCP in some ways because he's really good at getting his own bucket, but he's also a great defender. They're just
6'9".
Yeah, they're just built in this fashion where it's really similar to the Nuggets, where everybody has sort of a defined role and they do the roles really well.
Well, I hope you don't question my basketball acumen anymore. And I know you have fun with me and you call me cynical and a fraidy cat and all this stuff.
Well, you're wrong
right
about
now.
the Lakers.
Okay, no, I still insist. Game 3 tomorrow night in LA. Game 3. And I wanted to wait for tomorrow to get into this, but we might as well do it now. If you think this is going to be easy, if you think you're going to walk in and the Lakers are done and the Lakers have already surrendered, hat in hand, you are so not in tune with this sport and the psyche of these players. This might be the hardest one. This might be harder than the other night.
See, I don't think I don't want to say anybody. Certainly not me, Vic. I never said that the Lakers were going to be easy games, blowout wins. All I know is the Nuggets are better. And I see a game like Game 2 where I keep seeing stats from that game that if I were to put in the category of this is what the Lakers need to win, they had a million things going in their favor. And here's another one. So outside of D'Lo making 7 3-pointers, which was a Lakers franchise record in the playoffs, by the way, was 7 threes in a game. Mm-hmm. Outside of AD, I looked these numbers up earlier. AD and LeBron are averaging in the series. LeBron, 27, 7 and 10 on 55% from the field and 55% from 3. Mm-hmm. AD's 32, 13, and 4 on 62% of the field. So you get all these things stacked in their favor. On top of Vic, if your name wasn't Nikola Jokic or Michael Porter Jr. in Game 2, you were 0 of 20 from 3-point range for the Nuggets.
So are you ready to call the series?
Well, the series is done. I don't know how many games it's going to take.
It's over, pal.
The Lakers are not winning 4 of 5. If they had all of those things stacked in their favor and they couldn't win then, they aren't winning, Vic. You know that. You know that too.
Okay. All right. And again, this is where I'm not trying to get ahead of my skis. Didn't you say the same thing? We say the same thing when the Avs beat the Vegas Knights first 2 games 3 years ago?
Completely
in the
different.
playoffs?
Completely different.
Whoa.
I did say that. This situation is different.
I remember specifically us discussing how it's impossible, how we could never see the Knights winning 4 or 5. We said that into an open microphone.
Yeah.
And they won 4 straight. So I don't go against the grain. If it could happen then, why can't it happen now? I'm not saying it will happen. I still think the Nuggets are the better team and they should win the series. But I never count out if. Never count out
fine.
if.
If is fine. Here's what I'm telling you. This is why, and look, I remember exactly what you're talking about because I said that multiple times during that Vegas series. And yes, egg on your face at the very end, dead wrong. Here's what's different about this one, Vic. You've beaten this team 10 times in a row. You are the defending champions. You have the best player in the world on your team.
Yeah.
You have their number. Everything that they could do when they play their elite game still isn't good enough. Like, all of that was different
Let
than
me tell you
Vegas.
what's going to happen tomorrow night, son. Because they've done their politicking.
Did you just
And they
son
did
me?
it loud and clear. I'm sorry, kid. Let me tell you what's going to happen, kid.
That's even worse.
I actually
Tomorrow
prefer
night-
son. Say son again.
Tomorrow night at Crypto.com, son, LA Lakers are probably going to shoot 115 free throws. They've sent the message. They've sent the memo to the league.
Right.
LeBron did it. D'Angelo Russell did it. Darvin Ham did it. AD did it. It's all up. We know what they're doing. I mean, for once in 16 games, 16 straight games against the Nuggets. Listen to this stat. 16 straight games, the Lakers shot more free throws than the Nuggets. 16 straight.
No,
10
no,
of which
opposite,
the Nuggets won.
opposite. The Nuggets for the first time.
I'm sorry.
Yes.
The Nuggets for the first time in 3.5 years actually got more free throws in a game than the Lakers. And you saw how they reacted. How dare they?
Do you know what this reminds me of? What is it about the Nuggets specifically that you throw that out there? The first time in the last 16 games, the Nuggets finally shot more free throw attempts than the Lakers did, and now they cry after the game.
They didn't cry. It was almost like they came with torches.
Well, Vic, the last time I remember something like this happening, Jokic, who never gets free throws, got a ton of free throws one game against Golden State, and Steve Kerr was pleading with the league to make this stop. What is it about them? Like, the first time in a blue moon, they get something that goes their way that never happens, and everybody's like, this is ridiculous.
You watch tomorrow night. You watch how many free throws. I'm going to put the over-under right now. I'm going to say it right now. So get ready for this, Nuggets fans. 25 free throws. 25 for the Lakers in that game.
Sure.
Now, I'm not saying they're going to win.
I was just going to
they're
say,
get 25 free throws.
you give them 25 free throws. My response is Nuggets by 6. That's my response.
They always find a way, right?
Always find a
And
way.
that's the beauty of this team. You could try all the poison in the world, and the Lakers keep trying to find this. What are we going to find? What can we use to beat them? What kryptonite
Jared
can we discover?
Vanderbilt.
At some point,
Probable.
Christian Wood is available for Game 3, but there is no kryptonite. They've tried it all.
Vic,
They've tried it all.
this is like if you're sitting at a poker table and this guy goes, I got an ace up my sleeve, and you win 10 straight hands. It's like, how many aces do you actually have up your sleeve, or are you just talking? Because you can't keep saying this with nothing changing. All right, 303.
But you understand at some point that streak has to end, right? At some point.
Yeah, probably like 15 years from now when Jokic is out of the league. I'll give him a win. 303-504-0925. Voice of the People, by the way. You can talk directly to us via our Altitude Sports Radio app. It's powered by the Fricky Law Firm. They're in your corner. Couple of things to discuss here. Again, the Avs with a massive, massive win last night to bring this thing back. Even series 1-1. Game Friday, Ball Arena. But we have our mock draft, our 11th pick that we need to get to today, along with a question I have, Vic, about, you said, what is Bednar just playing coy with the goaltending question? I have that exact same question about somebody else we'll get to next. All right, we're going to get to our 11th selection of the mock draft, the Moshe Lombardi and Kane mock draft in just a second. And pick 12, Broncos will be tomorrow as we head into the first round of the NFL draft. Talked a little bit about this with Brady Quinn earlier in the show today.
It's finally here.
I know.
Finally. I know that Marty does his mock draft in which he puts in a ton of effort, research, and work. I know. And, I read Leggy's Top 100, which is not a mock draft. Leggy's Top 100 is simply the best 100 players according to his work, not the ones that he expects to be drafted in a certain order. And he had 2 receivers going 1-2, by the way, if you haven't read it. So I am so over this mock stuff. It's gone from...
Our mock draft? Or just mock drafts in general?
I'm talking about mock in general.
Oh, gotcha.
It went from, years ago, people had, hey, here's what I think is going to happen, and it's so ridiculous now. It's so stupid. It's so stupid. The amount of mock drafts that are out there.
See, and here's the thing, Vic. I'm somebody that, I actually really like mock drafts in, February, and I'm sick of them at this point, because here's what happens. It's inevitable. Especially because they have the sites now where everybody can do their own, random mock draft, right? But you're just picking for your certain team. So a whole bunch of Broncos fans do them. They tweet them out what would you think if the Broncos did this? And this is what I hate. It'll be here's my Broncos mock draft. They trade back once, twice, 3 times, and now they have 15 first-round picks. And I'm like, it would never happen. Nobody's trading back 3 different times in the first round, ever.
You know what it's like? It's like when people fill out their March Madness brackets and somebody does 10 brackets and one is bound to be good.
Right.
Yeah. When you read 18 mock drafts, give me a break. I cannot wait for tomorrow night to get here and we can finally talk about real things that happen. Real material, real substance.
Can I ask you one thing before we get to Marty's next pick in the mock draft? Ryan Poles today, the GM of the Bears, said he wouldn't admit that they're taking Caleb Williams. He goes, you have to wait until Thursday to find out. Why do GMs with the first pick even do this? When everybody knows, there's no secret that you can hold here that's going to surprise anybody. And I asked Marty, Vic, can you remember how many times has somebody had the number 1 overall draft pick that you legit didn't know who they were going to take by the time the draft started?
That surprised you? Yeah.
How many times that happened?
I was going to say, hey, Bears, you didn't give it away when you let Justin Fields walk.
I know. You traded Justin Fields. We know what you're doing now. Now, if they still had him on the roster, then maybe they could play that card. But, Marty, can you give me just the list of number 1 overall draft picks? And I want to see how many of these guys were actually a question. So, last year was Bryce Young. That was obvious. 2022.
Eric Fisher, 2013.
Now, Trayvon Walker was actually, the day of is when we found out that they were going to take him. Because that was a question between him and Aiden Hutchinson that year for number 1. But Lawrence,
look at this.
Obvious. Burrow, obvious. Murray, obvious. Baker Mayfield, it felt like maybe a week before the draft you knew. But everybody knew these already. And it's there's
Myles
no reason
Garrett,
to play
I'm not
coy.
sure if that was, I don't know if Myles Garrett was abundantly obvious at that time.
Well, now having the benefit of hindsight, he should have been. Yeah, who was second in that? Oh, Trubisky. That's right.
That was a terrible, look at that draft.
Yeah, that was awful. Yeah, go back to that, Marty. So that was Myles Garrett. That was Mitchell Trubisky. It was Solomon Thomas third, Fournette fourth, Corey Davis fifth.
The hell is that?
And the Bears traded up to get Trubisky.
Oh,
look at this draft. You could say right now in that draft, Christian McCaffrey would be. Oh, what Patrick?
Well,
Mahomes. What are we
yeah.
talking about?
Yeah,
Jesus.
Mahomes is out. Well, the jury's out.
If you had a redraft, okay, so let's do the redraft. Let's do that mock redraft.
I would do
Patrick
John Ross
Mahomes.
because I just love speed.
Great. Patrick Mahomes 1. Wouldn't Christian McCaffrey be 2?
no, Myles Garrett would still be 2.
Really?
Dude, in edge rusher, he's a Hall of Famer. Yeah, I think he's
you're
2.
Right. You're right.
And then probably Christian, yes. And then probably Christian McCaffrey.
Uh-huh.
After that, maybe you go with, hang on, scroll back up, Marty. Who was at the top? Oh, TJ Watt was late in that first round. Okay, he's got to be somewhere up there too. Hang on, just scroll down, Marty. Scroll down to TJ Watt. When was he? 20 what? Oh, he was 30th. Okay, yeah, TJ Watt is top 3. So he might be ahead of Christian too.
Can you please go to that Eric Fisher number 1 pick draft? How in the hell is Eric Fisher the number 1 pick of any overall? I mean, what is going on? 2013. Eric Fisher, number 1 to the Chiefs.
Oh, dude, this is bad.
This might be the worst draft in NFL history.
Keep scrolling down. Keep scrolling down, Marty.
This top 10.
Let me just see
Can you
1
please
through
read
whatever.
the top 10 of this draft? This is the worst top 10 in NFL draft history. Right here.
Eric Fisher, Luke Jokel, Deion Jordan, Lane Johnson, who's very good. Lane Johnson was a good pick. Ziggy Ansah, no. Barkevius Mingo, no. Jonathan Cooper, Tavon Austin. You want to talk about a fun college player, by the way. Tavon Austin was that. Not good in the league, though. D. Milner, Chance Warmack, DJ Fluker, DJ Hayden, Sheldon Richardson, Star
Oh, my God.
Lutulele.
Worst draft ever. That's the worst draft ever.
What is this?
Are you sure this is not? Are you playing me? Is this real? Did this take place in 2013?
Okay, we got a DeAndre Hopkins at 27 overall, thank God.
There's no way this first round was that bad.
Wow.
This is fake news.
The Broncos took Sylvester Williams at 28 overall that year.
That is the single worst influx
That's
of college talent in the first round I can ever remember.
Hold on a second. What the hell is the number 24 pick to the Colts, Bjorn Werner? What's a Bjorn Werner?
I remember him.
Who's a Bjorn? I've never heard of Bjorn football players.
Dude, this is 2013. All right, this is 12. This is 11 years ago. How many of those players are out of the league in the first round? How many of those players actually made their first contracts and were re-signed?
So that year, was the first quarterback off the board E.J. Manuel?
Yeah, it's 16.
Oh, my God.
That is awful.
Look at this draft. Did we just stumble upon the worst draft in NFL history?
I mean, it feels that way.
Oh, Eddie Lacy went that year. Kelsey was a third rounder.
Manti Te'o went that year.
That's wild, man. That is nuts. All right, so hopefully this draft won't feel the same. But Marty, can we get to pick number 11 of our mock draft, please?
It's the 2024 virtual draft. What could possibly go wrong? Brought to you by Eileen's Cookies. That's a good cookie. We go live to draft coverage. Here is Vic, Brett, and Mark.
All right, pick number 11. Marty, do you want to go through the list of the first 10 picks so far in this mock draft to see what's left and available?
Sure. Caleb Williams went first to the Bears. Jaden Daniels, number 2. Marvin Harrison Jr. to the Patriots. Drake May to Minnesota. They traded up. The Chargers took Malik Neighbors. Giants took J.J. McCarthy. Tennessee took Joe Alt. Atlanta, Dallas Turner. Chicago, Roma Dunze. And the Jets took Brock Bowers yesterday.
So, pick number 11, Arizona, after their trade back with Minnesota, holds the pick again. We throw it out to the commissioner.
The Arizona Cardinals are trading back again to the Cincinnati Bengals, and the Bengals are now on the clock. Picking for the Bengals is former wide receiver and NBC analyst Chris Collinsworth. Good evening, Chris. Boy, oh boy, the day we've all been waiting for. I mean, right? I mean, we waited and we waited and we waited, and here it is. I mean, Caleb Williams, Jaden Daniels, Drake May. We are in for a treat tonight, aren't we? Yeah, and we're well on our way here. Chris, who do you like? Who do I like? I mean, man, oh man, what a question. You know, I was just having a similar conversation with Dr. Dre in the back here about that. And now you look at a guy like Roma Dunze, right? He's 6'3", every bit of 212 pounds. You watch this guy run and your jaw hits the floor, I'm telling you. Okay, well, he's already been taken, so why don't you try for someone else? My guys are going to need a big boy up front to protect their franchise star. And I tell you what, I've been waiting to call this guy's name all night long, Hal. Alu Fashano, number 74, coming out of Penn State, is 6'6", 317 pounds, ran a 5'1" 40. And the only bust that'll be associated with his name is the one he has himself in Canton when he decides to hang him up. No doubt about it.
Right. See, again, if you guys don't know how our mock draft work, it's not a mock draft. It's a mock of a draft, okay?
It's a mock of a draft. We mock the mock drafts.
So Marty has Arizona trading back twice, not because he thinks that's what they'll do. It's because he had nothing for Arizona and he wanted to throw in a Collinsworth. That's what happened.
See, the other shows on this station, they actually do mock drafts. We mock drafts.
But
if you listen to all our wonderful colleagues, and they're all wonderful, they actually partake in mock drafts and love them. We make fun of them.
That leaves us with pick number 12 tomorrow. Can you give me some of the guys on the board, Marty, for the Broncos pick? So who's left after our mock of a mock draft?
Boy, oh boy, what a question. You got a couple corners. You got Quinyon Mitchell from Toledo. You know what? I haven't really thought too far ahead of what the Broncos are going to do, so we'll see.
All right. So a couple of corners where she gave you one name and then who knows afterwards. But we'll have the Broncos pick tomorrow. We'll also talk to Jeff Legwold tomorrow and get one last preview of the first round of the draft. But how about the Avs? Get that series tied up 1-1. You got game 3 at Ball Arena on Friday. Just a quick pulse check. Confidence level in Georgie, scale of 1 to 10 after what you saw last night. Text in 303-504-0925. Let us know what it's at. We'll discuss next.
All right, last question on goalies for me, I promise. So the follow-up would be then, is it Georgie's job? If Juice is healthy, is he in the equation? Or is this, hey, man, he's found it, we're sticking with him?
Yeah, I mean, you'll have to watch on Friday and find out.
I love that. Head coach of the Avs, Jared Bednar, joined us earlier in the program. I think that's just him playing a little bit coy, Vic. I don't think after a performance like that from Georgiev, he's going to go to the bench if Juice is healthy, but I guess
What if my retort would have been, well, maybe you don't get paid this week for this show?
I think he would say, okay. Or he'd say, oh, yeah, we'll wait till Friday and we'll find out. So I asked the question before the break, what's the confidence level now with Georgiev? So he had, obviously, nobody was feeling great heading into game 2, but he has a good game 2. 2 goals allowed, both of them very, very difficult, but he made some big saves, Vic. So I said, scale of 1 to 10, where are you guys at? Just let me know. I'm going to roll through a couple of these. First one we get says a 3, so not much has changed. A 6, a 7, a 6, a 5, 6.5, 7. They're all kind of hovering in that sort of 6 to 7-ish range. I think I'm kind of there. Yeah. I'm around that same sort of level because one game can't change all of that, right? You can't have just one performance that erases, a few weeks worth of bad ones.
That's so true. I mean, I was at a 1, 24 hours ago.
Right.
I can't go from a 1 to a 6. I'm at a 5. I'll meet you halfway.
That's where I'm at. I would say a 5. 5's good.
I'm at a 5. I can't go from 1 to 6. Can't do it. 5. And 5's pretty damn impressive. To go from 1 to 5, whew, what a climb.
Yeah. But here's the thing. Like, we got a text in the appetizer that I thought put my thoughts on this perfectly, which is, Vic, deep in the recesses of your brain, we've watched Georgie play well. We knew that he could do that, right? It was just in that moment, it was so long, and you saw it just like a lack of confidence factor that you just don't know how that changes immediately. Like, how about this? Remember a couple years ago in the NFL playoffs, what happened to the Dallas Cowboys? There was a kicker by the name of Brett Maher that was damn near perfect on the year.
Yeah.
And he missed, was it 4 straight extra points or 4 straight field goals and 3 of them were extra points?
Yeah.
And they said, that's enough. All that goodness that you did beforehand is now gone and you're out because it's a confidence thing and you don't know how quickly they can get that back. For Georgie to play that way, given those circumstances last night, I thought was really cool because my thought process was, Vic, okay, so maybe he doesn't give up 7, but maybe it drops to 4 or 5. And then the next game you get 3 or 4. And then, I thought it would be like this easing back into the confidence thing, but he seemed to find it pretty quick. Now, who knows if that remains? Who knows if that continues on Friday, if he even starts, which I think he will. But
I think and I know he's going to start Friday.
Yes. Yeah.
Again, I went from there's no possibility you can put this guy back between the pipes to, whoa, okay, he's going to start and see if he can take it up another notch.
Yep.
Now, the team is better than Winnipeg's team. Would you agree after watching the first 2 games? Net result?
I think so. Yeah.
Yeah. The Avalanche team is a better team. It's a better team. They play a better brand of hockey. And it just goes to show you, what does the regular season really mean? I'm going to give you 2 examples. Winnipeg owns the Avs during the regular season, outscores the Avs 17-4, ridicules the Avs, makes the Avs look really slow. And in the playoffs, it's like a different game.
Yeah.
The Phoenix Suns, during the regular season, sweep the Minnesota Timberwolves, beat them every game by double digits, make them look stupid. Postseason, the exact opposite is happening. What does the regular season do for you? What does it mean?
I'd argue this.
What is it?
When it's between, well, here's what the regular season does. And this was the problem in the Western Conference in the NHL this year because there really wasn't good options. But typically what the regular season does for you, Vic, it gives you the easiest path to a championship. Like when you're the 1 seed and you play the 8 typically isn't good. Mm-hmm. But when you have a pretty stacked conference where you don't even know who your preference is of who you'd rather play, then it all gets kind of muddied and it's just like, hey, chips fall where they may. But I would say if you're a very high seed, if you're Oklahoma City, who's just getting their first test in the postseason, Vic, would you say it's pretty important for them to find a team that's a little bit worse than a team like, I don't know, LA or Dallas?
But I'm talking about matchups. I'm talking about if you own a team during the regular season and then you play that same team in games that really matter, it's funny how the game changes. The only thing that hasn't changed is the Lakers Nuggets. They've owned them, and they continue to own them. Now, the games are close, though. Okay? Mind you, when I'm talking about Minnesota and Phoenix, these games aren't close. Minnesota is running it.
Yeah.
The Nuggets own the Lakers, but you will admit, especially this last game, these games are all tight. Tight.
Oh, yeah. Yep. Well, that also happens when you spot them a 14-point or a 20-point lead early in the game, and you have to battle back.
But you know what? That's the way they play. Though they play rope-a-dope. That's what the Nuggets do. I would be mortified. I'm telling you right now. If you said, Vic, Nuggets going to lead by 12 tomorrow night at the half, I don't want it.
Yeah,
take it. I don't want a 12-point lead. I'm being dead serious. Look at me. Do you think I'm joking when I say that?
No.
I'm being dead serious. They're a better team when they're up against it down the stretch. They don't handle success well early. I don't know what it is. I don't know why, but I would much rather have the Nuggets in a position of catch up.
Yeah. Well, and a texter says, Georgiev, going back to the Avs here, Georgiev has done this all year. 10 games where he can't stop a beach ball, and then 10 games where he plays lights out. Well, I hope he's on the turning over to the 10 games lights out thing, because that would be a lot of fun. And another texter says, the home crowd will be a gigantic boost of confidence for Georgie. Yeah, if he plays well.
Yeah. You know, because he was able
here's
to
the thing.
overcome.
I'm actually really scared on Friday, Vic. Let's say that a couple of goals get scored in the first 6 or 7 minutes. That crowd is going to turn in a hurry.
You know what's funny? We speak so much about the mindset and psyche of Alexander Georgiev. What's going through Hellebuck's dome right now?
I wondered the same thing. Yeah.
What's his brain saying to him? Because he just gave up more goals in the last 2 games than I think he's given up most of the season, right? I mean,
Sure.
it doesn't happen this often. Not how many goals combined in 2 games? 10?
10.
10 goals?
They have to
One
score
was an empty
11,
netter?
but an empty netter, yeah.
Yeah. So 10 goals in 2 games, and you're considered the best goalie in the game? You got to be swimming.
Yeah. Yeah, the variance between the 2 games, by the way, Winnipeg had 1 7-goal game and then 1 2-goal game. The Avs have had 6 and 5. Like, that's a pretty consistent, we're finding the back of the net thing through 2 games.
And what are the conversations in Winnipeg? I mean, we've made the conversations all week about Georgie. That's all we've been talking about. What are they talking about? Are they casting doubt on their goalie?
I don't know if they're doubting Hellebuck as much as just their team's ability to get things right. Because how about this? Hellebuck, when you're that good, when you're going to win an award that you're the best at your position over the course of a year, I don't think that confidence just dissipates over the course of 2 games. But I will say this.
No, it doesn't dissipate, but it can be doubted.
Sure.
Like, where are you in clutch?
It's a good point that Moj made earlier. If Georgie gave up the 5-hole goal that Miles Wood scored, all hell would have broken loose.
Yeah, we're asking for his firstborn at that point.
Yeah. But that happens to Hellebuck because he's earned the benefit of the doubt over the course of a year. They're just like, oh, what a weird play. Okay. But you're right. If you're Winnipeg, I think the focus now is like, how do we play a style of game that doesn't have the Avs breaking out that much? What are you laughing at?
Dexter 10621. We don't know how Winnipeg reacted. They don't have TV or radio. They don't even have electricity in Winnipeg.
Yeah. I'm going to look this up, but a texter says, and I got no reason to doubt you, I'll trust you, and I'll correct it if it's not true. Hellebuck is 1 in 6 in his last 7 playoff games with a sub-900 save percentage. So in this series, his save percentage is .870.
Yeah. What exactly was he doing trying to play that one puck that turned into a disaster for him?
I just don't think he thought that Trenton was going to get there that fast. I just think he thought he had more time. And yes, by the way, Hellebuck and the Jets won their first game last year against Vegas in the first round and then lost the next 4. Where his save percentage in that series was .886. So he has had some postseason struggles. Maybe they're thinking the same thing over there. I don't know. Winnipeg doesn't have electricity.
That's a point of contention. If that's not a point of contention in Winnipeg without electricity, nothing is. In fact, if you ask the average Winnipeg native, the resident right now, would you rather have electricity for 2 weeks or the Jets win this series?
We'll take the Jets. Yeah.
I went without electricity for 72 hours, and I was ready to end it.
It's weird looking back at it this way. And again, it's just because everything mounted over the last part of the regular season heading into the postseason. And there was the weird story with Juice being sick, and he's still sick and still not there and all that different stuff. But at the end of the day, Vic, the Avs have gotten what they wanted, right? They got a split in Winnipeg, and now they're bringing it back home in the driver's seat where they're the best in the league on home ice.
Yeah. Now, take advantage of it, right? Because it could slip. Take advantage of it because at home against Winnipeg, they lost both games. But I think the playoffs have proven the regular season simply doesn't measure up to the postseason. The games are different. The games are officiated differently. Everything's different about these games. I do love that about the NHL postseason, man. They let so much more stuff go.
Mm-hmm.
You know, it's not in the regular season, the whistle blows often, and you're like, okay, come on. In the NHL playoffs, in some games, you don't even hear a whistle.
There was one bad call last night, and I could see how they could get confused by this because I was too. They had a tripping call on, was it Sean Walker or Caleb Jones?
Caleb Jones, that wasn't a trip, yeah.
Where he just stepped on his stick, and then it just looked bad. Yeah. But you're right, there's so many like hits up against the boards, especially where somebody goes flying, and you're like, no whistle, nothing.
You know, I credit the NBA, too. The NBA postseason, they're letting them play. They're letting them play, man. Hell, did you see that mishmash end in New York the other night? And the last 2-minute report admits that they let 2 fouls go that they should have called.
I kind of like the idea of mayhem at the end of the game. Okay,
So do I
kind of like it.
I really enjoy it. Now, you know, it may strike against you, and you might have cause to say that was an obvious foul. Come on. But so far, so good. I prefer it this way. You know why I prefer it this way? I think the Nuggets, for one, are better when there's chaos.
Yeah.
They're a chaotic team.
Well, and I said this earlier before the postseason started in regards to the Avs, that I think guys like Trennan, guys like Duhaime, guys like Manson, you'll see their game take a jump when they start to have this kind of whistle in the postseason, just because they can be big, brute, physical dudes. And we've seen that. Like, Trennan's been really good through 2 games. Yeah. Really good. Yeah. So, 303-504-0925. Again, if you missed the Bednar interview, you can check that out on the podcast, iTunes, Spotify, SoundCloud. Moshe Lombardi and Kane, and the Altitude Sports Radio app is powered by the Will Hite Law Firm. Injury lawyers, go to willhitewins.com. That's willhitewins.com. Back after this. All right, you get a night off. You get a reprieve. No playoff games tonight from the Avs or Nuggets. Nuggets get back going tomorrow in L.A. for Game 3. Couple of things here that I just wanted to roll through, Vic. Number one, do you know Nikola Jokic, according to the lead, in his playoff career, what percentage of games would you guess he puts up triple-doubles?
Okay, say that. How many percent? The
Percentage of
playoff
games of playoff games in his career that he puts up triple-doubles?
25%.
24. The next closest is Magic at 15.8.
Mm-hmm. Well, he's averaged a triple-double against the Lakers in these two playoff series, right?
Yes.
Combined.
Yes.
He's averaged a triple-double. He just gave us a 20-point, 20-rebound triple-double. 20-plus points.
That one, the stat that still blows me away is the amount of games that a player has had. 25 points, 20 rebounds, and 10 assists in the postseason. It's happened 8 times in NBA history. Jokic has 4.
You know what's crazy about Nikola's production? And crazy is not the right word. Consistent. And consistency in the playoffs is very hard to come by. Take a look at every series, every team, and every player. Jalen Brunson for the New York Knicks has been woefully inconsistent.
Mm-hmm.
And yet the Knicks lead that series 2-0.
Yeah.
Right? Take the best player from every team. Go up and down every team. And see if you can find, in the Lakers-Nuggets series, the best players. If you look at AD and LeBron, they've been consistent, right?
They've been crazy good. Yeah.
But the difference between those guys and Joker, you know Joker's going to have numbers every game. Barring foul trouble or an injury, the numbers will be pretty much near the numbers you expect every game. Anthony Davis, though, he can be good for 34 one night and then 16 another.
Well, and to his credit, he was great both nights. In fact, he was somehow better than the first night where he was really good in Game 2.
Except the fourth quarter.
Except the fourth.
Except the money time. Do you know when I knew? Well, I shouldn't say that. I didn't think the Nuggets were going to win that game when they were down 20. But do you know when I had a clean, warm feeling in my belly? In the fourth quarter when Joker made that drop post move where he got AD off his feet, got him to foul him, and then made the and one. Do you remember that?
Yes.
That power move? I felt like, okay, now he's got it.
Me too. That's when the belief started to set in a little bit.
Yeah.
Not that you knew, but you believed that, okay, a comeback is possible here.
Because this dude found the energy. He got better as the game went on. He wanted the ball, scored the ball. The other dude shrunk in the moment.
I
shouldn't say shrunk. I shouldn't say shrunk. That's not fair. He didn't get the ball.
Well, that's what I was wondering. Like, why did they stop doing that? Why did they go away from it?
LeBron took over. Because LeBron, and to be fair, he did.
Mm-hmm.
LeBron was making shots. And they went away from what worked consistently. You know, you saw the play that they were running early in the third quarter, that high pick and roll with LeBron and AD. Nuggets couldn't stop it. They had no answer for it.
Yeah, and then LeBron just started going ISO. And yeah, it worked for the most part. Like, he played great, but...
Well, the Nuggets also made a switch. They put Aaron Gordon back on AD.
Yep.
Forced the Lakers into something different.
I just couldn't believe it. A guy who finishes a game 14 of 19 shoots once in the fourth quarter, and you're like, what was the strategy there? Like, this guy couldn't miss.
Remember the last 2 wins against the Minnesota Timberwolves by the Nuggets? Do you remember what happened in those games? Anthony Edwards went off for 3 quarters and was MIA in the fourth.
Mm-hmm.
Did not score.
God, he is cooking against Phoenix, though. God, he looks good against Phoenix.
He took KD one-on-one last night. He said, come get it. Come on. Come
get
some.
I like Anthony Edwards.
Mm-hmm.
He talks so much trash.
But I wonder if he's doing it in fun, because when he does it, the opposing player usually smiles.
Well, I know exactly what you're talking about. He hit one over KD, and KD just started laughing. And I wonder if that's like old veteran player going against young hotshot guy coming up, and he's just like, okay, buddy, got it. Now, Durant didn't respond, obviously, because they got their butts kicked again. But he's fun to watch, man. God, he's good. He has taken such a giant step forward.
I believe the road to the NBA Finals via the Western Conference goes through Denver and Minnesota. And
Yep.
the winner of that series in the second round will represent the West in the NBA Finals.
We talked about this for a moment earlier. This isn't necessarily breaking news. It's kind of interesting, though. Reggie Bush has been given his Heisman back, and that kind of led us into a discussion about the transfer portal right now because CU lost a really good player from last year, which was Dylan Edwards. Now, they couldn't run the football all year because their offensive line wasn't good enough. But Vic, Dylan Edwards in open space was really fun to watch and very good. So he transfers after his freshman year where he actually played quite a bit. And I had this question earlier in the week when I heard a quote from Dion saying, basically, who do we lose? Because they're asking him about all these guys that are leaving in the transfer portal, and he goes, oh, yeah? Who are they? Basically saying, good riddance, I got new guys coming in.
Yeah.
I don't think you can play this game of, yeah, who cares? We got new guys. Because when Dylan Edwards signs on and when Cormani McClain signs on and when McCaskill signs on, it's like you get the praise for it. But when they're gone a year later, it's a who cares thing. I don't buy that. I don't buy that at all. I know the transfer portal, they come and go, but there are big missing pieces of guys who leave occasionally. And I think Dylan Edwards is one because he looked really good.
You've heard me criticize college football right now, and hopefully it's a short-term criticism because I love college football, and I hate to go here. And I know that for the kids, the student athletes, they're better off, and I understand their fate. I understand why it is. But for the fan, from a fan's perspective, it's very hard to follow and enjoy college football, your team, because you don't know who the hell plays for your team. Somebody challenged me on the text line saying, well, it's very easy to find out. Just do some research. I go, research? And I said, are you a fan of which team? And he said, CU. I said, name 3 offensive linemen for CU right now.
Yeah.
Right now, off the top of your head, name 3.
Are you asking me? You know I don't know.
I'm just saying, pick your college football team. Pick whatever college football team it is. Gone are the days when you could sit there and identify players full well knowing that they're going to return and play the next season.
That sucks.
Can't do it anymore. Can't do it. And that part is the way the brain works is, yeah, but next year, we got this guy, and we throw that all out the window.
Mm-hmm.
You got nothing. You got a clean slate of paper is what you got. That's what college football's become. And I challenge each and every one of you on the Twitch feed, on the text line, give me your college football team and assure me that you can name players on that team that will be there consistently year in, year out. You can't do it anymore. They've taken that away.
And to have that happen, you want to talk about one aspect that's really going to change. There's always going to be blue bloods that stick around and they have a great coach and they're going to be around every year. But I mentioned this when Saban left Alabama. Vic, there is no guarantee Alabama stays the same. None. Like, there's nothing in my mind that can convince myself that Bama is going to be that team that if they lose a game during the year, they consider it a disappointment. Like, those days might be done and gone, but especially now, this is going to become such a year-to-year sport. Like, Vic, you'll have a team that goes 11-1 one year and maybe 4-8 the next because who knows what your team looks like the following season.
Yeah. Is that good or bad for the sport? Maybe I'm short-sighted.
I guess it remains to be seen. Perhaps it gives, I don't know, a team like CU a chance to rise up one year and have a magical run. Like, I don't know.
But I'm the wrong person to ask because I come from a different mindset and a different era where you had some consistency. And when I say this, people roll their eyes. You're going to roll your eyes. And I know there are young people listening, they're going to roll their eyes. I love the tradition of college football. The tradition of college football. The pomp and circumstance of college football. The tradition of college football. Hear me out on that. The tradition of college football. Tradition is gone. Conference realignment started the mess. I don't know who plays where.
Oh, come on,
I don't know
Vic.
if you're in the East or in the West.
There's tradition still with USC playing against Penn State. I mean, what's not traditional about that?
Rutgers UCLA rivalry.
Oh, dude, Florida State Stanford. It's a story as old as time.
The tradition of college football is gone. I never thought I'd live to see the day that Texas does not play Texas A&M in a football game. It's gone.
Mm-hmm.
And it's wrong. I'm out.
You're out? What do you mean you're out?
I'm out on taking tradition and throwing it away. And for those of you who say, well, the tradition was flawed, well, it's fine.
It's
The tradition of college football is gone.
It's a completely different sport, and I wonder if it's... Look, I'll just say it this way. We know some guys who have been in and out of college football, Vic, and some guys who have seen that business for a while, and it sounds like a misery now. And they're starting to say it out loud.
Yeah.
Because
They hate it.
there is literally, and for coaches, there's never a break. But I think the annoyance you would have of, it started with this, and this was difficult enough. You get a verbal commitment from a high school recruit, but you have to keep recruiting the kid to keep him on, right? Well, you know who that applies to now? 90 guys on a football team. You have to do that with all of them. You have to, baby and make sure, are you guys okay? Are you going to stay? Because if not, I got to look somewhere else. It's everybody on the roster now is part of that conversation. You had your recruiting period, then you had signing day, and then you're like, okay, I can breathe for a second. There's no breathing anymore.
There's too many damn open portals. Brady Quinn made a great suggestion to us when we had him on about 90 minutes ago. He said there should be one portal transfer opportunity, and that's in the spring. Align it like NFL free agency in the spring. You get one opportunity, and that's it. There shouldn't be 3 opportunities to transfer. Every other week, hey, the portal's open now. How you feeling?
Yep. By the way, Jared Bednar joined us earlier in the show. Marty, can we get the answer that he had, the performance of Georgiev last night? And we just kind of started it with, look, was there ever a moment where you lost some confidence or you lost a little bit of that feeling that he was going to go out there and play well? Here's Jared Bednar earlier.
Well, I think there's always doubt in going into a game, and I think it's okay to have a little bit of doubt even in teammates and yourself. You have to go out and prove that you're capable of beating the Jets, and that goes for Georgie, other players, our whole team. It's not up to the Winnipeg Jets to adjust to us until we can prove that we can beat him, right? But there's no question we always knew that he had it in him. We've seen him do it. I mean, he led the league in wins, right? So as critical as everyone is about Georgie recently, and some of it is warranted, it's still at the end of the day, he led the league in wins, and he's been winning for us all year long and playing, solid games for us all year long. So, I'm just really proud of him that he was able to go and put out that type of performance under that type of pressure.
And you talk about the mounting pressure that had to be on him. I don't know, Vic. Some athletes, they're able to totally X out all the external noise. I don't know if he was dealing with that or not, but, I mean, no question you're dealing with it internally. In your own head, you're like, why can't I stop a 6 or 7 goal night from happening?
I don't know how he does it. I don't know how they do it. Elite athletes, how they're able to just take everything outside and keep it outside. Whatever bubble he got into the other night, especially after the first goal.
Yeah.
How do you not go, here we go again, in your mind?
Did you do what I did, Vic, after that first goal was given up, and it's that goalie thing? He tips the mask up, gets a drink of water, and I was like, what does his face look like? Does he look pissed? I literally was trying to analyze every little thing about him. And I'm like,
can I ask you a
I'm
question?
going crazy now.
You played college sports. This goes to everybody out there who maybe didn't play college athletics, pro sports, whatever. If you played sports, ask yourself this. You ever get nervous when you're playing a sport?
Oh my God.
Friendly golf game against your friends. You're playing for money. Whatever it may be. Do you get nervous?
I get nervous playing that stupid basketball game out there with Marty. He's trying not to give up a comeback.
I'm serious.
I am serious. Yes, Vic. Very.
Okay. So take those nerves and consider what's at stake. Maybe you're playing a friendly money game for $5 Nassau with your buddy, and you're standing over a 3-foot putt and you get nervous. The other day I'm playing mixed doubles tennis with my wife. I don't even play tennis. We're playing another team. I was nervous. Mixed doubles tennis. Nervous.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm trying to quantify those nerves and saying to myself, can you imagine what this guy has going through his head? He's in Winnipeg, and he's got the crowd jumping all over him, mocking him. He just gave up a goal after giving up 7 the game before. How in the hell did he regain his composure?
Can I put it to you this way? This is what I associate nervousness with. Nervousness to me in sports is thinking. Confidence is not thinking.
Thinking equals talent take over.
Do you know what I mean by that? Like, if you're in the zone, you ask anybody if you've been in the zone for something, okay? Whether it's basketball, you couldn't miss a shot or whatever. What were you thinking during that? Their answer is always going to be, I wasn't. I just shot the ball and it went in over and over again. When I was playing baseball, Vic, if I had a game, I was 4 for 4 with 2 homers, and I squared up every ball to the point I didn't even feel it when it left the bat. I'm like, I wasn't thinking anything in the box. I was just see ball, hit ball. That's all it was.
When you simplify,
but when you get
like when I'm playing
nervous, you're like, okay, I got to do this. I got to do that. Where are my hands here?
But
like,
how do you get to that zen? Like, how was Jamal Murray able to extract that ridiculous shooting performance the first 3 quarters where he couldn't even make a layup? He called it a BS floater he threw at the end of the third.
Yeah.
Said that on national television. Couldn't even make a layup. How does he take that from his psyche, extract it, get it out of there, and suddenly zone in when the game is most important? How does he do that? How do you take those nerves out of the equation? That skill, whatever the hell that is,
yeah, I don't know.
only the elite can do it.
Especially when you're playing poorly and then you turn it around like that. Because, I mean, simplistically, it's like, that's just confidence, right? It's I don't care that I missed. I'm good. I know I'm good. I can knock down whatever shot I want.
Dude, we get paid to opine about athletes, and we don't consider the psyche of the athletes. We just say, hey, they played like crap. Like, we're jumping over on Reggie Jackson right now. Reggie Jackson, who knows what's going through his head?
Mm-hmm.
He doesn't look like he wants to shoot the ball, by the way.
No.
So consider that. Do you ever sit there? I do all the time. I'm playing in a member guest or something golf tournament. Why am I so nervous? It's a freaking amateur golf tournament.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I don't get it either.
I want to address something. We were talking about college football and how I don't like where it's going right now. It sucks, and I hope it turns out. I hope we get through this mess, get through the clouds, and there's sunny skies again, and we can enjoy the game. Some people disagree with my take. I mentioned how college football has been it's been manhandled. Like, I remember when Texas and Texas A&M were a rivalry and that game was consistent, and I said it's no more. Well, they're going to play again. Many of you have reminded me they're both in the SEC. I get that. But the fact that they had to wait, the fact that that wasn't a rivalry game for the last few years, the fact that that went away is ridiculous.
Mm-hmm.
That game should have never gone away. That's my point.
Nebraska,
I
Colorado.
know it's coming back. Yeah.
Like that game
Exactly.
left.
That game should have never gone away. Conference realignment did that. That was my point. Now someone says here, 8382, and I knew this text was coming. Well, you guys don't like it because he says, now the kids have freedom of choice and you can't handle it. I'm going to repeat. If my kid were in this situation, I would want him to go to the best possible opportunity, whether it is to play or make NIL money. Both can be true. You want what's best for the kids. I do. But it's not best for the game. What's best for the kids may not be best for the game. Is that a crime to say that?
I do not blame a single kid for transferring.
No.
Not one of them.
I'm not blaming these kids. Do you think I'm mad at Dylan Edwards this morning? You go get it, boy. Go where it's green.
Mm-hmm.
Go get it. I'm not. But it's bad for the game. Both can be true.
That is true.
It's bad for the game.
303-504-0925. Shop Mazda text line if you want in. We are broadcasting from the Backus and Shanker studios. Their passion is justice. Close it out with last final thoughts on the Avs here and a fact checker next. NHL NBA playoffs fully underway, and you can check it all out on the Circus Sportsbook as they have every prop, every odd that you could imagine. Tight money line splits with Circa Sports. Just take a look. Shop around other sports books. You won't find any better numbers than you do on Circa. For example, with the win last night, the Avalanche, if you were bet on them to win the series, they are minus 155, the favorites now after coming away with a split in Winnipeg, and so much more. Download the app, Circa Sports, or go to circasports.com. All right, so out of the first 4 games of the postseason between the Nuggets and the Avs, we have come away with 3 wins, and I will take that. If I was given that option, considering the Avs starting on the road in Winnipeg, it would be actually, Vic, I think exactly what you could ask for, correct? I mean, you want to go 4-0? Sure. Feels like you're being greedy. Get a split on the road. Come back home.
Yeah, and if you had told me before the series, okay, you're going to torture the Avs goalie, we're going to torture your goalie. We're going to torture both goalies. Let's see, last team standing wins.
Yeah, if you're keeping track at home, Hellebuck has allowed 10 goals in 2 games. Georgie has allowed 9.
That's what I'm saying. If you want to turn this into an offensive explosion type series, my bet's on the Avs to win that kind of series. Winnipeg wanted low scoring, close to the vest. That's the series they wanted.
Oh, the series that I think would hurt the Avs the most is something like what Seattle looked like last year.
Of course.
Where goals hard to come by, you can never really find a rhythm, that kind of stuff.
I think the Avs have had more scoring chances. They had more scoring chances last night in game 2 than all of last series against Seattle last year.
By the way, the reason Texture says I thought it was 11 goals. Well, one of them is an empty netter, so you don't put that on Hellebuck. But speaking of, that empty netter was sick by Val. He's trapped against the boards. He does this pirouette, backhand flip, kind of blind. Yeah.
Like a no-looker. Who was it that almost scored off the carom?
I think that was Trennan, right? Trennan just going like total pool bank shot, let me try and put this corner pocket. I thought it was in.
By the way, when you play pool, do you do math? Like when my son's a really good pool player, and he goes, Dad, it's just simple math. It's just
geometry.
Angles. Yeah, I don't see it. When I look at the pool table, I don't see it that way. I don't see.
What do you see?
My mind doesn't go there.
What do you see then? I don't get it. I feel
hit the ball at that ball. Just hit the ball at that ball there.
But you're aiming for a certain point on the ball, aren't you?
Yeah, but I don't see triangles. Like some people can see that. I can't see the triangles.
Oh, dude, it's actually funny you mentioned that because I swear to God, mentally, Vic, when I play pool, especially if you're doing like a bank shot, I have like this imaginary line that I see that the ball's going to go boink, boink. Like I can see it.
Yeah, I don't see it
in my head. Now, it doesn't mean I do it, but I'm like,
doesn't exist.
That's the strategy.
T-Mac on Twitch says, Vic, can you even see over the pool table? Yes, I do use, you know what I like to pull out sometimes just to annoy the opposition is that little helper cue, whatever that thing is.
Oh, you can't do that. You can't do the bridge.
Just bring the bridge on just obvious shots just to annoy the opposition, even when I don't need it. Just to settle my nerves.
What like bar game would you think you're best at? Like if I throw out pool, darts, horseshoes, like games like that, which one do you think is best?
I don't do cartoons. I play dunk hoops.
Oh my God. Yeah, you sound like you're terrible at pool, honestly.
If we're being fair, dunk hoops is the most cartoonish sport that exists because you're playing on a short rim. Like you are a child, actually.
You know, my favorite bar sport, to answer your question, is foosball. It's action. It's quick.
Oh, I hate
foosball. It's reflex. I love it. And I don't like people who spinners. You could tell someone who's never played foosball, cheaters or spinners. You don't spin in foosball. You use your wrist. Fire that sucker.
By the way, just another reason for me to love Dan Campbell. I guess he was speaking today. I don't know. But he said he was asked about golf. They asked him if he was a golfer. He goes, as long as there's beer, I would never get bored with golf. Which is my kind of guy. Vic, I don't know if I played around without a drink before. Don't think I have. Mm-hmm. Or a cart, by the way. I've never walked. I'm never going to either. What a waste of time that would be.
I'm walking today. I love walking.
Do you get the push cart thing?
No. Carry the bag.
You want to know why I hate walking? Because I despise walkers in front of me. You're making me wait.
I get it. That bothers me too. Like if you don't keep up, get the hell out of the way. Let's go.
Yes, exactly. But I do not walk at all. The guys that freak me out are the guys that have the remote controlled cart things.
Oh,
those guys are wild.
But I do like the good. You know, there's really no exercise in golf. I do like just roughing it a little bit. Let's go.
Never once. and Vic, never gonna be once.
I get it.
I get one of my best.
For you, it's a leisure activity.
One of my best friends. He went last summer every Sunday at 6:30 in the morning. He had a tea time and he'd walk 9. Yeah. And every week he'd ask me, "You want to play?" And I go, first of all, dude, I get up every day. Not getting up early on the weekend. Second of all, you're walking. No, I'm not. I'm not. Like, that is, you should know that's my ex. No, not doing that.
Do you do any cardio?
None. Zero.
You're the opposite, Marty and me. I can't. How do you not move your body?
Because I played one of the rare sports where that literally didn't matter. Vic, you should see, if I ever hit a triple, which was rare, you should see how long it took me to get back right.
Marty, can you imagine waking up and going through, I don't know what you do, Marty. I know you run a lot more than I do. I couldn't fathom going more than 3 days without running or doing some cardio. If I did that, I'd die.
Vic, I lift weights. To quote Kenny Powers, I'm not trying to be the best at exercising, okay?
I know you're going to use that line. I knew you were going to use that line. How do you go through life without some form of cardio? How?
Do you consider I always run upstairs? Now, I don't mean run stairs. I mean, when I have to go upstairs, I run.
Like
them.
your 7 steps to get upstairs?
Correct. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, that totally
That's cardio,
counts.
right?
Uh-huh.
That's what cardio is.
It just doesn't make sense to me. I just don't.
So you never really sweat then? You never work up a good sweat?
Well,
how do you sweat? You don't do cardio.
I
How
rarely
do you sweat?
Well, I sweat on like leg days at the gym. You're doing squats and stuff like that. Little sweat, but not much. Yeah, not much. I sweat sitting outside. That's how I sweat. That's how it happens. Or in this studio today, because it is warm. What are we supposed to get, like 80 degrees today? But you tell me, what? Does my doctor or cardiologist say that running's... sure it is, buddy.
No, I just think getting a good sweat. I'm with Marty. Get a good sweat in.
Cardiologists are frauds.
Vic and I like to be dripping. Can I tell you?
Here's the thing. To be honest with you, the cardio I did do for a while, when I went to a gym here in town for a couple of years, I would swim. I like swimming because that to me is fun. All the other cardio stuff, no fun. What's fun about just running with no destination in place? It's just Marty, get out there and I run. Oh, I'm going to hop on my bike. Yeah, and go where?
Marty, are you like me? Marty, are you like me? When I'm either running or riding my bike, I do, lookout is a great therapeutic session. For me, it's therapy. I have my best constructive thoughts when I get into that ultimate, my body's going to break down mode. When you're just so tired that your brain takes you to places you never thought you'd go. That's what it is for me. Marty, can you attest?
Yeah, that does happen. I don't really talk about it with other people, though, so... This is a little weird.
Well, he asked the question.
Hey,
he asked the question.
Can I ask you something? When you guys do your cardio,
mm-hmm.
do you guys go, I'm just going to call it, do you guys go dry or do you guys got headphones in? Are you listening to music,
I always wear
podcast?
Headphones. I can't do, if I don't have headphones in, I might as well just roll up. I have to have headphones. I don't know how people do it without headphones. Like I see cyclists without headphones when they're miserable. Like what? I got to have some rhythm.
Marty, do you ever go without?
I always go headphones. I can't not listen to something.
What happens if when's the last time you ran without anything playing? Maybe your headphones died. Who knows?
Yeah, I can't do it.
You just stop?
Yeah, just like a robot without oil. I can't do it. I don't go. Ain't happening.
Because there's no chance, man. There's
I
no
don't know how
chance.
people, like in the Olympics, marathoners, and like, how do you do it?
What do you think about when you're doing that? Do you think about your feet? Do you think about run? Do you think about how awful this is? Like what?
Well, that's what I'm saying. That's what the music does. The music helps you. It takes you to a place where your thoughts aren't on the pain. You have to take your thoughts away from the pain. So my thoughts immediately go to, how do I make my radio show a better show? What do I do?
Texture says, imagine running with Dave Matthews playing.
When will this end?
Marty, fact checker.
Marty monitors the mistakes in today's Fact Checker. Presented by Rock Plumbing, Heating, and Air Conditioning. Your local home comfort specialists. RockHeating.com. Rock, bringing comfort home and simplifying your life.
All right, Vic already kind of corrected that, but he said this earlier.
I never thought I'd live to see the day that Texas does not play Texas A&M in a football game.
Well, they're playing this year, but it's the first time playing since 2011.
I know that. But when that rivalry ended, I was talking about what realignment did to that rivalry, the CU-Nebraska rivalry, many rivalries around the country. Conference realignment killed those rivalries for the time being.
Yeah.
And that's sad. That's all I'm saying. That's sad. I didn't like it.
Which I agree with you with. Yeah. All those traditional games. How many of those still exist, by the way? So you got like all the SEC schools, Bama and Auburn, the Iron Bowl, that does. Ohio State, Michigan, obviously. Mm-hmm. But all these like Big 12, Pac-12, those gone, done. ACC is like this close to being done too. Mm-hmm. Yes, 911, there's a short man standing in the middle of the road. He looks like he's lost. And all that is a cop pulls up. Are you okay, sir? Yeah, my headphones died, so I can't move anymore. What do you expect me to do? Cardio with wind?
You know, before the Sony Walkman was invented in the early 80s, I don't know how people exercised.
So that one was always interesting to me because the Walkman was, you played a CD, right?
You had a cassette tape. You put a cassette tape in.
But didn't they have like the ones that played CDs? And I'm like, if you exercise, how did that not skip every 2 seconds?
It does. Rod Mackey still owns one of those. Rod Mackey has a mini CD player that also has a radio on it. He's probably listening to our show right now as he's running.
Wow, Rod, didn't know you were that old. All right, iTunes, Spotify, Spreaker, Moshe Lombardi, and Kane. Got an off night tonight before we get back at it. Game 3 in L.A., Nuggets and Lakers. By the way, on the Circus Sportsbook right now after that win last night, Vic, the Avs now minus 155. Favorites again to win that series against the Jets. So hopefully on Friday, they continue that when they come back to Ball Arena. But everybody have a wonderful Wednesday. It's going to be like 80 degrees outside. Enjoy it. Talk to you guys tomorrow. Love you.
listening at the moment, right off the face-off. Hey, cork it, Connor, because I believe Ross Colton gets it in along with Miles Wood. There's a snake in my boot. Devon Taves arriving. Cale McCarr, the three-man. Tipped in. They score! We're up all night to get lucky. Settles it down. Pressure coming from Yakov Trenin. Got it free. Cogliano in front. Parisi is there. He scores! Easy breezy. Zach Parisi. Nathan McKinnon. 10 seconds. He can get the distance in a hurry. Josh Manson out of the box. He scores! The Manimal out of the box. Onto the score sheet with 6.9 seconds to go in the second period. It's 4-2 Colorado. Nichushkin stays with it, still with it. Foul Nichushkin, no angle, he scores! The 2-2 train pulls into the station from an unlikely angle, an unlikely spot on the ice, and he has bought the Avalanche a Game 2 win.
I want you to put the word out there that we back up. Understand me? We back up.
It's a shout-out Wednesday edition of Dempsey and Company. I'm Alex Ryan-Emmy, your host. You guys know me better as Raj, joined as always by Josh Grismer and Steve Nelson, the super producer behind the glass. Avs win 5-2 in Game 2. They steal home ice advantage away from the Winnipeg Jets. They'll be back here at Ball Arena on Friday evening as we welcome you into the show alongside my co-host, the namesake of the program. He is Christopher A. Dempsey. Feels good after a win, brother.
Yeah, it does. I mean, all of us, those are the Avs that we know and love, right? That's the team that we expect to show up for the entirety of their run in the playoffs. So it was great, man. Like, I've made no secret that I was kind of terrified, coming into the game, not because, and I think a great many people were, not because we didn't think they could do it, because we all think they can do it, but we all just wondered what was happening in between the pipes and if that was going to be okay, because if that was okay, then I think there's zero people out there who are very worried about what they can do. If that's right.
Listen, hours ago, I was calling for Alexander Georgiev's proverbial head. I will own up to that. I'm here to eat crow today. Does it mean that I'm all the way back? Does it mean that my reservations are gone? No, it doesn't. But it is a good first step. You saw that the team rallied around him. You saw the smiles on his face when he gave up that first goal. In both of them yesterday, I don't really believe I can put on the goaltender. Certainly not the Mark Scheifele goal. That 2-on-1 backdoor, beautiful tip, reaches around Jack Johnson. Johnson's probably got to pick a twig up there. Georgiev was very good last night. He did not need to be spectacular, but he made the saves he needed to make throughout the game. And he didn't allow himself to get flustered, right? The first 10 minutes of that game was all Winnipeg. It's not to say that the first 20 minutes were all Winnipeg, because if you look at the possession stats, Colorado took back the possession of that game in the second half. You just had to, as I told you yesterday, weather the first 10 minutes of the game. You knew Winnipeg was going to come out like gangbusters trying to get that home crowd advantage back in their favor, and they had it. Right? Crazy scramble in front, but you don't see Georgiev get up and be frustrated or look around for a goaltender interference call. He certainly doesn't snap a stick, and he doesn't look like someone kicked his freaking dog. That was the one thing that I was looking at, was how does he respond to negative energy? And he looked good. He has a long road to win me back. A long, long road to win me back. But that is the winning formula that they had last night. And it's the second game in a row that the team has dominated possession. Winnipeg has averaged 29 shots against per game. The Avs have had 29 shots through 2 periods in both of their first 2 games, right? This is an open, up and down style that Winnipeg does not want to play. And you did your job, right? Big green check mark in the box of road win accomplished. That is your one goal when going on the road to start a playoff series, right? Steal home ice advantage back. And a lot of people were texting in last night. It was like, oh, what does stealing home court or stealing home ice advantage mean? That means if you win one game on the road and you split the first two of a 7-game series, if you just simply win the rest of your home games, you win the series, right? So now it turns into a 5-game series where Colorado has 3 home games, Winnipeg has 2. You have stolen home advantage back in your favor. You should be up 2-0 the way that you've played through these first 2 games. You were more than good enough to win the first, but you had atrocious goaltending. You had suspect defending in the middle of the ice, although it was the goaltending that cost you game 1. Last night, they closed the gap on 2 major things that I needed to see. That was clean exits out of your defensive zone and block shots, right? The block shot disadvantage was 15 plus in favor for Winnipeg in game 1. It was 4 last night. That matters.
It does. They took care of the detail items that you got to take care of to win a playoff game, and especially a road playoff game. And so they were able to do that. I just, for Georgiev, Raj, I think this is really well done by him, because there's probably we have 2 sports in their playoffs right now, and there were not, if you take basketball and hockey into account, there were not probably 3 players that had more pressure on them to perform than Alexander Georgiev.
It's him and nobody else.
Yeah.
You can't name a Laker. You can't name a Nugget. It's Alexander Georgiev.
Or any player on any other team.
You might, across both sets of playoffs.
Yes, across both sets. Yes.
You are spot on.
And he performed. And, and that is, it's not easy to do, man. And look, I remember reading something about him earlier in the season, that he's very into brain training and mental toughness, and he has active stuff that he does to kind of mentally be prepared and be strong and do all the things. And I think that showed up to me yesterday. It's very difficult to have to hear questions about your worth and then put all that aside in the most pressurized situation and then do that. And so I got to give kudos to him. And he talked about after the game, he talked about how much support that his teammates have given him through this entire saga here in the last couple of weeks. But it says a lot to me, and I think I'm with you. I think if you're on the outside looking in, we want to see more of it, right? To be convinced, fully convinced. But for him, I think that, for the athlete, one performance can get you right back into a space where you are playing with confidence and having success over time. And for Georgiev, maybe this was that thing. Hopefully. We'll see.
I said it last night. We were out at Triple B's Bourbon, Burgers, and Brews in Parker last night with our friends from Templeton Distillery, and the place was packed from 6 p.m. through Spring and I got off the air damn near midnight last night, and this thing was packed to the gills. Last minute, people showed up. We're giving away Cale Makar signed jerseys, photos of McKinnon and Landeskog, giving away free shots of bourbon and barrel-aged whiskeys and all this stuff. It was a blast. And a lot of people were coming around and going, does he have it tonight? What does this mean if he does have it tonight? And as I've said, he's got a long way to go back, but I don't think he's ever made a bigger save than the backdoor blocker save on Nick Ehlers in the 3rd period, where this game, I wouldn't say it was in doubt, but if Winnipeg scores and makes that thing a 1-goal game with 10, maybe 7 minutes to go, Canada Life Center erupts. And it is a vastly different situation than what was pretty simple. Sit back, chip pucks out. If you get an empty net goal, that's awesome. Would have been a vastly different situation had he not made that save. And that was the Avs thinking they were getting out of the zone, a blue line turnover, BLT, as we'll call him in the game, and Ehlers gets lost behind the defense, right? That's something that the Avs do. There are times where there are defensive breakdowns. It's how the team is built, either fortunately or unfortunately, right? They're built that way so that they can score a bunch of goals, and you're built to win 5-2 games. You're built to win 6-3 games, and that's what we saw last night. Georgiev hasn't made that save to bail the defense out. He made that one, and I looked at that and I went, while he has a long road to win me back, and he has a very long road to win Avs fans back, and both things can be true. You can play a great game and start to get back on your, use the best goalie at the All-Star game this year. You can start to get back on that. At the very same time, it can be true that you have had an inconsistent year, if not downright bad year as a goalie. That save for Mueller's might be the one that kickstarts him back in. But I need to see him string 2 in a row, 3 in a row, maybe 4 of 5 games of around 9-10 to 9-15 save percentage. And then I will truly say, all right, the guy's back. He just went through a really bad rough stretch, but the team rallied around him last night. And it was something that I don't really watch like the post game all that much. And I don't watch the huddles and like the stick taps that guys give goaltenders, because normally it doesn't matter. It mattered last night. And you saw that team spend time with Georgie in his crease after they won 5-2. It meant a lot to him, and it meant a lot to them.
It did. And, it's listen, this is Georgiev's quote. They showed so much support to me over the last couple of days. A very rough first game, obviously. I just felt so much trust in the room from everybody, and I appreciate it so much. It helped me reset to know that they have got my back. One of the questions that we had in the week leading up to this was just exactly how did the dressing room really think about this, and did he lose any of those players? And those players, to their credit, publicly all said no. He's our guy.
You're not going to throw the guy under the bus. That this sport doesn't do that.
I understand that, Raj. I understand that. But then when he says this after the game, then it's not just the players were saying this publicly. They were actively doing that behind closed doors. And for him to be able to now say, look, this is what they did. They wrapped their arms around me and said, bro, go out there and do your thing. We got you. That is a big time. That's a big deal. And you got to give a lot of people credit. We'll see. We'll see what happens here.
It's a big deal. I agree with you there. I wonder if it was the last-ditch effort. If that team was like, again, you're not going to Georgie and saying, hey, you got one more shot. Otherwise, we're turning on you and we want you out of the locker room. But you got to think the thought process around most of those players is we're going to rally around this guy because he needs one more shot. And if he fell flat on his face, I think that would have been it. And he did it. Credit to him. He stepped up. He was a pro. Credit to him.
Yeah, because they've seen him play well. It's not just a dude that fell out of the clear blue sky and then all of a sudden, was really bad.
No,
and
he's a good goalie last year.
And you look at him and you go, I don't know about this guy. He has put a lot of good stuff on the ice. A lot. He just hadn't done it recently. And most alarmingly, as they were trying to, improve their seeding and get down the stretch and then get into the playoffs. And then we're all just kind of freaking out about that. And so it's the toughest. It's a lot harder in those circumstances when the stakes are so high to like turn to somebody and go, okay, but don't worry, and continue to say it, even though 7 goals, 4 goals, 7 more goals. Like it's a credit to his teammates to stick with him that way. And then when you see what they did after that game to really just go and kind of just love him up after the game, you understand what he means to them and what this performance hopefully means for the Avs.
We're coming to you live from the Backus and Schenker studios. Their passion is justice. He's Christopher Dempsey. I'm Alex Ranemi. Avs win 5-2. They even up the series against the Winnipeg Jets. On the other side, rumor mill is rolling with the NFL draft just over 24 hours away. Diana Rossini saying that the Broncos, they might package up Pat Surtain and some first-round picks to get into the top 5 if Sean Payton's guy is there. We'll discuss on the other side. Rumor season, NFL draft coming up tomorrow evening. Text into the show today on the Shot Mazda text line. One price, one person, 1 hour. You can also watch us twitch.tv/AltitudeSR on the Safeway Twitch stream. As always, join our friends in there. Grim, Damn Care Bear, Danza, all of our regulars join in the chat room. We're going to have James Palmer joining us in about 5 minutes from right now to talk about the NFL draft. Diana Rossini just posted an article on The Athletic talking about how there's a handful of teams, Demps. This is something that you and I touched on yesterday, that truly believe if Sean Payton's guy is there in the top 5, that the Broncos would make a big swing with a package that could even include star quarterback, the guy who has been in pretty much every piece of New Jersey marketing for the franchise, Pat Surtain.
Yeah. Look, I
still find it hard to believe.
we talked about yesterday. Look, this is my opinion of what I think the Broncos brass is right now. And by brass, I'm just basically talking about the Paytons. I think they are not risk averse. They are not. I think if there is a guy they like, and the only variable here is we just don't know what they like and what they don't like. We have no clue what they think about these quarterbacks, like how strongly or not they feel about them. But I think this, if they feel super strongly about one of these guys, I don't think either one of these two dudes is risk averse. They do not care that they traded for Russell Wilson and a bunch of first round draft picks and that fell flat and everybody was all up in arms. They don't care. If there's a guy, if there's something they want to do, they're going to try to find a way to do it. If they want to get rid of Russell Wilson, and we all say that's dumb because look at the cap hit you're going to take, blah, 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 they don't care. They're going to do it anyway. And yesterday, I was trying to make the point that the question here is, what can you stomach? What are you willing to do if you want to get a guy who you know is not going to fall to you at 12? The only thing we don't know is how much they like a guy, because this is perfectly not surprising to me, this Diana Rossini report, because I think these guys have that in them. And
Sean Payton has been on the record saying, if you love a guy, go get him. I understand that. And they have a history of trading up in drafts, not necessarily like up into the top 5, especially to get a quarterback, because famously we know that he hasn't drafted a first round quarterback. But they've gone up and they've gotten guys like Davenport in 2017. They've moved up and tried to get a guy in Von Bell in 2016. They do this. They trade into the first round. They do it all the time, or at least they did it all the time in New Orleans. They just haven't made that massive jump.
No, they haven't. And, you know, I think this team is and these individuals would do it if they felt the need.
Let's head on out to the Ramos Law Hotline. Car accident, you need Ramos Law, medical doctor and attorney at ramoslaw.com, where we find our friend James Palmer. James, you had a long day with the DNVR folks yesterday talking NFL draft. How was that?
Oh, it was good, man. It's always fun to like you talk with I always wonder like draft stuff with a player in the room, because the fun stuff to talk about, like, and this was definitely a conversation off camera, is like quarterbacks leading a locker room, specifically rookie quarterbacks. Like, you know, everybody's curious, like, can Caleb Williams lead this locker room in Chicago? Oh, everybody loved, you know, Justin Fields. Well, like, having a conversation with Todd Davis on there. Todd's pretty, like, you know, nobody really says anything bad about your quarterback. You got to be a pretty bad dude to openly say things about your quarterback. It's kind of known in the locker room. It's like, oh, okay, it's kind of cool to kind of see those things and get, you know, I'm trying to get the perspective from everybody right now of coaches, executives, GMs, assistant GMs, players, everybody. You just kind of talk to everybody and try to piece it all together to give yourself as much information right now as we head into Thursday, and then we'll all be wrong Thursday night.
With all of that information coming over the past couple of days, you know, Zach Wilson being brought into the team and Jarrett Stidham being a younger quarterback in this league, never truly having a foothold as a starter. Is there enough veteran presence? Is there enough leadership in that quarterback room for them to take a chance on bringing in a rookie quarterback?
That's a great question. I think Jarrett's good for any room he's in. I think the places he's already been in his career, and it's not that very long, I think are valuable, honestly. And if you ask kind of his makeup, I think he's a valuable person to a room. Actually, I think it was interesting to see the relationship between A-Rod and Zach over the past year. Was one that I don't think a lot of us saw happening, and it actually did happen in a pretty good fashion, in a very positive manner in a sense. I'm not saying Zach changes the dynamic of a room Monday through Saturday, right, in terms of your preparation and things he sees that can help you with like a lot of these other backup quarterbacks that are out there. But like, as of right now, I don't think you're speaking out of turn to say this like is probably the worst quarterback room in the NFL. I mean, like that's I mean, seriously, like go
it is.
through the league. And it probably is. I mean, it's part of this rebuild. It's part of what they're trying to build. Now, do I think like the move for Zach Wilson with what I just said is a bad move? I really don't. I really don't. Like, I think it only has upside. I mean, this is a first-round talent in terms of athletic ability and arm talent. This is a first top-of-the-draft talent. Now, will Zach Wilson grow and become to, see things and coverages and reads and stuff like that? Like, that's still yet to be determined. But he's going to get a chance to work with Sean Payton, and it cost you essentially a seventh-round pick and $2.5 million. So I think it's something that you take a flyer on. I think it makes your room better than what it was. So you went from like all the way at the bottom to like closer to everybody else now. And I don't think it changes their plans come Thursday night. I really don't.
Yeah, okay. That's the question I was going to get at was does that move preclude them from doing anything quarterback-wise on Thursday? And you're saying no, that everything is still on the table for them. They will not move on from thinking about acquiring drafting a quarterback on Thursday.
No, I don't think so at all. I don't think it takes away any of their aggressiveness either. What I do think, and this could be wrong, but the perception is maybe you go out and make this move at the beginning of the week because we're calling around, and it might take more than what we have to get up to where we want to get up to. You know what I mean? Like, let's be realistic. We're going to be as aggressive as we possibly can, and I do think they're going to be aggressive. If there's somebody that they really like, I think they'll be aggressive going after them if they feel like they have to. I think this move, to me, says we've made a lot of calls. Everybody else has made a lot of calls. The asking price is something maybe we can't get to, so let's protect ourselves a little bit more and add a little bit more insurance to our room as we're still trying to figure out what we can do in the first round of the draft. I don't think by any stretch you going and getting Zach Wilson means you're going to be less aggressive. I think it might just be a little tell that, some of these other teams, and you're fighting with a bunch of them that are right there with you that probably have more resources to give, specifically Minnesota, to move up for somebody. So maybe you protect yourself a little bit further if you don't end up landing one, which doesn't mean they're not going to try, but we know the way the draft falls, and sometimes you're the team that didn't get one.
We're pretty split here across the Altitude Sports Radio board on, draft a quarterback at 12 or give up everything to get into the top 5. I'm alongside Nate Kreckman and I believe Coach Sanford. I'm team trade back and hopefully someone falls to you, get more picks, get more young guys in. For you, if you're running the Broncos right now, you have 3 options. You can package multiple first rounders and maybe even a guy like Pat Surtain to get into the top 5 to get a quarterback. You can select anyone at 12, or you can take a chance and move back to someone, let's say it's 22 with the Eagles. What do you do, General Manager James Palmer?
Man, well,
hey, you're a free agent. You could be a GM next year for all you know.
That's a good point. Hey, listen, I hope George is listening right now. Maybe I can sit next to him next year. It's pretty tough to answer that question when you don't see the board in front of you. You don't see who's available and what's happened. Like, we just say, like, you sit there and you take 12. Well, who's available to me at 12? Like, I don't know. And trading back. I think trading up, though, is probably, unless you think this guy is going to alter the course of your franchise for the next 10 years, mortgaging everything that you just listed, I think is a unbelievably risky move. And here's the other part you have to remember. You're going to do that, and you're probably doing that for the 4th best quarterback in this draft, or who a lot of people believe is the 4th option. Let's put it that way, right? Because you're probably not going to have the ability to get 1, 2, or 3. Like, you're just probably not going to. So you're going to do all of that and mortgage all of those picks and everything for the 4th option in a lot of people's minds. Like, that part to me really stands out. Now, you may have that fourth option be the best quarterback on your board. Who knows? Maybe the Broncos think Michael Penix is hands down far and away better than Jaden Daniels and Drake May and J.J. McCarthy. They wouldn't be alone, honestly. I'll tell you that, if that's the way they thought. There are teams that do think Michael Penix is better than those three. So just giving up those assets to me seem very difficult in the course of where they're at with the lack of the picks and the number of holes they have on the roster. If you could trade back, if we're just going to play the scenario game, and you trade back and you love Bo Nix and you're able to acquire more picks and you get Bo Nix at a better value spot than, say, picking him at 12, it's probably a pretty good option. You probably have to keep your eye on the Rams at 19. That could be a sleeper team interested in Bo Nix. Probably keep your eye on the Saints as well. Two kind of teams that maybe not getting as much love that may be interested in quarterbacks in the first round. But if you can trade back and get Bo Nix, if that's one of the guys you like, he's been listed, linked to the Broncos stylistically by some people, that would probably be the happiest thing you can come away with in round one.
Yeah, you know what? You mentioned Michael Penix in there too. How should we be thinking about him? I mean, he feels like a first-round talent to me, but obviously the medicals are pushing him down lower or into the second round. How should we be thinking about him?
I think he's going to go in the top half of the first round. I really do. I really do. I think the medicals vary by team. Some teams are literally just pass-fail. The coaches are like, does he pass? Does he pass our medical? Yes, he passes. And the doctor would be like, hey, he barely passed. I don't care. Does he pass? Yes. Okay, we'll draft him. He is an intriguing talent that I found interesting that the last couple of weeks there was like a little less on him, right? We've been hearing J.J. McCarthy beaten over the head with how much he's climbing, all this stuff. And sometimes when it goes quiet on a quarterback, it's because there's some teams that are sitting there, maybe in quarterback alley at 11, 12, 13 or somewhere. Maybe even Seattle wants to come up and get him. His old offensive coordinator wants him. Like, please fall to me. Please fall to us. Let's be quiet on this quarterback. That happens a lot of times. And there was a kind of a lull there for Michael Penix, I think. And I think that's because there are a number of teams that really, really like the way he plays. And there's a lot to like about his game. There really is. And there's holes in all of these quarterbacks' games. I mean, there's teams I've talked to that have McCarthy as a second-round pick. Some have him right behind Caleb Williams. There's teams I've talked to that have Michael Penix, like I mentioned, as the second-best quarterback in this draft, and some say, yeah, he's going to be in the second round. I don't like the way he throws the football. Everybody's all over the board on these quarterbacks. What fits you and what your coaching staff can do with them, that also varies. I think Minnesota can almost do anything with any of these quarterbacks, just the way they're built and the way their offense is run by Kevin O'Connell. But I think Michael Penix is a really, really intriguing player. I don't know if he gets past 13. I think he's going to be the fifth quarterback taken, and then we'll find out after 13, is my guess, if we have six quarterbacks in the first round, which would be wild.
That would be nuts, right? Like, and we've heard so many draft analysts looking at this quarterback class and saying, yeah, it's a good QB class, but it doesn't necessarily mean that there should be six guys selected in the first or five guys selected in the first. If that happens, right? We're talking about the Broncos needing to get an impact player at 12. You did a little vignette on Dallas Turner coming off the edge. The Broncos do need an impact player as an edge rusher. If those quarterbacks end up pushing big time players down the board, you're able to select like a Quinyon Mitchell, although I think that the fan base would lose its mind having another corner here without getting a quarterback or a pass catcher. Who would be your target? A top five guy that gets pushed down the board that could be available at 12 that you say, if he's there when the Broncos are picking and they don't select him, they have completely bungled the first round.
Bungled the first round. I get the edge rusher thing. I talked about it a little bit too. I'll go there first just because there's many teams that believe there is not a top 10 defensive player in this draft. There is not a defensive player in this draft that's worthy of a top 10 pick. There are plenty of teams that feel that way. So you're at 12. Well, maybe there's a chance you can be in the position to take the best defensive player on your board, right? You know what I mean? Like whoever you find to be the best defensive player, you might have that option at 12. I think it's a little high for the corner group. There's enough people that think this corner group, like you're really getting good value if you're picking in the bottom half of the first round to take these corners. I would say if Brock Bowers is sitting there and you're on the clock at 12, I'd have a hard time not putting the card in. personally. I mean, this is talking to enough offensive coordinators that I find very creative. I think Sean would probably be in that group. I'm not saying he's part of the people I talk to about Brock Bowers, but what I've been told around the league is if you use him properly, he is just an unbelievable chess piece. And I think what we've seen from, Sam Laporta and what Dalton Kincaid was able to do in the second half of the year when he found his footing, these are not tight ends. These are weapons. And Brock Bowers is probably a better blocker than both of those guys. So you can put him in the slot. You can put him out at X. You can put him, you can line him up in the backfield. He can play, next to your line of scrimmage. And I think that helps whoever your quarterback is this year, whoever wins the job, if you don't end up getting one, or whoever your quarterback's going to be next year. I mean, I just think we've seen what Sean has done with tight ends. He was with Jeremy Shockey at the beginning of his career with the Giants. Like, this guy is rare, special. There's nobody else playing the position like him in this entire draft. I'd have a hard time not pulling the trigger on him because I think he makes your entire offense just exponentially better if you can't get the quarterback.
Yeah, and I think what we know about Sean Payton is he had big plans for Greg Dulcich here in kind of a hybrid role. And
role.
Exactly right. And so it's Brock Bowers would fit exactly right there, and he wants a weapon of that kind. So that would be an interesting pick. Let's zoom out and take the draft as a whole, the first round as a whole. What are you most interested to see kind of unfold tomorrow?
I want to see kind of how the first half impacts what happens on the back end. And my point of that is we could see some trades going on in the back end of the draft. Specifically probably for tackles. After those first three receivers, there's kind of a drop-off, and then it's like, what flavor do you really like in the other receivers? Because there's a thought that maybe, and this is nuts, 14 or 15 receivers go in the first two rounds, which is wild.
It is wild.
It really is wild. But this tackle group, you could possibly have 7 go in the first round. And after the first couple, like, does anybody kind of move from those 20s spots up for one of these tackles, and how does that come into play? The tackles are really interested to me. Everybody's debated the receivers, right? So I think what everybody's sitting here waiting is like, Monty, is he going to stay at 4, and does he take Marvin Harrison Jr., or like some teams have, Malik Neighbors higher? What does he do there? I think the draft is going to start at really 3, probably 4. I think the Patriots are listening to everybody, but I just hunches that they pick a quarterback and stay. And then 4, Cardinals are open for business, but they already have 11 picks. So in this draft, so do they want like their clear-cut number 1 non-quarterback, which would probably be Marvin Harrison, then him, then 5 with the Chargers, 6 with the Giants? That's when it gets just so interesting. 4, 5, 6, and who wants to come up? And all these teams are interested in quarterbacks. You hinted to it earlier, and I'll leave it with this. Like, this is not a really, really good quarterback class in a lot of people's minds. It's just a really quarterback-needy draft, and that drives these quarterbacks up.
That's our guy, James Palmer. Thanks for coming on with us in such short notice, man. Hey, what are you doing tomorrow for the draft? Where can people find you? What are you going to be doing?
I'm going to be all over the place. Should I tell you I'll be on the Fan? I'm sorry about that.
No, you could have let that go by the wayside.
Just for a little bit. It's all right. No, it's okay.
Hey, we appreciate you, man.
Yep, sounds good.
James Palmer. He's Chris Dempsey. I'm Ryan Hemme. Demps, you've got your NBA baseline coming up next. There have been some big things happening in the West. Minnesota looks good. Phoenix is on the fritz. Let us know what the biggest threat to the Nuggets are in the second round and beyond. On the other side, it's altitude. Dempsey and Company, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Raj alongside Chris Dempsey. You can take the Altitude Sports Radio app wherever you go. Powered by the Wilhite Law Firm. Injury lawyers, go to wilhitewins.com. That's wilhitewins.com. It's 10:45 on a Wednesday. Demps, bring us through the NBA playoffs.
Yeah, some impressive things from some teams last night in playoff games. I had to go back and watch some of these. I was watching the Avs the entire time. But look, if you didn't already understand why it was so important that the Nuggets had at least home court, through however long they could, and that Minnesota not be the team that gets home court over them should they meet, it's only because Minnesota looks like they are playing lights out basketball. They win again, 105-93 over Phoenix last night, and just defensively they just look like the real deal. And not only that, I think the most impressive thing about that victory for them from my standpoint is that you got almost no contributions from Anthony Edwards and Karl Anthony Towns. Those two, obviously Ant Edwards is one of the rising supernovas in the league. He had 12 points in that game, is what he had. And, he went 15 points in that game on 3 of 12 shooting was what it was. 12 points from Karl Anthony Towns, but then you catch 25 from Jaden McDaniels.
That's the scary thing, right?
Yep.
Last year we talked about the emergence of Anthony Edwards as a true stud in this league that made you think twice about Minnesota, right? We heard KCP say last year that the toughest series was the Minnesota series last year, although the Nuggets made it look easy, right? You had this thing in the background. It was, what can Ant Edwards do? This feels like the same thing. He's not the level as Anthony Edwards is, but Jaden McDaniels looks like a stud.
Yeah, he does. And what we had already known about him was he was a stud defensively, and he's the guy that they put on Jamal Murray when they're playing the Nuggets just to try to corral Jamal in any way they possibly can. But if he's going to be able to just pop in 20, 25 points, then they just they're just a lot scarier. So and for Phoenix, there's so many flaws with that basketball team. And then Grayson Allen continues to be sprained his ankle again. Phoenix is done in these playoffs. That is they are walking the plank. They will be out sooner rather than later. And then you had this Dallas go into LA and beat the Clippers. And here's why that was kind of significant to me. Because the way they did it, it wasn't just Luka scores 40 points and maybe has a triple-double and Kyrie goes off as well, and they just kind of outlast the team. They played defense, real defense. Kawhi Leonard showed back up on the court, played that game yesterday. He didn't play in game 1, which the Clippers actually did win. 90, they held them under 100 points. Luka Doncic played defense as I have never seen this before. He was active on the defensive end, moving his feet, trying to just play as hard as he can, which he normally never does. And here's an interesting stat that came out of that I heard earlier this morning. So when Luka was the primary defender on anybody in that game last night, those individuals went 2 for 17. 2 for 17. When he had a hand up in their face contesting the shot, 0 for 11. And look, he's not going to do that every single night, probably not most nights. But if you're going to get a renewed effort on the defensive end from Luka Doncic, then that is one of those two teams will be the Nuggets second. Oh no, they will not. 3-6.
3-6. You're looking at Minnesota. Like the Western Conference final, unfortunately, will happen in round 2.
Yes, it will. It'll be interesting to see what happens there. But Dallas, wow, defensively, that was really well done. If they're going to do that, then I think the LA Clippers might be in trouble.
Take it one step farther. Can either one of those two teams truly challenge OKC?
Dallas. I think Dallas. Yeah.
Have they been consistent enough for you to be like, yeah, they can do it? Or is it just, one game of playing defense and showing up when Kawhi's on the court and tying the series at 1?
No, because I think this goes back with Dallas. This goes all the way back probably almost to the trade deadline as they kind of retooled what they were doing. You get P.J. Washington in, you get Gafford in, and they're able to kind of transform themselves defensively a little bit. And then they did this slow, steady rise, and they were one of the hotter teams going down the stretch of the regular season in the NBA. And so I think this is an extension of that, to be honest with you. And so if they're going to continue to get really good defensive efforts, then they have the offense to be able to outlast a lot of basketball teams. Luka alone, he's an MVP candidate. So I think Dallas would be a team just to keep your eye on. Let's just keep your eye on the Dallas Mavericks. Yesterday, I also thought exactly what we thought might happen with Indiana and Milwaukee transpired. The Indiana Pacers go in there and they win. Milwaukee had a good first game, and they desperately need Giannis back. But if he cannot come back, then I think Indiana will get a foothold in this series and eventually win. I think there's a universe, even with Giannis playing, they win this series. Yeah, I do. I just don't believe in how Doc Rivers has fashioned that basketball team anymore. I mean, they're inconsistent defensively. They're really hit and miss offensively. I don't think they get to their strengths as much as they possibly could. They need a training camp with him. That's what they need. They need a summer and a training camp to be even better next season. I got a question for you, Raj. I was thinking about this after watching that Jamal shot over and over and over again. At what point we know Nikola is the best player in team history, right? Right. At what point is Jamal the second best player in team history? Is that now?
If he stays healthy for the next 4 years, I think he'll have a legit chance to supplant English as number 2. Right? Am I assuming that it's English?
Yeah, it would be.
Like
for sure.
Some of the old guard would say Dan Issel could be in there, but it's a different conversation that we're having. I think if you were to put the poll out there, who's the second best player in Nuggets history? And actually, Nelly, we'll throw that up on Twitter here. We'll throw Dan Issel, Alex English, and
Melo.
I was going to say, do you want to incite the fan base and throw Melo on there? Those 3 options. Who's the second best player in Nuggets history? If you have the 4th option, you can throw Jamal up there as well. He's got to stay healthy. I think they need to win another championship, but has there been a better clutch scorer in the history of this team? I don't know.
I don't know
because
either.
I think you could make the argument that even over Nikola, when it comes to you need buckets, it's that guy. With the amount of games that he put up in the bubble, the amount of games that he can just show up and be, to steal another nickname of guy who's on Mount Rushmore of sports in Denver, Mr. Big Shot.
Yeah, he looks like Mr. Big Shot for the Nuggets. He just does.
He's well on his way.
I think so too.
Alex's numbers are so gaudy that I think if you were to just put it on a spreadsheet, you go, well, it's not the same conversation, but the dude wins. Mm-hmm. The guy wins. And it coincides with him being paired with by the time he's done, is Nikola Jokic like a top 5 player of all time? Top 7 player of all time? Maybe.
I don't think that's out of the question.
It certainly isn't. So you do have that, I guess, like going against you, but he has this magic ability to hit the shot that needs to be made.
Yeah. At
any given point.
And to just kind of put away whatever has happened for 3 quarters and then get the job done in the 4th quarter and down the stretch. It just crossed my mind, and I thought maybe it's Alex English for me, but Jamal Murray's hard charging. He's got the title, which is Alex never had. Alex has all the points, which maybe nobody else might have in team history if Nikola Jokic just doesn't stay long enough to get that record too. So we'll see. I think it really does underscore. We always call this the golden age of Nuggets basketball. It is. We might be watching the 2 best players in the team's history play at the same time.
It's funny. We have these conversations, then like the text thread goes off about, it's too early to tell. But then you have this thing in the back of your mind is like, don't let the golden years go away without truly appreciating them in real time, right? They go away before you realize they're there. So it's this weird existence where you have to jump the gun a little bit and kind of slap the face of like the old guard to be, listen, we're not going to let this thing go into the past and then have to reminisce upon it. Flowers are due when they are due. Again, I ate crow on Alexander Georgiev earlier today. I think the flowers are due with Jamal Murray in the fact that because he hit so many big-time shots, you don't have to wait until the end of his career to put him in the conversation of second best Nugget of all time.
Yeah. I mean, and look, as a playoff performer, you could argue outside of Nikola Jokic, he is the best player in the history of this franchise in the playoffs. He already has the biggest the biggest improvement from regular season scoring average to postseason scoring average in the history of the NBA. The history of the NBA. He gets that much better in the playoffs, and he performed, and obviously the shot has been his latest thing. But I think that'll be a fun poll. It'd be interesting to see what people think about that.
Yeah, head on over to Twitter at AltitudeSR. Let your voice be heard there. Nikola Jokic, obviously the best player in Nuggets history. Who's the second best player? Your four options right now: Dan Issel, Alex English, Melo, or Jamal Murray. On the other side, we'll hear from Coach Jared Bednar as he joined Moshe Lombardi and Kane this morning to recap a huge Game 2 victory and a bounce-back night from Alexander Georgiev. It's Dempsey and Company on Altitude.
Tyler Toffoli could not be cherry-picking more. Now to the net front, save made by Georgiev, and that is perfect from the Avalanche's number one. And finally, the Jets were able to bail it down ice. Bouncing puck settles for Niederreiter. Save made by Georgiev. All hail King George. Niederreiter on the breakaway, and King George said absolutely not. Like the rights of the 13 colonies. Niederreiter, backdoor wide open. Oh, what a save by Georgiev. Point blank range on Nikolai Ehlers. The Avalanche are going to ice it, but Georgiev, who has been called upon on numerous occasions in this game too, makes a gargantuan stop on a wide open Winnipeg Jet at the back door.
Big O Tires are huge fans of Colorado hockey and want to invite all fans into any one of their locally owned and operated locations for all of your tire and service needs. Big O Tires, the team you trust. The big stop of the day. Multiple stops of the day for Alexander Georgiev. Breakaways, backdoor opportunities. He bounced back in what was the biggest game of his career, certainly the biggest game of his career in an Avs uniform. And this was a situation where I think it was last chance to prove that you can do this and bounce back and get out of your own head, play like a confident goaltender. He still has a long way to prove that he can do that consistently, but put his best foot forward last night, as did the team in front of him, right? Blocked more shots last night. They did not back away from physical play, which is something that was a big issue this year in the regular season. Is, you know how you can beat the Avs? You bully them out of the rink. Well, they out-hit Winnipeg in game one. They tied the hit battle last night. They end up not potting on the power play last night, but I think for the majority of those 4 minutes, right, Cale Makar is in the locker room getting zips on his upper lip. That was an issue. When he came back out onto the ice for the final 45 seconds of the power play, it looked like it started to click. The team in front of him was much better, but there still were defensive breakdowns, right? That happened. He was there to make the stop. 13 minutes to go in the third period in a 2-goal hockey game. Somehow Nino Niederreiter, who stunned Avs faithful back in 2013 when the Avs won the Central Division, right? Game 7, when he was a member of the Minnesota Wild. I think he was either a rookie or a second-year player at that point in his career, was Niederreiter. Sends the Avs home, right? Very young Nathan McKinnon, Ryan O'Reilly, Matt Duchene. You had shades of oh no, it's going to turn the tide. Steps up big. The Nick Ehlers shot that I mentioned later on in that third period, huge blocker save to keep it a 2-goal lead. He stepped up big time, man. He really did. Stepped up big time.
Yeah, he did. And great for him, man. It's funny that Nelly played, the Sorry song, which we don't have to say we're sorry about that because we're...
I'll say I'm sorry, man.
Nope. You don't even have to. Because you know why, Raj? Because his performances were very concerning, man.
They were bad.
That's just... that is, we were concerned for a real reason, not just because we're just grabbing things out of thin air. And so he answered those questions for a night, and that is great. And so for us, yeah, you asked this question earlier in the show, which was, what's your confidence level? I think, I don't know. Mine is probably at 6 right now. I mean, that sounds reasonable to me. I'm not all the way gung-ho, he's fine, but also I really do love what he was able to do in that game. So I just think for people who watch and observe, and we're just watching, we just want to see more. We're not going to just give you the full vote of confidence after one game, even if we loved it, and even if we feel more hopeful now for game 3. He's got to show us more. But for him, that might have been the thing that for him in his own head gets him from one space to now he's soaring.
If we take that barometer, that 1 through 10, the highest I've ever been on Georgiev is probably an 8. And that was in the postseason last year because he was very good against Seattle. Was one of the main reasons that the Avs had a chance to win that series against the Kraken, despite missing so many players to injury and suspension, and Val Nichushkin just being absent from the team after what happened in Washington State. I was as high on him at that point as I ever have been in his career. I was as low 2 days ago when I think on a 1 to 10 scale, I was at a 1.
Yeah.
I'm not at a 6 like you are. I'd say I'm at a 4 or a 5, which tells me it could go either way, right?
Yeah.
He needs to string a few together. Does it mean he has to play perfect hockey for the next 3, 4, 5, 6 games? No, but I want to see 2 games in a row of above average goaltending. I want to see 4 games out of 5 of games that you don't give away when your team's playing well in front of you. Because if we look at this from a 30,000 foot view, Colorado should be up 2-0 going home. They played more than well enough to win game 1. Like going away with even below average goaltending, you still win that game like 6-4, 5-3. And they just simply didn't get competent goaltending in game 1. There were a couple of defensive breakdowns, but they played well enough. They possessed the puck long enough to win that game. Again, 8 times out of 10.
Let me ask you one question here. Another question. This is about the other goaltender. Have they solved one of the best goaltenders in the world?
I think I wouldn't say they've solved anything. It's tied 1-1 in a 7-game series. I think that they found a brand of hockey that Winnipeg doesn't want to play. And it's up and down, right? This is a high scoring pace that the Jets and Rick Bowness hate playing. Remember your days back of Rick Bowness when he was the head coach of the Dallas Stars? He plays a miserable style of hockey to watch. It is sit back, 1-4, block a billion shots, and allow Connor Hellebuck to save, 35 out of 37 on any given night. But they got into a track meet with the Avs. And if you can continue to make that happen, Hellebuck will look, I won't say pedestrian, but he won't look superhuman like he has for the majority of this season, right?
I think for me, Raj, it's so after both games now, you've heard the Winnipeg Jets say, we were playing in a way that we don't want to play. And sooner or later, that becomes, you can't stop that team from putting their personality on the ice. And we're at that tipping point right now. Because even in they won the first game. They didn't love how they won that first game.
No, they stole it.
They came out, all the comments, right? We got to do all the things. They knew what they had to do, and they couldn't do it in the second game either. And now we're at a space where the Avs look like they can just get their style of play on the ice, and Winnipeg can't do anything about that.
Listen, that's when the forward group looks like they have for the last 2 games. It's really difficult to keep Colorado from playing the style of hockey they want. If the forward group does not commit to forechecking, does not commit to back pressure. We saw amazing back pressure last night from Nichushkin, Middlestat. They put Nichushkin and Lehkonen on the PK for block shots. It was great. Val Nichushkin and Arturi Lehkonen are what a joy to watch those 2 guys play 200-foot hockey. But you see Nathan McKinnon make a back pressure play in the neutral zone, and all of those things matter. When the Avs get away from that, they're a team that can be beat on rushes constantly. But they don't shy away from contact in the first 2 games, and you can impose your will on a team like Winnipeg if you have 200-foot commitment from every single one of your players. It's difficult to get, but if it's playoff time and you can use the old adage, they flip the switch come playoff time. Can you get 22 games? Can you get 24 games of that type of commitment? Maybe you can. There is something to be said, though, Demps, when you talk about, did you solve Connor Hellebuck? He is at this point in his career where he has never performed in the postseason. Could he be going down the road of one of those guys that is he's amazing. He should start for Team USA in the next Olympic cycle. He's a stud. He will run away with the Vezina this year. But if he continues to struggle and continues to give up goals like this, he'll have that stamp on him. Not a clutch time performer.
Yeah.
Until he shows up and throws up a 0 or a 1 against Colorado. I think there's one game where he's going to do that in this series. He's going to stand on his head, make 43 or 44, and you're going to have to hope that it's good enough to win the game.
Because he hasn't looked close to that yet.
No,
and
he
the
hasn't.
Avs have peppered him with all the shots.
The Miles Wood goal is unacceptable.
Yeah.
Right? If that goes in on Georgiev,
right.
Tough time trying to get me not to curse on air if that goes in on Georgiev, right? Now imagine what's going on in Winnipeg.
Yeah.
I thought they looked great. This is what Jared Bednar had to say about Georgiev's performance.
I'm just really proud of him that he was able to go and put out that type of performance under that type of pressure, under that type of criticism. I think it takes a tremendous amount of mental toughness and resilience to be able to focus back in on what you need to do in your process, and then play a rock solid game like that, and get us a huge playoff win on the road. Because like in the first period, we gave up some huge chances that we didn't like, and he gets scored on early, and he just stuck to what he needed to do and was really focused and committed to playing his game. And our team responded in front of him and noticed that and played a really good hockey game in the final 40 minutes.
Those are the words of Jared Bednar on This Morning with Mosier, Lombardi, and Kane, as he is every single week right here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. As a reminder, the voice of the people on the Altitude Sports Radio app is powered by the Fricky Law Firm. They are in your corner. All you got to do, open up the app, go to the bottom, hit the little microphone button, and you can leave us a message. We'll play those live on air every single day here throughout the shows. Chris Dempsey, Alex Ryanemi, Steve Nelson's behind the glass. We'll get into Nelly's NFL notes on the other side. We'll get back into the Avs coming up at 11:45, some shout outs, and we'll get you an update on our Twitter poll at AltitudeSR. Who is the second best Nugget of all time? Is it Jamal Murray already? Let us know. Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Dempsey and Company's the program. I'm your host, Alex Ryan. You guys know me better as Raj. Christopher A. Dempsey, Steve Nelson behind the glass. It's time for his NFL notes. Bring us through the biggest stories around the league just about 30 hours ahead of the NFL draft, where the Broncos are selecting number 12. Nelly, what you got?
Yesterday, the Broncos decided to exercise PS2's fifth-year option. This was an absolute no-brainer. And even back in February, Broncos GM George Payton said that this move was going to be an easy one. So PS2 is set to make a projected $19.8 million guaranteed in 2025. So between this option and between the fact that he was plastered all over the marketing materials with the new uniforms, can we now say definitively that he's going nowhere, or is there still a little sliver of doubt?
So we talked about the Diana Rossini article on The Athletic that said there are multiple teams that think that the Broncos have the ability to get into the top 5, not necessarily the top 3. The only way that ability comes about is if Arizona is truly open to trading, which James Palmer just told us about 40 minutes ago that they're fielding calls. Yep. Arizona. They're not necessarily just going to say, Marvin Harrison Jr., come on down, although I think that should be the pick. He's the best player in the draft. Too. There's a possibility that they could do it. I think that them picking up the option, throwing him on every piece of marketing tells you that they're realistic, that they're not going to package him to move up for a quarterback this year. I think that they're going to select someone at 12 or move back. It would be really odd to pick up the option, guarantee the money, make him the face of your franchise, which you did.
Yeah.
There's not a quarterback in any one of those videos, right? If you had a quarterback, that guy would be leading the charge. You're really going to ship that guy out a week later? I find it hard to believe.
I do too. I do too.
Which means
I think
the Broncos aren't trading in the top 5.
Well, yeah.
Quashed.
I mean, I just think that the one look, the most unlikely scenario, all right, is that I think that they would entertain that is if there was the quarterback that they like is still sitting there at 4 and Arizona just says, hey, hit us with your best offer and make sure PS2 is in it. How much do you like the quarterback? Now, James Palmer also said this, that the quarterback class is but so many teams need quarterbacks that it's super illuminated right now. But if you love the guy and the team says, make us an offer, please, but it's got to have PS2 in it, I could see a scenario where they might maybe do that just because they love the quarterback. But outside that, nope. I'm with you, Raj. I think there's just too much wrapped into PS2 to all of a sudden now just jettison him a week after all this business.
You talk about here's the best offer. If I look at ESPN Bet and I look at the odds that the Los Angeles Chargers pick a quarterback with their first-round draft pick this year, it opened at the end of the season at 100-1.
Uh-huh.
On Tuesday of this week, it was 15-1. Today, it's 6-1.
Did they take a quarterback?
That they take a quarterback in round 1 with crazy-ass Jim Harbaugh at the helm, who we know thinks J.J. McCarthy is far and away the best QB in the draft this year.
But does he believe that?
Really? I don't know,
it's hard
but
to
the
know.
odds have moved from 100-1 to 6-1. That's not just a small sliver. I know this is a pipe dream that I'm talking about right now. If there is any possibility that Justin Herbert isn't the quarterback of the future in LA and Harbaugh wants his guy in McCarthy, there is not a draft compensation package that I would say no to in terms of shoveling out the door. You know how reticent I am to give up 2 first-rounders and Pat Surtain or 3 first-rounders and Pat Surtain? If Justin Herbert's the guy on the other side of that deal, sell the team to get the player. I know this is like
everybody has
stuff,
a price, and I
found
your price.
That's my price, and I want to say a big thanks out to the 215 for throwing this story out at me. That's a big time move in odds. It doesn't necessarily say that it's going to happen, but it says that there's probably been conversations around it, or that the volatility of Jim Harbaugh, the craziness of him makes it somewhat plausible.
Yeah.
It'd be tough to trade him in division, but you're telling me he's available? I give everything for that player because you know who he is. Do you know who McCarthy is? Do you know who Nix is? Do you know who Penix is? No. You know Justin Herbert can be a stud in this league.
Yeah, and that's interesting. It really is interesting.
That's my price.
So when he was with the 49ers, it was at Alex Smith and Colin Kaepernick, right? So he's been down this road before where it's like a couple of quarterbacks. He puts in the one that he wants. I don't know. That's crazy. That's crazy. Look at the second part of the issue he would never trade that quarterback in division, right? Because you don't want to have to face Justin Herbert over and over and over and over and over again, right?
You don't think he can convince Spanos that I can beat anyone with J.J. McCarthy? And 3 first-round draft picks and Pat Surtain as another corner on this team? It's funny.
Would you trade PYS? Well, here's part 2. Part 3. Would you trade PS2 in division?
For Justin Herbert?
Yeah.
Dude.
Okay, hold on. Okay.
It's the biggest yes ever.
Okay, yeah. I would do it too.
In division, Pat Surtain and multiple first-round picks, and you just get Justin Herbert back. The answer is a resounding yes every time. Every time.
I think I'd do it too. Because I'm a quarterback guy. And Justin Herbert's a really good one.
Is
really,
Jim
really
Harbaugh crazy enough? Nelly?
It's fun to play pretend, but here's Adam Schefter talking on ESPN this morning explaining why everything you just said won't happen.
Hold on, did you know I was going to go to the Herbert thing?
Oh, yeah, 100%. Yeah, I know you well enough. And Adam Schefter disagrees despite how much J.J. McCarthy and Jim Harbaugh love each other.
You couldn't be any more effusive in a player the way that Jim Harbaugh has spoken about J.J. McCarthy. And the way it was told to me a month ago was that no new money in Justin Herbert's contract is kicked in. To trade him would cost them well over $100 million, which would be the largest cap charge in history. You'd be absorbing the largest cap charge in NFL history to trade one of the elite young quarterback talents. Like, it doesn't make sense for as much as you would get back. And I don't understand how those odds have gone up like that. Is this some sort of gimmick? Is this some sort of thing where they're trying to attract people to get some back? I don't understand it.
No, but you know what, though? Okay, I understand that from the standpoint
also,
of...
it's crap that you have to eat salary cap when you're trading
a player.
That's
I know.
ridiculous.
It's still stupid.
It's such a dumb rule.
Yeah, I don't understand the NFL financing. But look, here, okay. They don't have to trade Justin Herbert this year. You just draft J.J. McCarthy. You just draft him. And then you sit him. And because he's already got the prior relationship with the coach, then you allow the year or two to go by where he's learning. You find yourself in a better cap situation with the Justin Herbert contract, and then you trade Justin Herbert. So much of the analysis is like, we have to do everything right now. Everything has to happen right now. But it doesn't have to happen right now. Patrick Mahomes can sit behind Alex Smith. Jordan Love can sit behind Aaron Rodgers. Colin Kaepernick can sit behind Alex Smith. Alex Smith has just been Wally pipped every single time, everywhere he goes. But, yeah, I mean, could you just take that quarterback anyway? Yeah, you could.
I mean, the first true out that they have is, I mean, if they want to eat the amount of money that the Broncos have eaten, I suppose you could eat $50 million in 2027 on Herbert. The true out that you have is 5 years from now with Justin, as he, just signed the 5-year, $260 million extension, where it's a $9 million cap hit after 2029. So you're stuck with him for 5 years, which means JJ...
Maybe, but the Broncos just did this thing.
Right, it's true. But then, like, if McCarthy's sitting for, let's call it, they eat the $50 million in 2027. Right. McCarthy's like 26 by then. That's a long time to wait.
He'll be ready to roll.
And ready to roll.
I don't know.
He's not marinating. He's molding at that point.
Well, all I'm saying is that there's a universe. I mean, because you can take that cap hit, right, and spread it over 2 seasons. So it's just exactly the same way the Broncos are doing it right now. But you got to wait for that to get down into a space to where you can stomach the cap hit over the 2 seasons that you. And now, look, the part 3 of this is that Los Angeles is coming from a situation where their finances are not good right now. So it's making a bad problem way worse for a position that you really are set in. So I don't know. It's very interesting, though.
Nelly.
This segment is brought to you by Mountain High Appliance. We are Colorado's most complete local appliance store with locations in Denver, Louisville, Littleton, Colorado Springs, and Glenwood Springs, offering every major appliance line and brand. MountainHighAppliance.com. Now, I guess we're getting down to the short strokes with my NFL draft notes here. And for today's, I have a list that's compiled by ESPN producer Paul Hembekides. I believe I'm saying that correctly. There's a reason people call him Hembo for short. He calculated the percentage of first-round picks that either hit or miss. And for his metric, he's using whether or not that player signed a second contract with the team that drafted them. And he looked at all 20 drafts between 2000 and 2019. And I have all of the hit rates based on position. So how do you want to do this? Do you guys want to guess the highest and the lowest? Do you want to just give me a position and I tell you the percentage? How do we want to break this down?
Yeah, give me in this order: quarterback, wide receiver, edge rusher, offensive tackle.
Okay, let's see. Quarterback is about the middle of the pack, 46% hit rate. Wide receiver is actually the lowest on the entire list.
Really?
Only 27%.
Oh, by the way, happy birthday to Jerry Judy.
Stop it.
It is.
Go back into the studio. I'm done now. Thank you.
Did you say edge rusher as well?
Yes.
Miss you, Jerry Judy.
Edge rusher is 44%. That's also about the middle, right below quarterback. The highest graded position actually is center, 92% hit rate.
Wow.
It's a bit of sample size because you don't usually take a center in the first round.
Right. Typically, you see offensive tackles go in the first round.
But still, out of 12 centers drafted in the first round, only one has missed in these past 20 drafts.
So tell me about tackles then.
Offensive tackle is second.
Okay, all right. So this is interesting for the Broncos, that if you have a draft that gets talent pushed down the board because teams are so quarterback needy in the top 5, you then become an enviable team in terms of selecting at number 12 for the Broncos, where if it's very clear that the Broncos aren't going to overdraft a quarterback when everyone thinks they know exactly what they have to get at number 12 this year, you're going to have players move down. Does Joe Alt get there to number 12? Likely not. I don't think he gets past 7, 8, 9, he's probably selected. But there's a chance that if there's a run on quarterbacks and then some teams see, Marvin Harrison slip down to 5 or 6, or Malik Neighbors is available at 7 or 8, there's a possibility that a guy like Alt would be available at number 12. There's a possibility that there's more offensive tackles on the line. The kid from Penn State, the Latham from Alabama are available there. So if teams are needy at O-tackle, knowing that there's a higher chance that they're going to hit on that player, you could then trade back with teams like Cincinnati, teams like Philadelphia in the 20s, who I'm enamored with at that number 22 pick. That bodes well for the Broncos.
Why do you suppose it's so easy to hit on tackles and centers?
I have no clue. That's a good question to ask Columbus.
Yeah.
I would assume that you don't get blinded by the need of having a quarterback and overdrafting and reaching for guys, because there's going to be 4 reaches this year, 3 reaches for quarterbacks, certainly in the first round, where guys are second round grades. You don't get blinded by pure speed from wide receivers, and you won't get fooled into thinking that running backs have a longer shelf life than they truly do, because get a running back in the middle rounds, get an undrafted free agent. Only if a Christian McCaffrey comes up do you select him in the first round. I think you can get blinded by sexy attributes from skill position players, while
sexiness.
While tackle, I think, is more of a quantifiable position.
It's easier to just evaluate, right? Or I mean, it's, and by that I mean, what you see in college is easier to translate to pro, and therefore it's easier to look at a prospect and go, all right, He's got the footwork. He's got the hands. He's got these things that you need to play this position that will definitely translate, and then it almost certainly does.
And the position with the third highest hit rate percentage is guard.
It's guard.
So
There you go.
center, offensive tackle, and guard are the top three.
So offensive line, period. I just think I think it just translates. It just translates easier. Remember the Broncos? In the I think it's even in this decade, not this decade, but in the 2000s, when they were just like drafting wide receivers and they can never get it right. And I mean, I guess still, I mean, they haven't completely gotten it right. Jerry Judy's now gone. Cortland Sutton's still on your roster, but whatever.
Sutton was a good second-round draft pick. That's it. He got a second contract, and then your other first-round pick. You got a second-round pick in Lattimore, who was serviceable, not great.
Yeah,
but you hit it out of the park with Demaryius Thomas.
You did. Yeah, that's true, and they had that is a fact.
Brandon Marshall is a good draft pick.
Yeah, he was a good draft pick. Okay, those are two.
Two, you can make the argument for four.
For Cortland Sutton?
Yeah. Marshall, Thomas,
Sutton.
I can't make the argument for Lattimore. I really can't. That's reaching. That's reaching pretty far.
Oh man, I don't know. I think it's interesting. It just says a lot. I think what it's about what translates and how easy it is to identify those attributes and then to be able to coach them up and have that really work for you in the NFL.
Nelly, before we hit our final break of the program, what is the worst hit rate?
It was wide receiver at 27%.
Yeah, they're the hardest ones. They're the hardest ones. We were like the Texas guy, right? The guy who ran the super fast 40. Xavier Worthy. Yeah. What is he actually doing with that in the NFL, right? I mean, it's super fast speed, and then we just think
Hollywood
Tyreek
Brown
Hill,
coming out of Oklahoma.
Right, exactly
Who
right.
are you?
Yeah, who are you really? And that's so wide receivers, it's difficult.
On the other side, we'll get to your shout-outs. We'll get back into the Avs, their big win in game number 2. Also, we'll tell you the results of our poll. Get back into this conversation that Demps threw out to us in his NBA baseline at 10:45. Is Jamal Murray already, right now, the second best Nugget of all time? We debate on the other side. Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Join the guys out at Stoney's tomorrow for our NFL draft coverage as well as a Nuggets viewing party. We're going to be out there from 3 p.m. all the way through the end of the first round and the Nuggets post-game show. You'll have Kreckman and Lindahl from 3 p.m. to 6 p.m. on 92.5. You'll have NFL draft coverage on 92.5 from 6 to 7 with D-Mac, Andy Lindahl, and Coach Sanford. Then those guys will switch over to AM 950 for the remainder of the first round, while Berto takes you through extended pregame show of Game 3 of the Nuggets and Lakers. We'll do a live broadcast from there, live broadcast with Dan Tanner and In the Paint, all at Stoney's on Lincoln. Get over there. You can win a bunch of stuff, football tickets. You can win signed Nuggets merchandise. It's going to be wall-to-wall packed. If you're doing something for the NFL draft, cancel it and go to Stoney's.
Yes.
Spot the lie.
Just do it.
Let's go.
Like I said that last night. What were you doing for Game 2 of the Avs if
Right.
you were not in Parker with us? And that place was packed to the freaking gills, and I had a great time.
Yeah.
If you want energy for these games, go to a party.
There's no lie. That is not a lie.
I mean, it was nuts when Josh Manson scored that breakaway goal. And Josh Manson, out of all players, right, he was -3 in game number 1, directly responsible for 2 goals against. +4 last night. And gets out of the box on a 4-on-4 under 10 seconds to go in this period, or in the second period, where the Avs have a 3-2 lead. It still feels like it is a game that's in the balance.
Yeah.
And Nathan McKinnon catches Winnipeg's sleep and snaps a puck onto the backhand. That's not an easy pass to catch whatsoever. That thing is zipping through the neutral zone. Manson sticks it on his backhand, outskates the back-checking opponent. Little backhand, forehand, slips it 5-hole, 5-cheese for a big bumbling defenseman. That was sick. And the place erupted.
Yeah. No, that's why you want to be amongst the people. Be amongst the people. Be all like it's not great if the team loses, but who cares? You're still amongst the people. It is amazing when they win, and we have both these teams now winning some games.
Yeah, if you told me you win 3 out of 4 games between the Nuggets and the Avs, first 2.
Right.
And I think this is exactly how I would have expected it to go. Nuggets win 2 games at home, although I wouldn't think that it would have been a 20-point deficit and having to win on a crazy last-second shot from Jamal Murray. Although I did see a tweet from Harrison Wind of a compilation of Jamal's right side drive, his little hesitation fadeaway shot on the bench side, that he's done apparently 20 times to the Lakers alone in his career.
Yeah, he's got it. Okay. So one time early in his career, I was having a conversation with somebody about the type of player that Jamal is and how he gets his shots off and blah, blah, blah. And at the time, I said, you know what? He's kind of from a separation standpoint, he's a much better Aaron Aflalo. And that is going to sound not great, but Aaron Aflalo was a good offensive player who had to work so hard to get his shot off. He just couldn't. He was always taking contested shots. And Jamal Murray, especially early in his career, was the same type of dude, but he just is the athleticism is much better. And so then his ability to do some of that same stuff, he gets those shots off with fewer hands in his face than like Aaron did. And so when you look back at that shot against Anthony Davis, I mean, Jamal Murray is a step back player. I mean, he's got that in his bag. And so what he just does is he just drives you. I mean, he described this in the press conference after the game. He says, I beat him to the spot. Well, yeah, he beat him to the spot, but he also drove him down so that you get the defender on their heels just a little bit, because you know what you're about to do. It's going to be the step back J, but you need that defender just on his heels just that much so that when you step back, especially when he's that tall, that you can get it over his hand.
Was AD that far back on his heels? Because if he is that not an indictment on Darvin Ham, on the Lakers, for not seeing what is very clear, and I didn't know this until Harrison had tweeted out the compilation of, again, like 20 different situations where he has done this to the Lakers and Anthony Davis alone. That feels like it's an indictment on the Lakers being like, you know his play. You know his move. He's not going to shoot a three here. He's not going to give this ball up. Like, it might go to Nikola, but there's not enough time left on the clock. You need to know what's happening. And AD did defend it pretty well. But you could have, I think you could have stopped that shot from happening had you just looked at the tape.
Yeah, okay, so this goes back all the way now to LeBron taking the shot as early as he did in the shot clock, because he should not have done that. And if he takes it later in the shot clock, then that entire sequence with Jamal Murray, you can sit on a move like that because he didn't have time to fake you and then do something else. There's just not enough time to do that. But he had time. So if you're Anthony Davis and you're like, you know what? I know what's about to happen here. Step back, Jay. But then what he gives you is a head fake, you jump, and now he's got a wide open short floater or something like that. That is a problem. See, that all these things to me are interconnected, and that is why, every single situation down the stretch has to be played to a T. You cannot take that shot with 9 seconds on the shot clock. You cannot, LeBron James, you can't do that. You got to take it with 2 seconds on the shot clock. Because if you miss, then you just reduce the time that the Nuggets have to answer and beat you at the buzzer. And you can sit on moves because you have to go with your first move if you're the offensive player. But Jamal Murray didn't have to do that. Drive, step back, Jay. And it's one of his moves. It's one of his pet moves. He does it we see it all the time to everybody. I mean, it's the Lakers for sure, but part of that though, Raj, is that they play the Lakers a lot. I mean, they just do over the years. And so, but when you're talking about things that he has in his bag, that's one of his main ones.
So going to our poll before we hit shout outs and hand things off to PhD today on a Wednesday, beautiful day out there in the Mile High City. Nikola Jokic, clearly the best basketball player in the history of the franchise. Who's number 2? As of right now, Alex English through 425 votes. We've got hours and hours left on this. Leads it with 54.5% of the vote. Jamal at 28.5 is second. Carmelo at 15.6 is third. Dan Issel at 1.4% is fourth. We've got some write-in votes for David Thompson as well. Again, I had 4 options to throw up here. If you got to make a decision here, and we are in the conversation of, well, it's too early, but if they win a second championship, people have been screaming like, you're going to put him over 2 Hall of Famers. If they win a second championship, Jamal Murray is very much in the conversation for Hall of Fame. Because they don't win a championship without Jamal Murray being a vital part of that Nuggets team, right? And if he's not a vital part of the Nuggets team, the Nuggets aren't getting through the West.
Yeah, and look, and to that end, a couple of seasons ago, we did that with Nikola Jokic. We did it, a couple of years ago when we just like, oh, he's the best player. Well, there's Hall of Famers on already. There's guys with gold jackets. So I don't worry about that as much versus what is he doing in this era, which is the best era of Nuggets basketball. If they win a title, it will be because he has a huge hand in that. And then does that propel him over? This is a very interesting poll. I'm glad you all are voting.
It's Wednesday. It's time for shout-outs. Will wants to shout out his little brother who found out this week he's going to make his first appearance at the Grand Ole Opry. Are you kidding me? In 6 weeks?
Yeah.
Will in Fort Collins, congratulations to your brother. That is that's no small feat. That is big time. My shout out today is going to go to David Carl, named a finalist for National Coach of the Year. Also, USA Hockey brought him back as the head coach of the 2025 World Junior Championships team, looking to defend gold. So a great year continues to get better for one David Carl.
You know what? My shout out's going to be to Alexander Georgiev. You did a great job, man. You shut out all the noise. You were able to get to a space where now this team in front of you what they're doing in terms of their goal scoring really, really mattered. Let's see if he can do it again, but for being tough-minded, for being able to put some bad play in his past and put something on the ice that was really, really good on the road in the playoffs. AG, you did it.
I want to give a shout out to Nuggets fans for making Ball Arena such a difficult place to play, man. You gave the Lakers hell, and I loved all the trash talk that may or may not have taken a familial tone. Avalanche fans, you're up next. Friday. Keep the Jets grounded. You're on deck.
Yeah. That'll do it for us. For Chris Dempsey, Josh Grismer, Steve Nelson behind the glass. I love and appreciate you, fellas.
King George said absolutely not, like the rights of the 13 colonies.
I'm Alex Ryan Emmy. PhD is coming up next. Make sure you join us tomorrow at Stony starting at 3 p.m. through the end of the first round and post-game show for the Denver Nuggets and Los Angeles Lakers Game 3. It's the only place you need to be for your Nuggets and NFL draft coverage. Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
listening at the moment, right off the face-off. Hey, cork it, Connor, because I believe Ross Colton gets it in along with Miles Wood. There's a snake in my boot. Demontae's arriving. Cale McCarr, the three-man, tipped in. They score! We're up all night to get lucky. Arturi Lehkonen has goals in back-to-back games. They're both deflections. Pressure coming from Yakov Trenin. Got it free. Cogliano in front. Parisi is there. He scores! Easy, breezy. Zach Parisi. Nathan McKinnon. 10 seconds. He can get the distance in a hurry. Josh Manson out of the box. He scores! The Manimal out of the box. Onto the score sheet with 6.9 seconds to go in the second period. It's 4-2 Colorado. And Nichushkin stays with it, still with it. Found Nichushkin, no angle, he scores! The choo-choo train pulls into the station from an unlikely angle, an unlikely spot on the ice, and he has bought the Avalanche a Game 2 win. 3 seconds, 2 seconds, 1. And this series is tied at 1. The whiteout is white noise, and the Avalanche have taken home ice away from the Winnipeg Jets with a monster effort in Game 2 as they crown Winnipeg by a final score of 5-2, with Game 3 coming up in the Mile High City in front of our own version of a whiteout on Friday night.
Suck it all, you Georgie haters.
I told you so.
I know who you are.
I freaking told you. How many times I got to tell you to stick with them?
I mean, we were just banging the drum for Georgie, Georgie, Georgie all the way. I mean, I hope everybody recognized the only people that were insisting that Georgie had the goods were us.
I heard Mose talk about wanting to replace him yesterday, and I couldn't believe that Mark Mosher. We had Connor on yesterday. Connor was a big advocate of changing the goalies.
Yep.
I was telling those guys, we got to stay true. This is the guy. You trust your guy.
I know. I mean, I could not stop Brett and Vic from wanting. They wanted Holm in there, who had never played in the NHL before. My God. I mean,
yeah.
I'm glad, Coach Bednar, that, I'm glad that we could settle down on the goalie.
Well, I think there's always doubt in like going into a game, and I think it's okay to have a little bit of doubt, even like in teammates and yourself. Like, you have to go out and prove that you're capable of beating the Jets, and that goes for Georgie, other players, our whole team. Like, it's not up to the Winnipeg Jets to adjust to us until we can prove that we can beat them, right? But
that's right. And now we've proved. I'm saying we now. Now it's we.
Yeah.
Now it's we. That we can beat them.
No, man, I mean, in all seriousness, tip of the cap to Georgie. Just well done, man. I mean, all the pressure in the world, all the dum-dums like myself and D-Mac and everybody else that were screaming they got to make. I don't know where D-Mac really stood.
Yeah, easy here, but go ahead. I'll be in the Fox.
I slowed it down. But I'll throw myself out there saying that we got to get a change. And I'd rather see Prosvetov play than Georgie. Look, man, great game all around. There were so many exciting moments between them and the Nuggets the last couple nights. There are little things that felt off throughout that game, but man, were there so many fun things at the same time. And to have two games like that back to back between the Nuggets and the Avs, we got it going on in Denver right now.
There's zero chance they were going to put Holm in, who's never played in an NHL game. You weren't the only one. There were other very knowledgeable hockey people saying, what do you got to lose? Put him in. To me, that was ridiculous. However, that being said, I have no doubts that Georgie would have been pulled at some point in game one had Annunen been healthy.
Well, if Annunen was healthy, he definitely wouldn't have started game two. There's no way.
That's...
You don't go out there for game one and have that. And you know what? Good for Georgie, because Annunen, whatever's going on with Annunen, which is absolutely bizarre at this point, quite frankly. I don't know what kind of illness he's got. I don't know what's happening. But if he was healthy, there's no chance that Annunen's not starting that second game. But he wasn't healthy. And Georgie goes out there and he does his thing. And guess what? Now it's your job. Now, am I convinced? No, I'm not convinced. I'm not. And I don't want to go negative after a really fun game. I'm not sitting here feeling like, oh man, he proved everything he needs to prove. No, he's got to go out there and he's got to do it again. But tip of the cap for going out there and winning a game and playing good hockey.
On the text line, the Shop Mazda text line, one price, one person, 1 hour. I love this. I've been saying for months that our goalies aren't terrible. It's our Melvin Gordon style turnovers that got corrected.
Oh yeah, I mean those type of people. Like I'm this is jestful, like joking about this. But like if you're gonna take a victory lap about the goalies, everything being okay based off that one game, like hey, slow your roll, pal. Slow your roll. Goalies have not been okay. Goaltender has been an issue. It's been flat out a problem. And that's why Georgie gets all the credit in the world, because he knows that also. But there's no victory lap to be had about our goaltender situation's been good going into this.
Oh my God. It was fun as hell. It was awesome to see. It was like, listen, man, okay, I get it. You're going to give up a couple goals here or there. It happens. That happens. But you can't give up the 4 goal. You can't give up the couple goals that you should have stopped. And along the road, you've got to make a big save. And that's exactly what they got. Yeah, okay, a couple went in. Nobody's really blaming Georgie on any of those, but
hey, the Jets should be talking about a goaltender issue right now. The best goaltender in the game. I mean, what's going on over there? Can you imagine if Georgie gave up that? Oh my gosh, why am I drawing a blank on who had the after the face off, the little quick shot? Who made that goal?
That would be Miles Wood.
Okay, can you imagine if Georgie gave up that goal?
It would be a problem, no doubt. It's caught napping. Scott Hastings about to get on a plane with the Nuggets. Scott, you want to apologize to Georgie for downing him?
No, I believe yesterday they'd win 4-2 with the empty netter. Did I not call that W? And you guys looked at me like, really? You think they're going to win? I will say this, though. That was the best defensive hockey game I've seen the Avs play, maybe for sure in 2024. Because Georgie was great. He was great in that third period. I mean, there was 2 or 3 little breakaways. He stoned guys. He had a one-on-one. He stoned the guy. He made some key stops in that third period for sure. But the entire game, I thought there was a bigger commitment of guys laying in front of the puck. And you know what I was saying about that we needed to talk about? How good was the Chuskin last night?
It was great.
I mean, I thought he was outstanding. And all I could think about, we missed that last year against the Kraken.
Yep.
Yeah,
Boy, that'd have been good to have against the Kraken.
Of course. They beat the Kraken if he's there. No doubt about it. No doubt about it.
I agree 100%.
All right, man. So Georgie on Friday night, right? No doubts about it. Even if Annanen's recovers from his illness, it's Georgie all the way, right?
Did he get West Nile?
I think it's Georgie all the way. But again, the commitment, and who's the guy that covers them? The redhead guy, he got fired by the Post, but then he covered him with somebody else.
Adrian Dater. Yes.
Dater, yeah. Well, I can remember his employment record. I can't remember his name.
Yeah, okay.
Adrian Dater. He wrote a column or said something yesterday that's what the people that he had talked to, that they wanted to get more of a commitment from players to get down and block some pucks, try to stay out of the vision and help Georgie out a little bit too. Listen, whatever the game plan was yesterday, Gorgiev was better than he's been, but I'm telling you what, the defense in front of him I thought was outstanding.
Well, all it takes is that one game, right? And now you've got all the hope and optimism in the world, because now you can look back on game one and be like, hey, that really was nothing but positives. I mean, you had a freak game in which your goaltender gave up an insane amount of goals, but now Georgie comes back and he bounces back, and you've got 2 games that you look back on with a ton of momentum, and most importantly, you split home ice, which that's the most important thing. So you split that, you come home, and now it's time to rock and roll.
Well, think about this. The guy that is going to win the Vezina Trophy, and Dan, I want you to listen to this. He was probably working his butt off all year to be the Vezina winner, but now the playoffs come, and in 2 games, the Avalanche has scored 11 goals, and they've scored, or not 11, 6 and 4, 10 goals. They've scored 10 goals and they're on the road where they've struggled to score at times on the road. And so this guy, I'm wondering if he's thinking, man, that was a great season. Look at that guy, got the vest in the pocket, takes a deep breath, and here comes the Avalanche on the road, dropping points now. I mean, that's what's amazing.
Time are wheels up there? What time are you flying to L.A.? When's everybody supposed to be there?
I'm supposed to be there in 15 minutes.
Okay.
And I'm on 56. How about the 56th and Jackson Gap Street?
That's really close. You're out. You're almost there. You're getting there.
I'm around the corner.
Well, right on. Expectations for the Nuggets. What are you looking out for? And of course, you'll be on the entire show tomorrow. But like just a quick peek at in terms of what your thoughts about the Nuggets right now.
If the Laker has any heart, and I think they do, they've got Hall of Famers, they've got champions. I think they will play the most desperate game they played all year Thursday night. And if the Nuggets are able to handle that and somehow find a win, it'll be interesting to see what shows up on Saturday for Game 4. Now, if they win it, the Lakers, then you know what? Again, you still have a series. You know, the Avs have made this a series now because you went on somebody else's ice and won. If they win Game 3, it still is what it is. Everybody's just holding home court. So my goal would be, if I'm me personally, is to get one of these two. But if you get Game 3, then be selfish and take Game 4.
We are locked and loaded at Stoney's downtown for an NBA Nuggets Lakers watch party and an NFL draft party happening at the same place at kind of the same time. It is going to be a mega broadcast, and it is going to be a blast. So we encourage everybody, and that place will get packed. So we would love to see you down there. Scott will be doing the game. We'll have draft coverage and watching the Nuggets Lakers. We take a breath today just so Scott can travel to Los Angeles again because, Scott, I don't think you've taken enough plane flights to Los Angeles.
He's missing some pool time, though, with the late takeoff here.
Yeah, I don't know how you're going to make that pool time up, Scott. Hopefully you've got a plan.
Remember, 12:30 here is 11:30 there.
Quality smog and pool time still available by the time you land.
I'm thinking I can get at least 2 hours at dusk to sit this beautifully pale body in a deck chair somewhere.
Well, Michael Porter Jr. said, I need some sun, and so does our guy, Scott Hastings. Scott, we'll talk to you tomorrow. Safe travels, and it's going to be one hell of a day tomorrow. It's going to be incredible, and we got a great day today because we got the Avalanche playing. Scott, do you have any words of wisdom for us as we try to soldier on without you for the rest of the show?
Listen, take a breath.
Appreciate it. Thank you, Scott Hastings.
Love you.
Thank you.
Was he talking to me?
I have no idea what he was talking about. What I
think he was talking to
catch it. Take a breath. What was he saying?
I think he was talking to me.
No, he's trying to put Dan in this place too.
I didn't get that either.
All right. We have some pretty interesting rumors about the Giants. I know listening to the morning show, the draft doesn't matter. The draft is, I know.
Could they fake that it matters two days before or a day before?
No.
A day before?
No, because
who cares?
It doesn't matter. If you want to see where the lawn is planted, where you can't go on, look where the grass is growing with Mosier, Lombardi, and Kane. That is the holy cow, scream at the clouds, nothing matters show. But I get it. It doesn't matter. I get it. I've heard the show. It doesn't matter. We're the dumb ones we're the, but that's okay. Roger. So you don't have to worry about it. Vic, Brett, Moj, don't worry about it. Go do something else. But we have massive rumors about what the New York Giants might do that could impact the Broncos. Again, no need for anybody in the morning show to pay attention to it.
Nope.
But we will. And Roger Rosengarten will be here.
Yeah, he's on his way right now.
So he is a pupil of yours.
Yes.
whose draft stock is rising
through the roof.
And could that mean he could be a Denver Bronco? Also, he played with Michael Penix. He probably has bigger Penix energy than anybody.
Well, he's seen all of that Penix. He showered with that Penix.
I was subtle, but I'm glad you took the hammer and just right over the top. It's PhD on 92.5. All right, Roger Rosengarten coming in. Give us a little background on Roger. He's going to be here in about 7 minutes.
Yeah, Roger's a local kid. Grew up here in Denver. I had the pleasure of coaching him over at Valor High School. He had the opportunity to go to just about any school in America. I mean, seriously, he was getting offers from Ohio State, from Alabama, he literally could have gone anywhere. So I tried to push him hard to go to CU, but he figured at the time, hey, CU sucked. So he bounced. He got out of town. He went out to Washington, and he was one of those, all these college athletes right now, they're like, I call them the COVID babies, they're like, they've been in college forever. I think Roger I think this was his 4th year, but he still had 2 years of eligibility after this if he wanted to stay in school. Because they all got that extra COVID year.
Yeah.
And absolutely just crushed it out there, playing right tackle for Washington, protecting Michael Penix. And technically speaking, he was the blind side for Michael Penix. So Penix is a lefty, and Roger's playing over at the right side. When he came out into the draft, I didn't know where he was going to go because he came out as an underclassman and all the attention's on the older kids. And, nobody really knew much about him. But he has driven so high up that board over the last couple months via his combine performance. He was the fastest dude of any offensive lineman and any defensive lineman in his 40-yard dash, had a tremendous Senior Bowl. And now there are plenty of people out there, including Mel Kiper, who are mocking him even as high as a first-rounder.
Wow. Well, we will look forward to having him in here in just a couple minutes and chatting it up about him, his process. And
he says he's in concrete construction on Quebec that is brutal. So we might be a couple minutes behind.
Roger,
here.
My man.
Look, well, hold on. I mean, Roger, I hope you're listening right now. I really do. I hope you're paying attention because you think that's going to work? In a couple months, you think that's going to work?
Right.
We got some guys around here who pulled the traffic. Hey, I had somewhere important to be,
The greatest was Emmanuel Sanders, who told a police officer it was an emergency. That's why he was speeding. And the emergency was he was late for a meeting.
Yeah.
That's not the definition of an emergency. Plan appropriately.
So now this one,
Right.
all you're missing is just us promoting you. So, I mean, don't worry about that. The next time you do this, though, it's going to cost you about $25,000.
Yeah, brother. I mean, if you're 10 minutes early, you're 5 minutes late or whatever that stupid, it's something like that. It goes like, whatever.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, we'll see. It's a learning process for young guys. Or not so young. It's probably
5 minutes early is on time. On time is late. Do you know how badly that was ingrained into me?
I get it.
It will never go away. I show up to this show 45 minutes early every single day because it was just built into my DNA. Don't you even flirt with death. And death is late. Don't you even flirt with that.
Yeah, we've been meaning to talk to you about that.
What?
Dan, I asked Dan, is Tyler okay? Why is he showing up so early?
I got nothing to do. Nowhere to be.
You got some time on your hands.
I take my job serious.
Okay, the rumor from Diana Rossini. How about this? So here's what's coming out of Giants land. Most teams picking in the top 5 believe the Broncos could make a big swing at a package that could even include star cornerback and 5th-year option, Pat Surtain, and more players on expiring deals if Peyton's true love is there. This is on the heels of the rumor that the Giants may take Michael Penix at 6.
Wow.
Woo! So, if the Broncos, let's just say they love Penix, now you've got to move ahead of the Giants, possibly. And this is the beauty of the draft. This is the fun of the draft. This is where it gets interesting and stories develop and unfold. And here we go. How about that? That they're just going to eat it with Daniel Jones, I guess, and Drew Lock, I guess, and take a swing at Michael Penix. How much do you think these rumors could have some validity?
Well, you got to go through the whys, right? I mean, if the Giants were really interested in drafting Michael Penix, why would they put that out there? I'm not saying it's an impossibility, although it does feel very unlikely. I mean, the why, if you want to follow the trail of the why would the Giants be putting that out there? Well, because now they want everybody to think they're going to take him. So if you're one of those leftover teams that is desperate for Michael Penix or Bo Nix, hey, guess what? We are a threat. We are an official threat that we might take this guy right now. So you better come up and get this pick. I'm not denying it. I think Michael Penix is going to go much higher than most people think he will. I don't think he's going to go in the top 10. But is it a possibility? Sure.
The rumor about trading Surtain to move up, I am not buying that at all. It's fun to talk about, no doubt. It's exactly what you'd have to do. That's it. It'd be Surtain and next year's first and a partridge in a pear tree collection of, I don't know, whatever else. Cortland Sutton, a 5th rounder, whatever else would balance out the trade.
Yeah.
But that's what it would take to get probably listen, I don't know about the Patriots. I don't know what they're going to do. I don't know what they're all about. It's we don't know. It's kind of new everybody over there. They're kind of this crazy wild card. There's zero chance the Bears are moving. There's zero chance the Commanders are moving. I think the Patriots are interesting. You want to get to 3? Surtain, first 2025. Sutton, 4th and a 5th. I don't know. You can do it, Tyler. You can.
Mm-hmm.
If they're willing to deal. But it would be the 3rd quarterback off the board. And if you wanted to move with the Cardinals to get the 4th quarterback off the board, it's going to be probably a similar deal. And after that, there's probably nothing else to be done.
You should actually hope that these rumors, Michael Penix getting drafted numbered by the Giants are true. You should hope it's true. Not so much that you want Michael Penix to be off the board, but if there is a legitimate threat that there's other teams out there that are going to skip you, there's other teams out there that are going to jump up to go get Bo Nix or Michael Penix, well, then that's just going to put pressure on the Broncos to do what you want them to do,
Correct.
which is that you have to actually go up and get them. So
Correct.
You should love these rumors.
I do.
Because it just puts more pressure on the team.
I do. It just is further validation of what I've been saying for years and years. And the concept that it's going to be so easy just to drop back and get a quality quarterback is bunk to me. What you'd be getting if you drop back is a leftover that everybody else has figured ain't that good. So why are you that much smarter than every other NFL team? And that's arrogance. So to me, listen, if you can get away with it, fine. I mean, more power to you if you can do it. And it looks like Jordan Love is going to work out, I guess, for the Packers. Maybe. We'll see. I still think the jury's kind of out on Jordan Love. I'm not completely sold on Jordan Love.
The jury's still out, but come on, the trajectory is sky high right now. I mean, he is flat out going in an upward trajectory, and he's not looking down right now.
All right, hey, listen, cool. I think it was an asinine plan because it didn't help Aaron Rodgers whatsoever, and then you lost Rodgers.
See, if Jordan Love was drafted in the top 10, you would be like, oh, man, this guy, they're all in to look at the future. But because you don't like the plan, now you think the jury's still out on him.
Well, I don't think you did anything to help Aaron Rodgers, your MVP, win as soon as you could on, you knew you were only going to have him for a couple more years. Or at least you thought you were only going to have him, or you really only wanted him for a couple more years.
Well, they sure set it up for an easy transition.
I guess, but I think if you're
and you're Mr. Every GM has to be thinking into the future, and I'm always hey, no GM's thinking into the future. They're thinking about the present. That team, of any team in history, they actually looked into the future.
I get it, but how small are championship windows with MVPs? It is why. By the way,
but
this is exactly
you would have crushed them for if they did what the Broncos did, and they just went all in on Aaron Rodgers, and they went in without a plan of how to finish it out with Brock Osweiler not getting re-signed or whatever. You would have crushed that.
I would never, if I was them, drafted a quarterback there. But I don't know, man. That's the tricky part. The succession plan is always very difficult when you got an all-timer. And as much as a weasel turd as Rodgers is, he's an all-timer. Ain't no doubt about that. As Peyton Manning was an all-timer, as Tom Brady was an all-timer. I mean, you don't get a lot of all-timers. The fact that the Broncos had 2 all-timers is amazing.
Yep.
With Manning and Elway.
Yep.
I mean, teams are lucky if they get 1. It's so hard to find that guy. You know what's funny? You did send out a great I like the data that you sent out because it kind of proves my point. Anything that helps proves my point, I like. And this was from Adam Schefter, and it was a hit or miss. Now, I put it at 36% in terms of a hit ratio the past, 10 years or so with highly drafted first-round quarterbacks. I'm using a kind of a different set of metrics.
So the definition on this list of hit or miss, it's way too simplified.
Yeah.
But the definition is whether the first-round draft pick signed a second contract. That's it. So if you signed a second contract, you're considered a hit.
And it does not separate guys drafted mid, late, early. It's just like anything in the first round. So listen, I get it. But I've said for years, use whatever metrics you want. And you're going to see the hit ratio for first-round quarterbacks is much higher than second round and deeper. On this particular, first of all, there have been 12 centers taken in the past 20 years in the first round, and one of them sucked. Whoever that guy is, I feel bad for him.
Yeah.
But center is the biggest hit position, which makes sense because you really don't need a first-round center. But if there's one that's out there, and there's been 12 valued that way, and only one's been a miss, they're so good, you hardly ever miss.
Well, it's the by far the easiest position athletically to play on the offensive line, and it's not even close.
Okay. Second is offensive tackle. How about that? That in general, those offensive tackles taken in the first round, in general, 59%. It's not overwhelming, but it's, more than a coin toss. You're going to do all right. And guards are at 50%. We'll see with Roger. We'll tell Roger it's 50% if he makes it or does it as a first rounder.
He's a tackle. He's 59%.
Sorry, tackle. Better get. Sorry, Roger. Don't mean to diminish you and your paycheck of the future. Quarterbacks at 46%. 46%, where cornerback is at 38%. So you have a better chance by this metric of succeeding with a quarterback than a cornerback.
In my opinion, this actually is a good graph for you. I totally get why you're looking at it that way. In my opinion, this is a really dumb definition of success. Jared Goff got a second contract with the Rams, right? Would that be a hit for them?
Yes.
It would be hard to fight. He took him to Super Bowl, but
yes.
They did get rid of him.
It's a hit.
Is Kyler Murray a hit?
Yes.
What?
Yeah,
Stop.
He's a starting quarterback.
He got a second
and he
contract,
got a second
but he's
contract.
about the furthest thing from a hit you could possibly get. I mean, is Daniel Jones a hit?
Did he get a second contract?
Yeah.
By this, he'd be a hit.
Right. I know what this says, and I'm telling you what this says
Use
is
whatever,
dumb.
Use whatever metrics you want. Use whatever you want. You're going to see scale-wise ish the same. It's going to be somewhat the same.
See,
I promise
I think at quarterback, you have to suck so bad. And I'm being serious. You have to suck so bad to be drafted in the first round and not get a second contract that you just can't play football. If you can play football, teams are so terrified of change at QB that if you just give me mediocrity, they will give you another deal because they're afraid of not having even mediocrity.
What about teams just sucking, though? Like the coach sucking, the staff, the personnel, the Browns, the Jets, frankly, sadly, the Broncos. What about that? Where do you factor that in? How do we know the Bears just don't stink as an organization and Justin Fields is about to rip it up in Pittsburgh with a better coach and a better personnel staff?
You never know, but look, we're all a product of our environment, and your environment takes you one way or the other. So, I'm not telling you the guys can't get older and mature and succeed. But the environment is what it is, and it takes the unique ones to overcome that environment. I do think there are unique guys that can overcome it. I think that Josh Allen would probably overcome it no matter where he was drafted. Justin Fields ain't in that category. Neither is Mac Jones, right? So you got to be a guy that is just he's got so much insane talent that no matter what the coach is, your talent is just going to thrive.
It's an interesting graphic and question. Meaning, if you draft Bo Nix, just for the sake of argument, you had a 46% chance of him getting a second contract. Is that worth it? Is that worth the risk? It's like roulette. There's black, red, and there's a couple greenies out there. Is it worth the risk?
Sitting at number 12, it's absolutely worth the risk.
I think so, too.
Moving up is a different conversation. That's a way different conversation.
Moving up, there's more value.
Taking a gamble when you stay put and you didn't have to give much up, it's worth a gamble.
46%, it's a slam.
Definitely not a slam dunk.
It's not.
It's less than 50-50.
To me, it's correct, but it's a slam dunk case to do it, to take that chance. It's worth it. There's not that much to think about. Oh my God, what if it doesn't work out? Hey, bro, that's the way it goes.
Well,
I
but-
mean, that's the nature of pro sports. You just don't know, and
But
that's
you're
a good
you're
chance.
also talking within the same realm of what I'm talking about, of staying put at number 12. If you don't stay put at number 12 and you move up and do what you want, well, now that's an entirely different conversation.
What time was Roger supposed to be here?
He is 8 minutes late. He has arrived, but he arrived just in time to get to break.
What happens if you're 8 minutes late in the NFL?
Well, if how good are you?
You're Roger.
He ain't good enough yet.
All right, we'll bring
He
him
ain't
in.
good enough yet,
We'll
Raj.
bring him coming in next.
Are you guys high school, college friends? Yeah, high school. Okay. You went to Ballard? Yeah. Right on. Did you play sports? Okay, cool. You point guard, or what'd you play in basketball? Raj?
Hey, it's C-Mac for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. You've heard a lot about treating low testosterone from me, and it's the real deal. You know, guys, early to mid-30s, you start dropping 2 to 3% of your testosterone production, and happens gradually. You don't even realize it's happening, and then you turn around and things just aren't the same. Your workouts aren't as good. You're a little bummed out. Your sleep patterns are probably off. If you go to the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, they're going to help you out. RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. Go to the website, take the low T quiz, 10 questions, yes or no. It takes 2 minutes, and you can schedule a consult. And then you find out what you need to do. The appointment is $99. Medical consult, T and PSA test. If you sign up for testosterone treatment the day of your appointment, your visit is free. So hit up my pals at the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. 720-440-7900. That's 720-440-7900. RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. Look at this big fella. Just
Big fella.
Casually just strolling in whenever he wants.
It's a lot of milkshakes to win in that body.
Roger, nice to see you, buddy.
Thank you. Thanks for having me.
What's your pal's name?
Braden.
Braden, nice to see you too. I always root for you scrappy underdogs from Valor to make something of
Valor.
yourselves. I mean,
I when I was coaching Roger, I had to coach in the state championship against the other underdogs. My school, Cherry Creek High School, so it was Valor versus Creek. And I went over to the Trader side, and I was rooting on for Roger to go cut blocks.
Man, I mean, you could why root for Overland or Smoky when you could just root for Valor? Overcome all the odds.
That's the way to do it.
Good to see you, Tyler. Why don't you introduce us to Roger a little bit?
So Roger is a kid that I got to know just a few years back, and I only coached 1 year over there with Roger at Valor High School, and I've told this story a million times before, but I had Raj for only 4 or 5 practices, and I pulled him aside after that, and it was so obvious immediately that this dude's got it, that he's got something special. And I take no credit for anything because you had it when you got there. You did. And I saw that.
This is the point you tell Tyler how
he's
amazing,
being humble.
Yeah, how incredible he is.
No. But in sincerity, I pulled him aside after 4 or 5 days of practice and told him, dude, you're going to be playing on Sundays. You got to put your head down.
What year
was
Roger in school?
2018.
That was his junior year.
Yep, junior year.
Yeah.
2018.
Yeah, so that was his junior year. Pulled him aside after 4 or 5 days. I said, dude, if you let me push you the right way, you will be playing on Sundays. And man, we had a couple little we butted heads a couple times.
Really?
I made him run. I think I made him cry one time.
Yeah.
I was kind of proud of that one. Yep.
Well,
Got the big boy to cry.
Man.
All right. What was the crying incident?
Go ahead. You know what? I'll let you explain this.
Man, I think it was what was it? A cut block? Was it the
It
cut
was
block?
cut block. Yeah.
So, I mean, the way Tyler and Ben first installed the offense, right?
Ben Hamilton, by the way, was
Of course, another ex-pro coaching at Valor.
It was the Alex Gibbs scheme, so any backside outside zone combination, you're cutting. I mean, that's just the way it was. But on this incident, it was backside of a man pass play, and I mean, I wasn't supposed to cut, and I actually did cut, and then he pulled it up on film, and he's like, "I bet you was running." And then it was a mixture between that and then just a bunch of frustration from just the film sessions where Tyler was grilling me in front of everybody else. But
how did that play when you had, because that might have been the hardest you'd ever. I'm going to guess things came pretty natural to you overall. So was that kind of the first time that you had been pressed like that?
Yeah, no doubt. And that was my first time ever playing offensive line, and then getting pressed by Tyler and Ben, especially Tyler. He's on my grill 24/7, and then that mixed with a bunch of frustrations, man. He definitely got under my skin. We did butt heads, but I mean, he pulled it up and he's like, "All right, if you get this cut block wrong or whatever."
Well, so here was the end of the day. It was something really silly. It really was.
Yeah, it was.
It didn't matter, but I knew that he had cut and he wasn't supposed to, right? Mm-hmm. And then when I asked him afterwards, he thought he didn't. And I'm not saying you were a liar, but I thought he was lying, Yeah. So then it just turned into a bet. It was one of those things that, young kids sometimes, you just don't know when to just be quiet a little bit and listen, right? And to his credit, I got to tell you, man, I ran him so freaking hard. And he didn't back down, and he didn't he didn't stop, and that was when I knew we had something for real.
All right, so how did you take that to college, and through college experience, what do you hope to take to the pros?
I mean, just that discipline. I mean, that mentality of hey, there's no mistakes, nothing goes by. I mean, like Tyler said, he ran me into the dirt. I mean, and then I just carried that on. Especially what was big for me was, I mean, just Ben and Tyler just telling me, I could play on Sundays. I mean, I took that with confidence, and I took it full steam, full into college. I mean, it was awesome.
What's the difference, Tyler, in your opinion, between what you saw in Roger and there's other big kids in high school? I mean, there's loads of them. So what's the difference between somebody like Roger and somebody his same size in high school that's not quite there?
Well, I mean, first things first, you either got the body and you got the talent or you don't. Mm-hmm. And that shows up immediately. Like I didn't turn Roger into what he is. He showed up like that. And that's why I was able to say that after only 4 or 5 days. So, I mean, the talent's there, but it's the willingness, it's the ability to get coached hard. I called him out. And you know what that moment did for us? It bonded us.
Yeah.
It didn't push us to get away. Sure. We bonded over that. And the ability to take coaching and to translate it onto the field. Roger was able to learn some very high-level technique at a young age. And, I think you're able to take that to the next level.
100%. I mean, I came in with technique that, my other guys in my recruiting class didn't, and that was all credit to, Tyler says, I came in and had all the talent already, but, I gave all the credit to Tyler and Ben. It was awesome.
It's, Tyler was recruited by a million people too.
Not like him.
Really?
No. I had like 1 or 2 top 10 offers. He had everything.
Okay. So why Washington?
Yeah. For me, it was all about the O-line coach and then just like the culture of the program. I fell in love with the O-line coach and we saw eye to eye with a bunch of things and how O-line is supposed to be played. And I got recruited by Coach Peterson, and then he left, and then Coach Lake, and then Coach DeBoer. So I've had 3 different head coaches, but 1 O-line coach the whole time. So it was awesome.
Did you ever make any NIL money?
I came in when it wasn't a thing.
I know.
So the first 3 years, I wasn't making nothing, and then I got a little bit.
What's a little bit?
He got enough. Can I tell a quick story?
Go ahead.
Yeah, he got enough because I took my son out to a game last year, and he didn't know that we were coming.
Yeah.
So I got tickets through his dad, and we just watched. And then I was going to surprise him after the game as he's coming out of the locker room. And he didn't know I was there. He sees me, big bear hug. It was freaking awesome. But we go out to eat, and there's like a group of like 12 or 13 people after the game, right?
Yeah.
And we get to the check comes, and so I offer to pay for it. His dad is like, "No, we'll split it." And then Roger freaking picks up a bill for like 12 people.
Come over the top.
Come over the top. I'm like, what is going on right now?
Hey, I got a little, but I always say this to the Romo Dunze, Mike Penix, Troy. All them. I took a pay cut for them for that year, the national championship year. So
yeah,
I got not as much as them, but I got a little bit to pick up the bill. At
Are
Eureka.
you a right tackle or left tackle?
I grew up playing left.
Right.
Ben and Tyler were always, having me at left, and then first 2 years of college I was left, and then moved me to right once Mike.
Yeah, that's why I asked, because you did block the blind side with Michael Penix, right?
True.
So when you're talking to teams, what are you? Or is it unclear right now what you may be?
I went to the Senior Bowl and I wanted to show that I could be switch tackle, flip tackle. So, I feel great either way. I prefer blind side. That's the one answer I've been given to scouts and coaches because, that's all I've known. But, yeah.
So, again, we're talking to Roger Rosengarten, a local product out of Valor, went to University of Washington, is entering the draft right now. And, Roger, I want you to tell your story a little bit about getting just entering your name into the draft. And, when it first began, and you don't have to go into all the details that we've talked about, but, when you threw your name out there, you weren't necessarily like a second or third rounder, definitely not a first rounder, right? No. And the process of from when you threw your name in to getting here today, where Mel Kiper's got you projected as a first-round draft pick to San Francisco, which I'm working behind the scenes for you on that one, buddy. I'm doing everything I can on that one for you, buddy. But tell me about the process and how you've been able to rise so high in the draft boards.
Yeah, after the 2022 season and the Alamo Bowl season, I had full intention of leaving after the 23. I was 4 years removed from high school, so I was really close to graduating. And like you said, I wasn't really a highly coveted guy. My school really wanted me to come back, and our NFL liaison and the OC and whatnot, everyone wanted me to come back. So all the scouts rolling through, they kind of just said, "Hey, this he's a young guy. We hope to get him back another year." So I feel like just going into it, I was super underlooked. So most scouts and everyone that came through the school didn't really look at me, and I wasn't really highly covered. And then, I felt confident in myself and in my ability to play offensive line at the next level in the NFL. And I just took it and ran with it. Had a really good 2023 season. Wanted to win that national championship, no doubt.
Oh, man. I was going to get there. Yeah.
Yeah. But, I was full on committed to that decision and just took it and ran with it. I knew how to perform well in the Senior Bowl, the Combine, and then the Pro Day. And I feel like I did exactly that. I gave everything I had to the pre-draft process and then just raised my stock ever since then.
How was your meeting with the Broncos?
It was good. It was awesome.
Who'd you meet with?
I met with the O-line coach, assistant O-line coach, the OC, and then the GM, and then just a bunch of player personnel and then equipment people. It was awesome seeing the new facilities around there, and I think it's pretty much the same. But
where did you grow up? What neighborhood?
Highlands Ranch. It's
right here.
Yeah,
I know.
15 minutes away. Yeah.
So that must have been a moment.
Yeah,
cool.
Listen,
you're talking. You're going to be a pro. You're going to have a lot of great moments, but still.
Yeah.
Had you ever been inside the Broncos facility for any reason?
Not really like inside. I've been like just for like 7-on-7 camps. I mean, when we had it, and I just wouldn't watch, so I was sat there. And then I grew up watching the Broncos and watching Tyler play and block for Peyton Manning. So I mean, to be in there was pretty surreal, but yeah, it was cool.
Yeah.
Hey, I know you got to get to the airport here in a little bit. Do you have time to do one more?
Yeah.
You got time to stick around a little
Absolutely,
bit?
All right, because we'll ask you about the national championship game.
Obviously, want to ask you about Penix and everything else.
About Penix.
Yeah, there's so much more I want to get into.
Yeah. Oh, you're getting on a plane. Where are you going?
No, I'm not going. I'm just picking up my buddy.
Oh,
he's good. We got plenty of time.
So you're not going to Detroit?
No. I'm just gonna go pick up my buddy.
They're having a draft party at their house.
Okay.
Yeah, so a couple of my buddies are flying in.
All right, brother. Well, more with Roger coming up next.
All right, check it out, guys. I know there's a lot of options out there for testosterone if that's what you need, but you got to know there's so much more to your overall health and wellness than just getting shot up with testosterone, and that's where my friends over at Revitalize Health come into play. Guys, they can help you out with hormone replacement, medical weight loss options, peptide therapy, and yes, testosterone therapy. Guys, go into Revitalize Health at one of their 3 locations and let them change your life. You're going to look better. You're going to feel better. You're going to sleep better. They've got 3 locations. They're close to no matter where you live, and you can find them online at revitalize-health.com.
All right, we are joined in studio by Roger Rosengarten. Did I say that right? I want Rosengarten.
Rosengarten, you're going in.
Okay.
Gardenhoser.
Gardenhoser. That's right out of Boston right there. If you got to go.
Rookie of the year.
Yeah. Highlands Ranch, Valor, Washington, and rising up the draft board. And we'll see. We'll see tomorrow and Friday, one way or the other. You'll not going any deeper than the third round, right? I mean, we'll
you never
see,
know, but it doesn't look like that right now. He's got tons of momentum. He won't say it, but he's got tons of momentum going on right now.
Okay. Washington, national championship game. I don't necessarily want to bring up a terrible memory, but I am curious what it was like to play in it and what that experience was like for you.
I wouldn't say it was all terrible. I mean,
Okay.
the terrible part was losing, obviously,
yeah.
but I mean, being there, the aura of just having the national championship. I mean, it's once in a lifetime opportunity you get to play in a national championship, and I took it all in for sure. I played good 3 quarters, and then I didn't have the last couple drives I wanted to, no doubt. But I came out of the game with no regrets. There's always going to be a play you could wish you have back, but I mean, in terms of that season, I mean, I'd take it all in. It was a great season.
That game was interesting on a number of levels because for both you and Michael Penix, I think it impacted the immediate opinion of you guys going into the draft.
Oh, yeah,
and I watched every single snap of Roger this year and every single snap of Michael Penix, and truly, he was nearly flawless, and I mean that, flawless the entire season except for the freaking national championship game, right? And really the same thing for Michael Penix. But that game, in my opinion, really set the bar of where you guys were going into the draft process. And have you felt that at all? Am I overthinking that? Or has that been part of how you've been able to rise above it because people realize, no, we got 11 other games of great film.
Right. I mean, national championship, everyone's watching. They don't see, obviously, and especially offensive line play. If you get highlighted, it's probably going to be for a bad play.
And by the way, it wasn't even a bad game. It was a bad couple plays.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Exactly. And, everyone kind of took that with the people who didn't watch all the UW games this year, and I had these preconceived notions on me that, this guy's terrible and whatnot. But, I just took it up and ate it. We went to the Senior Bowl, and that was big for me because I was going against the same guys I went against in the national championship and even better competition, the best of the best. And then I performed super well. They're both right and left tackle, so they're like, this guy. And then people are just like, he just had a bad couple of plays. And then took that and just ran with it through the draft board.
Did you get with a football-centric trainer between the national championship game and the combine through the Senior Bowl? I'm assuming you did something.
Yeah.
Did you feel yourself improving in that short period of time?
No doubt. I took 4 or 5 days back here to just rest and recover, and then I immediately flew out to Irvine, California, and I was out there training with my strength and conditioning guys, Sazi and Kurt, and then on the field we were with Joe Staley, me and the other O-lineman there. So, Joe's been a huge influential coach in this process. And
so why can you get so much better in such a short period of time? What is that? Because I have seen that, Tyler, where when guys just dial in on it, when they focus on it, they do improve, which to me is remarkable that you get better at that point so quickly. What do you think it is?
I don't know. I think it's just devoting everything you have into it. You don't have any school to worry about. You don't have any other distractions. And but that was a big thing for me, just going into the Senior Bowl and having kind of that short amount of time was really dialing in my technique and my confidence and my preparation from since the national championship. And it helped me so much through this pre-draft process.
Talk to us about what's been going on in the evaluations, the meetings, who you've met with, and I don't know. Is there a couple teams out there that you think are maybe more high on you than others?
Yeah, I feel like every guy's probably got a good sense of 3 or 4 teams that they like. I had 30 visits with Denver, Philadelphia, and then Washington, and then work out with San Francisco, and then I met with 10 teams formally in the combine, and then a bunch of teams informally. So you meet with everybody, but I wouldn't say I have like specific favorites because I've heard so many draft stories of, you go into it and they're like, yeah, the so-and-so is going to draft you, but a team that hasn't talked to you think has no interest ends up drafting you just like that.
Honestly, I think it goes that way more times than not.
Yeah.
And those are the teams that really, really covet you more times than not because they don't want anyone to know.
Were you one of the Broncos like, hey, if you live close, drive on over visits? Or
yeah.
You were
wow.
Well, it's a quirky NFL rule. The quirky NFL rule is if you can provide your own transportation, it doesn't count against the official amount of visits you can have in. But I just didn't know, where that sort of. It's a weird.
So you
rule.
weren't good enough to get invited. You had to be local, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Well, that's what I was trying to figure out. Figure out. Hey, when you're bumping around today, why don't you drop on over?
Yeah.
But that's how Luke did too, right? Luke McCaffrey
Luke
was
did
the same thing.
Which, by the way, anybody out there, again, it's Roger Rosengarten, local kid from Valor. We had Luke McCaffrey on the same team, and they're both going into the draft right now. Cool. So it'd be pretty fun if we could get you guys teamed up again.
Well, yes, Luke was at the Senior Bowl as well then, so that was cool to see him down there, right?
Yeah, I was with him freaking Combine, then Senior Bowl, kind of all this pre-draft process. It's been really cool.
Were you guys on the same team at the Senior Bowl?
He was, yeah.
Yeah, okay.
He's playing receiver.
Your state championship was what year?
2018.
Ask Tyler about his state championship at Creek.
What about it? Was what 2000?
Well,
2000
Cherry Creek High School is it's kind of like a premier school in sports, right? And so the year that I became the captain, right? Naturally, we had a great season that we didn't make the playoffs.
He was the captain. Dude, they didn't make the playoffs.
I actually thought he won state.
No, I did not.
Can you believe a Creek team never mind win, didn't make the playoffs, and he was the captain of that team.
We might have made the playoffs and lost early. I can't remember, but we didn't do anything.
You lost to Smokey, right?
We did. Mike McDaniel. He's a great friend of mine, which, matter of fact, I'll hit him up also. But great friend of mine. Every time I see him, he won't let me live that down.
It's great. Awesome. All right, let's talk about your big Penix energy. Where is it at? What kind of guy is he?
I mean, he's a man. He's same guy every day. He comes to work and he's the leader on that field. We couldn't do what we did this year without that guy, obviously, and I think that's plays a testament to who he is as a guy and a football player. He's one of a kind.
You know what blew my mind is I can't remember his 40, but it was ultra fast. It was like a 4.4. It was in the 4.4s.
Yeah,
is that right? Yeah. So it was in the 4.4s, and I looked back on his rushing yards from last year, and it was like 11 yards on the entire season. Why do you think he doesn't use his feet more often?
They do take sacks away.
Yeah, but still.
It is ridiculous that he was that fast and he ran for 8, 9, 10, 11 yards.
Do you think that that's another weapon that he will utilize at the next level?
Absolutely. I mean, at Indiana, he was running way more.
Mm-hmm.
And then he came to UW, and I feel like we protected him pretty well. And if he gets comfortable back there, he's going to dice you up as a pocket passer. But, I mean, I remember the 2022 Oregon game. 2 rushers coming in on the edges, does like this crazy drop step spin out of it for a first down, and we gained like 17 yards on it. He's fast. I'll tell you a story. It was one off season. It was him, Jalen Polk, who's also in the draft, Jalen McMillan, who's also in the draft, and then Taj Davis. He was a receiver at Cal this year. It was those 4 talking a bunch of crap in the locker room to say, all right, let's go race. And it's not a 40-yard race. It's like a 60-yard race, so they add 20 more yards. And Mike's like, I guarantee you I beat you. They put a good amount of money on this race, and they all got warmed up, like a 15-minute long warm-up. They all get down on the goal line, and I was there right there at the finish. I was like, I want to see this.
Yeah.
And this race happens, and it's kind of neck and neck, and then as soon as like 40 yards hits, Mike just hits us another gear and smokes him. It wasn't even close. It was probably 4 or 5 steps. And this is like nobody knew about this race, and then Mike dusted him, so I was like, holy cow, this dude is super fast.
What will a team get with Penix that isn't obvious? What's an intangible that maybe team should consider that you know firsthand?
Yeah, just how calm he is. Like I said, that 2022 Oregon game, we get down, we're in their red zone. He throws an interception down there on the 15-yard line. A lot of QBs, that rattles their mentality, their confidence going in. And that next drive, remember, we were back on our own 25-yard line. We have a run play, like an inside zone play, and then the second play we call this invert beater, the cover 2 invert beater, and he nails this one-of-a-kind pass, like got to put it in the perfect spot or else it's going to intercept it, and then he put it in the right spot. Just have that confidence and that aura to him every play, and just puts it in for a touchdown. It was sick.
We got a guy that works on the station named Mike Sanford. He was actually the interim head coach at CU after Carl Durrell got fired. Yeah. And he's just in love with Michael Penix. I mean, in love. And honestly, I've said the same thing. I mean, after the top 2 or 3 guys go, there's no question of the guys that are remaining. I would much prefer Michael Penix, but he just hasn't quite caught the – I think he is a year of late, but he just quite hasn't got the momentum that he played in a freaking national championship game. He was nothing but perfect the entire year. Why do you think people are not catching on to whatever he is?
I mean, I think he
Or
just.
do you think that the media is just dumb and the NFL's got a different opinion of him?
I think that's what a lot of it is like media has these a lot of preconceived notions of like a guy and a prospect. It doesn't have to be Mike, it could be anybody. And if they don't like him, then certain mock drafts don't have him in a certain place, then like, oh, Mike's going to go in the second round or something. To me, that guy, I think he's an easy first rounder. I mean, if you look at his year at Washington and what he did, and it was crazy. And I think a lot of the coaches, true people who know film study and watch a lot of film on that guy, knows his true talent.
Well, that's the rumors are popping up about the Giants today. And the draft is such an interesting process because we hem and haw about things for weeks and weeks and weeks, months, right? But really, it's incredible how much stuff gets figured out 24 hours before the draft. So you never know. Which makes it so fascinating and interesting. Best college game, best college experience for you overall.
There's a lot of them. Obviously, you have the Natty, the Sugar Bowl is super fun, but my favorite was 2022 Oregon. We lost 2 games before that.
How do you feel about Bo Nix?
Yeah, great player. He was my quarterback at the Senior Bowl too. So got to know him a little bit, and he's a great player also.
Sorry, go ahead about that.
Yeah, no.
Not as good as Penix, though.
No way, no shot. Good player, not as good as Mike though. But 2022 Oregon, man, we were ranked. We ended up beating a ranked Oregon State team, so we were like 23rd something, and Oregon was like CFP talk 2022, like 5th ranked team in the country or whatever. And we go in their place and talk about an environment and a traditional rivalry in the Pac-12, and we go in there and beat them in that. And that was probably my most favorite win ever at UW.
Yeah, I want to ask you something kind of different, actually. I'm curious your thoughts on college football, college sports right now.
Yeah.
You know, I am all for the players getting paid, and it's a long time overdue. My opinion, they did it back, words. I think the school should have paid the players a direct salary rather than NIL, and allowed the NIL as well. But if you paid the kids a direct salary, then you control this chaos. I mean, what do you think about what's happened to college football?
It's crazy now. I mean, I'll say this: it's going to be tough being a high school prospect now and trying to be. Like, obviously, you're going to have your 5 stars that'll go places. But, I mean, those guys who are kind of in the fringe, you're going to be in a tough spot because there's a lot. Transfer portal's crazy because transfer portal is controlled by money.
Yeah,
that's all it is at this point. Because, I mean, I guarantee you a kid's going to take $500,000 over $20,000 somewhere. And, I mean, they're going to, even if they don't like the place, if they have bad weather, they're going to take it no matter what. So I'm with you on the salary thing, though.
Well, even a guy like you, though, it would have been interesting had you chosen to stay in college. You could have had every reason to bounce because the coach left, the team's exploding, everybody's going. You probably could have gone to Alabama and doubled or tripled what you made last year, right? I mean, how quickly do those conversations happen with kids? And is it above board, or is it just, hey, are people calling you? Be like, hey, come transfer here. Here's $100,000.
Yeah, I mean, that's exactly how it was. I mean, I had multiple offers to go play different places after our school or our whole coaching staff got dismembered. But at that point, I was already had my mind set on the draft. I was like, I'm in for this. I mean, NFL, it's once in a lifetime opportunity. I mean, I'm ready to go into it.
NFL money's a bit different. Yeah.
No doubt.
You single or single dating? What's your
single?
Yeah. All right, let me give you some great advice.
I was going to ask about that.
How about to give you the best advice you're ever going to get?
Let's hear it.
Stay single, brother.
Yeah.
Stop.
Throughout your pro career, stay single. I'm just saying.
Gotcha.
Look at me. Plenty of time.
Yeah.
Okay.
No doubt.
Just giving you some good advice.
I appreciate it.
See, your buddy's laughing over there. He gets it. He knows. Is he single? Is he got a girlfriend?
Yeah. Is this Turtle, by the way?
Single.
Is this your Turtle? Are you too young for Entourage?
I don't know what that is.
Shut up. Shut your. You didn't watch Entourage?
Mm-mm.
Oh my God. Okay. Well, it's like a Hollywood movie star. He's got a cast of characters that hang on. The main one is Turtle. His name is Turtle.
Yeah.
And he's just the hanger on. Is Braden your hanger oner?
I mean, yeah, he's always with me, man.
Yeah.
We're always just doing whatever.
Is he going to be moving to wherever you go play?
Nah, he's grad school.
Living in the
here.
house. Are you going to be paying a salary?
Nah, he's going to grad school. So
Roger, my man, really cool to meet you. And what's your dad's name?
Ray.
And Connie. Connie's mom.
Ray, you should have stopped in, brother.
You know what? I should have had. That was bad on me. I should have invited them.
Well, come on down another time, Ray.
Yeah.
It would be great to meet you, and Connie too. Your mom and your family, I'm sure, is incredibly proud of you.
Yeah.
And this, man, I tell you, my favorite thing, my number one favorite thing about the draft is this right here: the stories of what it takes to get there, and this moment where you go from, kind of a kid, big kid, right, into becoming your dream coming true and becoming a professional. And then in 2 years or so, like if you get drafted by the Broncos, you may nod at me, like hi, and be polite to me, but it'll take, what would you say, Tyler, about a month or so of being a Bronco?
Yeah, you'll start hating him.
Well,
and you're going to hate him even more now that you met him in real life. That you're like, that Oompa Loompa is the one that's judging us. That dude, that's the dude talking all the trash about us. That's the dude that's getting all the fans to hate me.
So I just want to let you know, when you see me but you ignore me as you walk past me, it's cool.
Hey, and by the way, I would love to be your turtle.
Well, that's becoming more and more realistic, isn't it?
Yeah, it sure is.
I guess so.
Best of luck, Roger.
Thanks for having me
All
on.
right, it's PHC on 92.5. That was great having Roger, and I just sent his dad a note. His dad liked something on Twitter. I saw his dad.
Oh yeah,
so I just sent him.
His dad's like a
Ray. Rosie.
Ray's a he's a sports talk P1.
Yeah,
he's like a top listener.
That's awesome.
I hope you're listening to the right station.
Okay. Well, let's
I'm
go
talking to you, Ray.
Let's go to Jeff Legwall from ESPN. My gosh, Jeff, 24 hours or so from the draft. What do you think is the most likely scenario for the Broncos? What to you makes the most sense?
Right now, I would say just from the information I have, is they stay put and end up with probably a top 10 player of some sort. Maybe they get lucky and one of the receivers falls through, or the best pass rusher, or the best corner. But I think staying put right now is the most likely. Doesn't mean that's what happens, but I think that's the most likely.
So what impact, if any, does the acquisition of Zach Wilson have on that decision?
D-Mac, I think really that's sort of an insurance type decision. I think also it's a slight admission, maybe just a slight one, that they mock too. They try to do all the scenarios and cover as many bases as they can cover to figure out what they would do. And I think they're saying that the quarterback who would be available at 12 would not be worth that pick at 12. So I think that's what that says. And it is a name Sean Payton has dropped a couple of times in passing, at this offseason. So it's very clear their pro personnel department had done a lot of work.
Mm-hmm.
And it's basically a free acquisition, too. It's sort of a high-powered waiver claim almost. I mean, the Jets are paying half the salary. They didn't have to surrender a pick. They only had to flip picks to do it.
Yeah, that's the way I look at it. I think it's just it's a very low risk addition to the room, and it's kind of simple as that. So we'll see if it has any impact on the draft or not. I hope it doesn't, honestly, one way or the other. I hope they do whatever their plan was beforehand. They do the same thing. Jeff, here we are, man, and we've talked about this over and over and over. I'm not going to ask you to pick the specific guy the Broncos are going to pick, but what I'll ask you is, where are you at now, today, 24 hours out from the draft, on where these quarterbacks are going to get selected, and how high do you think, the top 6 are going to go?
Tyler, I think there's very, again, people are going to lie like crazy right now, but folks I've known a long time, I think there's a significant chance, big time, you get 4 in the top 10 somewhere, maybe 4 even in the top 8 somewhere, and that now you're almost on historical ground. I mean, there's only been one draft since the merger in 1970 where 5 quarterbacks have gone in the top 12 picks. So that's only happened one time ever. If 4 go in the top 10, and I think it really is an extreme possibility that could happen. You're on historical ground there, and again, I'm not sure this is a historical quarterback class, but it may be more of a comment on the state of the league than the talent of the players.
I actually, Jeff, I do agree with you about Zach Wilson and the possibility that they're making an evaluation saying, well, is Bo Nix better than Zach Wilson? I don't really think so, and maybe we will, maybe we won't, something like that. So let's go get Zach Wilson. I get that. My question to you, if that is true, is there a quarterback in deeper rounds that we should keep our eyes on in regards to the Broncos, or is that a wrap there on quarterbacks and maybe they'll just pick up another free agent to just take a flyer on, and really you just have DiNucci, Zach Wilson, and Stidham?
Well, it's a lot of what they don't know yet. If things start falling in the bottom half of the first round, and they see, again, they were very public in saying there were 7 or 8 quarterbacks.
That's right.
And they did this notion they spent more time on Bo Nix than the 8th quarterback on the list is false.
Okay.
They spent the same amount of time with all 8 of these guys. They put them through the same tests. They did all of it because they were checking all of them out, and they do believe there are a couple more guys down the board. And you can sort of guess the names. Frankly, I mean, it's pretty universal what people think that second tier of quarterback.
Let's go there. I assume Rattler's one of them. Is like Sam Hartman or Milton, or help me out. Who else should I keep an eyeball on?
Well, I think that most people consider a guy like Pratt to be in that second tier.
Right.
Milton, it varies on teams. I've talked to a bunch of teams who think he is in the second tier. Another bunch of teams don't think he's accurate enough. He's the unquestioned power arm in the draft. I'll tell you that. But, but that, again, it's, I know we all focus on the first round so much, but there are players to be found after that, including a quarterback. And, Zach Wilson and a Jarrett Stidham may be the bridge to a rookie they like. And I think if they see that name as the first round's drawn to a close and the second round's going, then, then they're trying to do the math. Can we get them at 76, or do we have to make a maneuver to get back into the second in some fashion? But it really is why that no second round pick this year is painful.
Right.
Because not only do you want a pick there, that is also a pick you could use to move around a little bit that they don't have.
Jeff, would you be surprised if Cortland Sutton gets moved during the draft, or any other Broncos for that matter?
Yeah, Tyler, I still would be, because at least right now the offers aren't very good. I mean, nobody's making good offers right now. It's still if they get a legitimate offer, maybe, but I think the problem is if you trade them, now you've almost got to take a wide receiver. They're not sturdy enough on the depth chart just to move guys and not have to replace them. And that's their issue. Anybody they move, they're probably going to have to try to replace in this draft class.
Jeff Legwall from ESPN joins us. We'll be at Stoney's Lincoln from 3 p.m. to close tomorrow for everything, for a Nuggets watch party, for NFL draft, and you can hear on AM 950 and on 92.5. Jeff, what player or position, one way or the other, if the Broncos get lucky, they'd be dying to satisfy and get in later rounds?
In later rounds?
Yeah, later rounds. So after the third, fourth round.
Yeah, I think they'd love to see certainly a corner, maybe another safety, edge rushers. I think they need at least two out of this draft. I think those defensively, there's a good chance the board gets defensive heavy if the record is indeed set on offensive players in the first round, and it could be. If 19 offensive guys go in the first round, that's a record.
Well, they don't have any second pick. They don't have a second pick this year, right? So they got to be careful with what they're doing. Which,
Not yet, they don't. They don't have it yet.
Exactly. And I guess that's where I was going how do we expect them to move back? Is that just the thought right now? Because we know George Payton loves his ammo, but I think Sean Payton might be the opposite. So how do you see that unfolding between those negotiations between those two guys?
Again, if the quarterbacks indeed go early, as everyone thinks, that means a blue chip, a really blue chip, maybe top 8 player on your board is available at 12. And for me, the move down when you could get that kind of player at 12 is not a good decision, because you're not going to get many opportunities. In the old scouting world, a blue-rated player was the highest-rated player you could have, and every draft has about 8 or 9 of those, depending on the year. And if you have a chance at one of those guys at 12 because the board fell a certain way, to move down and refuse that chance for a team that needs everything would not make sense to me.
Yeah, your colleague, Jordan Reed from ESPN, did speculate that the Eagles would be interested in moving up from 22 to 12, and the Broncos would pick up that second-round pick had they moved back. He also, though, Jeff, has in his mock the Broncos drafting Knicks at 22, but they'd also have pick 50. What do you think the vibe in the building would be if that happened? Is that a pretty home run day for the Broncos?
Well, I guess it would depend on I know you've ridden the Bo Nix trade pretty hard. I will say I have not spoken to anyone from any team who has him rated above 23. So at 12 that's a big reach for me, but they don't much care what I think. I get that, but that's a big question mark to me. And if you're, they've said they're not going to force it, and Bo Nix at 12 is a force.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's a force at 20, but that's just me.
Okay. All right, Tyler.
No, I do have one more actually. Hey, Jeff, we just had on the local kid Roger Rosengarten out of Valor High School.
Yeah,
great kid.
I probably didn't grade him where he's going to get picked. I think he's got a very good chance of being a good day two selection.
Yeah, that's what I was going to ask. Just where you had him. I mean, when he started the process, we didn't really go into it, but he really didn't have a super high draft grade on the initial evaluation. But a lot of that was simply because people didn't expect him to come out into the draft. And now I've seen Kuiper had him mocked at 31 to the 49ers. Yeah. So you think he's got that type of momentum as well?
He does. And, I had him at probably 110. That's where I ended up with him, right in there. But he's done very well in the pre-draft process. And if it falls right, he could get that very nice, late 1, early 2 signing bonus for him, and that would be cool. He's done really well in the pre-draft process. He deserves any and all credit for doing that.
All right, last one. Give us something we should know about the draft that we don't know.
The way people are saying these quarterbacks are going to get drafted, it's never happened in history. So we're either saying this is the greatest quarterback class in history, or that people just don't care anymore where they're graded.
All right, Jeff. We appreciate it. Big day tomorrow. We appreciate all your hard work. Talk to you soon, Jeff.
Thanks, fellas.
All right. Jeff's basically calling everybody a bunch of idiots. Basically.
No.
Nah.
Well, he's not wrong.
We're a bunch of idiots?
No, it's never happened this way. And it's always talked about this way. It's always talked about like you're going to go first 4 or 5 QBs. This year, it feels like it's got a very legitimate chance.
Let me tell you, brother, though, there's no way this is the best quarterback class of all time. There's no way. What it's much more a staple of is this is just what you have to do to get a quarterback. It's whether you like it or not, this is just what it's turned into. But to think that this is the best quarterback class of all time, Tyler?
No.
Come on. Give me a break. All right, no dumb questions. Let's go.
Columbus, Hastings, and DMAC present No Dumb Questions. This is your safe space. Send us your not dumb question now.
You're a smart guy.
Tweet it, text it, or Twitch it. It's No Dumb Questions.
Hey, I know this segment is called No Dumb Questions, but sometimes there are.
With thanks to Old Chicago Pizza and Tap Room. Visit oldchicago.com for a location near you.
I got one.
Okay.
So my no dumb question is, I don't know if it's just me who's observed this sort of thing. Maybe you've observed this as well. That certain people that like when they'll talk to some people a certain type of way, they'll talk to other people a certain type of way, like literally change the way that they talk, right?
Mm-hmm.
Do you know anybody like that?
I'd have to think about it. Probably, though. Go ahead. Where are you going with it?
Because that's
happening?
you.
How so?
You get so pro and big talk when Roger walked in here off the scenes. You're talking loud. You're talking like an NFL guy.
Yeah.
You were talking like you were in a locker room with Raj.
Okay.
Like you were one of the guys with Raj.
Oh, all right.
You didn't feel that?
I think I'm one of the guys. I don't know. I don't know, man. You think I change how I talk?
I do.
Really?
Yeah. I think that even the voice inflection. Not when I'm talking about off air. I'm talking about like the relaxed version.
I don't know, man. Listen, here's what I struggle with, and I'll just be honest. He's the same age as my younger son.
Isn't that crazy?
And yes, it is crazy. And he is not the only kid who's the same age as my son, who my son has been friends with, who is now a pro athlete.
I mean, are you disappointed in your son?
No. It's got nothing to do with that. It's just a matter of, doing this for a living, but then you talk to a guy and you're like, whoa, wait a second. Am I a little bit of a dad comes out, I think. I think that's what it is. I think there's a little dad thing that comes out. And if you talk to most dads around kids, they want to bro it up too. So I'll just give myself a little pass on that. Because as a dad, you really don't want to be a dad. You want to live vicariously through the young guys.
Sure.
And, say you want to kind of be their buddy.
Well,
their
that's what I respect about Dion is he's got a healthy balance there.
Oh, yeah.
And a healthy distance.
Sure, he's Mr. Balance. He's got it
looks
right.
pretty balanced to me.
No dumb question. Is it okay to be a Georgie fan now?
Sure. Who's telling you to not be a fan of him?
Well,
I mean, I don't think that's the question. I mean, if you're a fan of the guy,
Dan,
you're a fan of the guy.
Wait, Dan's pointing at what are you saying, Dan?
I was pointing at Tyler.
What do you mean? Why are you pointing
He was dogging Georgia yesterday.
Well, I mean, let me change it. And no, I put my hand up in there. Like, I put it up on Twitter. I put it up when we first started the show. Like, I called him out left and right, and he showed up. And tip of the cap to Georgie. Phenomenal performance. But I would change the question slightly. No dumb question would be, do you now believe in Georgie based off that performance? Not a fan, but do you believe?
I think what Georgie did is what he's capable of, but I'm cautious about it because we have seen this before where he's been lousy. All of a sudden, a great game comes up. I'm thinking of that Minnesota game where McKinnon had a hat trick. It was unbelievable, and it was kind of very similar. And then he was lousy again. The roller coaster that have been the Avalanche all year, I don't think is going to change. So I don't think it's anything to sort of go from other than this has been happening all year, including good stuff.
Well, and he's been very streaky in a good way and a bad way throughout the entire season. So he'll follow up bad games with good games. Here's what I say is the next step for Georgie. And I give him all the credit in the world. It is not easy to flush bad performances, especially when you have multiple bad performances. And he stepped up to the plate and he flat out played great hockey last night. I give him credit for that. Here's the next step, though. Now he's got to do what Jamal Murray does. And he's got to be able to have a terrible start and to flush it and finish strong in the same game, not in a separate game, not come out 2 days later and be like, hey, I'm back. No, the next step is, like, I almost would like, not that I want the Avalanche to fall behind, but I would love to see Georgie have a bad goal or two that goes in, and now he flushes it, and he just goes lights out like Jamal Murray shows up in the fourth quarter.
Well, we'll dig into it deeper as we go. Plus, we have our guy Grizz, who was out at Nuggets practice before they got on the plane. They had to practice, so we'll get the latest on what you should know about your Nuggets. You should know we are going to have an epic party. A watch party with the Nuggets and the Lakers and our NFL draft party at the same place, happening basically at the same time. Starting at 3 p.m. with Nate and Andy. We'll be broadcasting starting at 3 at Stoney's Lincoln. From 3 to like when they close the doors and the lights get turned out. I mean, and both broadcasts will be going on at the same time. A draft broadcast and the pregame, postgame, all that sort of stuff with Birdo. The same time in the same place. We've never done that before, but tomorrow it happens at Stoney's. Lincoln would love to see you there. It's PhD on 92.5. Hey, it's D-Mac for Old Chicago. 1976, Old Chicago was founded in Boulder. And today, it's a legendary success story because of their legendary food. And this chicken bacon ranch pizza, holy cow, are you kidding me? It is unreal. Every bite is a flavor explosion. Ranch is the sauce. You've got to try it. And if you're not feeling pizza, Old Chicago's menu, it's delicious top to bottom. First round draft choice for every food item they have. From the calzones, burgers, salads, fish and chips, what do you want? Literally everything is fantastic at Old Chicago. First round draft choice. How about the drafts? How about one of the over 100 local and legendary beers? You pair that up with the flavor explosion of the food, and you got yourself a great night. Never mind the fact the game's always on. It's Old Chicago. And whether it's in person or takeout, they've got you covered. Visit oldchicago.com for their nearest location and download the Old Chicago app. You get $5 off your first order of $25. And geez, the chicken bacon ranch pizza not to be missed. Get yourself to Old Chicago. Go to oldchicago.com. Oh, man. This is a core song of me and Andy's band, Fatty's Big Chance. Well, you got to get that reunion together. Did you ever see us play?
No.
I forget if you know.
Fatty's Last Chance would have been a better name, though.
I was
more accurate.
I was the reason that the band we haven't broken up. Andy will say we have, but we as far as I'm concerned, we haven't broken up. We just have stopped playing for like the past 7 years.
So like, if you stopped talking to a girl for like 6 months, did you not break up?
No, you're still together. But I've been the one pushing for us to get back together, and Andy's always got this, that, the other, 1,000 reasons. But I want to get back together, man. And yeah, Social Distortion story.
I don't think they want you back in the band.
Well, I'll know that when they play without me.
I think there was some beef. Like you were the one.
Oh no, I'm telling you.
Right when things were hitting, you walked away.
It was a.
I'm telling you the real feelings.
I know exactly what it was, and they're right to have those feelings. It was a personal problem I had at the time.
Like they finally got their chance. Like Fatty got his chance.
Yeah, I know.
And then Big Fatty said, "No, I don't want that."
Dude,
chance.
we played like a dozen or so times. Like here's the band. Here we are.
So because you didn't want that chance, they couldn't have their chance.
I loved being in the band. I had some things going on with my kids when they were in high school that it was a problem then. It's not a problem now. I got time on my hands like you can't believe. I'm dying to get the band back together. Andy up there with his, he's playing league.
Move on. Never go back to your ex.
Come on. Anyways, we used to play Story of My Life by Social. That was like that's how we closed our shows. We did Story of My Life. It's super easy to play on the drums. I mean, like kind of ridiculously easy, that's why I loved it. Okay.
I cannot bounce my left hand at a different pace than my right hand. So the idea, like I literally can't do it. I can't bounce this hand at a different pace than this hand.
You can't do.
No, because if I start doing the right one, I pick up the left one.
Here, I'll do it on the one. You can't do this.
I have to pick up the left finger. In order for me to do the right finger, I have to pick up the left finger. I can't keep the left finger going.
If you can do this, and do this in your car. If you can do this,
I can't keep my left hand going. My left hand won't keep going. It picks up as soon as I put my right hand down. My left hand picks up.
I wasn't even going to throw the foot. You got to throw the foot in there too.
Oh no,
no. But it's funny because I could do that. I could always do that, and I'm not a great drummer, but I could do that, and that's the essence of our band. None of us are all that great, but we tried hard. We made a lot of noise, too, and we were loud.
Well, that's all that matters.
So we played with a lot of energy, and we were loud, and we had fun, and I'd love to get us back together. You hit me there with that song. Sorry to get distracted there. Okay, we're going to have Jerry Allen, the voice of the Oregon Ducks, to preview Bo Nix in just a little bit. Our guy Grizz is expected to be here relatively shortly about the Nuggets. What we saw with the Avalanche was what last night, Tyler?
Awesome. It was just fun. And you know what it was? If you were on the side, it was nothing but positivity that came out of that first game. It was just a freak deal. You can't ever lose a game like that. Boy, are you going to feel affirmed, because you walk away from that and then you follow it up with another performance. Georgie steps up to the plate. He silences a lot of the critics. I don't even know, I want to feel optimistic about Georgie, but I'd be lying here if I told you I believe all of a sudden. I don't believe. I'd like to see him follow it up. But you just got all the reasons in the world to feel as optimistic as you want. If you want to feel as optimistic, you've got it. You've got all the reasons in the world.
Look at our guy Grizz.
Is something okay? Not to go negative already, but I'll ask Josh this: is something off with Miko?
Oh, okay.
Miko just does not seem like the same dude.
I will agree with that.
He seems slow. He seems timid.
I will agree with
that.
Seems
like...
Well, he's not taking his shots either. Have you guys noticed this on the power play especially?
That was that moment. I don't know how they won the game after that.
It reminded me
they didn't deserve to win the game after that.
It reminded me of when Christian Brown had zero confidence in and of himself, and he was passing up his shots left and right. I got to pass. I got to find somebody else. I noticed that especially last night. I don't know if it's an injury or what, but I agree with you.
I'll tell you this.
Something's off.
If that's our biggest concern, we're okay.
I agree with that.
If that's our biggest concern, we're definitely okay. And I'm not saying there's not been something going on. I know where you're coming from, and I've seen it from other people. But it's not I'm telling you, that's not going to be a big problem. So, but you're not wrong. It's not been what
Did you
we
think they were
expected.
going to win that game when they blew the double minor?
Oof. In that moment, especially with a goal for Winnipeg following that
side.
right up, no. In that moment, no.
I thought with 8 minutes to go, the game, they were going to score 2 more goals. I thought Avs got to score 1 more here. They got to get 1 more. I thought there were 2 more goals coming for Winnipeg.
Getting the one with 9 seconds left in the second period changes so much momentum. They head into the intermission fully in momentum, and then they close it out in the third. That's what you got to do.
Grizz, you're out with the Nuggets. Give me a little dirt about what's happening with the Nuggets today.
Really, really lighthearted practice. They kind of keep you outside until they finish up practice. So much cheering going on, joking going on, smiles all around.
Yep.
They're looking really good heading into LA.
Super confident. Let me play a little bit. Michael Malone about rewatching Murray's game winner.
Yeah, I mean, well, I go through the film probably like 5 times, and then every time I watch it, I get just as excited. And not just in the shot, but the reaction. Like I'm looking at David Adelman jumping in the air, Dan Szymanski running around like he's a 2-year-old, the bench reaction, the fans. Fans behind the bench aren't even watching the game. They're watching it on the Jumbotron, which is so weird to me. It's happening right in front of you, and they're like this. But, yeah, it was a hell of a play in one of those shots. Has a nickname been given to it yet? Like, is there a... The shot, that's a lot. That's a mouthful. We got to work on that. I don't know about that. I'm going to come up with something better than the shot of 52-80.
How about Jamal Murray made a shot?
Yeah.
How about yeah?
Yes.
And
Yes.
I believe it was the first buzzer beater in Nuggets playoff history. But yeah, it was a great moment, and those are moments that you will talk about and relive for 50 years from now. They'll still be talking about that.
Was that Vic who said that?
Yeah.
Yeah, Vic's right. It should be Jamal Murray made a shot.
Jamal Murray made a shot.
Boom.
That's it. That's what that is. Jamal Murray made a shot because of Anthony Davis.
Jamal Murray made a shot.
Very aggressive mic drop, by the way.
Oh,
very
it's
great.
Aggressive. I mean, I don't know if Michael Malone has really, well, I guess he's seen it. That is how I'm going to refer to that game. I think Vic has hit the nail on the head there. It's the Jamal Murray made a shot mic drop game.
Well, in the, I know it was lighthearted, so I don't know if you even could, but any takeaways from what you saw today?
Well, Michael Malone did say he watched it now 5 times. He goes over the whole game tape. That's what he said, but he said he watched it 5 times, and what he noticed is the crowd. The crowd, there's a picture that the Nuggets tweeted out that is in like 8K. It's so clear, and you can zoom in on different reactions.
Right.
And it's fantastic, and that's the takeaway is the fans and then the team surrounding Murray after that. It was unbelievable, and I think it's one of the best shots in Denver Nuggets history.
Yeah, I'm going to give credit because Tom Green reached out to me and said that Bart Young took the photo. So
Okay.
Way to go, Bart Young. I think it's
Seriously.
incredible. Boy, if you were going to put a poster up or make some sort of huge banner or something.
Oh, that's in the hallways. That goes in the facility. That doesn't ever leave. No, I mean, you got to win the series. So, which we all assume they will. But I mean, let's first things first. Like you got to make a run out of it, or else the shot means absolutely nothing.
But it'll always be Jamal Murray made a shot. It will always.
Jamal Murray made a shot.
It's fantastic. All right, Grizz, any other little things? Anything we should know? We good?
Super joyous heading to LA. They seem very confident, and they're looking forward to it.
What do you think of the color palette of his Colorado State gear there, Tyler? Yeah.
You don't like the orange?
Yeah.
We will hear from Jerry Allen about
It's like
Bo Nix.
somehow you make orange look ugly.
That's coming up next. It's D-Mac for AAA Home Improvements. You have that house. You got a room that you've been dying to do some work with, and you just don't know. Like, I got to do something. I've been dying to do this. This is where you reach out to AAA Home Improvements, AAAHomeimprovements.com. listen, man, I'm not a design guy. You just sort of say it looks good or it doesn't look good. And most of the time you look around your home and you're like, I know, it doesn't look good. And you just sort of deal with it. Well, don't wait any longer. Contact AAAHomeImprovements.com. That's AAAHomeImprovements.com. They do it all. The design, the engineering, the permitting, the final inspections, all of it. Toby Hurdle and his crew are an incredible team. And the comments, Nick Dillon, AAA did a wonderful job on the addition to our home. The project came out great. We were very pleased with the end result. I've recommended them dozens of times to my clients and friends. That's what I'm talking about. Find out for yourself and get that project done the right way with AAA Home Improvements. AAAHomeImprovements.com. Quality at a fair price.
I hope Sean Payton takes you.
I heard that a lot,
Yeah? What do you think when you hear that?
It'd be an honor, like Drew Brees. He got to play for him, and they won a Super Bowl and had great success, and led the league in a lot of statistical categories, and had a lot of really good seasons. So I'm never going to argue if I get to play for one of the better coaches of all time, and then never going to argue when I get to play with a coach with that much experience. So.
Hold on for a
It's
second.
Bo Nix with Kay Adams. Yeah.
Was that Bo Nix or was that Sean McVay?
That was Bo Nix.
Dad?
Sounds like
Dad, you got a
My
Sean
tone is in a
McVay?
disrespectful manner. I apologize for that.
It's right there.
That sounds exactly like Sean McVay to me.
It's
If
right
my
there.
tone is in a disrespectful manner, I apologize for that.
We'll hear from Jared Bednar, who's on the morning show, about Georgie and what happened last night with the Avalanche. It was awesome. Let's football go as we preview the NFL draft coming up in about 17 minutes. And we'll be at Stoney's Lincoln downtown for a Nuggets-Lakers watch party and NFL draft. We're broadcasting both from the same place. It is going to be amazing. And one guy we're going to be looking at is Bo Nix. To give us insight on Bo Nix is Jerry Allen, the voice of the Oregon Ducks. And just to keep it real with you, Jerry, we just had in Roger Rosengarten, who's a local kid here, who was the starting right tackle for Washington. And he said the game of his career was the 2022 game, Washington against Oregon. How well do you remember that game?
I remember every game against Washington. That's your rival.
Right. Well, all right, Bo Nix. Tell us something about Bo Nix that we don't know. Give us something that that teams are finding out as they get to meet this young man.
Well, they're probably finding out more about his intelligence as a football player, as a quarterback. Bo Nix is a guy that if he did not continue to play football would probably be very capable of becoming an NFL offensive coordinator right out of the gate. He's just intelligence on the field is just incredible. Many times during games during the last couple of seasons when plays would be called and it was wrong and the coaches we got to get word to hope he doesn't check off. Oh no. Oh, perfect play call. He did it. He just gets it. So I think they're learning that Bo knows the game really, really well. And when you go to the next level, that part of the game, if you've got it, you've got an advantage. And I think he does in that area.
Jerry, the only really big knock that I hear on Bo Nix is his arm strength. And it is something that pops up. And quite frankly, watching him at the Combine, I thought it was a concern as well. But you've watched every game. You've been there for all of it. What are your thoughts on his arm strength?
We never questioned that in games. If anything, there were times when he would have maybe Troy Franklin open on a streak right down the side and overthrow him a deep ball. But we didn't ever see him not be able to get the ball. Even those back across the field, roll right, throw it back across the field. He didn't get hit very often. And if you throw interceptions, there's an indication that either you made a rotten decision or you didn't have the strength to get the ball where you wanted it to. Mm-hmm. That was never an issue with Bo.
Well, and to be fair, I actually think arm strength is pass-fail. I really do. I think it could be way overrated and way underrated, all of the above. And so basically what you're saying, it certainly meets the pass threshold.
Yeah, I think part of that is when I talk about your intelligence of a player. Some guys don't realize their limitations. And when you get into a ball game, you get at the next level and you're competing and you see a play you got to make and you don't instinctively know, I can't make that play. I can't make that throw. And you go ahead and do it anyway. Bo's never going to do that. I'm not going to say never, but he's not the kind of a quarterback that tried to do things that he couldn't do or were not within his capabilities. So that's why I would say I don't think arm strength for this particular guy would be as big an issue for maybe a quarterback coming in that wasn't as strong with the arm and didn't really have the intelligence to understand the limitations of his game.
Where are Ducks fans hoping Bo Nix ends up for his greatest likelihood of success?
Well, I'm going to be a little biased here in that I'm a big Denver Bronco fan and have been since John Elway was there. So I'd be thrilled. I mean, Royce Freeman was a Duck and just did a tremendous job as a bar. So I'm looking forward to Denver stepping up and getting a really great quarterback and having Bo be the guy to do that. To talk to Duck fans, I don't know. I think they're just excited to have him go, hopefully in the first round. That's what everybody's talking about. They want to see him picked in the first round.
You know,
because if he falls past the Broncos at 12, now there is speculation that the Broncos could trade down and even pick him up in the 20s, Jerry. But if it's not the Broncos, Tyler, who else would it be? Like, who else would make sense?
I mean, there's just the teams that are left over. I mean, you got the Raiders. I think the Seahawks are always going to be an option. But that's actually what I was going to ask, Jerry, is that I really don't see a whole lot of conversation in the first round outside of the Broncos. Are we missing anything that's going on in other teams that are hot on his trail?
No, I don't think you're missing anything. I think when you look at the list of quarterbacks available, there's some pretty good quarterbacks out there. I mean, we get to watch Michael Penix Jr. play, and he's the real deal. I mean, the guy's just amazing. Same thing with Jaden Daniels, Drake by J.J. McCarthy. So when you have a lineup of that many quarterbacks, the difference between 1 to 5 is, depending on what you're looking for in your club. And so Bo could make it in the first round, but he could go in the second round and still be one of those quarterbacks 2 to 5 years from now that people are saying, well, we let that guy get away. But where he might go, I have not really delved into that.
I don't mean to put you on the spot about your guy, but you did just bring up Michael Penix, and I am curious. Do you think Michael Penix is a better NFL prospect than Bo Nix?
That's a question to be answered depending on what kind of a team you have. I think Michael Penix was brilliant at Washington because he had 3 NFL receivers. I mean, those guys were Rome Odunze was maybe as good a kid coming out of college as I've seen in a lot of years. And I think he helped Michael Penix Jr., and Penix was smart enough to know who he had, what he had, and how to utilize those guys. Yeah, he's a lefty, too. There's something about a lefty that just makes you appreciate him. I don't know if I'm going to say Penix is better than, but he accomplished some things that Bo did not, I think, because he had more guys to help him do it.
Jerry, who is your favorite lefty quarterback for the Denver Broncos?
Wow.
Come on now.
Only been one, right?
Right. There's only one.
I know. I'm looking at the wall going, put his name out there.
Hey, it was a circus.
It's Tim Tebow. He was the only lefty we had. So.
Oh yeah.
So we got that guy. All right, hey Jerry, we appreciate it. And don't forget about T.J. Ward, proud Bronco Duck as well. We got him there too.
Yeah. Oh man, don't let him hit you because he'll leave you remembering that.
Ain't no doubt about it. All right, thanks Jerry. We'll talk to you later.
All right, thanks guys.
Last night in the Devil's Armpit, Winnipeg, Manitoba, where we tried to find something good to say about Winnipeg. Tyler, we tried. We asked a bunch of people, just tell us something good about this place. And it was a blank slate. Well, we finally found something good in Manitoba.
Listening at the moment, right off the face-off. Hey, cork it, Connor, because I believe Ross Colton gets it in along with Miles Wood. There's a snake in my boot. Devontae's arriving. Cale McCarr, the 3-man. Tipped in. They score! We're up all night to get lucky. Arturi Lehkonen has goals in back-to-back games. They're both deflections. Pressure coming from Yakov Trenin. Got it free. Cogliano in front. Parisi is there. He scores! Easy, breezy. Zach Parisi. Leads McKinnon. 10 seconds. He can get the distance in a hurry. Josh Manson out of the box. He scores! The Manimal out of the box. Onto the score sheet with 6.9 seconds to go in the second period. It's 4-2 Colorado. And Nichushkin stays with it, still with it. Found Nichushkin, no angle, he scores! The choo-choo train pulls into the station from an unlikely angle, an unlikely spot on the ice, and he has bought the Avalanche a Game 2 win. 3 seconds, 2 seconds, 1. And this series is tied at 1. The whiteout is white noise, and the Avalanche have taken home ice away from the Winnipeg Jets with a monster effort in Game 2. as they crown Winnipeg by a final score of 5-2, with Game 3 coming up in the Mile High City in front of our own version of a whiteout on Friday night.
The great Connor McGahey, right here on 92.5. Wow, what a night! And I just got to be honest. I never had any doubts about Georgie at all. I always thought he was the guy.
There's some really dumb people on the station.
Yeah.
Moj, Connor, they just...
the haters. I just call them the haters.
Every time we'd have them on, all they could talk about is goalie controversy. And I'm just really glad that we put that to bed for him.
Yeah, I felt so strong about Georgie. I really questioned giving the Eagles less of a chance by calling up Rosvitov.
I know. The Eagles really deserved a shot at the championship. And,
Yeah.
and we were very, very selfish. The Avalanche are very, very selfish to take that away because it's just not needed.
You know, Tyler, when the Avalanche played Winnipeg at home and Georgie gave up 4 goals in 11 minutes on like 6 shots. I think he actually gave up 4 goals on 2 shots, which is, I don't even know how you do that. But I was like, well, that just doesn't mean a damn thing. But yet we have Connor and we have Moser just like beating us over the heads with like what a big deal that is.
Exactly.
And I'm just like, I mean, my Lord. And when Brett Kane pressed Jared Bednar about the goalie situation, I was like, whoa, stay in your lane there, Brett. I mean, are you sure you want to do that? I'm just saying, for all those haters and doubters that I just named, you can come back to the club with me and Tyler, who have believed in Georgie from the get-go.
All along. You know what? In all seriousness, nothing but credit to Georgie. Hats off, dude. Are you kidding me? You stepped up to the plate when the whole world is calling you out. And everybody's doubting you, and quite frankly, probably his own teammates were doubting him. If you got them in an honest moment, behind a microphone, away from a microphone, I'm sure there's a lot of doubt going on all over the place. And Georgie flat up stepped up to the plate and made some big-time saves. The hockey team was awesome. The entire team put it together. They overcame adversity. I'm not going to lie. When they blew the double minor, I thought it was all over, especially when the Jets came out and they scored right after that. But they just stayed on it. And there was a lot of fun action that came out of the first 2 games. And now what you've got is you did the most important thing. You split the home ice, and you get to walk away with exactly where you need to be. It's the series all tied up. And now you get to look back on game 1, and you truly do get to look at all the good stuff out of game 1 because you got that win in game 2.
You know, it's I am a little surprised, all kidding aside. I am a little surprised there's still a vibe out there of some people, and this is not me, but some people are questioning whether Georgie should actually start on Friday night. And I'm like, of course he's going to start on Friday night. What his teammates felt is they don't dislike Georgie, okay?
No.
It's just that they were having doubts. If we make a mistake, will he be able to bail us out every now and then? And last night, well, first of all, they didn't make a lot of mistakes. But when they were pressed, Georgie made a couple of big saves, which is all Bednar was asking for. And you got it. And I'm sitting there last night, 8 minutes to go. They're up by 2. I was like, they need one more. I'm thinking to myself, you need one more. You got to get one more. And as it turns out, they didn't. But that feeling is rooted in what's happened over the past month or so.
Yeah, I mean,
so it was
listen,
great to get the win.
There's a lot of people out there that are taking victory laps on Georgie right now of like, hey, we told you all along there was no issue going on. Okay, fine. I mean, concern, whether there was a controversy or concern, there certainly was concern. There was a lot of concern going on with Georgie. And there's a lot of people taking victory laps today like, hey, how you feeling about him now? I'm not sitting here telling you like I'm not totally believing in Georgie yet. I'm not. It was a great game. It was. And now I'd like to see him follow it up. And I brought this up earlier in the show. Here's what I think the next step is for Georgie. Because he's proven this throughout the year. He's had streaks of 10 good games, 10 bad games, bounce back, maybe not 10, but you know what I'm saying. And where it's gone back and forth. But what I want to see from Georgie, now I want to see him be able to flush it in the middle of the same game where he gives up a couple bad ones, but then he bounces back and he just stands on his head.
Well, it's not whether we believe in him, right? It's whether his teammates believe in him and they can back that up. And they got it last night. We'll dig deeper into the game as we go. Let's football go with the draft just 24 hours away. We'll be at Stoney's Lincoln for everything, starting at 3 o'clock, broadcasting from 3 to I don't know, when they kick us out, I mean, till the end of the NFL draft, certainly to the end of the, I think the draft is going to end before the Lakers-Nuggets game. So, I mean, it's going to be a long night, but a fun night at Stoney's Lincoln. That is tomorrow. Let's Football Goes next.
All right, it's time to start taking your health serious. Stop settling with your workouts not going as far as you want them to, not feeling as good, sleeping as good as you want to, because you can feel so much better. Tyler Columbus here, my friends over at Revitalized Health, and I've been working with them for 7 years. That's a long time. Come on, you wouldn't keep going back for 7 years unless they're awesome at what they do. Guys, testosterone, peptide therapy, hormone replacement, and medical weight loss options. I know multiple people firsthand, good friends of mine, that are changing their life with the medical weight loss options over at Vitalized Health. So let them get you taken care of. They've got 3 locations. They're close to you no matter where you live, and you can find them online at revitalized-health.com. Hey, this is Tyler here for my friends over at Phil Long Ford. Guys, every single car that I bought since my rookie year has been from Phil Long Ford of Denver. And I keep going back because I always have a great experience. I know that car shopping can feel a bit cumbersome at times, but not at Phil Long Ford because they've got the largest inventory in the state of Colorado. Whether you're looking for a used vehicle or a new vehicle, they've got the largest selection and they've got the best deals. And you can check out all those deals online at phillongdenver.com. They've got incredible inventory arriving daily. They've got cars and trucks on the lot for you to choose from, or you can always go online and get exactly what you want. And check out their incredible line of electric cars, pickups, and vans with the latest technology. They've got the largest selection. They've got the best deals. They're going to get you in. They're going to get you out. And once you buy a car from Phil Long Ford, you will be a customer for life because you will realize that it is an experience that is different than other car dealers in Colorado. Go check them out online at phillongdenver.com and let them know that Tyler sent you on over.
King George. Yesterday, Georgie was, 2 days ago, he was Marie Antoinette getting beheaded. And this morning, he's King George. That's
Where does he
fantastic.
come up with this stuff?
He's the best. Connor McGahee is the freaking best.
He was
with
born
all
in the
that.
wrong century.
He
Connor
is,
McGahee.
He is definitely well. Yes, you're
He should
right.
have grown up in the 1700s.
He should have. Connor McGahee would be the sixth guy in the Rat Pack. It would be Sammy Davis, Dean Martin, Frank Sinatra, Joey, whoever, and then he'd be the turtle.
There you go.
He'd be turtle to Frank Sinatra, but he would fit right
That
in.
really bothered me when we had Roger Rosengarten on earlier. The kid coming out in the draft
He
right
doesn't
now.
know turtle.
And he had a buddy in here also. And they didn't even know what Entourage was. You want to talk about making me feel old.
Hey,
like, you don't know what Entourage is?
Dude, you want to? I'm feeling old right now because I sent Ray Rosie Rosengarten a tweet, like a DM, his dad.
Yeah.
He writes back to me, I've been listening to you since the BPI days. That was 20 plus years ago.
Well, the good news is that means he's old also.
Yeah, and he likes cool music, my man. He goes,
he's a metalhead.
I stopped listening to BPI after you left. That's my guy, Rosie. Are you kidding me?
Oh, he was Team D-Mac over Willie B? Who chooses D-Mac over Willie B?
Somebody with a brain in his head.
Okay.
Willie B's a good dude, by the way. I'm not trying to start any beefs with Willie. I like Willie.
Because you're scared of Willie B.
Rightfully so. No, I've got no... I'll tell you who I got radio beefs with, and I think we know that, but... No beefs with Willie. Trust me. This is the last guy I want to be on the bad side of. Willie's great. Willie's a legend. I like Willie. First story.
Sounded like you're trying really hard there.
Because I like Willie. I don't want to.
You were trying really hard there.
I'll tell you who I don't like. And you know, go ahead, Dan. What do you got?
All right, fellas. According to Diana Rossini, she says, quote, most teams picking in the top 5 believe the Broncos could make a big swing with a package that could even include star cornerback Patrick Surtain and more players on expiring deals if Peyton's true love is there, close quote. And just to add on to this, fellas, I'm also seeing reports from Jarrett Bailey of USA Today.
Jarrett Bailey or Jarrett Bell?
Jarrett Bailey.
Bailey, okay.
Of USA Today.
Because Jarrett Bell was the, all right,
Sean
go ahead.
Payton's
latte
story.
Guy,
Yep. Jarrett Bailey of USA Today says, I'm being told that the Steelers have called the Broncos and inquired about wide receiver Cortland Sutton.
Yeah, that makes sense. Well, that really makes sense because he's Russell Wilson's best friend, Tyler.
Absolutely, it does. You know, I don't know what to make about the draft this year. I feel like more times than not, you get a pretty good vibe on who the favorite quarterback is. And you never really know, but you get a vibe coming out of the building. What is the vibe coming out of the Broncos building? What's the vibe? Who's the guy? Who's the quarterback? I don't know. I don't know who their favorite guy is. I mean, I know the most commonly predicted guy is Bo Nix, just following all the mock drafts and everything. But they've kept a pretty tight ship over there in terms of who's their favorite guy that they'd be willing to move up for. So when they say they'd be willing to trade Pat Surtain, well, I believe that. I'm sure there's a guy that they'd be willing to do it for. But is it a guy that they could realistically attain? And I don't know who that would be. So I'm going into this draft feeling like they're going to stay put and select a quarterback, but without a real clue, man, because there are still plenty of reasons why they could and probably should move up. And there's plenty of evidence. Like there's just, you want to follow the obvious breadcrumbs. The most obvious thing is they'd want to collect more draft picks and move back. So I really don't know what to tell you what's going to happen tomorrow.
I have a feeling somebody's going to want Latu or Jared Verse or Dallas Turner or Brock Bowers. You know what I'm saying? Like somebody really good like that is going to drop. Broncos are going to get an offer from, I don't know. You know, I mean, the speculation on ESPN was the Eagles actually at 22, wanting a pass rusher, Latu specifically. And the Broncos would pick up a second rounder in that deal. And that mock did have, and I know the morning show doesn't care about mocks, and it's so silly and so stupid. But in that particular mock, and I just thank you for just allowing us to talk about it. In that scenario, the Broncos are still getting Bo Nix, and then they have a second-round pick. Now, I don't love that for a lot of obvious reasons, but, you know, if that works like that, hey, it's pretty clever. You got yourself a second-round pick. Now it's up to you to prove that you can make it work with Bo Nix.
Now, I get it. You can't guarantee this. But if you could guarantee that you could move back and select Bo Nix later in the first round and add ammunition, would you not like that? I understand you can't guarantee it, and that's probably what drives you the most nuts about it.
So much hesitation
about it. If it actually worked out, you actually were able to move back, you added draft value, and you got the guy that you wanted from the get-go, in what world could that be bad?
Okay. As long as, Tyler, I'm with you, basically. As long as we don't get any silly quarterback competition, we'll see how it goes. Zach will, you know.
They'll say that about anything no matter what, though, right? Even if they select somebody number 12, there's going to be a quote-unquote quarterback competition.
I mean something like what Drew Lock had to go through. What Drew Lock had to go through, to me, was absurd. I thought it was ridiculous. Why draft Drew Lock in the first place if you're not going to give him the advantage of getting the most reps to see what you got? You knew what Teddy Bridgewater was. The fact that Drew Lock didn't, and I know everybody's changed. I know everybody's changed, which is why I'm hesitating right now, because maybe, Tyler, maybe. But I'm going to have my doubts about it, but I'd be happy to be proven wrong, and at least you give yourself a shot. But with Drew Lock in the second round, Paxton Lynch in the deep 20s, Tim Tebow, who nobody really liked anyways. There were so many doubts about those guys because of where they were drafted. The guy that had the most confidence out of anybody was Cutler with Shanahan because they were aggressive in taking Cutler, and Mike probably moved to Cutler a little too quick, frankly. But whatever. They were inevitably going to go there, and this is a big, I don't think it's a no dumb question, but a question. If Mike doesn't get fired, does Cutler develop into a playoff quarterback with Shanny and the Broncos?
A playoff quarterback, yeah. Yeah, I mean, he'd be a playoff quarterback. He was too much of a loose cannon. He was too much of he did not care enough. He never would have materialized into the dude that you thought he could become simply because he didn't care about the game enough.
But I get it. But maybe you would have been able to build around that had you kept Shanahan and Cutler. You certainly would have.
I think you could have been a 9 or 10 win team every single year.
Okay.
Been in the playoffs.
Got a shot.
And been frustrated every single year.
Because he just wasn't that guy.
Because he just didn't, he didn't give the game what it deserved.
Yeah, I mean, it's another roll your eyes sort of what if moment because if you stick with Shanahan and Cutler, you never get eventually, well, you don't get Tebow, that's for sure. And you don't get Peyton Manning eventually either. So was getting rid of Mike the right thing to do, even if you had to suffer through the hell of Josh McDaniels?
No, it was not the right thing to do.
I don't think so either, actually.
It certainly worked out good having Peyton around, but no, it was not the right thing to do.
You'd been better off just to stick with Shanny and Cutler at the end of the day.
I mean, if you never got Peyton, I don't know. But I mean, look, I just look at it simplistically. It was the right decision without thinking about the aftermath. Without thinking about the aftermath, no, it was not the right decision. The right decision was to keep a damn good coach right where he belongs.
Totally agree. And I think, sadly, Mr. Bolin was going through some tough stuff at the time and was being, I don't know, man. It was a bad time. It was a bad time. It was a bad time, and I think bad decisions were made. I would have loved to see what Shanny would have done with Cutler. Seriously. That being said, nothing was better than the Peyton Manning years, but there were only 4 of them. And I wish we had at least one more.
Dan?
Next story, Dan.
All right, fellas, the Dan Graziano from ESPN says, I've also been told in recent days that the Giants like Michael Penix and might even be willing to take him as high as number 6. There's a lot of chatter flying around, but what is clear is the Giants have done significant work on the quarterbacks and are very open, if not desperate, to come out of Thursday night with one of them. So they've got Daniel Jones, Drew Lock, and now reportedly interested in Michael Penix at 6. So if the Broncos are interested in Penix, do you think they would be willing to make a move, a significant enough move to get that high in the draft to take Penix or whoever is their guy at quarterback?
I'm not buying that story. I'll be stunned. And the Broncos aren't trained Pat Surtain either. My opinion.
I don't buy the story either, simply because there's zero reason why the Giants organization would want that out there. None. Absolutely nada. Why in the world would they ever put that out there that they're thinking about selecting Michael Penix there? There's no point in the world. The only reason why you put that out there is as trade bait. That's the only reason why it goes out there, because you want teams to overvalue your position if you're thinking about trading out of it. So I don't know where Michael Penix is going to go. I think if anything, you should want that story to be true, because then it's going to make all the quarterback teams that much more desperate to move up and get their guy. I don't think Michael Penix is going top 10, but I think he's going in the first round.
Next story, Dan.
All right, we got some stadium news coming out of Chicago. The Bears are set to unveil plans on Wednesday, today, for a new stadium, but details of the proposed deal have already been revealed by the Chicago Tribune. So the report states that the total project will cost $4.6 billion. So the Bears are willing to cover half of the cost, with public money covering the other half. The stadium is expected to cost $3.2 billion, but adding in the infrastructure improvements, there's an extra $1.4 billion. The final figures will be likely higher. Now, I did hear yesterday that they're talking about making it a domed stadium.
Of course.
Are we moving in a direction where 10, 15, 20 years down the road, every NFL team is just going to have a dome stadium? And do you guys like that or no?
Yeah, listen, the Super Bowl is one thing, but it's Taylor Swift playing in your joint in December or January or whatever. I mean, it's all the other events, Tyler, that you can do if you throw a retractable dome. So if you want to play outside, you can. But every place will have either a permanent or retractable dome. Nobody's going to build. Well, the Bills are. How stupid is that, by the way? They're building a whole new stadium with a lot of funding from the public on that one. But you're going to have owners, Tyler, in the future that are just so wealthy. They don't need taxpayer money. That's what's going to happen here. They're not going to ask for taxpayer money unless it's.
We'll see. I don't know many rich people like using their own money.
I'll be surprised.
The only reason why it's happening more nowadays is because if you own it, you own it.
Mm-hmm.
You get all of the value.
Correct.
Every last dollar from now until eternity until that thing blows up.
That's right.
Right? So you're not splitting that with the city. There's no revenue share going on here. So there's definitely reasons why they would want to own it. You know, in terms of like the roof, the dome conversation, honestly, personally, I wish that if they do build a new stadium that they didn't have one. I get it. It's not realistic. They're going to put a roof over it simply because of all the extra money that you could make in the winter off all the concerts and everything else.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm not like anti-roof, but I do like having an outdoor stadium. And I think the Colorado weather is beautiful. And I think there's very few games that it actually affects you. So I'm not like the biggest proponent in the world of having to have a dome.
Yeah. And again, it's not because of football. I mean, it's part of it. It's about all the other events you can have over a longer period of time. That's it. It's just, it gives you more flexibility. And it'll be retried. Oh, I heard some interesting gossip about the Broncos Stadium. Kind of a, left-hand turn, but I got some
okay.
Trying to think what I can share, and I can't. I'll just say this. The concept of seeing the stadium out by the airport, don't worry about it. Ain't happening no matter what. Not going to happen.
Why?
Just too much of everything. Just doesn't make sense. There's not the infrastructure out there. It just isn't. It's not going to happen. But the other places that I heard,
well, I'd say this: if you're not building a brand new stadium, then just keep renovating this thing.
I think that's a distinct possibility, and they're considering all options. Some of the other options are really interesting, though. And it's so speculative. I don't even want to say it on the air, but there's all sorts of possibilities.
Is a roof an option?
Oh, a roof is an option for everything.
They could put a roof on this one right now.
They've got designs. They could put a roof on this. Listen, you can do anything with money, right? If you got enough money, you can do it.
You've seen the designs?
No. But I've been told that there's been blueprints about how to put a roof on the stadium.
I thought you were saying, I see.
No.
And then you stopped yourself.
No, I did stop myself.
Yeah.
Because I
But it sounded like you were trying to imply that you had seen them.
I trust the person that told me that he's seen them.
I have
and
a
I'll
question,
go there.
though, about Willie B.
What?
Did Willie B ever threaten to smash your head like a watermelon?
Oh, dude. I mean, more than once. I mean, that was on the air.
We got a text that says, D-Mac, I'm 37 years old. And I remember when Willie B and you got in a fight on air where he threatened to pop your head like a watermelon seed.
Oh, multiple times. It wasn't just once. I mean, that wasn't a secret.
What was the fight about?
Oh, my God. Who knows? You have... I swear to God, I don't even know. The things we would yell at each other about were just beyond stupid. Who knows? I don't know. Talk about water under the bridge. Ain't no problem there. I'd laugh at it, but I don't even know. No clue. But yeah, I mean, it was there were some interesting times.
Seed.
Yeah, well, he could do it.
Yeah,
I'll tell you that he could do it,
big biceps,
especially in the early 2000s. Ain't no doubt about it. Let's look at the Avalanche. What to expect next, and what we can expect against about our loose Nuggets, and where we're going to be tomorrow for draft night. Hey, it's C-Mac for Mike Maroney Automotive. If you want your biggest discount and lowest payment on a Ford, Chevy, or GMC, it's Mike Maroney Automotive. With over 1,000 new and used cars, trucks, and SUVs, listen, the right vehicle is waiting for you at the right price at MikeMaroneyColorado.com. And as always, when you buy any vehicle from Mike Maroney, you get free delivery anywhere in Colorado and their money-back guarantee for your peace of mind. How about this? You can get discounts up to $10,000 off, 10 grand off, or interest-free financing as low as 0% APR for 72 months. Incredible deals at Mike Maroney Automotive. Visit them today. Mike Maroney, GMC in Boulder, Mike Maroney Chevrolet, GMC in Longmont, and Mike Maroney Ford Longmont. For all the details online, it's MikeMaroneyColorado.com. That's MikeMaroneyColorado.com.
With great confidence tonight and did a lot of good things in different areas, and then Georgie was awesome tonight. So that was a major factor, and credit to him. He put that mindset right back in its place, and it was awesome.
Once again, depth on display. We saw the forecheck really leading to a lot of opportunities, but every line, again, generating chances. How valuable is that to this group?
We have to. That's how you win in playoffs. Every line's got to generate something, and for us, every line was doing something special tonight. So we got to keep it that way, learn from a couple things during that game, but move forward.
Obviously, physicality, a big factor. Did tonight feel kind of like what we can expect from 7 games of this series, potentially a really physical battle?
Yeah, I mean, that's obviously they're a very physical team. We got to compete with that, and at the end of the day, every line's got to continue to keep going.
Last night, and the Devil's Armpit, Winnipeg, Manitoba. The Avalanche won 5-2 to tie the series at 1. And with that, we take a collective sigh of relief, knowing that despite, I'm getting some comments from fellow Muggles, it was just 1 game. We'll take it. We're satisfied with it. Because what we had seen was such a nightmare, you wondered, who's the better team? Oh my God, you just put the shades on. Holy cow. I'm actually a little intimidated right now.
You know what these are, right?
Are those prime shades?
These are prime shades right here, buddy.
What are you doing? Where'd you
prime
get
shades.
You just put those on right. What happened right there? I had my head down. I just. What are you doing?
These are the prime
wait,
labeled shades that Dion made $1 million in a day on.
What are you doing?
I just got some. I finally broke my sunglasses, which happens about once every 6 months, and so I bought some prime shades.
Oh, you bought those?
Yeah, I bought these.
What do those go for?
$70.
Spent $70 on
some Deion Sanders shades.
Some Deion Sanders shades.
I'm still in. I'm not out. I'm in.
So you're helping Shador get a new car, huh?
Yeah, I'm in. I'm trying to buy him a house.
Do you think the owners of that house came back and are like, hey, what are you guys doing here?
We're doing a documentary.
All right,
I'm sorry. I really didn't put them on to derail you. They were just there, and I just put them on.
No, I get it.
But they are pretty sweet, right?
I tell you what, it's just.
Do I pull them off? Do I pull off the all gold shades?
You look slightly intimidating. I'm not gonna.
Yeah.
No, I think he pulls them off.
Yeah. Wait, is $70 a lot for sunglasses? People are calling me out for spending $70. Like I thought, most sunglasses are like 100 and some bucks.
If I get prescription sunglasses, I'm rolling my eyes. Like if I got prescription sunglasses because I need glasses, but I really do not know if I would do anything aside from buying the $10 glasses just, in the 7-Eleven.
You know what's funny? They sell polarized sunglasses because they say polarized, right? And if they say polarized, they can charge $150 for them, right? But you can buy sunglasses that you can stare directly into the sun during a solar eclipse for $3. But if they say polarized, they're 100 some bucks. Do I need to take them off for you?
No, you can leave them on. Okay. You look cool.
Yeah. I'm sorry. We were talking about Georgie. Good job, George.
I'm looking at Georgie. I don't want to out my Muggle media friend here because I don't know if he wants his name.
They not look like they're worth $70.
They definitely look like they cost a couple of dollars. It's a bit of a midlife crisis look. I'm not going to lie.
What? Who's having a midlife crisis around here?
Apparently you.
Who?
If you're putting those on.
I'm not having a midlife crisis.
Oh, no. Everything's great. Everything's just fine.
Yeah.
No, my friend, my media friend, my hockey buddy here, it's about Georgie. He went from worst ever to greatest ever in 24 hours. I think that's actually a true statement right there.
Greatest ever?
I think
everything's forgiven. Forget the past. It doesn't matter.
Is it?
Not for me. No. I mean, I feel like here's the great news about what happened there. All the great stuff that you couldn't acknowledge in the first game, and there was a lot of great stuff, but I don't know if you're like me. I could barely acknowledge the great stuff that happened in the first game based off what happened with Georgie, because we were waiting for it to happen, and it happened in game 1. And now, based off what happened in game 2, now you get to start doing the math, and you're like, wow, you know what? All that stuff in the first game that was good, that was actually real. Now, if we got a goaltender, you go back to the conversation of we don't need great goaltending, we just need average goaltending, and this team is good enough to go make some noise, maybe even win a championship. That's the conversation that you're allowed to have. Or if you're asking me, have I forgotten everything? I don't. That would be really hard to forget. It'd be really, really hard to forget the last month of the season, man. I don't know how you could forget that. So I'm like, hey, proud of you, dude. I'll tip the cap. I'll say I was wrong. You stepped up to the plate when I thought I would have taken anybody but Georgie in that game. I would have, and you stepped up to the plate. But do I believe that he has solved all of his confidence issues and everything? It really is just a game.
Well, I'm looking forward to what Nate and Andy have to say about it. They're coming up. We are in the Backus and Shanker studios, serious lawyers for the seriously injured. And we also want to thank our friends at Revitalize Health. Visit them at revitalize-health.com. And if you do want to, have hope, I keep hope alive for sure. Why wouldn't you? And now the Avs have a couple days off. And by Friday, that building is going to be electric. So we take a slight... By the way, the Rockies won last night. Just throwing that
I didn't even know they were playing.
I know. They won 7-4. Brendan Rodgers...
Dynasty. Who'd they play?
They played the Padres. They were down.
Oh, what are the Padres doing?
The Padres are a 500 team right now.
Really?
They're struggling a little, but 500 team. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, Brendan
so
Rodgers.
You can only buy a baseball team in LA that doesn't work. You can do that in San Diego also.
Brendan Rodgers, California thing.
Yeah.
Brendan Rodgers hit a grand slam in the bottom of the 4th, and they held the lead. So good for them.
Grand slam. We had another grand slam.
Our second
We've
grand
had
slam.
2 grand slam moments.
At Coors Field, yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
Here we go, Rocks.
They're playing tonight, so
everything's forgiven, right? Speaking of forgiving.
Sure.
They hit another grand slam. Have you forgotten everything?
Sure. They won. Forget about, losing every series so far and being literally behind in like however many games they've played this year. It's ties like the 1882, Boise Whitecats. The Whitecats were a crazy team back in Boise in the 1800s. Who knows? But they've literally trailed in every single game at some point. And nobody's really done that for more than like 100 years. That is actually true. Anyways, they play tonight, and we'll be out. Tomorrow is going to be an amazing day. We'll be at Stoney's.
This is what I should put them on right now.
Well, I mean, my man, look at that. Are you kidding me?
I'm going to have a good day.
What choice do you have when you look like that?
I look like $1 million.
Play like you look like you play.
I never looked like this, nor did I play like that.
I know. Well, you got benched for Michael Schofield.
Yep.
That's the truth.
Not true. Not true.
It's a deeper story.
I didn't get benched.
But see, I say it, and we're running out of
I didn't get benched.
We're running out of time for you to explain it.
Typical.
Thank you, Grizz, for hustling down to the Nuggets. Dan, excellent job, as always.
I'll just let the people believe whatever you want them to believe.
And Nate and Andy will be at Stoney's in Lincoln, and then we just keep rolling from their show on. Tomorrow it's going to be one hell of a day. Enjoy it. Bask in the glow of an Avalanche victory. And never forget, Jamal Murray made a shot. See ya.
Georgie.
Denver, Colorado. Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. It's Kreckman and Lindahl.
The Jets have a 1-0 lead. Up the middle. Tyler Toffoli could not be cherry-picking more. Now to the net front. Save made by Georgiev. And that is perfect from the Avalanche's number one. Good vision by Monahan. Toffoli was in front after he got done chopping down the cherry tree. And on the redirect, Alexander Georgiev stonewalls Toffoli as he was in search of his first of the series. Torchic here from Devon Taves. The defenseman has a stick held by Adam Lowry. And finally the Jets were able to bail it down ice. Bouncing puck settles for Niederreiter. Save made by Georgiev. All hail King George. Niederreiter on the breakaway.
Hey, we are here. It is the Kreckman and Lindahl Show. That's Andy Lindahl. I am Nate Kreckman. Mark Springer produces our fine radio program, and we are engaging in sports talk radio discourse with you today until 6 p.m. We are discussing the Nuggets getting set for game number 3 tomorrow night in LA, Crypto.com Arena, as they attempt to put a stranglehold on the series and go up 3-0 on the LA Lakers. We are talking about the NFL Draft. Round numero uno tomorrow. We will be live out at Stoney's tomorrow from 3 to 6 in the afternoon. Plus then Andy and Coach Sanford and D-Mac will have full draft coverage for you all night long. I believe they're going until 3 a.m. They're closing down the bar, and then they'll be hanging out with the custodial staff late night, giving you all the draft coverage tomorrow night. So make sure you are tuned in for that. Plus, Andy, the Rockies are hot. They've won 2 of their last 4.
Our guy.
That's right.
B-Raj.
Nice little grand salami last night. Win number 6. But we begin with the Avalanche. And we begin with the much maligned Alexander Georgiev. He hit those G's hard in Georgiev, yet the word maligned has a silent G.
You know,
big game out of Georgie last night. Big time. Our dude showed up. Avalanche even up the series at a game apiece.
So, chef's kiss to Mark Springer for the opening music. I used to like that song. I think we all did. Tub Thumping was a banger there for a while.
Chumbawamba.
Chumbawamba.
Why was the song called Tub Thumping?
I think that was the, what are they? Were they Irish or whatever? Scottish, whatever they were. That was their slang for bar hopping.
Did they ever say tub thumping in the song?
It's one of those songs. No, remember in the 90s we had to get cute with things?
You
know, most of us would just say, you know, if I heard the word enough, that seems to be the name of the song.
We didn't have to be overtly literal with everything.
Right.
Okay.
So that was going on. No, but it got to the point where I got sick of hearing that. And it started to bring rage to me. That was on the Bennigans tape I told you famously about once, too. So only so many spins of the old tub thumping before you wanted to go full rage.
So are you saying you wanted to keep the song down because it wanted to get up again?
I did not want it to pop up again.
Because Chumbawamba was saying you will never keep us down.
No, I did. I took the tape out of the player one time. Matter of fact, I hid the tape with the song on it at one point.
You had a meltdown at work.
And the stupid manager comes out. Where's that damn tape? I don't know. Sorry, it's a shame.
Did they
It's gone.
Did the manager make the mixtape, or was
No.
it sent from
No, it's corporate.
from the Bennigan's
Some
corporate
dumb-
office?
Ooh, I almost cussed. Some dummy did a lot of research so you could play the same 10 stupid songs all day. And when you're working a double, that brought up the rage.
Could they prove that if people heard Chumbawamba enough, they would order more mozzarella sticks?
I had the theory, made him get out of there quicker.
Ah.
They paid the tab and left. Because they got up again and they left.
Well, you know what? You gotta
Yeah.
keep
Flip
turning
them
over
tables.
those tables.
That kind of rage I described to you was
Uh-huh.
the guttural reaction. You know what? I mean, I've defended Georgie most of the time. Now, again, the last couple weeks, he's broken my faith a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
But when I heard them chanting his name in the first couple of minutes, I'm like, I hope you shove it right in that pipe and you shut the front door with that chant of yours. Guys, just... And I was all Team Georgie last night. I mean, I would have been anyway, because really at the end of the day, he is the best, most professional goalie you've got in this thing.
Yes.
But when you're chanting names before nary a goal's been put in the net,
nary.
Now I want to take your Manitoba sorry rear end and shove that beer. I want to give you a prostate check with the beer. How about that, Manitoba guy?
You want to shove a Manitou up there and...
So I was glad he did. I wanted to just tweet like that. Where's the chanting now?
Yeah.
Hey, that arena's gone a little quiet. Hey, sweet idea with your whiteout. We've not even covered the whiteout. Hey, my Canadian friend, why are you wearing white when the other team's wearing white?
It looks like you're Avalanche fans, you dummies.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Your guys aren't wearing white, you moron.
You know, you put that in your pipe, you smoke it.
Yeah, how about that? That's right, Malone. Tell him. Don't you chant my goalie's name before it's time. You're just screwing with the hockey gods, and you know what? You got exactly what you needed.
Messing with the wrong George.
How does that moose head taste? How does that Labatt Blue hit you, friend? God. So I am so glad Georgie did. I mean, I'm glad he did what he did. I was yelling angry cuss words every time they put one in on Hellebuck.
You?
What was Hellebuck's deal, by the way?
He was terrible
Twice
last
he
night.
just was like, oh, I'm going to go for a walk in the park, and then Cogliano made him pay for it. Do you remember the one time where he just went, like he went skating out, la-di-da, there are three Avs crashing the zone, I'm glad.
How about on the Parisi goal that you mentioned just there? He went to knock the board around the puck around the boards and he just missed. He just missed.
Yeah.
He swung and missed. And then he was like, oh crap. Oh no. Yeah. And then Zach Parisi, boom, goes and scores.
Boom.
Yeah.
Great. Just, you know what that was last night? And again, hats off to Georgie. I feel really good for Georgie for a number of reasons. Because let's be honest.
He played well.
As much as he shut that arena up, hopefully he quelled some fears here in town too.
I hope so.
I hope so too. But you know what? But I'm not gonna change my tune. I kept telling you, part of the reason why Georgie sucked was the whole defensive system sucked. They did a really great job of just playing conservative defensive hockey in my mind. They hung out on the corners. They got their sticks in the lane. They actually frustrated Winnipeg. They weren't giving them the side-to-side passes anymore. Guys were smart about it. Was like, look up and see who you're passing to. How many times did guys in the game one, you had guys just blindly trying to hit it out of the zone. Last night, they did a great job at taking a second, maybe hold the puck just a second longer, make sure you know someone's not in the way where you're about to pass the puck. And they still got plenty of offensive generated. They got guys in front of Hellebuck. There was traffic in front of his net. That was a playoff version of hockey. I wasn't sure this Avs team even knew how to play anymore after last year. I was so happy to see it. And look, it reminds you, Winnipeg got where they are because they're a really good defensive team.
Mm-hmm.
So when you frustrate them now they gave them the one breakout. Who was it? Sheffley that scored that? That was a ridiculous goal. That was
Sheffley.
A stupid tip your hat goal.
Mm-hmm.
For him to have his hand on the knob of the stick and knock that thing just over the shoulder.
A lot of the hockey players' names.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it was a sweet goal.
Or is it Shifley? Might be Shifley.
It is Shifley. It's
you like Adam Scheffler?
Mike.
Tony Scheffler? Now who do you got? Schefter or Scheffler? Now where are you going to go?
Mark Shifley.
shyster is what it was.
Mike Sheffley.
That was the one goal. That was the low point of the evening. Thank goodness, because I was like, man, if crap like that's gonna go home,
Yeah.
because that thing.
Well, and the first goal that Winnipeg scored, and it's, 4 minutes into the game. So naturally, every Avalanche fan is going to lose their mind over it. Oh, here we go again. I mean, Georgie kind of got tied up a little bit with Sean Walker. They were jousting in front of the net. He ended up on his back.
Big rebound. But Georgie controlled the rebounds better after that.
He did.
And they
Played
were
better
in front of their net to make sure nobody was coming to knock the trash home.
Yep.
Outstanding way they changed it. I loved it. I hope we see it tomorrow. They play like that, and I have a renewed vigor that they can maybe give us a double parade year.
I would
But
hope
you got to
that's
play
the
like
case.
that.
Yes. They played really well last night. It was good to see. Scored 3 goals in the final 6 minutes of the second period. Jets never got back up off the mat. Great third out of the Avalanche last night. Boom, 5-2. They win it. Series tied at a game apiece. See, all is well, man. All it takes is it just takes one game and all of the bad feelings that everybody was hanging on to after game 1. I think they certainly are better, Andy. We talked a lot about how is game 2 going to go and what is it going to do for the building coming up in game 3, and I do think that people are going to walk into the building maybe feeling a little bit better about their team given last night's result. It was an extremely important win.
You and I said it before. We went off the air last night. Just give me January, February, Georgie.
Yep.
And at least that was him. Because, again, he's not pulling out the Martin Brodeur impression anytime soon. Mm-hmm. He's not doing it. It's not who he is. But when you don't let chaos happen in front of him, not only do I think it was good for Georgie, but I just think it was good for the whole defensive unit. They weren't just, it wasn't like a freaking bumper cars in their defensive zone for the first time in 3 weeks.
Also, the Vezina guy on the other side looks shaky.
He does.
He is not playing great right now.
Well, the Avs are a really good offensive team, and because they weren't chasing the game, they were allowed to, again, when you play good D and actually keep that thing a 1-goal lead or whatever, they were down by a goal early, you can actually, play calm hockey instead of, as fun as it was for you to watch game 1, that's got to be stressful to play in.
And so tomorrow, we'll be talking about this victory. We'll be talking about the draft. We'll be talking about the Nuggets in Game 3. And we'll be live at Stoney's Bar and Grill on Lincoln for an epic night. Andy, it's an epic night for all Denver sports fans. Craigman and Lindahl, hey, that's us. I like those guys. Kick things off at 3 p.m., and then we'll be there through the NFL draft and the Nuggets game against the Lakers with live broadcasts of both happening right there at Stoney's. Come for awesome prizes, including tickets to a game this season at Mile High. Oh, I get it.
Hey, it's like going to the big game or that big basketball tournament.
We could be giving away Denver football tickets.
Sure. There you go.
You'll never guess which team.
Yeah, they play in Denver.
We've got an autographed John Elway helmet.
There it is.
That's a guy with a name. Autographed Nuggets jerseys. We own them. And more. The heartbeat of Denver sports is Stoney's on Lincoln tomorrow night. The heartbeat of Denver sports. That is draft night coming up tomorrow. And we will talk to our friend Nick Kosmider about what the Broncos shall, can, and will do tomorrow in round number 1 of the NFL draft. That's coming up next. I agree with that take from George Payton. Get an impact player.
Would Peyton and Peyton be the new K&L?
P&P.
Very different, kind of from each other, but it works. Nobody knows why.
I like the part in the middle of it where George Payton is
He just
like,
jumps in. He's like, stop.
listen, you rambling idiot. I'm going to interrupt for a moment.
We will not be doing this again next year, and you're not trading all my draft away. Oh, we'll see.
Nick Kosmiter, he covers the Broncos and the NFL for TheAthletic.com. He is also the host of the Not Another Bucking podcast. I thought it was a particularly good episode this week. That's just my opinion, though. Nick Kosmiter joins us right now on a Wednesday afternoon.
I heard it was mid. Sorry.
Mid. Ooh.
Nick,
Andy's using mid. That's
I know, right?
I've got a 20-year-old daughter. It's all right.
I thought I was bringing the Riz personally.
You guys are just flooded with Riz over there. I can tell.
We're Gen Z's 9th or 10th favorite sports talk radio show. They catch us in 18-second clips on TikTok. They love us. All right,
we once had it. You can look deep into the ratings, Nick, and you can see who your top listener age group was. It was a 15-year-old female, so I'm not sure.
Yeah. No,
that was one time.
Uh-huh.
Shout out if she's still out there.
She's already bored. Yeah, she's already bored of the new Taylor Swift album,
right.
so she's
just back.
Can't get enough of K&L. All right, Nick. So we're a day away. All right, and you've done all of the investigating, all of the reporting. You've dug into the prospects. You've talked to everybody that you possibly can to have them probably lie directly to your face. As we sit here, I don't know, what are we, roughly 27, 28 hours from the start of the NFL draft, what is your best sense of what they will do tomorrow?
Yeah, I don't know if my sense now is any better than it was when I talked to you guys from Indianapolis in late February. I mean, that's the way that it has gone. You know, I kind of wrote a piece for tomorrow, really laying out again, this is a situation in which Sean Payton at the very beginning of this process said that the team that he now runs was going to be really good at this in terms of the quarterback evaluation, and that to a degree they were glad that a lot of people aren't. He was not afraid to put that target on their back in terms of saying, we are going to get this quarterback thing right. But there's been other stuff over the course of the last couple months where, they've kind of also hinted that part of being really good at that is deciding when it's not the right time, deciding how to not make the big mistake that get teams into a situation where, to the point of the clip you guys played from George Payton, you're getting yourself back into the same situation sort of again and again where you're one of those teams saying, gosh, do we trade up? How do we get the quarterback that we need? Turns out it's a hard thing to do, right? That's why there's 8 new teams this year that are, maybe scrambling over potentially 6 guys that could go in the first round. That's why, the same thing virtually happens every year. It's not an easy thing. But again, Sean Payton has invited a target by saying we're gonna be good at this, and that just keeps me thinking that at some point, he wants to make this move to get the quarterback. I still think my gut tells me that is what they're going to do one way or another. Is end this first round in some fashion with a quarterback. That's just kind of been my feeling all along. Don't really have a great sense of what exactly that looks like in terms of how. But I think that's not saying that's what I would do. I just kind of get the sense with Sean Payton that that's what he wants to do.
All right, I'm just going to put a little asterisk next to your invite the target. He did the same thing with the Jets, and how did all that turn out last year? So he's not afraid.
That's a water under the bridge there, because now you're sitting here doing deals with the Jets. So obviously everything is okay there.
Is he going to tell us again? So are we going to get the Jarrett Bell interview? Zach Wilson was the subject of the worst coaching job ever again. We'll just get one more shot at Hackett by the time we get to training camp. Nick, what's the deal with Penix? I've told you, we've talked a lot in the last 2 months. I keep telling you, I feel like he might be the guy that's sneaky up the board for some people, because I just don't feel like NFL people tell you what they really think, because everyone's paranoid this time of year. And now we get a report that maybe the Giants are interested in him at 6. Maybe. What do you think the deal with him is? Is he more liked than we thought?
Yeah, I thought it was interesting. Obviously, I'm sure you guys read his Players Tribune article that came out a couple days ago. Maybe it was yesterday. Time is a theory at this point. But he kind of was there saying really kind of spelling it out, which I think a lot of teams from the medical side of the equation have started to kind of come to terms with. Of I've heard all this 4 seasons ended by season-ending injuries. Yeah, well, what about the last 2 in which I became just the first college quarterback since Patrick Mahomes to throw for 4,500 yards in consecutive seasons, to be sacked 16 combined times in 28 starts, to kind of have the 70% completion rate, do all those things, lead a team like Washington to the national championship, and we always call this what have you done for me lately? That's what he has done. He has been, just a guy that can spread the ball all over the field from the pocket. When he has the situation right in the pocket, there's not anybody probably that is a better, more accurate, pure passer in this draft. The question then becomes, at the NFL level, can you create it for him like that? And then when it's not, how effectively is he going to be able to manipulate the pocket, get outside of it, and do some of those other things? He has the athleticism to do it, but is that where you start getting concerned about the injury aspect of the whole equation? But if you can come to terms with that, I think there is, you're starting to hear a lot of that. You mentioned the report about the Giants. The Raiders continue to be a team that you hear, could have real interest, whether it's at 13 or some other place in the draft. It seems like he's got the momentum now to potentially be, a first-round guy.
If it's not quarterback, then what is the most natural position for the Broncos to look to upgrade in the first round?
Yeah, I mean, it's easy to say you want a playmaker, right? Because this is an offense that has been, staggeringly bad for 7-8 years now, and obviously the quarterback position is the biggest part of that. But it's also the fact that you've constantly changed coaches, you've changed schemes. There's not been any continuity whatsoever. But no matter your scheme or your coaches, you can always use a dynamic playmaker to help you start, reconstructing an offense. And there might be that guy available in Brock Bowers. But I think the way that the board is going to line up, you're going to have a much better chance of selecting one of the best defensive players in this draft. Whether you think that's Byron Murphy, who I like a lot, I think that guy would be, would really help in this quest that you have to be a much better team against the run, but also kind of be a dynamic interior pressure presence that you could really use. And then you have the edge rushers, the 3 edge rushers. They could have an opportunity to draft a first defensive player off the board. We did our mock draft, our final one at The Athletic, with all of our beat writers. In the first 2, I had traded up once to 9 and once to 8 to draft J.J. McCarthy. That wasn't an option this time. The Patriots stuck around at 3, took Drake May. The Vikings went up to 5 to get McCarthy. And as it played out from there, at 12, with all the playmakers gone, including Bowers, I was able to draft Dallas Turner, as the first defensive player off the board. That could be a situation Denver is in, and that to me would be a hard thing to pass up. As good as, Jonathan Cooper was last year, a former 7th-round pick, as nice as Nick Benito's kind of second-year jump was, Baron Browning when he's healthy, giving you that punch, they definitely need a guy that opposing offenses have to actually, kind of stay up late at night trying to figure out and game plan for. They don't have that right now. But guys, we've talked about this, for months now. They just need a dynamically talented player and put him on this roster. Last time they did that in the first round, it worked out pretty well. You just need to make sure that you get one of those guys on this roster. It's really as simple as that.
You said it right there too, Nick. They need it to work out. They have to hit on this. You can't keep missing.
No, 100%.
You can't keep not giving second contracts to your own guys. It's brutal. Where do you put Dallas Turner? Because I pulled up your mock draft. I know Mike Sanford. I did a little podcast with him last week. He thinks Dallas Turner is far above everybody else. What's your read on Dallas Turner over the Florida State kid? Jared Verse and the
Jared
kid,
Verse.
Latu.
What
What do
about
you think
Chop Robinson out of Penn State? Chop.
Good. Well, I like the name, unless you're an offensive lineman who's going to get flagged. Tell me how much better you think Dallas Turner is than those other 2.
Well, yeah, first of all, just going back to your first round thing, you're absolutely right, Andy. I wrote about this a couple weeks ago. The bottom line is you have to hit. Again, if they leave this draft without a quarterback, people are, I think a lot of fans or casual fans and otherwise will be disappointed that, hey, we don't have this obvious answer right now. That's what a lot of fans want. But again, if you have a plan to do that later, to fix it in another way, and part of that plan is to bring in a dynamic player and he works out, like, then you're moving at least in the right direction. So they have to hit it. They only have 2 of their own first-round picks even on this roster: Garrett Bowles last year of his contract, and Pat Surtain. As far as these edge rushers, to me, I think Dallas Turner is that guy. He's got 4.45 speed. He's explosive. He's bendy around the edge. He can go speed to power. I think he's a guy that, again, maybe not quite as polished and ready as Will Anderson was when he came out of Alabama and got drafted 3rd by the Texans last year and ultimately won Defensive Rookie of the Year. I think, obviously Anderson or Dallas Turner is maybe a little bit below where Anderson was, but I think some of the same raw potential in terms of being a dynamic guy that can be super disruptive against opposing offenses. With Latu, like our Randy Mueller, who works for us at The Athletic, former NFL GM, Executive of the Year when he was with the Dolphins. He had today that he thinks Latu Latu might be, the 4th or 5th best prospect in this draft. Mm-hmm. That the only thing that is hanging you up with him is that he had the neck injury back in 2020, briefly medically retired from football. But he has since had 2 really great seasons at UCLA with no real injury concerns and just is the most ready-made guy in that group. So I think you could do a lot worse than landing really probably either of those 2 guys. Verse might be just a little bit below there. You see him getting mocked most of the time there to the late teens, early 20s. But again, we don't know what these teams' boards exactly look like. But to me, if you got Turner or Latu out of this, I think you'd immediately have your best pass rusher and probably a guy that has a chance to be the most dynamic you've had at that spot since Bradley Chubb before he got injured in 2018.
Nick Kosmider is with us on the Ramos Law Hotline. Car accident, you need Ramos Law, a medical doctor and attorney. Visit ramoslaw.com. Nick, let's bring up the idea of a veteran trade that isn't Pat Surtain, most notably Courtland Sutton going into this draft. All right, Jeremy Fowler of ESPN today has him on the list of possible veteran trade candidates. He was not in any of the photos for the new uniforms. Certainly things have been a little bit weird with what he has posted on Instagram, etc. If Courtland Sutton is indeed moved, and there are rumors out there, where should we put our hopes of best possible return the Broncos could get for Sutton?
Yeah, gosh, maybe I think best case scenario would probably be a 4th round pick. I just don't see you doing a lot better than that, just based on the way that the market has gone in some of these trades. Again, you're getting a 5th and 6th for Jerry Jeudy. Are you really doing better than a 4th for Courtland Sutton? I just don't think so. So, again, that's a situation where, the Broncos may be continuing to look to get off of salary so that they can have a really clean sheet going into next year and really start to retool. But man, if you trade Courtland Sutton, what do you have at wide receiver? I mean, you've got
Mimsy.
They're paying Josh Reynolds.
Like a Reynolds?
Yeah. I mean, Josh Reynolds.
I got
Marvin
Tim Patrick.
Brandon Johnson, Tim Patrick. I mean, look,
Little Jordan.
Tell him to quit reading the roster, Nick.
Michael Bandy.
Yeah.
I remember that guy.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that's what I'm saying. And then you're probably putting yourself in a position where you're playing your hand. At that point, you have to draft a wide receiver. And again, if you're already in the 4th round and you put yourself in that position, maybe that's okay that you go draft a guy at that spot and all that kind of thing. But what kind of first year juice are you getting from a 4th round pick? I guess Puka Nacua was a 4th round pick right last year. So
he was a 5th.
Yeah, I guess just 5th. He was 5th round. Okay, well just do that then.
Yeah. Hey, problem solved.
It's
real
that
easy. Hey, real quickly, do you think the Broncos monitor the situation of Jared Goff? He still hasn't gotten a contract. That's another headline getting kicked around today. Dak Prescott's an interesting name out there because you brought up, what if they don't draft a quarterback? And maybe they don't, right? Because they traded for Zach Wilson. I'm with you. I highly doubt they go into the year with this as the quarterback room as it currently sits. But do you think there's a part of Sean Payton that maybe wants to not messed with the guys. Because, again, J.J. McCarthy, not a lot of tape. Drake May, very intriguing, but you got actual NFL tape of some of the other guys. He knows what they can do. Do you think he would monitor a guy like Jared Goff?
Well, they're definitely monitoring like all of that, like all the winds that move. You know, Sean Payton calls it the NFL train of that kind of like rolling ball of rumors, of reports that are out there in the NFL media sphere. You have to pay attention to, that you have to decide how much stock to put into. I was reading more about Dak the other day, and Jerry Jones obviously saying, like, I understand that people want these things all done now. They got 3 guys that they're trying to figure out how to give long-term contracts to, right? Dak Prescott, Micah Parsons, CeeDee Lamb. So they're kind of dancing through that situation. I just don't see a scenario in which Dak Prescott, even though he can't be franchise tagged, that he hits full free agency next year. But that's a possibility, right? That's something that they'll continue to monitor that could be out there. I just don't think any of what you're saying, Andy, would have them, make enough of a departure away from what they're planning to do, right? Like, hey, that we're hearing that there's possibility that something could be amiss in Detroit, or that Dak Prescott maybe could hit free agency next year. I just don't think you can put enough in it to where you're planning on that and saying, okay, let's sit ourselves out, or maybe put less of an aggressive approach if that's what we were already going to do to get the guy to solve the thing now. Again, they might be planning based on how they've evaluated, based on how they think the board's going to fall, to kick this quarterback can down the road anyway. But I just don't think it would be because of like kind of things that are starting to materialize here in the 11th hour.
Nick Kosmider, everybody, subscribe to The Athletic. Read his stuff right there. Best in the biz, plus he is the host of the Not Another Bucking podcast. Good episode this week. Nick Kosmider, well done as always, my friend. Thank you so much.
It'll be next week that we get to Tortured Poets Department, Nate, okay?
Okay. I've got thoughts.
All right.
Okay.
All right.
All right.
All right. Thanks, guys.
There he goes. Nick Kosmider.
Wow. That will be mid. Two, how old's Nick? Couple 40-something white dudes breaking down the latest Taylor Swift
Totally.
album? Who didn't ask for that?
By the way, did you happen to catch the nickname for DJ Burns during the Final Four? They started calling him Gen Zebo.
No.
I thought that was pretty good.
All right.
Very clever.
There you go.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Zebo, Zach Randolph.
Sure. It's a deep pull.
It's not that deep. It's Craigman and Lindahl.
You just told me pre-show you're the guy that gets hacked off when your guys sign with the major label. You're that guy.
I was that guy.
How dare you get more money and succeed? Cut records.
I was that guy when I was 15, all right?
We were talking cool concert today.
I had a lot of other thoughts when I was 15, too, let me tell you.
They were all great ones.
They were.
You and I were talking today. We were doing our little pre-show chat, and Rob rolls in.
Yeah.
Our guy, Rob Trujillo, dropping hey, Smashing Pumpkins are coming to this concert. And we both perked up.
Well, yay.
He's like, oh, no, wait, it's Smash Mouth. Smash Mouth without the guy.
Smash Mouth because the guy's dead.
And then we just started running all the bands that you could have in without the guy. Hey, give me Aerosmith, but there's no Steven Tyler, Joe Perry.
It's just the other guy.
It's Vanilla Ice, but without Vanilla Ice. That'll be great.
It's Vanilla Ice's backing DJ.
Yeah.
Playing the vocal
it's kid
track.
and play, but only play. Kid couldn't make it.
Remember the old Eraserhead thing that he had going on? What was that, House Party 1?
Speaking of, are you going to watch the Bon Jovi documentary?
No.
Oh, yeah, I think you should.
Why?
Because all I remember is one time John Elway went to Bon Jovi's house and they hung out for a while in front of one of those rock and jock games they used to do in the Arena Football League when Philadelphia would play Colorado.
Mm-hmm.
And I remember we were it was pregame, we were all just kind of BSing, and John goes, being the life of an athlete's pretty cool. It is nothing like being the life of a rock star. So I now want to know inside the life that made an athlete jealous.
Barry Fay once told me a Bon Jovi story that is not repeatable on the air.
Unbelievable?
It was something.
Hey.
It was something.
In the Grotto deal? Grateful Dead without Jerry. Oh, wait. Good pull, Todd. Good pull.
They got John Mayer now.
They got a guy.
They're doing great. I don't know if there's a musical artist that had less impact on my life than Bon Jovi.
You weren't living on a prayer?
I was not, no.
You weren't wanted dead or alive?
My love was not like bad medicine.
Yeah.
No.
You didn't give love a bad. I'm sure you did.
But it wasn't because of anything
maybe you
he did.
inspired his music to be listened to by others.
Not anything because of what he did, though. It is the Craigman and Lindahl Show. Jared Bednar, very happy about Alexander Georgiev. We will hear from him next.
Hey, it's Andy Lindahl, my friends over at Colorado Off-Road. It's about to be camping season. Time to get the old truck or 4x4 ready for whatever you're hauling. They can get you set up for everything you need over at Colorado Off-Road. You need tie downs, a tow ball, whatever you may need. They'll get you hooked up. Get on the schedule with Jerry by just giving them a quick call. If you need any truck or 4x4 accessories, Colorado Off-Road, also the place. Just ask Jerry to show you his Bronco. It'll probably inspire you to want to get a lot of things put on your truck or 4x4. His Bronco's got a bunch of sweet lights, tow winch. Just it can tell you it's 4x4ing, off-roading in style, shall we say. But they do it all there. The bed covers, anything you need for a truck or 4x4, he has. If he doesn't have it, he'll order it. If you need suggestions, they'll give it to you. Jerry Jones, Wendy Jones own this great business. You can find it real easy. It's just 3 blocks south of downtown Littleton on South Prince Street, right behind Arapahoe Community College. Or find them on the web at cooffroad.com.
All right, last question on goalies for me, I promise. So the follow-up would be then, is it Georgie's job? If Juice is healthy, is he in the equation? Or is this, hey, man, he's found it, we're sticking with him?
Yeah, I mean, you'll have to watch on Friday and find out.
I love that answer. I
That's
love
all
it.
I can give you.
I love it.
It's playoff time now, Vic. It's playoff time.
Jared Bednar just reading taglines for the networks out there. Atta guy. You'll have to watch.
Tune in.
That's right. Alexander Georgiev, 28 saves. In victory last night for the Avalanche as they down the Winnipeg Jets 5-2. The series is now tied at a game apiece. Let's get some expanded Bedsy thoughts on Alexander Georgiev and the performance that he had bouncing back from what we shall call generously a rough one in Game 1. Here was Jared Bednar this morning on Altitude Sports Radio.
Well, I think there's always doubt in like going into a game, and I think it's okay to have a little bit of doubt, even like in teammates and yourself. Like you have to go out and prove that you're capable of beating the Jets, and that goes for Georgie, other players, our whole team. Like it's not up to the Winnipeg Jets to adjust to us until we can prove that we can beat him, right? But there's no question we always knew that he had it in him. Like we've seen him do it. I mean, he led the league in wins, right? So as critical as everyone is about Georgie recently, and some of it is warranted, it's still at the end of the day, he led the league in wins, and he's been winning for us all year long and playing, solid games for us all year long. So, I'm just really proud of him that he was able to go and put out that type of performance under that type of pressure, under that type of criticism. I think it takes a tremendous amount of mental toughness and resilience to be able to focus back in on what you need to do in your process and then play a rock-solid game like that and get us a huge playoff win on the road. Because, in the first period, we gave up some huge chances that we didn't like, and he gets scored on early, and he just stuck to what he needed to do and was really focused and committed to playing his game. And our team responded in front of him and noticed that and played a really good hockey game in the final 40 minutes.
Yeah, he showed up, and in fact, he had his most saves in a game since the 24th of March. Did Georgie last night? He was flat out terrific in that game. He got some stops early. He gave up an early goal even and bounced back, but he pulled his way out of it. He fought a few in the early going.
He definitely did.
You could definitely tell that, and then he just sort of got going, and he looked confident, and they scored goals in front of him, and by the third period, he was playing pretty well.
Yeah, because I think he was back to trusting his defense, and they were back to trusting him, because I do feel like they were I watched all of Coach. By the way, real quick, I need to get Coach going Georgie. He said Gorgie, he calls him Gorgie all the time. I like Georgie. We got to get him on the Georgie train, just for fun. Just for funsies.
I kind of like Gorgie.
I knew you probably would.
I'm going to stick with that.
That's on brand with you.
Gorgie.
That figures like a corgi.
That is his name.
I got it. Georgie's funner. Georgie.
Funner.
More fun. Sorry, Ms. Boyan, my English teacher from grade school. More fun.
Thank you.
No, look, he said after the game that they did not change their game plan all that much, which I'd take Coach's word for it, but I did feel like guys were a little extra careful and paying attention to details in their defensive zone last night. I just feel like you had guys being damn sure where that puck was going. They did not turn the puck over near as much last night as they had done not only in Game 1, but coming down the stretch of the regular season.
The P's and Q's were minded last night.
Yeah.
I would certainly say that was the case.
They dotted the I's and crossed the T's.
Or lowercase J's. Take your pick right there.
All right.
Yeah. Either one you want to do. Do you want to do something really stupid?
I'm always up for something stupid. Have you not listened to your own show?
I got some real. It's a lot funner than what we have been doing. I got some real stupid material for you. So I've been watching this series, right?
Where is this coming from? Go ahead.
So I've been watching this series.
Yeah, I feel like this just came to you.
I'm 2 games in.
Yeah,
and I got some thoughts on the Winnipeg Jets. Okay, I have Winnipeg Jets opinions because Andy, as you know, I love a good hockey name. Okay.
Yeah, you do.
I do. I really do. Therefore, I have for you, and I jotted this list down last night in preparation for this. I jotted this list down. I've got my top 5 favorite Winnipeg Jets names.
Let's go. This list may be cheeks, but give it to me anyway.
It's we're still doing that. So here we go. Without further ado, this is.
Do we have music? You got something for his list?
Let's see what we've got here.
This is our new bit. Nate Kreckman makes a list.
I made a list.
Even though it's really just this show.
It's kind of the same crap we do every day. But here it is.
A lot of things.
There you go. That's the best I got.
I like it. There you go. I like it.
All right, here's my list. Although my first name on the list has musical accompaniment.
Okay.
Okay.
Oh, right. So now he's got to change it?
Now he's got to change the music.
Well, when you just go to this midstream, this is what happens. Some of the fish get away.
It's time to play the feud. All right. My 5th favorite Winnipeg Jets name. I'm going from 5 to 1. Number 5, I got Morrissey. Morrissey.
I cannot even, I can't tell you. You aren't familiar with the old Denver punk band, the Warlock Pinchers, are you?
I'm not. Warlock Pinchers?
Yeah.
That's a good name.
They got a song about Morrissey.
Uh-huh.
I can't say the title on air. And for anybody back in the day that went to Deadbeat Club, they know. Hey, shout out to my guy Craig Mills.
Mm-hmm.
Told me about this band.
Hey.
It's incredibly inappropriate.
If anybody wasn't
And that's
sad
what I think of every time I hear Morrissey.
in the 80s.
Morrissey rides a horse. Just know that. But there's a certain very specific kind of horse.
All right. Number 5 is Morrissey, comma, Josh. Okay. That's my 5th favorite Winnipeg Jets name.
All right.
I got 4 more.
Let's go. Oh, wait. Do you just want to reveal these randomly throughout the show?
No. We'll do
like
this.
Mid JML. Hey, John Michael Lyles. Let me give you my 3rd favorite Winnipeg Jet name.
Number 4 on the list, Velarde.
Velarde.
Because it makes me think of random 90s New York Yankee Randy Velarde.
See, I think of that what I just sang.
Every time they say Gabriel Velarde, I'm like, no, his name's Randy. All right.
Good old Randy Velarde.
Also, I believe Randy Velarde was a Mitchell Report guy.
Did you ever have him on your fantasy team?
Randy Velarde? I don't think I did. Randy Velarde, career 276 hitter, by the way, but he did have some inflated home run totals a couple of years, if you know what I mean.
Yeah,
Randy Velarde.
Yeah.
Number 4, Gabriel Velarde. Number 3, Toffoli.
Tyler Toffoli's a great name.
Toffoli.
Yeah.
It
rolls off the tongue.
It's I feel like it would be like an Italian dessert, like a nice like a chocolate drizzled Toffoli.
Sure.
Yes, I like Toffoli.
The tiramisu. No, I prefer the Toffoli.
The Toffoli,
please.
if you don't mind. Yes. And a Desertif, please. Number 2 on this list, Iafallo.
Yeah, it's a fun one.
Iafallo's a fun one to say.
He sucks, but that's a fun one.
It feels like it feels like a very Chris Berman sort of name. It feels like if he was doing if Iafallo would have been a football player in the 90s, Chris Berman would have been like, wherever you go, Iafallo.
Well, that's a good one.
So I
think Al Iafredi. He's cheating off him.
That too. Mm-hmm.
Makes me think of Aaron Aflalo.
Nice.
That's why I like
there you go.
Spell check.
There you go.
Aaron Aflalo.
This is Nate Kreckman's Rorschach test, the verbal kind.
Yes,
Go ahead.
Friend of the program. And finally, my favorite Winnipeg Jets name after 2 games of listening to broadcasters.
This is very David Letterman-ish.
Say their names.
I need to go 10 next time.
I don't want to have to include like Gustafson. Number 1 on this list, Pionk.
Yeah, that Pionk. He looks like Plonk. Every time he skates by, it just that eye is not dotted well enough. I'm like, why is Plonk out there? What's Plonk doing? Somebody lay out Plonk.
Pionk. It kind of sounds like when Anthony Davis threw the microphone down the other night, it made a pionk.
Yeah.
That was a pionk.
The sound.
That's the sound of a pionk.
Made a shot.
TD says the new Plymouth Velarde with rich Calirinthian leather.
So there you go. That's my 5
They got
favorite
some fun names.
Winnipeg Jets names: Morrissey, Velarde, Toffoli, Iafallo, and Pionk.
Mic drop.
These are the things that I space
when
out
watching
about
hockey.
during hockey games.
Yeah. All right.
I have no idea what's going on.
I'm excited for Game 3 on Friday.
I
though.
can tell.
Can't wait.
You are jacked up. You are ready to go.
This is the Craigman and Lindahl show. Hey, we're going to take a break, and when we come back, so 10 Nuggets have seen the floor. 10. Denver Nuggets have seen the floor.
Nate's going to give you their names of his favorite names in order. No, we've already done that.
Ranked based upon the sound of their names. Yes. No, when we come back, we're going to rank who's been the best Nugget, who has been the worst Nugget. Spoiler alert, it's Jokic and it's Reggie. But where does everybody rank in between? We'll tell you that next. Hour number 2 as we join you live from the Backus and Shanker studios. Serious lawyers for the seriously injured. I hope you're not. It is the Kreitman and Lindahl Show. We are with you until 6 p.m. today. We'll talk to John Michael Lyles this hour. He joins us at 4:45 for all kinds of fun hockey talk today on the show, as the Avalanche are now tied up at a game apiece with the Winnipeg Jets and Pionk. Okay. Nuggets are up 2-0. Living well, Game 3 tomorrow in LA, Crypto.com Arena. We'll, of course, have it for you right here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Kaz will be describing the action without pictures for all of you. Plus, Chris Marlowe and Scott Hastings and company will be broadcasting it for you on Altitude Television. And it'll be on a national network. I don't remember which one. Okay. Michael Malone was asked today how many times he has watched the Jamal Murray game winner. It's kind of a fun shot.
Yeah.
How many times has Malone watched the game winner? This is from today, Michael Malone.
Yeah, I mean, well, I go through the film probably like 5 times, and then every time I watch it, I get just as excited. And not just in the shot, but the reaction. Like, I'm looking at David Adelman jumping in the air, Dan Shemensky running around like he's a 2-year-old, the bench reaction, the fans. Fans behind the bench aren't even watching the game. They're watching it on the Jumbotron, which is so weird to me. It's happening right in front of you, and they're like this. But, yeah, it was a hell of a play and one of those shots. Has a nickname been given to it yet? Like, you know, is there a...
Shot at 52-8.
Shot, that's a lot. That's a mouthful. We got to work on that. I'm going to come up with something better than the shot at 52-80.
How about Jamal Murray made a shot? That's what AD
How about the and I believe it was the first buzzer beater in Nuggets playoff history. But yeah, it was a great moment, and those are moments that you will talk about and relive for 50 years from now. They'll still be talking about that. So incredible, but somebody made the point. We enjoyed it that night, but then you get back to work, and we know you're going to LA with a team that is down 2-0, and they played really well. I mean, yes, we won both games, but third quarter, they're up 2 with 6 to go, and third quarter in game 2, they're up 20. So we got to make sure that we're not trailing all game and relying upon that comeback once again.
Fix some stuff.
Yeah, I'd be cool with a halftime lead.
Yeah, that'd be nice. Yeah, they were down 15 at the half against the Lakers. They were eventually down 20 2 minutes into the third quarter after an Austin Reeves three-pointer. I also just like the part in there where Malone is just like, that name sucks. Let's come up with something else, all right?
Yeah, he's like, come on. Well, what are you going to call it, though? Like, there was the drive.
Uh-huh.
The shot.
The shot.
The shot.
The shot.
See, it's tough, man, because that, as great as that was, and it was great, and it was playoffs and all that, the shot, wouldn't that be like there was the helicopter? That was the Super Bowl.
Yes.
I mean, don't you need it? Is it too early in the playoffs for the shot?
The shot? The shot?
Just the shot. The Hail Mary is famous around here, whatever people wanted, the Flacco fling. Yeah, see, now you're thinking.
We'll revisit this later in the postseason.
Okay, all right.
The shot at 52-80. As we discussed yesterday, we're really into the elevation lately.
Yeah, we don't need that.
We're really excited about it. Mm-hmm.
Dave says the Hail Murray.
The Hail Murray. It's not bad.
Not bad.
That's not bad.
Not bad.
No.
The Laker breaker.
Murray's bullseye. Ooh, the Laker breaker. That's good. That's good. All right, Andy, we're 2 games into this thing. So let's go ranking players, okay? 10 Nuggets have seen the floor so far in this series, all right? As I threw the spoiler before the break.
Yeah, you kind of...
Jokic will be 1, Reggie will be 10.
That's the pieces of bread.
Yeah.
What are the deli meats in between?
Exactly. Mm-hmm. Let's make this thing nice and thick like it's straight out of a New York deli. Just an entire cow right there on that sandwich. So, real quick on Nikola Jokic. 29.5 points, 16 rebounds, 8.5 assists per game. He's shooting 62% from the field, 43% from 3, 89% from the free throw line. you really can't do much more than what Nikola Jokic has done so far through 2 games.
No.
Yeah.
He's been the best.
Yep.
He's been the MVP.
Mm-hmm.
He was directing traffic as they ran down the court on the Laker breaker. That's my leader in the clubhouse.
Pretty good. I like it. Mm-hmm.
So, yeah.
Yeah. So I'm going to go with Nikola Jokic at number 1.
I don't think you're going to get a pushback.
Okay. After that, again, when I was putting this list together, Andy, I'm trying to think about it in totality.
2 games.
Yes, Jamal Murray had the great fourth quarter. He was 6 of 8. He scored 14 points. He hit the game winner in Game 2 against the Lakers. He's also shooting 37.5% from the field and 29% from 3 so far in this series.
Hoping to tick those numbers up a bit.
He is not, again, in the entire picture.
The 2 games.
He hasn't been great so far in this series. Now, he's still Jamal Murray.
He was great in a big moment.
But if I'm talking about who is playing the best right now, I have Porter at number 2. Right now, in this series, MPJ is scoring 20.5 points with 8.5 rebounds per. He is making 57% from the field, 53% from 3. He is 9 of 17 from behind the arc. The 9 threes that he has made is 5 more than number 2 on this team right now. I think Michael Porter, through 2 games, has been the second best Nugget in this series. Also had the rebound on the eventual game winner.
Yeah.
I think he's been great.
I want to give a nod to KCP because his defense has been really good. And he got the threes going in the game 1.
Yeah.
Where they need, he got his 3-ball going and that helped them separate. But I'm not going to, as long as 2-3, 3-2, whatever you want to do, that's the order for me. KCP's coming next for me.
Interesting, because I got AG at number 3. Aaron Gordon made the switch on Anthony Davis in the second half of Game 2. Anthony Davis had started 14 of 15 from the field in that game. He finished 0 for 4 over his last 4 shots. He took 1 shot in the fourth quarter, did not score. He was a minus 11 in the fourth quarter. To me, Aaron Gordon's defense is as big a part of winning that game as a shot by Jamal Murray, as the play of Nikola Jokic. You do not win that game without AG's defense.
But you had said that game. I think with both games, look, Gordon was going to be. We're splitting hairs for me.
13 points, 9 rebounds, 5 assists.
KCP getting the 3-ball going in Game 1, I think, helped really get the top blown off that place. So, who's our last starter that needs to be ranked then? Where does that leave us? Who am I missing? Who we missing?
So I'm going Jokic 1, MPJ 2.
So Murray's 5.
AG 3, Jamal 4, KCP 5.
Nah,
that was how I ranked it.
KCP's got to be ahead of Jamal. Minimum. But
scoring 9 points a game. Jamal's at 21.
Okay, but the defense is very important for what
great.
he's doing.
It's great. It's what he does. That's his role. But also, Jamal Murray is a more valuable player than what KCP
We're not
is.
talking about valuable players. We're ranking the efforts we've seen in 2 games.
21 points, 7.5 assists per game to 9 points and 2 assists per game for KCP.
I think the defense has been. You just talked about how the defense is kind of the unknown numbers there for
it's been great.
Aaron Gordon. So,
well, no, I cited actual numbers.
I'm telling you, it's the hidden yardage for me. Look, I know you don't like anybody disagreeing with your list. I don't agree with your list. You're not changing my mind.
I'm looking at the yardage I can see. So I'm going
I
with...
know, that's usually how you function. That's how this goes.
So I'm going Jamal at 4. I'm going KCP 5. Christian Brown 6.
Yeah. He's got to be the top guy off the bench. He's had struggles from three-point land, as we have highlighted plenty. He's a hustle guy. He and Peyton Watson both, you got to be pleased that they're finding ways to do things to disrupt games, even when they don't have the shot going. So, and I think Brown I'd like to see a 3-ball or 2 go in, or like you and I talked about the other day, go to the rack. He was really good in the playoffs last year of just going to the hole and getting the layups. He had that great rebound when we talked about it. One of the don't sleep on the shot where Jokic chucked it at the rim to save the shot clock, and Brown was right there as Lakers were sleeping to grab that thing and put it right back and get a bucket it didn't look like they were going to get.
I got CB 6. I got Peyton Watson 7.
No arguing that.
I got DJ at 8. He didn't even play in game 2. And yet, his minutes were critical in game 1.
Very important. Were they 5-6 minutes?
He played 9 minutes.
9 minutes.
Yeah.
Yeah. Those were important to that thing not getting away from you because Aaron Gordon was out early.
Mm-hmm.
And so they had to go to DJ. DJ, and not only that, how long? He'd not played in like a month, right? Like a month of time?
It had been a while.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I got no problem with that. What, you got Justin Holiday then?
Justin Holiday, 9. Reggie at 10. Reggie's 1 for 9 from the floor in this series. After he missed that layup in game 2, also, I saw, this was something I noticed in the arena, Malone went over to him and gave him like a little tap. It was a very encouraging moment from Michael Malone. He clearly wanted to, convey to Reggie, keep doing what you're doing. It will go down.
Reggie's kind of the Georgiev of this Nuggets team right now, where you just need him to find what he was again somehow, right?
I also just think the Lakers are a bad matchup for him.
Well, I don't disagree, but the guy...
There's a lot of size in that backcourt.
The guy is older. There's just times where I think you see the old legs show up, and unlike DeAndre Jordan, Jordan can kind of meander down the court if he needs to. You know what I mean? He doesn't have the ball. Once he gets down there, he can set up for the rebounds. He can try to post up, whatever he's got to do. Reggie, they're relying on Reggie at times to play the Jamal role. And that's a lot to ask for that body, that older body.
This is the biggest indictment I can give of what we've seen out of Reggie in 2 games. He's not even playing well when he's on the floor with Jokic.
No, you're right.
That's a problem. Okay.
That's why Holiday's gotten it.
He had a bad pocket pass in game 1 that led to a turnover and a run out. Like you have to be able to do that part of the job.
He's just kind of wiped himself. Remember when he took out LeBron by accident? He just kind of wiped himself out, and the key ended up on the baseline, accidentally tackled LeBron. LeBron, I think, thought for a second something was going on until he realized who it was.
There's this thing. And for example, Tyler says Malone needs to take away Jackson's green light to shoot. First off, Michael Malone ain't going to do that.
Well, yeah, that's why he's supposed to give you the Jamal shots when Jamal's not in there.
He needs him to shoot. And there's also an element from Michael Malone. This is what I said after Georgie in game 1 of that series. Your best shot of winning the Stanley Cup is you have to have Georgiev find it, okay? Michael Malone needs Reggie to find it in whatever fashion it can exist because Reggie Jackson is a veteran. Reggie Jackson has played a lot of playoff games in his career. He's not about to go trusting Colin Gillespie or Jalen Pickett or anything like that on this big a stage. Like, Reggie has been here before. It's essentially why he's on the team.
Yeah.
Because he is a veteran point guard that you can bring in on a second unit with Christian Brown and Peyton Watson, who are 2 incredibly young NBA players. That's why Justin Holiday's on this team as well. So while he's been bad, thus this is why we're ranking him at number 10, Andy, you still got to find it. And I think Malone knows that. And I think Malone is going to try and extract that out of him in whatever way that he can.
Well, and listen, he's the only guy that really can play the role we're talking about.
Yep.
Justin Holiday isn't that guy. They're different players. They're both guards.
Right.
But Justin Holiday is not a dribble around and create. Again, Reggie's out there to create his own shot. In a perfect world, I think in a perfect world, he's playing so well, or at least well enough off the bench, or somebody would be, that they could rest Jamal and Joker together and you weren't doing the stagger thing. And I think originally in the beginning of the year, the thought was let Reggie be. He can create his own shot. He can take his own shot. Even if he dominates it for most of the shot clock, who cares? Just get a good shot off, put a bucket in. They're not going in to the point where even the layup rimmed out the other night.
Outside of substantial foul trouble, there's no way there will be a second of the playoffs without Jokic or Jamal on the floor.
No, you're right. You're right.
That are not garbage time minutes.
No, you're right.
Yeah.
I'm just saying at the beginning of the year, I think that's what they were hoping this would be.
Didn't happen.
And it hasn't worked. The other thing that's a real bummer for this team is, you and I talked about it. Man, if Julian Strawther just could have been consistent enough to give you a couple threes in a playoff game, you know? I hope over the summer he goes to work, whatever he needs to get done.
I think they wanted him to be that, and the injury just stunted his growth, and it messed him up.
Listen, Nate.
He had a minute there.
He did. He's fun. I still like the draft pick. I'm not giving up on the kid.
Good player. Yeah, good player.
At the end of the day, this is a really tough team to try to work rookies into.
There's that too.
Because it's a machine.
There's that
and
too.
everyone's got their role. It's pretty amazing that Brown was able to find his own role last year in the first place.
Jamal Murray's game winner, the shot at 52-80. What else?
The Laker breaker.
The Laker breaker, if you will. Yes.
Breaker.
Nice moment. Nice postseason
The
moment.
blue arrow, bang, bang.
Was it the best we have ever seen in Denver in the playoffs? We'll talk about that next.
Murray on top. Davis will defend. Gets the screen. LeBron comes up on him. Here is for the top.
The mid-range. The mid-range. It keeps you honest. Murray's getting his rhythm back by the mid-range.
But defensively, what the Lakers have done, they've put LeBron and AD on the two best players for the Nuggets in Murray and Jokic so they can switch.
Murray's got 12 here in the fourth. Defender falls. LeBron 3. Rebound by Porter. Denver with the timeout. We are tied.
I love it. Don't call it. Tie ball game. Worst can happen. We go to overtime.
Murray makes a move. Denzel. The Nuggets have won.
So, how long did Kevin Harlan wait after that game to have words with whether it was Reggie Miller or Jamal Crawford, whichever one of them made a sound during his call of the buzzer beater?
I got to think I told you, my theory is it's Crawford, but we're not positive, I don't think, right?
Yeah, no.
Just because he's the new guy.
Because it sounded like they said buzzer sounds. And Harlan screamed over it, but still, you do not make a sound.
I'm laying out for a reason, good sir.
When Kevin Harlan is on the mic. Remember a couple of years ago at the NCAA tournament, the famous shot of him, and Stan Van Gundy's right next to him, and Harlan's just like, you do not say
Nobody speaks.
But that's how it should be. That's just him ensuring that his partners are sticking to the fundamentals. Good job. Well done. Well done.
Would you be a grabber? You got grabby hands there?
Let's make sure we get the context correctly.
Doing play-by-play.
I'm not. No. I'm not a. You know me, Andy. I don't like touching people. You know that about me. Absolutely.
I've heard a few calls where you've just endured the breaking of protocol.
Oh, you have?
Yes, I have.
All right. So the other night, we saw Jamal Murray win that game, baseline, fall away, into the seats, knocks it down, 101-99. Nuggets win. Ball Arena is as loud as I've ever heard it before in my life. Honestly, Andy, just kind of a stunning moment. Because when we talked to Chris Marlowe yesterday and he brought this part of it up, I had a moment there, just like Chris did while he was calling the game. Is he going to get this shot off? Is he going to get this thing off? But he was getting to his spot. He was falling away. He had to get it over Davis. He didn't even see it go in. He only heard it. And then he got mobbed by his teammates while Anthony Davis was trapped in the chaos. God, that was great. So Vic Lombardi tweeted something yesterday. I thought it was good. Best playoff finishes in town. Okay? Because, the drive was in Cleveland.
Yes.
Best playoff finishes in town. And he ranked them as such.
Okay. Can't wait to hear the list. Saw the tweet, didn't see the list.
07, game 163.
Yeah.
Jamie Carroll, sack fly. Matt Holliday, did he touch the plate?
Rockies have his chin in the dirt.
Over the Padres at number 1.
Ooh, I don't know about that ranking, but continue.
Number 2, 2011, technically January of 2012. Broncos Steelers, first play of overtime. Tim Tebow, Demaryius Thomas, 80 yards, tutty fam.
Game over.
Game over.
House call.
I believe that was the first year also with the new overtime rules. So I in the moment, I didn't actually know.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
I knew because Logan had said it on the broadcast. Being astute play-by-play like you guys are.
Yeah.
He said, now remember, folks, if Denver scores here, if they get a touchdown, the game's done.
Shout out to Dave. I was not listening to it.
How dare you?
I was in the press box.
Weren't you on the field by that time? You guys had been allowed down to the field by that time, haven't you?
I stayed up in the press box.
Oh, you did?
I did. Yes, I stayed up in the press box.
Well, look who doesn't like to travel in groups.
Me? Who, me? And finally,
well, if it's and finally, then he's already missed one, but go ahead.
Jamal's game winner.
Okay.
That was the list that Vic gave us of top 3.
The other one that I think needs some mentioning is the one I told you about, where my friend David Treadwell nailed a kick against the run-and-shoot Jack Party Houston Oilers in what would become to know as the Drive 2 that sent the Broncos on to face the Buffalo Bills after a wild card game where he had that field goal. And I told you the story how the snap was low and Gary Kubiak had to play shortstop just to get the darn thing up so Treadwell could kick it, and they won. You know, the Broncos against the Oilers that year, I want to say it was 92, the Broncos against the Oilers that year had a feel like the Avs against Winnipeg right now, where it might have been 91. Yeah, 91, 92. It was the year that the Washington football team ended up winning with that great team.
Oh, those guys.
Those guys.
Yes.
No, it was, who was the weird blonde quarterback they had? They had the great receivers, like they had Art Monk and, it was Ernest Biner was the running back because he was kind of, but anyway, that's who the Broncos would have faced had they beat Buffalo to go on to the Super Bowl. The fumbles up there as well. That's another good call.
Yep.
But yeah, the Broncos have been whooped. I mean, whooped by the Oilers in the regular season that year. So not a lot of people thought the Broncos were going to be able to beat Jack Party's run and shoot offense, and they did. So I would put that in there. Man, you know what's funny about this, Nate? Everyone we're bringing up, now the fumble would be in an AFC championship game. But I think
Is that in Denver?
It was in Denver, but I don't think it counts by Vic's definition because Treadwell's field goal was at the end of the game. Jamal Murray's shot was at the end of the game.
I mean, these are walk-off plays.
The game ended on these plays.
The game ended on these plays.
The DT touchdown ended on that play.
Right.
Rippon, thank you. It was Mark Rippon was the quarterback.
Friend of the program. He had blonde hair? I thought he had dark hair.
No, I was thinking of another guy. I'm trying to remember.
You said blonde hair, and I was thinking of
know.
Boomer Esiason.
You know what? I'm thinking of the guy that Doug Williams replaced midseason in 88 or 87. Doesn't matter.
Deep Pole.
Yeah, from my fuzzy brain that can't shred. Jake Schrader.
Jay Schrader.
Jake Schrader. There it is. Jake Schroeder. I know him. Jay Schrader is a quarterback.
Jake Schroeder does not have blonde hair.
No, he's got no hair.
All right.
So there's but they're all, I was going to tell you real quick, those are all early round playoff games too. Think about it. It was basically, I think it was divisional round for the Broncos. I don't know if we had a wild card back in 92. It was a wild card game, Steelers-Broncos, and this is first round of the playoffs with Jamal.
The order that Vic put it in.
What are we doing about the baseball? Are you gonna address the elephant in the room? It's not technically a playoff game. But
It's a playoff game, okay?
All right.
Game. All right.
No, you're Mr. Facts baseball guy. I'm asking.
For the well-actually crowd out there, there's 162 games in a baseball season.
It was the original wild card, wasn't it?
If they play game 163, it's the postseason. All right?
Fair enough. It was technically like a wild card game.
Was there any other games that night?
No.
How
often has that happened?
Game 163?
Yeah.
Well, the Rockies lost one to the Dodgers, if you recall.
Oh, that's right.
A number of years
later.
ago.
Right.
That was in 2018, I believe, and then they had to...
They went and beat the Cubs.
They had to go play the Cubs. Tony Walters, the walk-off. Kyle Freeland had a great night that night.
Probably the last time we saw that
kind of. Yeah, kind of. And then they played the Brewers and didn't bother to score runs. So there you go.
Yeah, it was a good time. Hey, let's go play the Brewers.
I agree with Vic's order. I would put it in the same order.
Why would you put the Rockies game up there?
Game 163, Andy, is the single most exciting sporting event I have ever attended in my life. And the fact that that club, again, they had done all the winning that they had done to get to that point, and then they come up in the bottom of the ninth inning, trailing 8-6, and had to rally for that victory. On top of that, the insane ending of a shallow fly ball to right by Jamie Carroll, and the question of whether or not Matt Holliday touched the plate lingers to this day, but that's the single most exciting sporting event I have ever attended in my life. I have never been a part. I have never seen. And this is where, again, I was in the building for all three that I have on my list: the Holiday, the Tebow to DT, and the Jamal Murray shot the other night. I was in the building for all three of those. They all sort of had that same electricity, but the bottom of the 13th inning and the Rockies pulling that thing off and winning it, it was as unlikely as it could possibly be in the midst of the most unlikely stretch of sports I firmly believe we will ever see. I will put game 163 and the win over the Padres number one on that list.
Yeah, I'll push back on that.
Okay.
So here's the thing. I don't know, Nate. I feel like this is unfair because you love baseball more than I do. And maybe that's why I'd put that. I'd slide that one down to third.
See, and I'm putting these in a vacuum.
No, I get it. Well, and look, but this is one of those no wrong answers things because, it's your taste. I'll put the DT to TD up top because, and for this reason, and part of this plays into why I put Murray up there, although maybe I need to think about it with the Rockies, but here's the deal. You remember, I was in the house for the DT one, obviously.
Yeah.
I was in the house with you as we watched game 163. No doubt it was a fun environment. Coolest Rockies moment I had witnessed. That's for sure.
Coors Field has never been more rocking.
I agree. Yeah. Only to be topped by when they beat the Phillies and then beat the D-backs.
Plus, tickets went on sale that morning, essentially.
And they were gone.
And they were immediately gone.
It was like a U2 show.
And that was pre-party deck.
Yeah.
There's 48,000 people in the place.
They were jammed in there.
Yeah.
But if you remember the DT to TD, or the DT TD, the Tebow to DT TD.
DT TD.
A lot of letters in there. The Broncos had not played well the last few games of the regular season.
Yeah.
Everybody thought, matter of fact, the only reason why they got in was because of a dumb tiebreaker after losing to Kansas City. Was it 7-0, 7-3?
7-3.
Yeah, with Kyle Orton as a quarterback.
They lost to Kyle Orton.
So the feelings were high and bad.
Right.
I mean bad.
Yeah.
Leading into that game. And then I remember saying all week, as long as Dick LeBeau doesn't play single coverage, the Broncos are cooked.
Mm-hmm.
Tebow hated zone. Sure enough, Dick LeBeau is like, well, I do what I do, and I'm going to come out and play all the damn single coverage that I want.
Right.
And we got the story later that Adam Gase had noticed. Adam Gase said something to McCoy about noticing the way they were playing that thing, and they kept it in their back pocket, showed him the formation, got Troy Polamalu to come screaming up because he was known for getting out of position, and that opened up the little window.
Also, correct me if I'm wrong, Ryan Clark didn't play in that game?
He did not.
Because of
Sickle cell.
The sickle cell trait. That's correct.
And because of that, Mark Schlereth told me years after, he said Ryan Clark was the guy that actually kept Polamalu in check.
Sure.
He was kind of like when Jokic was directing traffic, that was Ryan Clark. He used to keep Polamalu from jumping stuff too soon.
Yeah.
And so he comes screaming up and open. But because not only was down the stretch a bad feeling, but you also remember they had the great first half of the game, and then the Steelers come storming back. I remember talking to people on the sideline down there going, this is it. It's been fun.
Yeah.
But it's going to end here. There's no way. Like, they weren't doing anything right the second half, and then, boom, here comes that play, and the next thing you know, like the whole season, you're unexpectedly winning a game you didn't think you had a chance in hell of winning.
I will fully admit that some of my memory of that play is peppered by knowing how much that team actually sucked.
Fair enough.
And remembering what happened the next week.
Hey, we all knew.
Right?
We all knew they were not going to beat New England. New England had stopped on them and ended the run in the regular season.
Like, 163 was the start. Well, it was in the middle, but it was also sort of the start of...
Well, no, they'd played an incredible September just to get there.
They had, but that's why I say it was in the middle, but it was the start of the postseason run, and they kicked the crap out of everybody they saw until, the Red Sox.
But see, I guess, now, again, to be fair for my bias, that is just in the middle of what was the most unbelievable stretch of baseball I'd ever seen.
Unbelievable. We'll never see anything like it ever again in Denver sports.
I could not believe all the guys that got hot. There are guys, Jason Hirsch will tell you, if we just didn't have 3 days off, we probably beat the Sox because we were in some weird, mystical mental space.
Than that.
Oh, yeah, like a week and a half. But he said even if you just would have cut it down by 3 or 4 days, he think guys would have stayed there. Real quickly, because the reason why I would put Jamal's shot above that, it goes back to what I talked about. I told you there are so many times in that game the other night where I thought you have not shot well enough to win this game, and you're not winning this game.
Right.
And you didn't, what did they lead like once at the beginning? You did not lead again until you made that bucket, period. And Jamal, the guy that was having a horrible offensive night, caps off 2 clutch free throws with that stinking shot. I still don't know how they won that game.
So,
the shooting was so bad.
Here's why the Rockies has to be over the Jamal shot. Because the Rockies scored 3 in the bottom of the 13th off of Trevor Hoffman, legitimately a top 5 closer of all time, while Jamal Murray made that shot over Anthony Davis, who was a complete fraud.
Listen, I love Jamal Murray, and I'm not letting you take this from. But you know what? I will give you this. Again, we're reminiscing here.
Yeah.
When Matt Hoffman came into the game, I think all
Trevor
of us
Hoffman,
in the
too.
Was it Trevor Hoffman?
Matt Hoffman
Matt
did
Hoffman's
not
the old
cycle into the game.
No, yeah. Matt Hoffman pulled the first backflip in history. When bikes, check him out.
Do you remember
when
who,
Trevor Hoffman
That's
came
what's
in?
up.
We all were like,
"It's over."
Yeah, you're not getting any on
A
this guy.
Scott-
And this was good, Trevor Hoffman, right? This wasn't washed up, Trevor Hoffman.
Oh, no, he was prime.
Intimidating.
Scott Hairston, 2-run home run off of Jorge Julio in the top of the 13th.
Who?
You don't remember Jorge
Scott
Julio?
Hairston?
Give it away, Jorge.
That's right.
Hairston was a Rocky?
He had Scott Hairston of the Padres.
Oh.
He had
Now wait, so the other guy pitched for us? I don't know who any of these people are.
He had walked Brian Giles, and then Hairston hit the 2-run home run off of Jorge Julio. He was eventually replaced by Ramon Ortiz, who got a huge out, striking out Adrian Gonzalez. He got Khalil Green to fly out, and Morgan Ensberg to pop out to short to end the inning.
I am not remembering any of these Rocky pitchers.
Kaz Matsui.
Yeah.
Led off with a double off of Trevor Hoffman.
Willie Tavares follow.
Tulo doubled to left to drive in Kaz. Holiday then tripled to drive in Tulo, made it an 8-8 game. Todd Helton was intentionally walked before Jamie Carroll hit the
all guys
shallow sac fly to right. Even though there was nobody out, Matt Holiday broke for the plate.
I will give you this. Jamie Carroll blooping that sucker so Holiday could come home is the equivalent of Christian Brown hitting the Jamal shot
I know, right?
the other night.
Jamie Carroll drove it in. So I go Holiday 1, Tebow 2, Jamal 3. Andy, you're putting Tebow 1, Jamal 2, Matt Holiday 3.
Nah, you might have talked me into switching.
Trevor
to
Hoffman.
baseball.
Trevor Hoffman.
Tebow's not getting bumped.
Pretty good. You know, I sat next to Phil Nevin during that game.
Did you?
During 163.
You did?
Phil Nevin.
What'd you chat about?
Was at the time everything. Phil Nevin is a damn character, let me tell you. When he got hired as when he first became a big league manager, I was like, I really hope that guy cleaned up the language for the press conferences. Phil Nevin had thoughts, man. It's the Kreckman and Lindahl Show. Oh, we hope you are having an absolutely delightful afternoon here on the Kreckman and Lindahl Show. We're rolling with you until 6 p.m. Just realized we were supposed to have a guest this segment.
No, we didn't screw up. Did we screw up JML?
As Spring
I want
scrambles
to talk to JML.
to call the guest.
Well, now it's
we got really into the last segment. We were really excited about it. And then we screwed everything up.
Oh man.
I was going to go into something else, and then I looked down at the rundown. I was like, "Oh wait, we have a guest booked right now."
Oh!
We're professional radio hosts here on
those are good memories.
the Kreckman and Lindahl.
I did want some JML analysis.
We may still get it.
And we may not.
We may not.
According to Kyle Keefe, he's on vacation. I was surprised he agreed to do this at all.
John Michael Lyles, legendary Avalanche defenseman, joining us to discuss a 5-2 victory last night over the Winnipeg
Now, hold
Jets.
on. Let's make this right. So, John, we got all bar room, chatting there about great moments in Denver that have ended series, like the Jamal shot.
Ended games.
You were playing here, right, when Tebow threw the touchdown to DT against the Steelers, and that ended that. What's your favorite, Avs version of that? It's tough because not many have happened here. They've won 2 cups on the road, for God's sake. So.
Yeah. Oh, man, I'm trying to think. It's you put me on the spot. I'd have to think more about it. I did see the Twitter fight that Vic had going with a few people about it. It had to be in Denver. Man. Any series Avalanche related? It wasn't a series per se, but like the Avs making the playoffs when Landy buried that empty netter in the last game of the season, they had to win. I think it was against St. Louis. I know it wasn't a series, but to me, like in Denver at Ball Arena, last game of the season, had to win, buries the empty netter from the far blue line. Like that's one of the ones that stands out to me, just in terms of like in Denver at Ball Arena and the magnitude of the game.
Yeah. That's what we're going for right there. See, you get the spirit of the whole thing.
Grab a beer, Johnny, and sit down.
That's right. Enjoy yourself. All right. Johnny Lyles, game 1. Georgie gives up 7 goals in that game. You go into game 2, he's in net again. The Avalanche desperately need him to be better, and indeed he shows up. But what is that situation like for his teammates, for the guys in the room? Because you want to build him up. You don't want to put too much pressure on him, and yet at the same time, everybody knows exactly what is at stake. Like psychologically, how does a team hold up their goalie in that situation?
Well, I think first and foremost is there was a commitment defensively in the D zone, and you saw guys blocking shots. You saw guys boxing players out so that he was able to see pucks. And that's, the biggest thing. And when you're Alexander Georgiev and you see your players doing that, selling out and making sure that, they're eating pucks and giving you those lanes to see pucks, I think that from the beginning builds your confidence, right? I mean, listen, goalies, you're going to have ups and downs, and unfortunately he's been through a little bit of a tough spell lately, and I know people were all over him for it, but I go back to the 22 Cup run when Darcy Kemper kind of struggled in, I believe it was the finals, and it was against Tampa. And he had a tough game 5, and let's be honest, the city of Denver was ready to explode. You're up 3-1. You're playing game 5 at home. I was working the game, and I Ubered to the rink. We were all ready, right? And Kemper doesn't have his best game, and so to me, Pavel Francouz at the time, they could have easily gone with him in game 6, and they went back to Kemper. And to me, it gives that confidence to your goaltender, right? Everybody's calling for Georgiev's head on a plate, and Jared Bednar goes back to him and says, "Hey, you're our guy. We're going with you," right? And, realistically, like, would they have left him in had Justus Annunen been available? And would they have left him in for all 7? Probably not. But to me, you go back to your starter. You go back to the guy that led the league in wins. And, yeah, you got some pretty good, goal support from the team that helps with that stat. But in the end, he stepped up and played a huge game for the Avs on the road. And to me, it's that it's that trust from the head coach in his starting goaltender, and then he regains that that belief from the team in himself, and hopefully it's just a springboard. I mean, playoffs are long and they're a grind, and you go through ups and downs, and hopefully this is an early down that leads to a whole lot of up.
John, I also felt like they just played better overall defensively. I felt like guys took their assignments a little more seriously. They had their sticks in the lane and not allowing passes to the middle.
Yeah.
Again, we can blame Georgie all we want, and we have, but I feel like when you look at the defense coming down the stretch and in game one, like Josh Manson to me was the face of it. I feel like everyone just took it different. Am I imagining things?
No, you're not. Everybody bought in, and in the end, if you're gonna play a grinded out game with the Avs, I think the Avs have enough skill. They can grind it out with you if they're if the Avs are committed from their defensive blue line in, they can grind it out with you and play whatever style you want. Nathan McKinnon doesn't care. Yeah, he can play a run and gun game, and he'd love to play a run and gun game, but he can run you over at the same time, right? And so I think the Avs, they committed defensively, more than ever. And when they do that, they're a dangerous team because they have so much skill. And when they commit defensively and they're sacrificing and as cliche as it sounds, they're getting in those shot lanes and in shot blocks. And I think that everything for them will take care of itself when they're committed from their net out. They're too good when they're committed from their net out and taking care of those little things in the defensive zone, and they're willing to get to the net in the offensive zone. They're too skilled. They're too fast. That there's not a lot of teams that can hang with them, especially in a 7-game series.
Talking to John Michael Lyles as he joins us right now on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5 KKSE HD1 Broomfield, Denver. We are rolling with you until 6 p.m. today here on the Kreckman and Lindahl Show. And talking about the Avalanche as they are now tied at a game apiece here in this series. Georgiev, 28 saves in the win last night, plus the Avs scored 3 goals in the final 6 minutes of the second period. Johnny, you talked so much about what the Avalanche did defensively in front of Georgiev last night. How much of that was game planning on the part of Jared Bednar and the coaching staff, and how much of that was just straight up effort and guys playing better in game 2?
Well, I think it's a combination of both, right? And the coaching staff's going to go back and look at the tape every game and say, okay, here's what we did well, here's what we didn't do well. Well, game 1, it was, all right, guys, Georgie probably should have had a few of those goals. But in the end, they gave up far too many grade A chances. And so you readjust. And it's a 7-game series. So it's 7 individual games. And it's all about, like I said, cliche as it sounds, the game within the game, the adjustments that coaches make within a single game, but then also from game to game. And so the Avs made some fantastic adjustments. They didn't allow Winnipeg to the inside for the most part. And really, I think it gave confidence not only to Georgiev, but to the team. And you could see, especially the way they played late in the third period, there was some confidence within that group. And they believe what they're doing is working. And last night was, the proof was there.
What did you think of Sean Walker's game last night? He's another guy that kind of caught my eye. He's had some untimely penalties, unfortunately, since being traded. But he kind of has a heavy game for a guy his size, wouldn't you say?
Absolutely. I thought he was great last night. I thought Josh Manson was great. The backbreaker was the Manson goal at the end of the second period, right? Like that goal with 7 seconds left. You go up 2 going into the third. They locked it down. They played a tremendous defensive game in the third period. To me, those guys, when you have Walker and you have Manson bringing that second and third wave behind Cale Makar on the right side, man, it's just such a difference maker. And don't forget, you're going to get Sam Girard back hopefully sooner rather than later. Those are the things that the Avs have to look forward to. And I think in the end, those guys played a tremendous game.
John Michael Lyles, beautiful work. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, guys. Appreciate it.
John Michael Lyles, Altitude Television, 03-04 NHL All-Rookie Team, finished 17th in the Norris Trophy voting in 2008. The great John Michael Lyles with us right there on the program.
Yeah, and he was, he's seen it. And I'm glad that he's confirmed they really were better defensively last night. They paid attention to it. I'm telling you, the game they played last night, they bring that to the rink the rest of the time. they got a real shot to be the Cup favorites again. You've been telling us all year long. They've been up there on the Cup favorites list, right?
Right there, all year.
And I think it's funny, they were actually favorites last night. Vegas knows something. When they play the way they should, instead of, like, again, it just was a little too wide open before. You and I talked about it, what was it, Monday? Just you got to, just because you can go off for 10 doesn't mean that's the best thing to try to do in the playoffs. And I have renewed faith, Nate. I'm in a better mood. The sun was a little brighter today. The weather was a little warmer.
I would imagine that usually an Avalanche result, it has a large impact on your mood.
Well, the Nuggets are doing that now too.
But
they do a lot of winning.
That helps as well.
All right, seriously, I don't know what team to relate it to for you.
Okay.
I love both these teams so much, but the Nuggets for some reason don't stress me out the way the Avs do. Is it just because hockey is stupid, as you like to say,
some
and
of
you just don't know how it's going to go?
Some of it's just the sport, right? Like hockey is...
There's just some nights where it just won't go in.
By its very nature, there is just so much damn tension that comes into watching playoff hockey. It is automatically a nerve-wracking experience. The sport of basketball, it flows, the possessions change so quickly. Plus, isn't there just... Man, Nikola Jokic is just a big Serbian glass of warm milk, isn't he?
He really is.
Like, it's... You hate to oversimplify it, but there really is that thing of like, oh, if it's close with 5 minutes to go, he'll figure it out.
Well,
they'll win.
And look, there's just not that, and maybe it's the recency bias of all this. Because last year we thought the Avs were good, and even when they'd lose a game, you thought they were good, and then all of a sudden they weren't good, and they were out, and when we move on. Like, even if the Nuggets had lost the other night, I wouldn't be worried about the series. I'd be like, all right, well, now they'll wake up and go handle business in L.A.
Last year, the Avalanche were better than the Seattle Kraken. They lost that series in 7 games because too much stupid can happen in that sport. The Nuggets are better than the Lakers. They are better than the Lakers, and they will win the series. That's the way that it typically goes in that sport. Now, if you're even up, you can get to a game 7, and sure, shooting splits can slant the game in any way that they're going to go. But I honestly believe this. Like, hockey is the most nerve-wracking postseason experience. Like, forgive the term, the tightest sphincter game to watch is playoff hockey. There's no doubt about that to me, because it can just happen on a snap of a finger. Playoff baseball has that same thing to me of like, you feel good about it, and then one swing of the bat and boom, that will completely change the fortunes of it. Just takes one to get hit into the seats. Football, you never know when the weird tipped pass and the ball's going the other way, right?
But you know what? You and I have talked about a lot about this, especially since the addition of that 7th team, whatever that is, the 3rd wild card,
Sure.
I guess it is. You may have the stupid or the unexpected happen in the first weekend or two of the NFL. It's always, by the time Mahomes or Aaron Rodgers when he was NFC or guys like that, Tom Brady enter the chat in the later weekends, you kind of know how that's going to go, right?
On top of that, we just, haven't seen playoff football around these parts.
Yeah, what is
for
that?
Quite some time. Yeah.
I've heard stories. Yeah.
They play games at the end of the season.
Sounds cool.
You have to win enough to be allowed to play those games.
That sounds fun.
And then if you win those, cool things happen.
I'd like some of that.
It's happened before.
Really?
Let me pull up a chair, kids.
Tell me about this time.
Scooch closer.
When it was just pretty much guaranteed we were going to the playoffs.
Let me tell you about Von Miller. Yes, there was a time when cool things happened for football in this town. Which, hey, brighter days could be ahead, and it all starts with tomorrow night in the NFL Draft. Therefore, we dive into the 5 biggest stories of the day from around the NFL. Mark Springer, let's go!
Time for the high five, brought to you by Bet365. Whatever the sport, whatever the moment, it is never ordinary at Bet365. Albert Breer of Monday Morning Quarterback reports that the Broncos have quietly done a lot of work on Oregon quarterback Bo Nix.
Well, it's not that quiet now, is it?
The team had an hour-long Zoom with him on March 7th before Coach Sean Payton and others attended a private workout with him 11 days later.
Okay, you love Bo Nix.
Okay, let me ask you this real quick.
Uh-huh.
Don't we assume they've done pretty much this same due diligence on J.J. McCarthy, on Drake May?
I sure would hope
on
so.
Michael Penix.
I sure would hope so.
Probably on Spencer Rattler.
So, interesting report today. Dan Graziano had this in ESPN. Colts at 15, Jags at 17, Rams at 19, Eagles at 22. All four of those teams, there's chatter about wanting to go up. And Quinion Mitchell and Terrion Arnold are largely believed to probably not still be on the board when those teams are selecting. We've talked so much about the importance of the Broncos being able to acquire more picks. An opportunity to move down to a 15, a 17, and 19, perhaps add a second-round pick to the ledger. To me, Andy, it's going to be hard to define success immediately after night one of the NFL draft because you don't know what a player is going to turn into. It is the great crapshoot of the draft. But to me, the single biggest thing that the Broncos could do to get an F grade from me tomorrow night would be to do anything with the 25 or 26 first-round picks. You have to have those. In fact, if they came out of tomorrow night with a player and an actual day 2 pick in this draft in the second round, sign me up for it all day long. I would love to see the Broncos trade back.
Yeah.
Not sexy, is it?
No, I don't mind what
Not
you're
exciting,
saying.
is it?
Again, for me to make that definitive a declaration, I'd rather they trade back than trade up at this point, okay? Nick Kosmider said it today in his mock draft. I'm not trading up for QB 4 or 5 at this point, period.
I don't need
not
them
doing
to.
it.
And I don't think they need to for Bo Nix. In fact, I think they could trade back and select Bo Nix.
They might be able to, if they can pick up a second rounder, they might be able to do some things in the second round to get
Correct.
Bo Nix. Who did we say Dallas? Is it Dallas Turner, Dallas Clark? What's the name of the?
Dallas Clark was a tight end.
Tight end. Dallas Turner is the rusher from
pass
Alabama.
rusher out of Alabama.
I've heard so many good things about Dallas Turner and Brock Bowers. If those two are there, pick one of the two. Do not trade out. Because I think those are two really good players that'll be all-pro caliber at their positions.
I would not mind either of the tackles, J.C. Latham or Taliesin Fuaga out of Oregon State either. I don't care if there is any sort of stack at that position. Right. Garrett Bowles is gone after next year. Upgrade your offensive line.
So we'll add those to the list. And look, from what we're saying, probably one of those are there. But I'd rather you just take one of those. If for some reason all those guys are gone, and look, the Chargers may be jumping into the offensive line pool. Who knows? If all those guys are gone, then yeah, go ahead, trade back. I don't mind. To you, like you said, I don't mind that 22 at Philadelphia. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Pick up a second rounder if that's the trade, and then away we go. And you probably could get Bo Nix right there.
According to Diana Rossini, who had this today in The Athletic, again, the Sean Payton philosophy in New Orleans was if you love a player, go get him. Most teams picking in the top 5 believe the Broncos could make a big swing with a package that could even include star cornerback and fifth-year option Pat Surtain and more players on expiring deals if Payton's true love is
But
there.
who's the true love? That's my question, and where is he at?
Also, the players on expiring deals, like if you're in the top 5, you suck, and who is like, I'm dying to have Garrett Bowles.
Or I'm dying to have, well, even Cortland Sutton at this point.
Right.
Not to take a shot at Cortland, but
get a second-round pick. Just get a second-round pick, whatever it takes. Because, and you had this earlier, Adam Schefter had tweeted this out, you know, the hit rate, and he defined hit rate as first-round picks getting a second contract with a team is incredibly low. Therefore, the more darts you have to throw, the better. I would love to see the Broncos trade back. Spring.
High five. Got Bengals news. Today they picked up the fifth-year option for wide receiver Jamar Chase. Also, Adam Schefter tweeting the following: Bengals 3-time Pro Bowl defensive end Trey Hendrickson has requested to be traded from Cincinnati per league source. Hendrickson is due to make $15 million this season and is looking for more long-term security than Cincinnati has been willing to offer. He then quoted that tweet, and I think we already knew that T. Higgins had requested a trade, but Schefter reaffirming, tweeting, Bengals wide receiver T. Higgins has also requested to be traded, being that there have been no contract talks with the team now in over a year.
So Joe Burrow really committed long-term to staying with that franchise.
Mike
Andy.
Brown, one of the historically cheapest owners in the league,
Maybe the cheapest owner in the league.
He and Spanos are having a competition,
Sure.
but you're absolutely right.
Sure.
And they both, funny enough, gave their quarterbacks contracts last year.
Right. There's just, again, they paid Joe Burrow, but there's not a lot of, liquid cash there in the kitty for the Cincinnati Bengals.
It bums me out, in part because of where we are and who my allegiances are to. I root for Cincinnati because I think Joe Burrow is one of the few guys in this conference that can stare down Patrick Mahomes on any field. He's done it before. But it helps him to be able to do it with a Jamar Chase and with a T. Higgins and a good defense. And to your point, you start to wonder, is Joe Burrow eventually going to pull a Nolan Arenado where he's openly questioning in a press conference, why did I sign here? I didn't think we were going to trade everybody away once I did.
Very well could be the possibility. And, they're going to have to figure out how to pay Jamar Chase and keep him around. Spring.
High five.
Lions news. They extended a couple of star players today. Amon-Ra St. Brown, the wide receiver, gets a 4-year extension. It is worth north of $120 million, $77 million guaranteed, would make him the highest paid receiver in the NFL. Offensive tackle Penei Sewell also gets a 4-year extension worth $112 million, $85 million guaranteed, would make him the highest paid tackle in the league.
Stud, by the way. That guy is a freaking player.
And according to Adam Schefter, there is no deal. No new deal, no extension between Jared Goff and the Lions is imminent. Goff is in the final year of his 4-year extension with the Lions.
See, that's Lions news as opposed to all the other draft information we're getting this week, which is Lion news.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes, I agree.
Mm-hmm.
There's a whole lot of Lion going on for sure.
Jared Goff.
Yep.
It's got to be hard to figure out what to pay him, right?
Yeah. Look, you've been good with him.
You
But,
sure have been.
you didn't stare down Brock Purdy the way I'm sure they wished he would have in the NFC Championship. Now, again, his receivers did him no favors by dropping passes and this, that, the other.
It's hard to pin that game on Jared Goff.
No, I'm with you, but at the end of the day, I just think when it comes time for the money, it's going to be brought up because nobody wants to pay people.
How much does Jared Goff elevate individually? That ultimately becomes the question. I think he's a good NFL quarterback.
You could do a lot worse. We've talked about it far too often in this town.
I think he's a top 12 NFL quarterback, which means he's number 12. So I think that Jared Goff is that. But also, how much is he able to put a team on his back and carry them?
I'm with you, but here would be the good thing going with Jared Goff. I don't need to give you the mega deal.
Mm-hmm.
I can give you a 2 or 3 year deal because right now, where are they drafting? They're back into the draft, right?
Yep.
Matter of fact, they're at 29.
Yeah.
So
what happens when you're good?
Honestly, you're not doing better right now.
Nope.
So just get a little 3-year deal put together. You got to go the Kirk Cousins life with him right now, right?
Yeah, keep it short.
He's kind of the new Kirk Cousins, isn't he?
Keep it short. Absolutely.
A lot of guaranteed money, shorter deal, and we'll keep looking while we do that.
The Steelers are not expected to pick up the 5th-year option on Justin Fields, and Bill Belichick will be appearing quite a bit on the Monday Night Football Manning Cast, which, hey, cool, fun Bill Belichick. The new version of him is going to be probably a pretty good
Does
time.
he do a quarter zip? Is he going to join the quarter zip, or does he have to go hoodies? Do they all go hoodies for the first episode?
Sleeveless hoodies. I want sleeveless hoodies out of Bill. It is the Kreckman and Lindahl show. You can communicate with us via the Shop Mazda text line at 303-504-0925. One price, one person, 1 hour. We'll take a break. When we come back, the soothing sounds of Connor McGahee as we will relive a Game 2 victory. Avalanche over the Jets last night in the Peg. That's next.
Hey guys, it's Andy Lindahl here for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Are you suffering from erectile dysfunction? Normally I try to give you a couple chuckles about this, and hopefully you'll lighten up about the topic if it's something that is bothering you, but let's make no bones about it. It is something to take seriously. And you should know if you're suffering from it, you're not the only one going through it. There are a lot of men out there that deal with this, some as early as in their 30s. And if you want to go to a place that can help you maybe get your relationship back, your intimacy back, or just make you feel more confident in the bedroom, that place is the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. They have treatments that work when pills and herbals fail, and treatments with success rates well over 90%, and some even have you lasting more than an hour. Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic has served the Front Range of Colorado for nearly a decade. They know what they're talking about, and they've dealt with a wide range of problems. You hear Jeff on the commercials all the time. I've talked to Jeff quite a bit, and he's told me about all the different things that they offer there at the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. See if they have one that's right for you. You can schedule a consult with the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic today. Your initial visit is only $99. It includes a medical consult with a Colorado licensed medical provider, a TMPSA test, and if medically advised, a test dose. And if that dose doesn't work in the office, your visit is free. So chat with an expert. They have 5 locations throughout Colorado in Fort Collins, North Denver, Central Denver, Castle Rock, and Colorado Springs. A quick call is all you need, 720-440-7900, or visit them at RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Okay, last night, you heard it right here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. The Avalanche defeated the Winnipeg Jets 5-2 up there in the Peg in front of the whiteout. Even though the Avalanche are wearing white, so it looks like if you just turn the game on, the crowd is actually cheering for the Avalanche, even though they're from Colorado, and the game is in Winnipeg.
Someone texted in earlier, it's because they used to wear white. Well, they used to.
They used to.
You're right.
Looks stupid now.
They used to.
Yeah.
Now they don't. So guess what?
Yeah.
Time to change the tradition.
I had Leah Hextall explaining it all to me last night.
Yeah, that's fine. It's
She was out there in the street with the people.
Broncos used to wear brown uniforms, too. Changed that up. We all went to orange with them.
Yeah, there was a lot of teams in the 90s that were teal. They're not anymore.
Yeah.
Some of them still are, actually.
It's a pretty cartoonish.
We really did.
Remember the Grizzlies?
I do, yes.
Big Angry Grizzly, the Vancouver Grizzlies.
The Bryant Big Country Reeves era.
Now they're not even in Vancouver.
No, they're not.
Things change.
They're in Memphis, yet they're still Grizzlies. Last night, Avalanche
Yes.
over the Jets. Fun one, 5-2. Georgie answers the bell, but we begin in the first period. In fact, we begin 3 minutes and 15 seconds into the game. And it was fair to wonder if Georgie actually showed up and how long until it was going to be Prosvetov time. Let's go, Spring.
Walker into the corner. Yakov Trenin. Now Nemesnikov sweeps to the point. Pionk. Near side for Brendan Dillon. He lets it go. Tipped. Save made by Georgie. Puck is loose. And Colorado can't clear it out. They score. Gustafsson into a wide open net. And the Jets strike first. 3 minutes and 15 seconds into the period.
Yeah, Sean Walker and Alex Iafallo kind of got tied up. Georgie had no shot of being able to get back in position. Wide open net. Gustafsson there to finish on the rebound of the Brendan Dillon shot.
That's the one where you were like, if you can just control that rebound a little bit more. And I believe it went off the leg pad, right? So kind of tough to do that. But, man, I was just thinking, is this like you said, is this the night we're going to have? Is this how it's going to be?
That's how it felt. Yeah, it wasn't good. Not good vibes to start that thing off. Also, don't forget, wherever you go, Iafallo. There you are. 1-0 after a period. Alex Iafallo, my number 2 favorite Winnipeg Jets name. We go to the second period. And, hey, the Avalanche evened it up quickly. I got to be honest with you, Andy. I don't know if I was paying that close of attention. All of a sudden, the puck was just in the net. Here is Connor McGahey describing it to you from last night here on Altitude Sports Radio.
My apologies to all the Vikings, current and of heritage. Listening at the moment, right off the face-off. Hey, cork it, Connor, because I believe Ross Colton gets it in along with Miles Wood. There's a snake in my boot. Miles Wood has goals in back-to-back games. And ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls of all ages, this is a tie hockey game.
It was awesome. But, I mean, you want to talk about a quick ripper.
Quick ripper.
Right there.
I mean, right off the face-off. Yeah. 2 Jets blocking Hellebuck's view, and boom, that thing is suddenly in the back of the net. Although now my curiosity was...
What led to the Viking comment?
Was Connor, was he dropping some really hot Eric the Red takes right before the puck was dropped? I got some thoughts on Ragnar Lothbrok right now that I need to dive into. Leif Erikson was a fraud.
Wow.
Hot Vikings takes.
Yeah.
Here today on
the
show.
What do you know? I always thought, who was the kicker that missed the kick in the 98 NFC Championship game?
Oh.
Morton Anderson. No, different Anderson. Some Anderson. Morton Anderson was the Saints kicker.
It wasn't Bjorn Ironside?
Gary?
Gary Anderson. There we go. Bjorn Ironside? He was a forward on the national team.
He was. Wasn't Canute the Great?
Yeah.
I definitely Googled famous Vikings.
I was about to say,
isn't
there a Vlad the Impaler, but I don't think he's...
he was not a Viking.
He was not a Viking.
He was Count Dracula, I believe.
Oh, is that who that really was?
He was
fantastic.
It was all...
Did Connor wander off into the woods on this, too?
He could have. We don't know. Ivar the Boneless.
Careful after my read.
I was going to say that guy needs to get the treatment.
Ivar the Boneless. The hell are you looking at?
Ivar the Boneless, also known as Ivar Ragnarsson, of course he was Ragnarsson, was a Viking leader who invaded England and Ireland. According to the tale of Ragnar Lothbrok, he was the son of Aslog and her husband Ragnar Lubrik, and was the brother of Bjorn Ironside. They were all related. It was like the Manning brothers.
Good old Bjorn Ironside.
Exactly. Sigurd Snake in the Eye.
Okay.
A lot of good Vikings.
What's up. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
You're reading it sounds like the Assassin's Creed game that you're reading to me.
Either way, 2 minutes into the second period.
It's a tie hockey game.
We're tied at 1. Yes. We don't apologize to any of the Vikings or their families, by the way. So here we go. Let's now shift forward to the 8:37 mark. The Avalanche have had a 4-minute power play. It has not gone their way. Unfortunately,
they got
Jets
a few shots off.
Killed it off on a double minor on Kyle Connor for inserting his stick into Cale Makar's mouth. That looked pretty unpleasant. So pretty much right after that kill, 2-on-1 for the Jets.
Backdoor feed, broken up. It's Ross Colton who lets it go. Save made by Hellebuck on the nice one-touch pass from Zach Parise. Now Kyle Connor, Gabe Velarde in the clear. Backdoor feed, they score.
There's
no color to add. Just they score.
Did he just let the crowd breathe a minute?
He did. He got real sad.
Yeah.
Cue the My Chemical Romance.
It was a pretty sweet goal.
It was an annoying goal. It was a sweet goal.
Yeah.
As you said I said it, I guess, earlier. It's a tip your cap goal.
You sure do, to our friend Scheifele.
Because he just shoved the stick out there and it ricocheted right over the shoulder.
Shout out to Yankees legend Randy Velarde with the assist on that one.
Whoa!
Gabriel Velarde, number 4 on my list of favorite Winnipeg Jets names.
Might have to revisit that before the end of the show.
2-1. It's 2-1.
Yeah.
Not great, Bob. We're midway through the second period, and then the Avalanche just kind of went on a roll of 3 goals over the next 6 minutes, and who should get it started but our pal Cale Makar from deep. And Arturi Lehkonen was the big tipper.
Cale Makar in his own line now for Taves. Head for Lehkonen, passes him for McKinnon. McKinnon, does he have some extra gears here? Of course he does. McKinnon holds up. Now leads it. Devon Taves arriving. Cale Makar, the 3-man. Tipped in. They score! We're up all night to get lucky. Arturi Lehkonen has goals in back-to-back games. They're both deflections. And once again, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls of all ages, this is a tie hockey game.
Nathan McKinnon flying into the zone. Taves, Cale, Lecky with the tip. Boom, we're tied up at 2. That was a pretty classic Avalanche goal right there. McKinnon flying in, the cycle starting. Lehkonen, fortunately, doing the right thing and being in position. That was good.
Yeah, that was good.
That was good. That was good. Mm-hmm.
That are we still sure that Lecky tipped it? There seemed to be some debate either way. Nice.
He was, on the official score sheet, he was credited.
Yeah.
Yes.
It looked like it was maybe just a bit of a glance, but that was a ripper by Makar.
On his reaction, Lecky's reaction was the quick spin and immediate pump, fist pump, which sort of, it to me sort of had all the tellings of a guy that tipped it in. Either way, 2-2. 3 minutes later. And for some reason, Connor Hellebuck getting just kind of wild about being outside of the goal mouth. Here we go. Let's have it.
Jets 2, Avalanche 2. Makar for Cogliano. He'll tip it in wide of Hellebuck. Settles it down. Pressure coming from Yakov Trenin. Got it free. Cogliano in front. Parise is there. He scores! Easy, breezy. Zach Parise. His first goal in the postseason for the Colorado Avalanche, 38th in his career, and Colorado has their first lead of the night.
I hadn't heard his call yet.
That was good. I
hadn't heard his call yet.
Yeah. Good pressure by Yakov Trenin. Cogliano got it behind the net after Hellebuck just completely whiffed. A really nice pass by Cogsy. Hellebuck he gets caught, then he splays out on the ice. He stopped one. Good job by Parisi. That was not an easy goal because he got the rebound, but then had to sort of saucer it over Hellebuck. Our buddy Neil Pionk was stuck in there trying to play goalie.
Yeah.
Pionk. And it didn't work out for him. 3-2 Avalanche. But yeah, Trennan, Cogsy, Parisi all made it happen right there.
Nice, grindy.
It was grindy.
Mainly fourth liner goal.
Yep.
Although Parisi was up with the top group. Although they took him off the top group, about halfway through and let our guy Nichushkin return to be with Rantanen and McKinnon.
We had 2 minutes of 4-on-4 action.
I really thought they might carve up 4-on-4 more than they have at this point.
Yeah, you and John Buchagras both. Well, then Josh Manson comes flying out of the box. What a pass by Nathan McKinnon.
Nathan McKinnon, 10 seconds. He can get the distance in a hurry. Josh Manson out of the box. He scores! The Manimal out of the box onto the score sheet with 6.9 seconds to go in the second period. It's 4-2 Colorado. And Nathan McKinnon is going to get a Einstein-level brilliant assist on this goal from Josh Manson.
Nice.
Hey, Mrs. Boyan, are you gonna correct Connor's English there too? Huh? It's Ann, not A.
I'll send him a text. It's cool.
Okay.
Good pass by McKinnon.
I fully believe you will.
Let's give a shout out to the ref, by the way, who jumped over the puck.
Yeah.
That thing went right under his feet. That dude, oh man, he was like Christy Yamaguchi, just sliding over that thing so it could go right to Josh Manson. Nice move by Manson, too, to beat Hellebuck 4-2.
That had a bit of a scorer's touch to it.
He did.
Huh?
It was pretty sweet.
Yeah.
Yeah. Also good of Manson to make plays for the Avalanche.
Listen. Last night you lay off the man.
Game one is it's a
memory.
distant memory. Yes.
It's gone.
Yes.
Playing like Marilyn Manson in the first one, but now we're good. Jerk.
6.9 seconds left. I got that.
Nice.
Of course you did. Never goes by.
No, it really doesn't. No, it really doesn't.
Go ahead. Give us the next goal.
Let's go to the third period. This is actually not a goal.
Oh.
We go to the third period because we got to give Georgie a little bit of love. Alexander Georgiev, 28 saves in the victory, maybe none bigger than this one that came late in the third period on Nikolai Ehlers.
Shot from the far point is blocked. Duhaime out towards center. No, never made it. Niederreiter back door wide open. Oh, what a save by Georgiev. Point blank range on Nikolai Ehlers. The Avalanche are going to ice it. But Georgiev, who has been called upon on numerous occasions in this game too, makes a gargantuan stop on a wide open Winnipeg Jet at the back door. It was Nikolai Ehlers and Georgiev with a brilliant save. You got a tap on the pads from Cale Makar, and he deserved that and more.
Ehlers not slippery enough. Georgiev with the save.
Beautiful. That's when you said, all right, maybe Georgie's back.
Yep.
You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Sorry, Gorgie.
Gorgie. Can we combine the two? Can it be Gorgie?
Gorgie?
Gorgie apparatus?
Gorgie.
Yes. All right. Let's just get to the empty netter and the Avalanche closing things out as the fans in white were on their way out.
Cale Makar's got an open net. Makar backhands it off the board. Nichushkin will chop at it. Morrissey got in the way. Nichushkin stays with it. Still with it. Foul Nichushkin. No angle. He scores!
Yeah.
The 2-2 train pulls into the station from an unlikely angle, an unlikely spot on the ice, and he has bought the Avalanche a Game 2 win.
Yeah, that was my pick to click.
That was good.
Does that count?
Well done. You get it.
Someone's mad.
Yeah.
Shut up, Andy. I had Lecky as an anytime goal scorer, and he scored. Well, if you'd have listened to me, you'd have got the Val goal. So you should have listened to me.
Also, it doesn't matter what Andy says so long as the app paid you.
Yeah.
You're cool.
Yeah, I don't think it counts.
And he's going to send an angry email to DraftKings.
How dare you pay them? Show me the tip. Whoa.
Hey. Whoa. We'll take a break. When we come back, Andy, for the first time ever, we have a literal rockhead of the day here on the Kreckman and Lindahl Show. If you can take 109 miles an hour to the dome,
man.
you have lived up to the term. That's next on the Kreckman and Lindahl Show. No games tonight here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. That's weird.
Yeah, what's this life?
A rare slow night for Mark Bertinoli.
Is there ever a slow night? Berto's got to be out at Berto's going all over the world this week.
He is.
He went to where was it? Bourbon Brews and Burgers last night.
Triple B.
Out there
in Parker.
Spring was there.
Oh, the people, they were there. Obviously, we
Berto's at Stoney's tomorrow.
We sent the sex appeal out on the road, and it worked out. They were all there for Spring and for Bert, and I guess Raj too. Yeah, they all
Raj's
showed up.
off the market. He keeps telling everybody about that diamond ring he bought, Hyde Park.
Have you heard?
Heard of it? Heard of him? But yeah, now we're all out at Stoney's tomorrow.
That's right. We're going to be live at Stoney's tomorrow, as I find the copy, for an epic night for all Denver sports fans. Andy, that's what they tell us. Kreckman and Lindahl. Heard
That's
of them?
us.
Kick off things at 3 p.m., and we'll be there through the NFL draft and the Nuggets game against the Lakers with live broadcasts of both happening right there at Stoney's. Come by for awesome prizes, including tickets to a game this season at Mile High.
Yeah. The fall.
Tickets to a game at $52.80.
Off Federal.
An autographed John Elway helmet.
I like that.
Autographed Nuggets jerseys.
Take those.
And more.
What's the and more?
I don't
Can't
know.
wait to find out tomorrow at Stoney's.
We always have koozies.
11th
too.
and Lincoln.
The heartbeat of Denver sports is Stoney's on Lincoln tomorrow night.
We're all going to be there.
The heart
They
will
got a good kitchen, too.
be a beaten. They do.
Hey, real quick before we do this incredible story.
Real quick.
Would you like to know why I messed up? These are the people that I've encountered and hung out with in my life.
Wait, what did you mess up?
No, I messed up. I'm an oddball.
Oh,
Here's
you
why.
are messed up.
So
Oh.
I one of the guys I used to work with at Bennigan's apparently was listening. Hello, Terry. So in the breaks, I've been asking, hey, what are you up to? I haven't talked to you in a while. He goes, dude, I said, how you doing? What are you doing for a living? He goes, doing well, doing an OnlyFans, going surprisingly well. I didn't know how to respond to it. He was kidding. He goes, I work in Dish. I work at IT at Dish. But for a minute, I was like, I mean, well,
hey,
you're paying the bills.
It's honest work.
It's what, yeah, it's what you do. Good for you.
I mean, it's only
for you. Yeah.
It's OnlyFans. It's for people that like you.
Sure. I can't imagine you got a lot of fans, but okay. Nobody wants to see it.
Andy, there's a wide variety of demographics out
I
there.
remember Terry.
Okay?
I love you, Terry.
There's all
I'm not sure.
It's all kind of tastes
I'd like
in the
to
world.
see what that subscription price a month is.
You know, it's funny, Andy, because somebody actually had sent this to me. In the wide shot of all of the Broncos players in the new uniforms.
Yeah.
And Marvin Mims and Garrett Bowles were standing next to one another. And somebody was just like, it's incredible that those two men play the exact same sport professionally.
There's a size for everybody.
Again, exactly.
Yeah, every position.
Very much so. You got to fill different needs on the field.
Speaking of, what about when the ball leaves the field of play?
It's time for your Rocket of the Day, presented to you by Rock Plumbing, Heating, and Air Conditioning, your local home comfort specialist. Visit rockheating.com. Rock, bringing comfort home and simplifying your life. All right, so, Andy, I didn't think we would be discussing a college baseball game played between LSU and Nichols State. The Colonels, by the way.
The good old Colonels.
Nichols State out of Thibodaux, Louisiana. All right? So this happened the other night. LSU, a 9-0 victory over Nichols. Okay? We go to the 8th inning. Tommy White, a 3-run shot for LSU to help close out the victory in that game. Big win for the Tigers, okay? A fan went to catch the home run. He had a glove.
Brought a glove. He was prepared.
He brought the mitt.
Not a good one.
No.
Charlie Brown's mitt.
Yeah. He didn't make the catch cleanly.
Oh, no!
And a 109 exit velo home run off an aluminum bat hit him directly in the dome.
It went through the glove, though.
That's what he said.
He claims.
That's what he said. I think he might have just missed it. Okay.
Do you see the glove? We should have shown the glove.
Either way, on the broadcast, Corey was the fan. Corey, who took this shot to the head. Corey was interviewed. Who was this? Pat Timlin was doing the interview, I believe.
That's who tweeted this at least.
For Go Tigers Nation or whatever. Gix. However the hell they say that. All right, so here we go. This is the interview with Corey. Took a Tommy White 109-mile-an-hour home run off the head. Did not leave the game.
No.
Hung in and did the interview on live TV. We swear to God, this is not an SNL sketch. Roll it, Spring.
I mean, it was on a rope, and, I've been carrying this glove with me for years, and I was like, okay, now's my time. I got one coming, and hole in the glove, man. What can I say? It beamed off my dome, and here we are. I've got a nice little goose egg.
Can we see it?
Oh, well, I mean, if you want to.
So he lifts up his hat at this point and shows us like an Easter egg sized red mark on top of his dome.
It felt like every bit of a 109-mile-an-hour fastball, home run ball, yes.
Did we get the ball afterwards? Or?
No, it skipped over the fence, but Josh Pearson, man, he's such a great guy. He came to toss me their toss ball that they do in between innings, so he tossed it to me. I guess probably Friday I'll go get Tommy White to sign it for me and maybe kiss my Bobo.
Thank you, sir.
That is Corey.
Yeah.
LSU baseball fan.
There will be no passes to the clubhouse.
Also, was he nervous? Like when the dude came out and soft tossed him the ball, was he a little? I would have been a little gun shy by then.
Well, yeah, did you just pass it up? Allegedly, we've got a hole in a glove. How'd he catch it?
I don't know.
Got a nice little goose egg.
Yeah.
Goose egg?
It was legit. Like, that's a head injury. Go get it looked at.
Get an MRI.
I mean, it was blood red.
CAT scan.
It was a knot on the head that was like blood red. Bro.
Also, Corey sounds like he climbed directly out of the bayou and went out to the ball game.
What are those like those fan boats? I imagine he fan boated over the Everglades to this game.
Gator boat.
Yeah. Just a big fan and a canoe underneath.